Are you mad? If producing the Grandmasters had been this easy, there would have been thousands of them fighting on the battlefield, not just a few hundreds of them, Jim shouted as he got over his shock. Grandmaster Jim is right, Grandmaster Czar. If reaching Grandmaster class had been this easy, we wouldn't have produced around 100 of them every century, said Mr. Carline, saying what a sane person would say after hearing such words. Even those standing behind also wanted to say something about it, but did not say it. But it is clear from their faces that they also believe it is a crazy, impossible project. Even I used to think that, but subjects of the program have given me some hope. I disagree with your assessment. While we might not be able to produce hundreds of them in 9 months as Pyramid had ordered, I have complete confidence that we would be at least able to make 50 of them, I said with complete confidence. I would not have been able to say those words 10-11 days ago, but now I could. I have found some subjects that I have the confidence to turn into the Grandmasters. Some of them would be able to take them that step very soon. My confidence had stumped them again. It is not like I don't like to believe you, but this thing is very hard to digest. Still, I will help you with every step I can, and who knows, we might be even able to achieve this impossible target, said Jim, sporting a smile that I hadn't seen on his face in quite a while. I still remember the day when I first met Jim for the first time. He sported the same smile when wave after wave of rat monsters crashed on us. We were nearly exhausted, but still continued to kill the rat monsters with a big smile on our faces. The pyramid had ordered us, and I will follow the orders, no matter the futility of it, said Mr. Carlo. If we could bring out such a number of Grandmasters, it would solve a lot of problems. I wish I could share the real intelligence with them, but the council had barred me from doing that. At least they see some result that could rouse confidence in the project, but they would not let me share it. Since all of you have come on the board, it is time for you to see the subjects of the project, I said, and 27 screens appeared in front of them. Every screen showed the image of the room with people inside. Some screens had tens of people, while others had a few hundred. I have sorted them into different categories, according to the time at which they will need to reach the Grandmaster class. Their places in these groups are not permanent, or even groups are not permanent. They will change according to the progress people inside that made. There are 933 people in it. Currently everybody is chosen due to their suitability with my methods, I said, and showed their data. The data is minimum. Not everybody needs to know everything. There seemed to me no S+ or S grade potential in the list, Jim asked a second later. This is a categorization of which young potential are referred to. S+ grade is extremely rare that even in millennia, very few people get this classification according to my knowledge. Only Jill and I had gotten that. The S grade is also rare that only a few people get this designation. Only people who created the core before becoming a Grandmaster fall into this category. Those people do not need our help. They can level up Grandmaster on their own, I replied before turning into the screen. We will work on it continuously, but the center of the attention would be on these guys, I said, and made that screen, in which there are only 17 people. All of them are old. There is not a single A+ grade young one among them, said Mr. Carlo. He is right. The window I had shown him had old people or those who are not in the prime where the advancement is fastest, those below 40. In this group, the average age is 58, with the youngest being 42 years old and the oldest being 112 years old. Why aren't we focusing on those with a plus and a grade potential? We will get a much better result than those old guys. We might really be able to make some of them Grandmaster within the time frame we have got, Jim said, referring to 7 windows where I placed a plus and a grade potential. Yes, those a plus and a grade have great potential, and we are going to give them the greatest focus, but that focus would be long-term as we want to bring out their fun potential before making them level up. While these of window 1 have nearly used up all their potential, only enough remain in them to level up into the Grandmaster class with little push from us, I replied. That is a viable strategy. We should not burn their potential by forcefully trying to level them up. It would be a grave sin, said Grandmaster Rogan softly, and everybody acknowledged that with a nod. While the Grandmaster gives a fighting chance, it is with the might of Grand Lords that the war is won. We need to advance the potential of our most talented so they have a chance to reach for that power, not burn their future, and with it, humanity's. If we do that then, as Grandmaster Rogan had said, it would be a grave sin. So how long will it take you to make them a Grandmaster? Asked Jim, even though he clearly did not believe I could make these people break through into the Grandmaster class. 1 month. I want at least 10 of them to become a Grandmaster within a month, I said with a smile, only to see all of them looking at me with shock. Even Neela and Grandmaster Charline, who have the most confidence in me, are looking at me with shock in their eyes. I smiled seeing that, and tapped on my HoloWatch screens a couple of times before turning to their shocked faces. I have sent you your duties. Please finish them on time, I said. The meeting is dismissed, I added. I have informed them of the project and distributed their orders. There is no need to continue with this meeting any further. It took them a second to react, and people began to leave while shocked expressions on their faces, some even sported hidden mocking expressions, but I did not care for them. As for all people, I have the most confidence in turning these 17 into Grandmaster within a month. Though turning all 17 of them would be a little difficult, I am completely confident I could turn at least 10 into the Grandmasters. Soon most of the people left, only Jim and Grandmaster Charline and their 2 assistants each have remained, including the teacher and Neela behind me. Mitchell, are you really confident about these people? Jim asked, motioning toward the window 01 in front of us. Click, I appeared in the huge big white hall, and in it, 17 people were sitting in different groups talking, but as they saw me and the others, all of them stood up from their spots and appeared in front of us. Grandmaster Czar, all of them said in unison, with their eyes burning with excitement and hope. Less than 5 of participants know what type of project they have got admitted to here. All of these people know. I have told them myself when I have come to meet these people 2 days ago. I have also taken that chance to heal all the hidden injuries, making them completely ready. Gentlemen, today is the day we will begin, I said to their excited and hopeful faces, and turned to Jim. Jim, give me alchemical produce W01 that you have crafted, I said to Jim, who looked at me for a moment before handing me a box with 41 bottles containing colorful liquid and powder and other things. I took the box from his hand and took out 2 more bottles from my core and the special formation patches I had created. The 2 solutions I have prepared are special. These solutions have a hint of rule-bending power hidden in them. They also have an essence of some of the extremely precious resources growing inside my core. She took them toward a place where many small tubs and meditation tiles are places and started her work, which I have been training her for. She placed the 1 formation patch on the tub. As she did it, spread and covered the whole tub before she began to fill it with a few bottles of alchemical solution that Jim had provided and added a few drops of solution I had created. Lady Graham, please step inside, she said to a pretty woman who looked to be in her early 50s. The woman nodded and stepped inside after removing most of her clothing. As women submerged into the pool, the formation activated on her own, and Neela moved to create another solution. One after another, Neela began to create solution after solution, each barely taking more than a minute. She is fast and articulate, and she never made a mistake in combining the solutions. Each of them is perfect. 11 minutes later, all the solutions were created, and 17 people were inside them. Some are calm while some are in mild discomfort, and some are just screaming. We could not hear those screams. My formation automatically mutes the sound after it reaches a certain decibel. Do you bring us here to just watch a show? Jim asked. No, I wanted to show you why I chose these people, who seem to have spent their potential. I replied and waved my hand. 17 white seeds came out of my hand before transforming into 17 metaphysical diagrams. These diagrams are extremely clear. They show things that even the most powerful medical artifact could not scan due to various restrictions of inheritance and bloodline. Gasp. I was beginning to explain it when Grandmaster Charline gasped and quickly signed a few gestures. What am I missing here? Jim asked, seeing the conversation between Grandmistress Charline and me. I tapped into the air, and across the 17, 4 places lit up while the whole body had darkened. Those 3 spots are called shining frequencies. They represent soul, body, energy, and inheritance bloodline, I said, pointing to the colorful spots on the chest. The 3 shining points of soul, body are in a complete saturated and are in a balanced synchronization. It is the same for bloodline, which has grown powerful enough to spark a breakthrough, and in inheritance they have gained enough comprehension to initiate the breakthrough, I explained. You seem to say they have everything needed to become a Grandmaster, so why haven't they? Jim asked, hearing I couldn't help but smile. See this darker dew covering their bodies? It is their spent potential. They may have spark, but there is no fuel for the breakthrough due to it. They will never be able to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class in their life unless they have a little help, I replied with a bright smile. So you're planning to create potential in them to make their breakthrough into Grandmaster? Jim asked. Something like that, I replied. There's a lot more technicality involved in it than saying I am creating a potential, which is a lot harder than one could imagine, but I don't want to go into the detail with Jim. It is not easy as you are saying it to be Mitchell, Jim said after a moment of silence. He is a Grandmaster class alchemist. His knowledge of meta-human physiology is nearly good as any master class healer. I never said it is easy. I only said I could do it with little help from you and others, I said and tapped on the air again. The meta scans changed again, this time becoming active. They are showing the live changes in the 17 humans, and these changes have surprised Jim even more. The solutions I had created should not be behaving like this. Not only their power has increased multifold, they are doing things that are not what the solution is capable of, he whispered, seeing the live scans before turning to me. What were the 2 solutions you have taken out? They have brought such drastic change in the alchemical solution. You have to give them to me for examination, Jim asked. To that, I just smiled. I trust Jim, but I am not going to give that to him. They contain rule-bending power, my core secret. They could only be handled by the teacher and Neil, whom I could spy on at any time as she has the seed inside her. Jim did not force seeing me not reply, instead turned his focus meta scans again, where the solutions are performing small miracles. Grandmistress Charline, you will personally be focused on this group. I will need them to be ready by the end of the month, I said to the old woman, who only nodded with a serious face, but there was also excitement in her eyes. This is a dream for a healer. She could learn so much watching these people progress. As the injuries she dealt with are not simple, they are complicated and require special solutions for each of them. Were you able to find only 17 of them with complete 4-point saturation and synchronization? Jim asked, and I nodded with a sad sigh. Aside few a plus and a grade, these 17 are only ones among more than 1,000 peak masters, I replied. It would have been great if I had found it 50 of them with it. There would have been much less pressure on me. Though there are some who are very close to achieving the 4-point synchronization, my target is to bring them to the perfect state in the coming months, I added. With these 70s, those who are close to reaching this stage and a plus grade, and a grade the project does not seem impossible for a moment, Jim said, right? I asked back with a bright smile, seeing that Jim couldn't but shake his head with a mirthless smile. Grandmaster Charline, you and your team will coordinate with Jim, and his team. Everything you have to do is mentioned in the orders. If you find any problem, contact me, I said to them and handed the storage Jim gave me to her. This project is huge, so huge I need more than 200 people to manage it, with healers and alchemists playing the most important part. I could be everywhere at once, and these people either be going through some procedure or training. Only then will I have hope of achieving my target within 9 months. Grandmaster Charline had left her assistants in window 1 while we moved to another. This one also had old people with a much higher number. These are the ones who are close to achieving the perfect 4-point saturation. I will be working on a perfect 4-point saturation and creating the potential in them simultaneously. As they become ready, I will make their breakthrough. After we started dipping them in the solution and placing some of them in formation, we moved into another hall. The next 7 halls contain people with a plus and a potential. All of them are younger than 40 and contain the most potential. They will focus on the most intense regimen, which runs long-term. I will not make their breakthrough into the Grandmaster class unless they have progressed to their potential. Of all nearly 1,000 people here, the people in these 7 halls possess the greatest potential. Their progress would stop or even slow down. Even after they reached the tyrant class, they would continue improving if they followed all the steps rightly. After the 7 halls, we walked to the other halls, which contain tyrants of all levels, and all of them possess suitable for my method. I do not have any grand vision for these people. I only want to make them Grandmaster and hand them to Pyramid, just like the people of the first 2 windows. Only 10 of them have the potential to continue improving, even after reaching the Grandmaster. I have made plans for everything, but I know quick they could crumble if I did not produce a result. I have a month and maybe 2 at most before I have to show the result, that is, produce the Grandmasters. While my calculations are showing I could, and with the help of rule-bending power, I was most of the time able to materialize them, but sometimes I fear I might not be able to and became a laughingstock in the whole world. I am even having nightmares about it. Don't overthink it. Mitchell, I am confident that you will succeed, teacher said in her soothing voice. It is not the first time she said it, but it still helps me calm my nerves every time, knowing the most important person in my life believes in me. 14 days have passed since the project of 1,000 Grandmasters has officially begun, and I was able to find out how stressful it is. I have screamed in frustration, a thing I have never done before. In these past few days, I was able to realize that even experienced and capable people could become incapable and make mistakes. One time, life was nearly lost. Thank God I have programmed an emergency alarm in all the seeds I have placed inside the subjects, and it was able to wake when I was sleeping. I was able to save her, but I had been just a minute late. It would have been too late already. In the past few days, things have seemed to calm down as the teams learned to coordinate with each other smoothly, and people got better in the jobs they were assigned to. With all the problems, things are progressing as they should be. Subjects are showing good progress with my method, though there are some which are not working, and some it is working too fine. Such things are normal on the massive. Still, I would study each and every such case. I want my methods to work perfectly, and for it, I will deeply study every flaw I have come across. While the work is very stressful, I am revealing in it. The sheer amount of data I am getting every second is immense, and it is helping me in my various projects and also in my inheritance, in which I am progressing rapidly despite working much fewer hours than before. Buzz. I looked at tens of screens in front of me. On every screen, the subjects were either going through the procedure or training. There are currently 702 people in the halls, while the other 200 some went to the battlefield. The subjects would not progress by copped in the labs, they need to experience the battles, go through the life and death experience. Only this way will they be able to comprehend their inheritance and advance their bloodline. Though I will be lost people this way and already lost one, I would have to let them go outside and train. I am currently alone at the conference. Even Neela and teacher are with subjects, monitoring them, making different alchemical solutions that need my special solutions. Ting, I was watching the multiple projections when my holowatch buzzed. When I saw the mail, I couldn't help but be surprised. Buzz, I quickly composed my emotions and appeared in the teleportation formation. A moment later, I disappeared and appeared in the huge hall, where nearly thousands of gigantic projections were standing, or I should say active metaphysical scans. I looked ahead and saw the person who had called me. She was not present here physically, but in her projection. She's looking at one metaphysical scan with deep concentration. I flew up toward her but stooped next to her. Lady Angela, I said respectfully with a slight bow. You know, this has become our favorite place in the whole pyramid. I try to come here daily. It calms me, she said as she turned to me. I am glad you like it, Lady Angela, I replied. It is not just her, but other grand lords and council members also come here regularly. I have to spend some effort to create this place for them. This is Hall 66, a place where giant metaphysical scans of all subjects are present, and all of them are active, at least of those who are still in pyramid. Through this hall, they could see the progress I am making without going through multiple halls. This place has become a little popular with grand lords. Even grand lord, who is supposed to be dead, could be seen here sometime. This one and that one are ready from what I could see. Why didn't you begin their breakthrough? Asked Lady Angela. She's one of the most intelligent women in the world, read nearly whole books in the Broken Tower, and has the ability to converse on many topics. She's also the person with the greatest knowledge of runes, and I need to work very hard if I want to surpass her in that. I plan to wait a little, reinforce their base even more. The first breakthroughs would be very important for the morale of the project, I replied. 99.99 are doubting whether the project is even successful. I have to show them hope, and it could only be done by the subject successfully breaking through the Grandmaster class. There's also another reason for the delay, which would be revealed the day of the first breakthrough. You are doing good, much better than I had expected. All of them are improving at a shocking rate. If someone had told me about it a year ago, I would see something like that. I would have slapped that person to death, she said. You are doing good with these young ones, not being too hasty, focusing on the comprehensive growth, she said as she stopped in front of another group of projections. They are the most important with true potential. I will not take any risk with them, I replied. She's talking about A+ and a potential. Still, how many do you think would reach Grandmaster class in 8 months? She asked. I think it would be around 10, but nothing is sure, I replied, to which her expression turned serious. We have put a too big responsibility on you. If there had been a choice, I would have had you focused on your own progress, she said with a regretful sigh. You don't have to feel any regret, Lady Angela, believe it or not. I am making fast progress in my inheritance, I replied, and it is the truth. I am making tremendous progress after getting high-quality data every day. I hope they are ready today, I said, walking into the wine storage. I have been coming here every day for nearly 3 or every 3 days, seeing the time difference. More than 4.5 months passed outside since I have crafted these wines and stored them here to mature. 14 months total, but the wine had not matured. It was extremely close when I checked last time 3 days ago, and I hope today will be the witch. I had hoped that last time too, and the time before that, but today is important, very important, and the good wine would help a lot. I appeared in front of the stacks of wine barrels, inhaling the wonderful woody smell mixed with the faint, aromatic smell of wine. It is just too good, compelling me to force open these barrels and take out this wonderful wine. I did not give in to the compulsion, instead gently took out the barrel from the stack and placed my hands on it before inserting my soul sense into the formation carved on the wines. The formation of the wine does not help in the maturation of wine. The process is all natural without any interference. The formation only shows the state of the wine this way. Every time, I did not have opened the barrel to check its state and lose the wonderful aroma. A few seconds later, my eyes flew wide open, and there was a big bright smile on my face. Matured, it had finally matured, I said ecstatically. I had been waiting for this moment for a long. I had to spend a huge fortune on this wine and had a fear in my mind that something would happen and it would spoil, but nothing of that sort had happened. Tuck. I did wait any longer and opened the smoke opening from the barrel just as I did. Its amazing aroma brought out, which instantly filled my body and made me feel like I had drank the wine. It begins to make me feel like I am sleeping in a flower bed with her flowery, earthly smells surrounding me. It is so comfortable that I do not want to open my eyes, which I have closed unconsciously. Just the aroma of the wine had captured my senses and even gave faint benefits to my body and soul. I wondered what the real thing would do. I forcefully controlled my emotions and poured the red liquid into the glass and came out of my core to enjoy the wine. I opened my eyes and had a wine glass in my hand, which I immediately took to my nose to enjoy its aroma. I inhaled its aroma once again and got mesmerized by it. I let myself enjoy it for a minute before I finally moved the glass toward my lips. Sip, the red liquid touched my lips, and I took a sip. The flavors burst into my mind, clouding it for everything else. When I came to myself, I analyzed the wine in my mouth carefully. The flavors of wine seem simple enough, but once dug deep into the layers, they will see the complexity of it. The flavors are so complex that they made my mind buzz. Gulp. I could not hold back anymore and gulped down the wine. It flowed down from my throat and entered my stomach. I felt hot all over my stomach before the wines transformed into a flood of energy and spread all over my body. The energy is gentle, like the essence of flowers, and it had spread all over my body and soul before seeing inside it and disappeared. Within a few minutes, the wine glass in my hand became empty, and I couldn't help but feel slightly tipsy, while my body felt like it had just walked out the best massage of its life. The wine is not only pleasurable to the senses, but also provides me real benefits. If I consumed it regularly, within 4 months, I would have to make a breakthrough, reaching a peak in leader class, gaining the power of peak grandmaster. Which are absolutely huge benefits. Every grandmaster would receive huge benefits drinking this wine, and masters even more. Though I think for them to drink, I will have to dilute it. The intoxication effects will be too much for them otherwise. I looked at the empty glass for a while before closing my eyes, and once again appeared in the wine storage in my core. The wine had gained the first stage of maturity. It is not drinkable, which means it is time I bottle it. I lifted the bard and placed it on the artifact in the corner of the room. The light of the artifact enveloped it, and half a minute later, the wine bottles began to come out of it, filled with wine and wooden cork. The bottle also has a sticker that I had designed myself, which looked pretty good. 2 minutes later, all the wine in the barrel had been bottled, giving me 296 bottles. An expected number, and there are still more barrels, all of which would easily give me over 1,200 bottles. I do not plan to bottle the other barrels. I would let them mature. The more they mature, the greater taste and benefits they will provide. I plan to let them mature for years and craft some more wine. I brought out the bottles toward the lake and placed them in the showcase, but not before sacrificing one to Nero and Ashlyn, who had threatened to drink the whole wine if I did not provide them with the bottle. I sighed with regret as I looked at bottles in a glass case. If today had not been an important day, I would have drank a whole bottle. I would drink a bottle in celebration if I got success today. 27 days have passed since the official beginning of the 1000 Grandmaster project, and today I will initiate the breakthrough of subjects into Grandmaster class. If I succeed, I will have glory and a chance to secure a future for my race. If I failed, then all I could see was the bleakness for me and my race. Am I not late, am I? Asked the middle-aged man as he stepped out of the teleportation formation. You are right on time, Lord Hunt, I said as I got up to greet him. He appeared in his real physical body, not in the projection in which most of the council members appeared, given their busy schedules. His physical presence also tells how important this day is, and I hope I will be successful. Everything depends on it. Aside from me, there is a teacher, Grandmaster Charline, Jim, and other important people of the project and their trusted assistants are also present in this watching room, and behind the huge glass in front of us is Connie Graham. I had chosen her to be the first person to make a breakthrough, and with all the preparation I made throughout, she should not have any problem with her breakthrough. Still, with all the preparations, I couldn't help but worry. The Grandmaster class is impossible to breach for most people otherwise. Barely hundreds would not appear from hundreds of thousands of tyrants in every century. Yes, that's enough. Neela, you can withdraw the needle and come back, I said. In the huge hall behind the screen, there is Neela beside Connie, whose indented finger had transformed into a needle, through which inserted the serum special to Fleshmancers. Through the meta-projection in my left eye, I could see with an injection of Neela's special serum, Connie had become completely ready for her breakthrough. Connie, you can begin, and best of luck, I said. Connie nodded from her place and closed her eyes, and next second, the huge formation surrounding lit resplendently, and Connie began her breakthrough. As she initiated her breakthrough, her metaphysic lighted up blindingly, and different colors appeared. It is each and every part of her became even active, even those that hadn't been used since she was a child, and that is what is happening. The breakthrough in the Grandmaster class is the evolution of life. Not just one's power advances, but one also gets a century of lifespan and vibrancy that reverses one's age from a few years to decades. Billions of people long to reach this stage, but only a few hundred could reach it. Grandmaster Mitchell, why did you choose Connie Graham? From what I could see, there were few better candidates, especially those with bloodline. They always have better chances of a breakthrough than those with the inheritances, asked Lord Hunt. I have my reasons, I replied, but don't worry, I will reveal it to you by the end of the day, I said with a smile. It is not much a reason, but a sort of challenge to myself to prove how effective my methods are, and Connie is the best example of that. 25 minutes passed, and all her resources around Connie merged into one and now spread across Connie, seeping inside her. The worldly energy had not reacted, it should have reacted by now, said the alchemist beside Hazel. Stefan, nobody asked for an opinion. Hazel replied before Jim could say anything. It is not just Stefan who had this question in his mind, nearly everybody has it. The worldly energy should react by now, but it did not. The breakthrough was considered a failure if the worldly energy did not react in 20 minutes, but that did not affect Connie. There was not even a hint of worry on her face, as everything was going according to plan. This is not a regular Grandmaster breakthrough. They could not break through into Grandmaster class with their potential. I have made a modification to them, which will make their breakthrough a little different, but the result would be the same, then achieving a Grandmaster class. 10 more minutes passed, and then 5 and more than half of the resources have consumed by Connie, but there was no sign of worldly energy. Except for a few people, everybody is considering it a failure, seeing how animatedly they are chatting through their soul link. Mitchell, why don't you stop the breakthrough? It is clearly a failure, said Lord Hunt. Finally, it is not, Lord Hunt, I replied with a smile before turning to Connie. He opened his mouth to say something, but closed it after seeing the expression on my face, and instead turned to Connie, watching her intensely and even activating some of his abilities to see any hint. Another 10 minutes passed, and most people had given hope, when finally a whisper of words energy appeared around Connie before it began to rapidly fill the hall. The wordly energy is coming at a much faster rate than it would come at a breakthrough of a regular Grandmaster. Wordly energy. Somebody shouted behind me, but I am not moved to even think who I have focused my everything on. Connie, ready to lend any help through my seed at this critical moment. A minute passed, and the whole hall filled with thick worldly energy, and getting thicker by the second, while a humongous amount of energy continued to enter her body. The energy is so much, and Connie barely got any time to adjust to it in regular breakthroughs. It takes 10 to 20 minutes for worldly energy to reach this thickness, but in her case, it barely takes 1.5 minutes. I have taken the measures for such assault, but I could see it is still being extremely painful for Connie. Tears are streaming down her face as she bears the pain with gritted teeth, and regretfully, this is just the beginning. Things will get worse for her in a few minutes, and she will have to bear it all if she wants to make a successful breakthrough. Mitchell, the energy seemed too much for it. If it keeps increasing, it will tear her body apart, said Jim a few minutes later, seeing the concentration of energy is increasing by second, and so is the energy funneling into Connie. It will not happen. I have made preparations for that, I said, though I did not add that all of it depended on Connie. If she held on, nothing would happen to her, and she would successfully break into the Grandmaster class. If she did not, then this energy would tear her into pieces, and even I might not be able to stop it. 15 minutes passed since worldly energy had appeared for Connie's breakthrough, and it had become so dense that it had completely filled the hall to the brim that one could not see her silhouette of her. All they see is dense white energy. This dense white energy is funneling in extremely large quantities into Connie's body. If there had any other regular master of level, they would have exploded, and Connie would have too, if not for the prior preparations I have made. Not only their special serum of Neela is protecting her skin from tearing apart, but my seed inside her body is spreading energy without letting her internal organs tear apart. The power of seed had spread throughout her body. It had temporarily strengthened everything inside her, from her veins to bones to internal organs, so they could bear the immense amount of energy that would come at her. Still, the pain as she is feeling is torturous pain, and people can hear it through the screen. It is making quite a few people a little squeamish. I could mute it, but I did not. I wanted to let these people know how difficult this breakthrough, and very glad I have given these people pain training. Her brain and physiological scan are clearly showing how much pain she is feeling. It has already reached the level of pain she had felt during her training. Grandmistress, increase the limit of pain in training by 20, I said as I turned back to Grandmistress Sethi, who was sitting behind her. I was about to suggest that too, she replied. She's the only person besides me who is seeing the live scan of Connie, though what she could see is far more limited than me. She's seeing what require for her work. The amount of energy she is taking inside is really massive. Only a plus and above grade potentials could take such energy without exploding to pieces, commented Lord Hunt. Yes, we had to make some preparations. Something like that would not happen, I replied. Still, the process must be painful for Ms. Harper, added Lord Hunt. To that I nodded. Bang! Another 10 minutes when suddenly explosions rang in the hall, and the worldly energy spread like a tsunami, crashing against the walls of the hall hard, but unable to do anything. There is not even a faint rattle, even after a Grandmaster level force clashed against it. Dead, she is dead. Whispered people behind me. All of the assistants who were sitting were far more experienced to say something like that. Gasp, gasp. They had just spoken the words when suddenly the Grandmaster class aura burst out the hall. It is powerful and without the slightest blemish. The breakthrough was successful, and from the scan, I could tell she did not suffer anything from the artificial arrangements I had made. The results are the same as the natural breakthrough. Clap, clap, clap. I was studying the scans when suddenly I heard a loud clap, only to see all the people in the watching room have stood up and now clapping loudly at me. Even Lord Hunt had stood up and clapping. Some people like Stephen even had tears streaming down their faces, which is quite funny, but of course I did not laugh at it. Grandmaster Czar, congratulations, you have truly performed a miracle, said Lord Hunt as the clapping stopped. It is not a work of miracle, Lord Hunt, but of research and hard work, and it had been only possible due to efforts of everyone, I said, which is true. If I had been alone, I would not be able to do what I am planning to do today. Connie Graham, welcome to Grandmaster class, I said to her as she opened her eyes, which were streaming with tears. The first is successes. Grandmaster, I hope you will receive the success in other breakthroughs in the coming days, said Lord Hunt and stood up to leave. There will be no breakthroughs in coming days, Lord Hunt. All the 17 breakthroughs of Windows 17 will happen today, I replied. It shocked him and stopped him in his tracks. It is not just him, more than half of the people sitting inside the room have been shocked. Very few people knew about my original plan. I smiled at him and tapped a few times on the glass, and soon it widened up as a wall of the room began to transform into the glass. Leaving the door, all 4 directions have transformed into class, showing the view of 7 halls on which 7 masters are sitting. Neela had already walked out of the room, and now inserting serum into the masters. I had asked her to accumulate the serum from the day my project was accepted by the pyramid and even provided resources. It is not easy to create that serum, even with the help of precious resources. Still, I am glad I have a mentee like Neela, with her lot of hard things easier to handle. Grandmaster Mitchell, don't you think it is a little hasty and riskier to initiate 7 breakthroughs at once? If something goes wrong in multiple breakthroughs, you will not be able to handle it, Lord Hunt advised. I smiled hearing his advice, and Sane would follow it, and I would have to follow it, but I had already prepared for it and was confident I would succeed. Lord Hunt, you have asked me about why I chose Connie Harper for the first breakthrough over better candidates. I asked, to which he nodded. The reason because of all the 17 people, Connie Harper had the least chances to break into Grandmaster class, and now that she had succeeded, I am confident of the others' success, I replied. I will not say anything since you are confident, said Lord Hunt with a sigh before sitting down. Time passed as Neela went to one master after another, injecting her serum inside them. I also looked at metaphysical scans of them for every minor detail. I do not want to make even the tiniest mistake. A tiny thing could have drastic consequences. I understand there is a fine line between confidence and overconfidence, and I do not want to be overconfident in my abilities. Click. Half an hour later, Neela came back with slight tiredness in her eyes. Injecting all this serum was not an easy task. It is already incredible she had reached this stage in such a short time. Initiate the breakthrough, I said, and my voice spread to all the 7 halls through the formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A moment later, all 7 formations had lit up blindingly, and the resources inside them began to move. The process is the same as the last time. This time, too, I had not chosen those with the bloodline. All of them have an inheritance, though the 2 of them have a constitution. They are not powerful enough to change anything. 20 minutes passed, and like the last time, there was no sign of worldly energy, but this time no one questioned it. They just watched with great excitement in their eyes. What is happening right now has never happened in the millennia. They are witnessing something great right now. It would be lucky that even a single Grandmaster appears in a year, but here they are witnessing the breakthroughs of 7 Grandmasters together, and they succeed, history would be created, and they are witnessing this historic moment. Another half an hour passed when the hint of worldly energy appeared in the 3rd window, and like last time, it had begun to swell rapidly. Half a minute later, the worldly energy appeared on the 6th screen, and a minute later on the 2nd screen. 5 minutes later, the worldly energy has appeared on all the screens, and it is swelling rapidly. Neela's serum and my seed are helping them absorb the energy without them getting injured. The only thing they have to do is bear the pain. Thank God, all of these people are very experienced and have gone through the pain training without any problem. If it had been a young master's, I would have been a little worried. I am keeping a strict eye on the 7 meta scans for the smallest problem. If it occurs, I will fix it before it becomes big and impede the breakthroughs, though currently I am not seeing any problem, which is good. I was watching the scans when I noticed the change in atmosphere in the room, and when I opened my eyes to what happened, the whole council have appeared. Council members have appeared, and all of them, all 12 of them adding Lord Hunt. Since the war began, I have never seen all the 12 council members together. There would always be a few missing, busy somewhere else. Council, I greeted the council. Don't waste time on pleasantries, Grandmaster Czar, focus on breakthroughs, said Grand Commander as the council members took seats around me and Lord Hunt. I nodded at them before closing my eyes. Still, I was quite surprised seeing all of them appear here. Such a number of them could only be found in the central command, and now they are here, not willing to miss this historic moment. I completely focused on the 7 masters while the council would talk softly, asking questions to the teacher and others. Bang, bang, bang. 40 minutes passed when suddenly, explosions after explosions rang across the 7 winds at a second break before the aura of grandmasters spread through each of them. All 7 of them have made a breakthrough without a single failure, and all of them are perfect breakthroughs without the slightest problem. My God, all of them really made the breakthroughs into the Grandmaster without any failure, Lady May said with a shocked gasp. Clap, clap, clap. Again claps rang out in the watching room, which I took graciously. All of you really performed the miracle, especially you. Grandmaster Czar, you are truly amazing, congratulated Grand Commander. Rome Red-Eye congratulation on breaking through the Grandmaster class, Grant Will. I congratulated each candidate one by one and listened to their words before I tapped on the screen, and they disappeared and new halls replaced them, but instead of 7, there were 9 halls. This time, nobody questioned me. Even Grand Lord remained quiet with a smile and expectancy in her eyes. Neela had ready to begin this time. She had a little less pressure. She only had to insert the serum into 4 masters only. The remaining 5 did not need serum. They were with bloodline, and I had placed specially modified seeds inside them. I have worked quite hard to create these seeds. I had designed them based on the bloodline breakthroughs I have observed and studied. Begin. I have commanded, and once again, all the 9 breakthrough formations lit up and breakthroughs began. Unlike in other breakthroughs, a change had occurred in a few minutes. In the 6th minute, the bloodline source opened, and its energies began to fill the 5th hall too, and a few minutes later, another bloodline source opened, and its energies began to spew out. One by one, sources of the bloodlines have opened within 14 minutes, and seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I had been quite worried that something might happen, but nothing happened. Everything was going smoothly. I had just thought when I noticed strangeness on the 7th screen. Damon metaphysical scans showed the problem, and it is quite serious. If I did not fix it quickly, then it would destroy his breakthrough. This problem is not something I had thought would occur, as most bloodline source energies would just ignore it, as it would disappear. His own bloodline had been doing it before the breakthrough began. The bloodline source energy had reacted to the residual aura of the Grim bloodline mutation I had used to stimulate the bloodline. I have used different types of Grim bloodline corruption that I had collected, and Damon's bloodline had fought and destroyed each one of it with struggle, but after each struggle, it had gotten stronger. Some of the residual aura had been left in its body, and it was so minute that even his bloodline had ignored it until now, when the source of energy reacted to it, directly destabilizing the bloodline, which is at its most vulnerable. The instability of the bloodline is a very bad thing, especially during the breakthrough. It could make things instantly spiral out of control. Something seemed to be happening on the 7th screen. The bloodline seemed to become unstable for some reason, said Lord Sylvester, and I felt the gazes of the whole room on me, but I did not react. I am completely focusing on the problem, which I have to fix within a minute. If I did not do that, then there is a very high chance that the bloodline would begin to mutate, with the colossal amount of source energy coming at it, and even making Damon unconscious would not stop the process. The problem is hard, and I have not prepared for it, but I have already begun dealing with it. I have experience stabilizing the bloodline just this time. I will have to fast consider the number of source energies pouring into the bloodline. Buzz. The runes aligned and activated the formation in seed, and I did it begin to absorb all the residual mutation from the body of Damon. Removing this residue is not a big thing, but I usually kept it in the body as it kept the bloodline on edge, which directly helps in its advancement, but it seemed like I would need to do some cleaning before I begin the breakthroughs of those with the bloodline. It took me 4 seconds to wipe out all the residual signs of the mutation, but barely any change had occurred in the bloodline. Its condition was still getting worse by the second. It had surprised me a little, as I had thought the instability would begin to recover or at least stop getting worse, but it seemed like I had been very wrong. The condition of the bloodline is getting worse, Lord Czar. Please do something about it, Stephen shouted behind. Stefan, you idiot, just shut up. Don't you see Lord Czar is working on it, Hazel said while hitting Stefan on the head. As the people who work with me, they have come to know about my abilities. They know how I could insert the seed inside the people and talk to them through it, and also see their metaphysical scans. These seeds are remote tools of mine, capable of doing many things. Buzz. I reacted to it instantly and began making the changes in my seed before activating another formation half-minute later. The change brought by the formation is instant. The bloodline begins to calm. What I did was very simple. I, through my seed, produced a feeling which is most calming to the bloodline. Each bloodline has it, and I had copied it. Thank God I did, otherwise it would have been extremely hard to calm the bloodline mid-breakthrough. The bloodline seemed to calm. It seemed like we have panicked too much for a thing that Grandmaster Czar could fix in just a few seconds, said Lord Hunt, and I would have reacted to this praise if not for I am focusing on a problem which I am manipulating my seed to deal with. The instability had brought changes to the source of energy. The source of energy has got even purer, which is a bad thing. The earlier the bloodline source energy was balanced to the level of the bloodline, and while purer source energy is better, the bloodline also needs to be capable of digesting it, or it would just bring trouble. Hun. I was making the changes in my seed to deal with it when I noticed a thing that had surprised me. The bloodline is adapting to this purer bloodline energy after some strain and getting stronger. I got even more surprised when I noticed that the bloodline is reacting the nearly same way when it reacts to foreign corruption and mutation. It seemed like I had to use the mutation more. When strengthening the bloodline, it brought out their adaptability to the challenges they face. I took a sigh of relief seeing that and opened my eye. Even though I had opened my eyes, I was still looking at 9 metaphysical scans in front of me. If any problem occurs, I will catch it instantly. Hun. I had just opened my eyes when I had noticed something shocking in the watching room. A projection of Grand Lords had appeared, and there were not one but 3. It was extremely hard to see 3 of them in one place. It is Lady Angela, Patriarch Bradford, and Matron Mavis. I was shocked to see Matron Mavis. She rarely appeared in the Appearin Pyramid. She's the strongest powerhouse of the human and stays out most of the time, keeping her eyes on the strongest of the Grimm race. I was about to get up to bow to them as etiquette requires when Lady Angela just waved me down still. I bowed before closing my eyes, focusing fully on the 9 meta scans. Half an hour passed, and no problem had occurred. All the 4 inheritance masters were able to call the worldly energy one by one like before. They came like a whisper but roared as they funneled themselves into the bodies of the masters. Boom! The breakthrough, said someone behind me when a large explosion rang out, and a couple of seconds later, the aura of Grandmaster spread into the watching room. It was just the beginning. In the next 13 minutes, 3 more explosions rang out, and the Grandmaster class aura spread in the span of 14 minutes. All 4 inheritance masters had made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. I cast a glance at the council and Grand Lord and found of them are surprised with eyes full of amazement and wonder. All the breakthroughs are not finished. There are 5 people who still had to breakthroughs, all with bloodlines, and they will take time. Unlike the highly modified breakthrough of the inheritance hosts, the breakthroughs of bloodline hosts are mostly natural. With minimum interference from me, they will take time. Nobody seemed to be in a hurry here. The important people like Grand Lords and council members have come with projections. Their real bodies might be sitting in control of Central Command or fighting on the battlefield. Everybody is watching the breakthroughs carefully, without missing a beat. Each Grandmaster is important, especially those that are being produced today. These Grandmasters represent a future. We would produce 17 today. By the end of 9 months, we will have 100 Grandmasters that will help defend against the tide the Grimm will send at us. An hour passed, and the 5 Bloodline Masters are still hadn't broken through. The Bloodline energy continues to funnel into their bodies, directly into their bloodline, making it stronger and stronger every second. 50 more minutes passed when the source closed, and a few seconds later, Grandmaster's aura spread from the 5th window. The Bloodline Phantom had appeared behind Karina before merging inside her, making her aura even more stable. It was just a beginning as another breakthrough came 20 minutes later, 10 minutes after that, another, and then another 11 minutes later. Within an hour, 4 masters leveled up into the Grandmaster class. Now only one had remained. Damon. If the problem had not occurred in his bloodline, he would have made a breakthrough already, but now, it will take some time, and that will be a very good thing for him. I could see the changes occurring in his bloodline as it absorbed the thick and pure source of energy. This long absorption will provide him great benefits. I am extremely curious about the scale of benefits. If they are great enough, then I might take a risk to replicate them in other breakthroughs. Making a bloodline unstable during the breakthrough is extremely risky, but if the benefits are great enough, I will take risks. Even though I am producing the Grandmasters, their strength is average and above average. I want them to be stronger, so they could fight more enemies of the same level to offset the number of disadvantages we have, and also kill our enemies. 40 more minutes passed by when finally the bloodline source energy stopped, and I watched with bated breath. 3 seconds passed when the metaphysical scan lit up, and a moment later, the aura of Grandmaster burst out of Damon's body, and it was strong, very strong, strong enough to surprise all those who were watching. It is high in an initial level of Grandmaster class, close to mid-Grandmaster class. With some hard work, Damon had a chance to reach the mid-level of the Grandmaster class. Clap, clap, clap. Once again, everyone began to clap, and even Grand Lord stood up and clapped, which have shocked me. Amazing, truly amazing. This old man never expected to see such a scene in his whole life. Gaining 17 Grandmasters in a single day, such thing had happened first time in 3.5 millennia, said Patriarch Bradford, showing emotions that I had only seen when I healed the twins. You are a true scion of Her Excellency, Michiel Czar, said Grand Tower Mistress Angela. I'm not the only one who was able to do something like that. Her Excellency Catherine had done something like it 3.5 millennia ago. She had made 22 masters made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class in a single day. There are clear records of it, but no records of how she accomplished it. It would have really helped me if there had been records of the methods she used. Maybe she has some treasure or even something like rule-bending power. I'm also the same. I'm not keeping records of my methods outside. Everything is inside my core. There is no use in keeping the record. Nearly all things could not be accomplished without the help of rule-bending power, a power of which I have seen no record, mention, or even a hint in all the books I have read. It is the second time this old woman has felt that we could win this war, not just survive it, said Matron Mavis. 95 of wars we fight, nobody wins usually. One side suffers more than others, usually, but nobody wins. Winning means crushing the enemy, and in more than 10,000 years we have been able to do that only a few times. What we have achieved today is hard work of all of us. Without you all, it wouldn't have been possible. I said to Jim, Grandmaster Charline, the council, and Grand Lords, without their help, nothing would have been possible. To appreciate your hard work and celebrate today's accomplishment, I have arranged a small party. I would be glad if all of you would take time in your busy schedule and attend it. I said to everyone in the room, including the council and Grand Lords. Will you be the making all the food yourself? Asked Jim, and the eyes of several people lit up at that question. Yes, everything will be made by me, and I will also provide a good wine, so please come. I replied to his question, which bore beaming smiles on his face and few others. Main dish is ready, I said with a smile, and brought a gigantic silver tray out on which was the roasted body of the equally giant steaming monster. It is a nearly 20 meters long Grandmaster class pig monster that has been roasted to the perfect golden brown color. I had just finished roasting it, or rather my avatar finished roasting it. It is perfect that I want to take a bite off it. Ashlyn and Nero wanted to do that, and I had to bribe them with something else. I do not want one of the main attractions to look like a half-eaten thing before even guests arrive. After putting a gigantic tray, I walked to the wine counter and began to take the wines. I had not only taken out my own wine but also others too. I have a rather good collection of wines. Grimms love them as much as we do, and I have found quite a lot of them. Not all the wine I have found from the Grandmasters is good, many are, though they are not good as the one I have crafted. It is very hard to find a good wine. Even in ruins, the environment of the ruins spoils them, that extremely few could survive, and people of our world are rarely able to create the wine level of the ones found in ruins. I have brought out the 50 bottles of the Arskasif wine that I had brewed, but half of them are diluted to suit the masters and leaders. Even the diluted wine packs quite a punch that masters and leaders would have to be careful of it. I will leave them in your care, I said to the golem. There are 40 golems in the hall to act as servers. I can't use humans, as the tops we will discuss. Even eating and drinking would be too confidential for them to hear. A few more minutes passed, and finally, the clock ticked to 9 and the teleportation formations of the hall unlocked. Buzz, barely 3 seconds had passed since the teleportation formation was unlocked when it lit up, and a figure in a red velvet gown materialized in it. Seeing her, my eyes' heartbeat couldn't help but freeze up for a moment. She looked enchantingly beautiful. The gown had hugged her body like water, showing every curve and turn of her body. That seeing them, a vision of what was inside couldn't help but flash inside my mind again. Teacher, I greeted, barely able to control my emotions sometimes. It is very hard to control my emotions when a teacher comes looking like this. It seemed like I was the first, she said as she stepped out of the teleportation formation. Yes, you are, but others will arrive soon, I replied. You have made quite a preparations. Mitchell, I am sure others will not be able to control themselves when they see such feast, she said as she looked around. That is a purpose, I said. What we have accomplished today was amazing, and I want to reward them for the hard work they have put in, as things are going to get difficult from today. The 17 were the easiest. It would not be easy to make other breakthroughs into the Grandmaster's class and reach the target in just a measly 8 months. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I was just talking to the teacher when suddenly, 3 teleportation formations lit up. Jim, Grandmistress Charline, and Grandmistress Sethai appeared in the formation with their assistants. My God, Stefan gasped. Even though he is a masterclass powerhouse, and a rich one at that, being an alchemist, he couldn't help but get amazed seeing the feast that had been laid out and the smell that was coming from them. It is not just Stefan that is surprised. Even Hazel and Jim, who had eaten my cooking many times, couldn't help but become surprised. You really don't hold back, don't you? Jim said as he walked toward me with his stunned assistants. It is at least I could do to show my appreciation for the hard work you have done, I replied with a smile. Snort. Jim snorted, hearing that I have seen the new order. You want to work us to death, and this is just a bribe, he said while waving toward the feast. I have put quite an effort to cook all this and even brought out my best wines. I said I did deny this being a bribe as it is true. The next few months will be challenging, and I hope the pyramid accepts my request for more personal otherwise. These people, including me, are going to get crushed under the workload we will have. As we talked, more and more people arrived by the second at the end of the minute. All the 21 people had arrived. The only ones that hadn't arrived were the council members. There are nearly 200 people working on the project, but only these 21 people know the full extent of it. The project is extremely important, and the few people who know about it, the better it will be. I begin to mingle with the crowd as the golems begin to serve hors d'oeuvres and amuse bouch with the golden wine. This is really good, Grandmaster Czar. I have never eaten something this good in my life, said Danvers as she swallowed another amuse bouch. She did not even care about the glare her teacher gave her, as she took a few more from the tray golem have brought. You are really a person with many talents. Grandmaster Czar, I don't think there are even 5 people in the whole world to match you in culinary arts, praised Grandmaster Sethai. She is also taking bites now and then, but is far more elegant in behavior than her student. It is a beloved hobby of mine, Grandmistress, I replied and walked toward other people after talking a few words with her. 15 minutes had passed since the party began. Everybody talked with everybody while taking the bites of hors d'oeuvres and amuse bouche and drinking wine. The mood of the party is amazing. Everybody is talking and laughing under low background music. Their faces are glowing without any worry, which is kind of different from how they have behaved for the past month. The pressure of the project had made everyone tense since the first day, and it is due to the success we have got that their mood has improved such drastically. The food and wine had helped a lot too. I could see people casting glances at the different dishes and wines which golems hadn't taken out, but they knew it was not a time yet. The main guests had yet to arrive, and we will have to wait for a little for them before we begin eating those. Buzz. I was just thinking about them when teleportation lit up and 2 people appeared in it, Lord Hunt and Lady May. Lord Hunt, Lady May, welcome, I greeted as they walked out of the formation. Grandmaster Czar, it is quite a party you have arranged, and looked at the food, Lady May said, and took a bite of hors d'oeuvre before taking a glass of wine. Amazing. The praise I have heard about your culinary skills do not do them justice to you, Lord Hunt praised. I was happy seeing the 2 council members appearing when they said someone would be coming. I thought their projection would come for a few minutes. Even earlier in the watching room, only Lord Hunt has been present with his physical body, while everyone else has come with their projection. Now, 2 council members have arrived with physical bodies, which is quite rare given how busy they are with their schedules. A few minutes passed as council members moved around to mingle before once again appearing before me, and now the smile on their faces had vanished. They had become serious. Grandmaster Mitchell, today's result changes some things, said Lady May with serious expressions on her face. Ting. The council now completely believes that you will accomplish this great task, and already had accepted most of your pending requests, said Lord Hunt, and my holowatch rang out with the mail. I wanted to open the mail, but did not. It would be quite disrespectful, and I also could guess what requests of mine council had accepted. I thank the council, I replied, to which both of them shook their heads. It is we who should be thanking you without you. I don't know what we have done about the coming tide, said Lord Hunt. Aside from granting your requests, the council and grand lords have agreed to give you access to 3 secret vaults, said Lady May. Really? I asked in shock. The secret vaults, what kinds of place they were? I thought they did not exist, seeing the things I had heard about them, but it seemed like they do, and it couldn't help but make me excited. Secret vaults' contents are not revealed electronically. You will have to visit physically, and can take out anything you want as long as it is needed for the project, added Lord Hunt. There is one more thing, said Lady May, and her expressions had become extremely serious. All the personnel of the project has been spider-marked, excluding the 7, said Lady May, and a small list of names flashed in front of me for a moment before it disappeared. I understand, I said with a sigh. This time, I am not one bit surprised after what we have pulled today. There is no way the council would take any risk of anything. The spider mark is total surveillance. Their calls will be monitored, and so will their visuals. They will sleep, eat, and work under the pyramid's eyes. There are also restrictions on movements outside the pyramid. It could be said being part of this project has shackled them, and these restrictions or surveillance will remain till the war is over. There are only 7 people who have been exempted from that list. Grandmyers Charline is one of them, which is a brainer. She was selected to be a leader of the Hall of Sleep. She is loyal and trustworthy as one can be. There is also Grandmaster Sethai and Hazel, whose mother is a powerful Grandmaster. Jim and I are also on the list, and so is a teacher, which is also not surprising. Her inheritance is from excellency, and it is said as aside from compatibility and talent, the inheritance also checks one's loyalty to the human race. Let's eat. I am sure both of you have more important things than staying at a party, I said, and they did not refute. Their presence here is already enough, and I don't want to waste too much of their time. Let's eat, everyone. I said loudly. It instantly caught everyone's attention, and we began to walk toward the big round table. As everybody sat in their seats, the golems began to place the food on the table. The smell of it was so delicious that people were barely able to keep their hands from touching the cutlery placed in front of them. Finally, the red liquid with a hint of green filled the wine glasses in front of everyone. The bottle and glasses are special, though not a wisp of wine's aroma could be leaped. Seeing the glasses everyone's filled, I took a glass in my hand and stood up. Today we have achieved an important milestone that we ourselves have thought impossible not long ago, I said and paused for a moment to look at everyone. We achieved it through the hard work of everyone, but this is just a beginning, and I hope everyone will work even harder from today, so we will achieve our goal as achieved this milestone, I said and took a sip from my glass, and everyone followed taking a sip of wonderful Arskasif wine. Amazing, what wine is this? It is much better than what you have brought out earlier, said Lady May as she took a sip of the wine. I am glad you liked it, Lady May, I replied. You seem to have a quite big stock of this wine, seeing how you are splurging it, said Jim. Yes, I have it, but don't drink too much. The effect of alcohol inside it is not easy to burn off with energy, I cautioned, which surprised all of them. Usually only magical wines could affect the powerhouses, but those effects could be easily warded off with energy. It is a little different with this wine. One will have to try really hard for quite a while to burn off the effect of its effect. The more they consume, the greater difficulty they will have to get out of its effects. It is true, it is really difficult to burn this buzz, Stefan said loudly, and to my surprise, gulped down the whole glass of wine before asking for another one from the golems. He is not the only one. Surprises flashed into the eyes of several people, and when they found out what I said was true, they gulped down the wine fast instead of being careful with it and asked for a refilling. Seeing such behavior, regretful smiles couldn't help but appear on the faces of two council members, looking at their wine glasses with regret. There are very few things that could affect us without power. Even when we find a good wine, and it affects us, its effect burns down quickly by the natural defenses of the body, so we can't remain drunk for long unless they could find very powerful alcohol, which is quite hard. This effect of wine surprised me earlier. The recipe did not mention such effects, and they are unheard of. As the buzz seemed to be quite adept in avoiding the body's natural defenses, and if I were to guess a reason for it, then it would be the rule-bending power I had added into the wine. You have found a real treasure, Grandmaster Czar. Sometimes we really need the buzz to forget everything, said Lord Hunt before gulping down the wine. Soon we began eating, and I again received the praises as each course rolled onto the table. Conversation flowed as people ate and drank. I did not hold back on either food or drink. All of them have worked really hard and deserve this, considering from tomorrow they will have to work even harder. They seemed to know that as well, as except for a few people, others did not hold back. Even the teacher had drunk several glasses of wine, which little surprised me. Unlike her younger sister, teacher did not much like wine. She would only drink 2 or 3 glasses of wine or most, and would always burn its buzzing effects right after, but today she already drank 4 glasses, and the golem was filling the 5th. I did not say anything. She seemed to be enjoying herself, laughing, talking. She rarely lets herself be open up like this. Grandmaster Czar, do you have a few extra bottles of this wine? If you have it, I like some, said Lord Hunt as we reached the last course of the meal. I would also like some, Lady May chimed. They are not the only ones who asked for the bottles. Jim and others have already asked for some. Even Grandmaster Seth I asked for some, who don't like the least wine of all. I have a few extra bottles. I will send them to you, I replied. I have more than enough bottles that I could afford to give some. Aside from 200 bottles, there are a few barrels that I haven't bottled, yet they will at least give me 1,000 bottles. Not to mention, I have already decided to brew another batch of it. How much I will brew will depend on the benefits it offers. I am going to study them on tyrants from tomorrow, and if the result is to my satisfaction, I will brew another batch which will be bigger, but also use even more powerful resources than the last time. It was a meal to remember, Grandmaster Czar, one of the best in my life, said Lord Hunt as he walked toward the teleportation formation with Lady May. As they left, the people lost all their reservations soon. The music became loud, and people began to dance and drink to their heart's content. I did not hold back on liquor and let them drink as much as they wanted. As long as they do not drink from others' glasses, there is no problem. I have diluted the wine to be suitable for them. If Stefan drank from Jim's glass, then 1 sip would be more than enough to hammer him to unconsciousness. While people danced, I discussed important things with Jim and Grandmaster Charlin. They are not drunk enough to not think coherently. I am asking for their opinion about some things. I am not perfect at everything and know when to ask for help. Both of them are exceptionally knowledgeable, and Grandmistress had vast experience that in a few minutes, both of them solved several problems that had been bugging me. 3 hours passed before finally, and people began to leave one by one till only the teacher, me, and golems remained. I did not know you could drink so much, teacher, I said to her teasingly, and I got a smile that shook my heart. I have never seen a teacher smile like that, a smile filled with seductiveness. I was so stumped seeing the seductive smile on her gorgeous face that I did not react when the teacher turned to me and brought her face closer to mine, so close that I could smell her fruity breath. Before I could understand what was happening, I felt her lips on mine, and it made me feel anything I had ever felt before. The feelings I had buried deep in my heart erupted that moment, and my hands moved to cup her face as the kiss became deeper. I began to feel the things that I had never felt for anyone. These feelings I had for the teacher broke the shackles I had placed on them and filled my heart, and transformed into a passion that I began to pour into the kiss. We were kissing like we were heir to each other when suddenly the teacher pulled back with eyes wide open. "What I have done," she whispered in shock, and before I could do anything, she sped toward the teleportation and disappeared a second later. "Kiss," I whispered as I came to myself and touched my lips. I could still feel the taste of her lips, and the feeling I felt when I was kissing her, it was the best feeling in the world, and I want to feel it again, but it is not simple. I sat down shakingly. There was no feeling of buzz in me. I had burned it down. While others may have a problem doing that, I did not. I just need to add a little bit of rule-bending power, and it will all burn away. Thousands of thoughts began to swim in my mind, and everything was about that kiss. I tried to crush those thoughts, tried to bury them deeper in my heart, but this time it did not work. Instead, the opposite happened. They became so intense that it was all I could think about. I tried to busy myself to work on my core, which always helped me forget everything around me, but it did not work either. All I could think about was the kiss I had with a teacher. I don't know how long I sat, but in an instant, all thoughts in my mind were cleared, and I knew what I had to do. I got up smoothly and walked toward the teleportation formation with a clear purpose in my mind. I have made my decision, and I will do what I want. I do not care what the world will think or do. The only person I care about is her. Buzz. I stepped into the teleportation formation and typed the coordinates, and a moment later, I disappeared from the party hall. I appeared in front of the small brick house and stepped toward the door. The formations around the hall did not stop me. It was not the first time I had appeared here. Thud, thud. I stopped beside the door and knocked on it twice before stopping. She usually opened the door within a few seconds, but this time I didn't know whether she would open them or not. I will wait till she opens them. Click. A minute passed, and I was about to knock on the door again when it opened, and the teacher appeared in front of me. She's still in her red velvet gown and looks gorgeous as before, but now her eyes are moist, filled with thousands of thoughts. "Michael," she said, but stopped midway when she saw my finger coming at her with the pearl of dense pink energy on the top. My finger touched her forehead, and pink energy seeped inside her the next second. The flush of her cheeks lessened as the effect of the alcohol burned away. I had done that so she could hear without the influence of alcohol. "I will never let you go," I said, looking directly into her. For years, I had feelings for her, but I burrowed them inside me, given our relationship. Even until an hour ago, I kept them buried, but no more. "Mike," she opened her mouth to say something, but stopped as my lips touched her wonderful rosy lips. She resisted for a moment before her lips melted into mine, and we began kissing like we needed each other to survive. The feelings came back again, and this time they were more intense than before. It was like the dam I had constructed around them exploded, and everything came out with the full force, leaving behind nothing. It is not just my feelings that are intense, but hers too. They are just as intense as mine, or even more. I don't know how long we continued kissing, but when we separated, we were both a little breathless. "Good night, Marina," I said and kissed her forehead before walking back toward the teleportation formation with the happiest smile on my face. I really don't want to leave right now, but we both need a little space to sort out our feelings, to think deeply about the feelings. Buzz. I walked into the teleportation formation, and it lit up, and I disappeared as she watched me from the door. I appeared directly in my room, and the first thing I did was lay on the bed and close my eyes. As I did, I began to feel the urge again. I just want to go back there and continue kissing those wonderful lips of hers. I stayed awake for 3 hours, replaying those moments over and over before I finally fell asleep with a smile on my face. I woke up a little late than usual, but I have no regrets. There was even a big radiant smile on my face, which did not seem to go away. I stayed on the bed for a few minutes, replaying the kiss over and over in my mind before I forced myself to get up. I have too much work to do, and I can't just lay daydreaming about the best kiss of my life. I got up, freshened up, and showered before walking out of the room, and on the way, I heard a voice that made the smile on my face even brighter. "Mom, when did you return?" I asked my mother, who was holding my sister on her lap. My mother had gone on mission 4 days ago and had said it would take at least a week, but she had returned in just 4 days. "In the evening yesterday, we even had dinner together," she said, looking at my father, who placed a plate filled with a honeyed pancake in front of me as I sat at the table. "You look quite cheerful today. It seemed like that secret thing in your work went well," my father asked. "Better than well," I replied as I dug into the pancakes. My parents did not know about the project. They only knew I was working on something important that was confidential. Soon, I finished with my breakfast and walked out of the kitchen. I wanted to spend some time with my family, but I was already late to work. There are so many things I have to do today, and most importantly, Marina. I can't wait to meet her. Buzz, the teleportation formation buzzed, and the old man walked out of it before placing 12 boxes in front of me. He nodded and walked back into the teleportation formation and disappeared from the conference room. It had been nearly an hour since I came to the conference room, and aside from having small meetings with Grandmaster Charline and Mr. Law, I had been alone. Teacher usually comes to meet me by this time to discuss things, but she did not. Though she was present, I could see her on the screen as she was preparing a big pool of solutions for 50 people to dip inside. I am not worried she will come back. I watched the screens for a few minutes and gave some commands after reading the data from the scans before closing my eyes. I appeared in my core and walked to my study station, which now had a pink crystalline size of my hand and was as thick as my thumb. This disc is a recorder and a charger. The old Grandmaster earlier had brought seeds filled with the data of emperors and some newly advanced tyrants. This disk extracted all the data inside seeds and also charged, and it had done it extremely fast speed, seeing the 1200 seeds contain the scans of over 100,000 emperors. I touched the seeds, and its basic UI activated. I chose the tyrant options first. In the past 10 days, hundreds of emperors have leveled up to tyrant class, and I want to look at their data before moving to the emperors. Since the project has begun, I have added a couple of new tyrants. The number in the project is not fixed. As long as I found someone suitable, I will admit, but it is extremely hard to find suitable people, as even now, there are not even 1,000 people in the project. Soon the first scan appeared on the disk. My eyes quickly scanned it from up down, looking at important that make one suitable for my methods, but I did not find one in this woman and thus swiped. It did not even take me 15 seconds to carefully looked at the scan and make my decision. In the month I have become quite fast and my scans more detailed on average. It would take me around 12 seconds to look at each scan. The second scan was also not much special, and I continued to swipe the next 52 scans when I suddenly stopped when I noticed something. Teresa Reed, hidden agent, I said softly and noted down her name before continuing with my work. Since I handed down the project, I have caught 309 spies. 80 of them were tyrants. I am sure it had frustrated the Grimms to hell to see their hidden agents found out one after another. It is likely the reason why the assassination attempts have increased by sixfold. Many of them were successful, and we ended up losing many good people. Soon, I finished with all the tyrants. I did not find any other hidden agent or tyrant with suitability with my methods. Right after I finished with the tyrants, I moved to the emperors. I would need less than 10 seconds to scan an emperors. I would take a look at 8 to 10 scans of the emperors every second. Even with such speed, I need days to look at metaphysical scans of emperor. I tried an algorithm to sort out the ones with suitability to my method, but it did not work. The things I look at are vast and complex. I was not able to look for all those things. Though I am trying to perfect it, as I do not want to just look at emperors, I want to go below even then, at kinds, even dukes. It had been a year since the war began, and it was far from over. We had just begun bringing out our true cards, and it would take a year or even more before we reached the final phase of the war, which is the shortest, finished within days to weeks. I am preparing for a protracted war. Like every grand war and epic war we have fought, at least 5 years to finish. The scale of the war had reached close to grand war, and the council is saying this could very well be turned into an epic war. If that happens, it means Grimms are prepared with numerous cards in their hands. We will need our own cards to deal with them, and I have already started preparing for it. Thankfully, the council also thinks the same and has been very forthcoming in investing in it heavily. In the past month, I have already selected more than 2,000 emperors, and their initiation has already begun. They are in a different part of the pyramid, and the one that is handling them is none other than Grandmaster Salvador. He is quite talented. The result he has produced in just 2 weeks is already very good. He is handling the emperors, and as soon as those emperors leveled up the tyrant class, they will be directly part of the 1,000 Grandmaster project I am leading. 15 minutes passed when I stopped in front of Scan with a smile finally appearing on my face. Seeing his suitability, I added her to the list as soon as I scanned him carefully and got the go-ahead from Grandmaster Sethai on Psych Evaluable. He will be added to the Emperor project. I continued looking at the scans every hour. I would find a few emperors suitable for me. 70 of these emperors would be older than 40, which is good news in one way. Unlike the young ones, these are very experienced powerhouses. They could bear some of the treatments much better than young ones, especially those that give the pain. Buzz, I was scanning the list when I suddenly opened my eyes. The teleportation formation had lit up, and Marina had finally appeared. She appeared in the teleportation formation and walked toward me, and sat down beside me before opening various files through her holowatch. Her face is expressionless, and ever since she arrived, she hadn't looked even once. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The subjects in Windows 13, 14, and 16 are respo, she said, but stopped midway when she felt my hands on her body. I gently picked her up and sat her on my lap. She did not resist me, and when I moved to kiss her, she even moved her head forward. Soon we began kissing again, but this time, this kiss was different from the other two kisses, which were full of passion and longing. This is slow and gentle, filled with the unsaid feelings we have for each other. We had kissed for more than 10 minutes before we finally broke apart, and this time there was no panic and hesitation in her eyes. What are we doing? You are my student, she questions. So what? We are not doing anything wrong, I said firmly. There is nothing wrong with our relationship, and it is not like it is a big taboo or anything. It is more common than one realizes. Still, I hope nobody finds out about it, she said, and I opened my mouth to say something when she placed a finger on my lips. Not for forever, just for some time, she said softly, and I nodded after some thoughts. You are the most important person in my life, and I am not ashamed of what I feel about you, I said as I moved her closer to me. Till yesterday, I didn't know what I felt about her. I just kept burying the feelings I have had for her. But now, I know what these feelings were and understand important she had become to me, and I will never her go under any pressure. Soon, she begins to give me the reports. Most of them are good, and some of them are not. I quickly read the data and studied the scans before I began to make the changes. The majority of problems occurred in those with the bloodlines. They are hard to deal with, and if it's not for the undeniable advantages they have, I would not have selected so many people with bloodline. Currently, 42 of subjects of the 1000 Grandmaster project have bloodlines. They are a mix of low, mid, and high-level origins. The classification is not permanent in the bloodline, especially before they create the core. For my project, I have selected a third of people with bloodlines that I have come across. While these bloodlines are complicated to deal with, they can be easily advanced compared to inheritance if one knows the way. I know the way, and I have been especially focusing on them, more than those with inheritance. Only in this way will I be able to achieve my target in such a short time. Soon, I sorted out the problems teachers had brought and provided her with the solutions which my avatar had crafted. Both of us have left the conference room. Today is a weekly training session for a special group of people. I do not personally train people aside from my mentees, but this group is a little special. I am one of the few people who could teach them. This is also to repay the huge favor their organization has done to me. I appeared in the small hall, where is 22 seats and a huge podium. All of the 22 seats were occupied by people, and all of them were occupied by the people of the Wisdom Tower. Grandmaster Czar rang out through the room as I appeared in the room. All of sit down. As I had said before, you all don't have to stand up every time I come for the lecture, I said to them. We will start from where he had held off last week, the intricacies of designing the most suitable moves, I said, and soft pink fog released from my body. All 22 of them are masters and practice the core inheritance of Wisdom Tower. They are the most talented of the Wisdom Tower, who chose the second part of their inheritance where they have to design their own moves. 8 of these 22s are subjects in the 1000 Grandmaster program, including Aloan, Danielle's daughter. So it is not me just repaying the favor of the Wisdom Tower. As I had said before, designing the move is not difficult. All of you are talented enough to do it, and all of you are talented enough to do it. The real challenge is designing a move that plays your strength fully, I said, and the runes made of fire began to come out of me. A few seconds later, a formation made of silver fire runes appeared in the air. Buzz, take a look at this formation, I said and activated the formation. In the next second, the formation disappeared, and in its place, a silver flaming sphere appeared. This sphere is made of my fire ability, which is exceptionally dense, and it also has some sticky qualities. I have designed this move in such a way that it would use all the properties of my fire, from its denseness to its stickiness, I said and waved my hand lightly, and the spear shot forward. Bang! The spear moved fast over the heads of everybody before striking the dummy into the chest squarely. Do you see how fast the spear was, and how the fire had covered the dummy after the spear had exploded? This is the simplest example of efficiently using one power through the lesson. I will teach ways to use your power efficiently in exceedingly complicated moves, I said, and thousands of runes began to come out of me. In a couple of seconds, it formed a formation that was 100 times more complicated than the fiery spear that I had just displayed. 1.5 months passed since the project began, and 3 weeks since the breakthrough of the 17 masters into the Grandmaster's class. Since then, no other Grandmaster breakthrough has happened, and nor have we tried. We are still preparing, making double the efforts in everything, and the result is said to be good. There are some candidates who are ready to make a breakthrough into Grandmaster. Still, I decided to wait some more time to make even greater preparations. Failure is not allowed. Once the master fails in breakthrough, it will be extremely hard for them to make the breakthrough again, not to mention the loss of humongous resources we have spent on the person. I have been extremely busy in the past 1.5 months, and stressful. If not for Marina, I don't know how I would have managed such stress. Usually when I feel stressed, I go to the battlefield. It does wonder to relieve all the stress and could be said to be the second best method to relieve the stress after making love. I am feeling very happy today, and Marina is not the only reason for that. Lord Whitmore has called to me in his face, and that could only mean one thing. Knock, knock. I appeared beside the Lord Whitmore's office and knocked on it. Click. The door opened and I walked inside. Behind the table was Lord Whitmore, and he looked quite stressed, more stressed than usual. Lord Whitmore, I said as I appeared in front of him. Grandmaster Czar, please take the seat, he offered. I nodded and took the seat in front of him. You know what I have called you? He asked. You have a mission for me, I said matter-of-factly. If it had been not the case, then I would have been called to the central command instead of his tower. Yes, and this mission is a little complicated, he said and tapped on his desk, and soon two visually appeared in front of me. See, I sucked a sharp breath. Seeing the two visuals, there is a projection of two people in a very horrid state. One has the spores, all are their bodies. These spores seem to be releasing the gaseous. The person has thin blade marks on her body. There are thousands of these blade marks on her body, which is bleeding a violet puss. Grandmaster Manny, Grandmaster Gurmuk. Who did this to them? I asked. I do not think it is a work of Grimm's. Their torture marks bear a different kind of signature, and these are not from them. I could be wrong, as freaks even among them who do the things differently, but I very much doubt that. I don't know when they returned. They were not in the state of speaking, he replied. Where did it happen? I asked. Harkin's ruin, he replied. Hun. A surprised sound couldn't help but come out of me unconsciously. Harkin's a ruin is a very old Grandmaster class ruin. It was a little weird ruin, but was filled with treasures when it appeared 4,000 years. But over the years, Grimm's and we looted it dry that nobody goes there anymore. 2 days, our censors sensed something strange from us ruin that forced us to send the two Grandmasters. They returned 2 days later in a state where they could not even speak a word. He replied, what did you be able to find out anything from the wounds? I asked. Very little, he replied with a sigh. They are using very powerful toxin energy we have not come across before. I have checked the ruins record in the archive, but did not find anything about these toxins, which is not strange considering what type of ruin it was, said Lord Whitmore with a frown. I know very little about the Harkin's ruin from what we were able to find. It was a place for torture. They also did the experiments on humans. Before attracting the retribution, those who attacked that place were pretty angry that they had destroyed nearly everything in the ruin. It ended up benefiting us, as most of the buildings were destroyed, including the security apparatus, which let us loot the things inside those destroyed buildings. Any reaction from the Grimm? I asked. There is a pretty intense reaction from them. They had sent the team, as at the same time as us. I don't whether it is to take revenge or their preliminary team found something. They have sent a pretty big group, and they did not even hit from our senses, replied Lord Whitmore. We have to consider both, including the third option being this Grimm's plan from the beginning to trap and kill our important powerhouses, I replied, to which he nodded. The Grimms have done such a thing so many times that we would be an idiot to not consider this option. A single peak Grandmaster is comparable to 20 initial Grandmasters to trap such a powerhouse. They would not think twice about releasing 2 initial Grandmasters. This is not a mandatory mission for you. If you are busy with a project, you could decline it, he said, to which I shook my head. He wanted me to decline, so I would be safe here in the pyramid, working on the project which would stop if something had happened to me. But how could I decline this wonderful opportunity to leave and have some action? I have been cooped in pyramid for nearly 3 months, and now I just want to go out, fight some strong Grimm monsters, and if it's real and not part of Grimm's plan, then deal with the things that injured Grandmaster Manny and Gurmuk like this. I will take this mission, I replied after waiting for a few seconds. A disappointment flashed in the eyes of Lord Whitmore, but he controlled his emotions quickly. Your mission is to investigate, and if it is in your power, then deal with it, said Lord Whitmore before he transferred important data related to the ruin to me. I have 2 weeks at most for this mission. The project could only survive for 2 weeks without me, so whether I am successful or not, I will have to return within 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks is more than enough for me to successfully complete the mission. I entered the space tunnel, where I remained calm. I did not move so much. The accident I had suffered years ago is still very fresh in my mind. Bang! I remained in the space tunnel for more than a minute before I was thrown out hard. I seemed to have crashed against something hard, so hard that I felt some of my bones cracking, which is very hard considering the defense of my armor. Damn. I cursed and opened my eyes and found myself staring at a rock. No, not a rock, but a mountain. I have crashed into the mountain. I circulated the healing energy to fix the small bone cracks around my body as I looked around. As I expected, I found myself under the twilight sky and faint black mist around me. Seeing that, I instantly recognized where I was. The Black Mist Mountains. It is only covered in the black mist, while the rest of the ruin has white smoke surrounding it. This mist is extremely dangerous, that only Grandmasters could survive in it. It also restricts soul sense. Even the peak Grandmasters won't be able to stretch their soul sense over 5 miles. I flew up in the sky while my avatar studied the map. I did not have a specific direction in my mind. So I would fly north while searching for the signs of disturbing signals that Pyramid had sensed and also deal with Grims if I had come across them. I really wish I had come across the Grim monsters, especially one with the bloodline. I had been in mid-level of leader class for far too long. To consume the bloodline of one Grim monster, it did not matter if it was an initial Grandmaster's bloodline. As long as it was a Grandmaster class, I would be able to advance into a peak leader class. Father, Chooch. As I had reached the top of the mountain, Ashlyn and Nero came out of me. Don't go too far away from me, I said, especially to Nero, had is too excited to be out. While Ashley got a chance to come out every week, Nero did not, and now that I had entered the ruin, he is not willing to stay inside even for a moment. Both of them flew away from me. While I moved toward the north, I didn't have any specific direction, so moving to the opposite seemed like a wise choice. This way I will pass through the central area, which is the most crowded with the destroyed building. I moved fast while my source sense covered the large area. Others' soul senses might face suppression of the black mist, but mine did not, or at least not as much as the others. I could still use 70 of it. Everything is barren, I whispered to myself few minutes. There is not much life here. One could see a little greenery now and then, but it is very rare. The mist of this ruin made it very hard for something to grow. An hour passed, and I had traveled a huge area with my speed, but I did not find anything, not even grim monsters, which were supposed to have come here in a large quantity. Another 40 minutes passed when suddenly, I noticed the movement toward the edge of my soul sense and moved toward it. Halfway through the distance, that thing seemed to sense me as it looked at me. Its look shocked me. I first thought I had seen a human, but humans don't have 4 ears and have gray metal cubes planted in their bodies. The thing also has a black warhammer, which is big as it. Such weapons went out of fashion among humans centuries ago. The moment it looked at me, it disappeared from its place and came toward me. Its speed is extremely fast that it barely took a few seconds to appear next to me. Die. It shouted loudly in a universal language, and it swung its hammer at me with an incredible speed. My sword appeared in my hand in an instant, and I swung at it. Clang! Its hammer clashed against my sword, and my eyes widened up in a shock. Saying I am shocked would be an understatement. The attack was powerful, and hidden it was even powerful invisible energy, but it was not what shocked me. The thing that shocked me was that the thing in front of me was not alive. Its attack did not bear the slightest hint of life. Instead, they have an immensely deep necrotic feeling that raised all hairs on my body. This thing is not alive. If I am right, then it is a flesh golem. The pale metallic cube stuck inside it, the dead look in its eyes, and most importantly, the necrotic feeling I am getting from it is proof that this thing is a flesh golem. The flesh golems are golems in which a body of fleshy life is used. Most of the time, they use the dead body, but some cruel methods require a live being. I have read about these flesh golems before, but have never expected I would come across one. It instantly made me very serious. If what I read about them is right, then my time in this ruin is not going to be easy. I might even end up like Grandmaster Manny and Grandmaster Gurmuk, or worse, die in this ruin. I will have to be very careful from now on. It had not wasted even a moment before it took back its hammer and attacked me with 3 times more power than before. Clang, clang, clang. I moved my sword and defended against the attack, but that was just the beginning, as it attacked again and then again with greater strength. I am fighting completely defensive. I want to investigate before taking any concrete action against it, and being defensive is the best strategy for that. It would keep it engaged without activating any serious functions inside it. I know very little about flesh golems. Some of the things I know is that even weak ones could bring out massive distractions. Many golems have self-destruction functions, which they activate if they have reached the end of a rope. Flesh golems might also do the same. After all, it is a golem, so I have to be very careful in fighting against it. Clang, clang, clang. It continued its attacks, each one being more powerful than before. It is not just the physical attacks that are getting stronger, but also the energy attacks. This energy is extremely powerful, and if it had gone inside me, then my condition would also become like those 2 grandmasters who had faced these flesh golems before me. As I fought with it, my strings moved toward it, and soon they pierced through its body, but as they passed through a centimeter of skin. The strings have come across a very powerful barrier of necrotic energy. It is not just the necrotic energy, but also the soul energy on top of it. I was quite surprised seeing the soul energy, but soon remembered that dead things could also utilize it, as long as they have an artificial soul core made from soul crystals. This protective layer had stumped me, but will not stop me ever since my failure with Golden Fire Werewolf, whose art has made my strings useless for the first time. I have been searching for ways to fix it. I have been able to develop something quite remarkable, which would not be possible without the colossal amount of data I am collecting throughout the month. This flesh golem is perfect for testing whether it would work or not. The runes appeared on my invisible strings, and the formation activated. As it did, a lone string moved toward the defensive layer of the necrotic energy, and soul energy. One is for detecting, and the other is for destroying. Finally, the lone string touched the soul layer, while at the same time I kept my finger on the switch of all boost, including the fourth boost. If it detected my string and I sensed the danger, I would immediately activate all my boosts and even burn my blood. I do not want to take the risk with the unknown. The little information I have about them is enough for me to know dangerous these things are. A second passed, and then another, but the soul sense did not discover my strings. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I began to move the string forward without wasting any time. 5 seconds later, the string breached through the soul energy layer and approached the layer of extremely thick necrotic energy. For this, my string did not stop. The most dangerous was a soul string. The thick necrotic layer is just a powerful energy layer, and my string just needs to be powerful enough to bear it. My string is powerful without a doubt, and for extra measures I have even activated the protective layer. The string touched the powerful necrotic energy layer, and I have found it more powerful than I had initially expected, but my string is powerful enough that it has breached through it without getting damaged. Damn. I shouted out loud in shock as I defended against another attack of the flesh golem. It was not the golem that had made me curse out loud, but the thing I saw inside when my string had finally pushed inside the flesh golem. It is unlike anything I have seen before. The string had released a tiny bit of soul sense inside that is mixed with heavy rule bending power, which gave me a basic look of what is inside the flesh golem, and it had thoroughly shocked me. I see a complicated mixture of organic and inorganic things, artifacts merged with the flesh, working together seamlessly. I have also noticed the state of the artifacts merged with the flesh. It is not great. The time had taken a toll on these artifacts, and it had shocked me even. If the golem has such massive power despite the state of these artifacts, I wonder what kind of power these golems had when they were at their peak. Just thought of it couldn't help but shake me to the core. I controlled my emotions and operated the string even more carefully outside the layers. The other strings began to merge with the lone strings, and inside, the lone string began to separate itself and spread inside the flesh golems. As the strings spread inside the body of the golem, I begin to get a clearer and clearer look at its anatomy, and it is shocking. Soon, the strings reached the most important area of the flesh golem, the place where its cores are located. Its core is in a place where this being's heart should be, the same position as humans. Inside the fleshy metal heart, there is a gray metallic disc, densely carved with the runes that I did not recognize, and above it, 2 cores are chained to runes of the metallic gray disc. The big one is a dark gray core, which is obviously a necrotic core of this flesh golem, and besides, it is a tiny pure white cube, which, if I am not wrong, is a soul core containing the pure soul energy. Just seeing that disc and the cores, my eyes couldn't help but light up in greed. Clang, its hammer clashed against my sword, and my body shook under it. I was barely able to stop myself from taking a step back under its powerful force. As I was shaking under its attack, it had taken back its hammer with mechanical efficiency and attacked again with greater power. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but become serious, and I activated the first boost, finally. With the power of the first boost, I once again began to deal with it with ease and focused more on understanding its anatomy. I did not focus on the things I could not understand, instead focused on the things I could. The main things I focused on were the utilization of power, the working of veins which had also been modified heavily, and its brain functions. These are all important things that could help me in my research greatly. While I am focusing on these things, I am recording everything from each artifact present in the body to the strange runes on that pale gray disc that had enamored me the most. Seeing the gray chains on it spread everywhere, it is clear that this disc is one of the most important parts of the flesh golem, and I will try to have it if possible. About 15 minutes passed, and I felt like it was reaching its limit of power. I could see the strain the necrotic core was feeling in providing the increasing power to the golem. I became even more careful despite my strings wrapping it around fully. If I wish, I could freeze it on its spot, as I do with the Grims, but I felt like that would be an unwise thing to do against the enemy, which I don't know anything about. It is a golem, and these things have many contingencies programmed inside them, so taking a cautious approach against it would be a wise choice. 1.5 minutes passed, and it could not draw increasing power anymore. Its core had reached a limit, and I did not see any unstable factor I had been expecting. It is behaving normally, and it couldn't help but make me take a sigh of relief. I had just thought that when suddenly, the connection between the gray disc and the necrotic core suddenly snapped up. It became unstable in an instant, releasing powerful energies that scared the shit out of me. It is not just that, as it snapped the connection with the gray disc. The gray disc also snapped in connection with the artifacts, and a gray core formed a connection with them at the same instant and began to pour an immense amount of power into them. This power is not to charge up the artifact, but to overwhelm them heavily so they would explode. So, the necrotic core is not will be the only thing that will explode with it explode, nearly every artifact inside it. Freaking hell, I cursed loudly and activated all 3 boosts instantly before I shot back with my greatest speed while the shields materialized around me. At the same time, my strings covered the gray disc and soul core and yanked them out with all the strength I had. The decision to do that kind of impulsive, that if I had time to think about, I would not have done something dangerous in my greed, but it is already too late now. I have already yanked it out of its body, and it is now coming toward me. In a fraction of seconds, the necrotic core has completely changed. It has become so unstable that it will explode within a fraction of moments. BOOM. The gray disc and the necrotic core had just entered inside my shields when the flesh golem finally exploded. Its explosion was like a supernova, it extremely bright, blinding like a dark sun, and its power had reached me in an instant and clashed against my shield. As the power of the explosion covered my shields fully, they too became blinding while immense power began to come inside me. My runes always consumed them. It did not matter even if it was the filthiest kind of energy, they would consume that. The power of the explosion was huge, and an immense amount of energy began to come inside me. My body had reached the limit of the energy it could take, and I was about to burn my blood to manage the flow of this huge amount of energy, but stopped suddenly. The power of the explosion had begun to lessen, and in just a couple of seconds, it had reached the level I could bear it comfortably. A minute passed, and I finally withdrew my shields as the power of the explosion had nearly disappeared. What little remained could be easily bored by the defense of my armor. Damn, that was scary, I said as I wiped the heavy sweat piled up on my forehead in just a couple of seconds. Flesh Golem had the power of barely a mid-grandmaster, but the explosion it had created would have wiped away a peak grandmaster. The only reason I was able to survive was that I immediately sensed the unstable core and created the distance between it. If I had been in the 100-meter range of it when it had exploded, there is no way I would have survived, even with my powerful defensive method of mine. These golems are scaring the hell out of me. If I come across another one, I would have to be extremely careful if I want to fight against it, and I have already decided I would not fight against a golem that has the power of peak grandmaster. Even though I would be able to defend against its attacks with the help of my shields, if it had exploded, there would be 0 chances of me surviving, and I still love my life enough not to take such risks. Sigh. A heavy sigh couldn't help but escape my lips when I looked at the huge crater. The explosion was so powerful that it had crystallized the earth. There are still heavy energies lingering in the crater, which are powerful enough to kill anything that is not Grandmaster. I created some distance between the battle site and me lest it attracts some more flesh golems before looking at the 2 things floating in front of me. One is a pale gray disc, and the other is a tiny soul core with pure soul energy. It is even smaller than a drop of water, but the soul energy that is contained inside it is huge and also extremely pure, and I couldn't help but drool on it. This soul crystal is extremely precious to me, not only to me but also to others. There is 1 tyrant and 3 emperors with a special soul constitution. It would help extremely in advancing their soul constitution, not to mention the price I would get if I decided to sell it. Though I would be an idiot to do that unless, of course, I get something equally valuable that I need. There is no fault in the soul core. I had looked at it carefully through all my abilities. Feeling relieved, I have placed it in my core before turning to the pale gray disc with unknown runes. There is an extremely complicated formation carved on the disc, and it is not a regular formation but one that formed a single intent rune. If one looks at the formation carefully, all of the runes will merge, and one will see a single ruin that is an intent ruin. It would take me years to decipher something this complex, but I am sure I will be able to do it and plan to. This thing contains an immense knowledge that even scratching a small part of it, I will benefit greatly, but before I think about it, I will have to decipher these runes first before deciphering the whole formation. I continued looking at these runes for a couple of seconds before I took out the box. The box is the size of my hand and very heavy with dense runes carved on it. I placed the disc inside it carefully before closing the box and storing it inside my storage. I'm not storing it inside my core despite looking harmless. The disc gives me a dangerous feeling, and I am not putting something like that in my core. So took out one of the strongest boxes I have before placing it inside the store. If the disc behaves any strangely, the box will tell me immediately, and I will throw it as far away from me as possible. I once again began to fly to the north with more questions in mind. It had become even clearer that these flesh golems were not part of the Grimm's trap. If the Grimms had just a weapon, they would have used it on the battlefield. With these golems, they would have been able to bring immense destruction to our forces. Still, I do not understand why the hell the Grimms have come in such force. They have at least sent 10 Grandmasters here, which is a huge force. I refuse to believe that Grimms have overlooked the danger or sent the force to deal with us humans, who would come to investigate it. They know, with our numbers, we would not be able to send many Grandmasters here. The 2 were already our limit. If it is not for the shocking injuries on the two Grandmasters' bodies, the higher-ups might even let it go. Our forces are too small to investigate everything. It is even harder when half of the things are traps from the Grimms. It only leaves one option, and that is Grimms have found something, and it is precious enough for them to send such a huge force despite the danger this ruin has. I increased my speed. Even though I did not want to be detected by the golem, I needed to find the Grimm as soon as possible and know what they are planning here. Only then will I be able to calm my restless mind. Around 10 minutes had passed since I began flying again when I got a message from Nero. He had found a flesh golem, and now he is shooting toward it to fight it. I opened my mouth to stop him but closed it, knowing he would listen to me. Nero likes fighting, and he did not get many chances to do that with me always keeping him hidden, and now that he has finally got the opportunity, he will not let it go. Be careful, I said finally. I had already informed him and Ashlyn of the dangers of the flesh golem. He will be careful, even though he acts most of the time impulsively. Don't worry, father, it will not be able to touch me, said Nero confidently and moved toward the golem at even greater speed. It did not take long for the golem to notice the Nero, and like me, it sped toward Nero and soon appeared close enough that I could sense its level through Nero's powerful senses, which couldn't help but make my expression serious. This golem has true mid-grandmaster power, unlike the one I had fought, which barely had that power. I once again reminded Nero of all the facts and continued flying. Ashlyn and I continued moving, while Nero began to fight against the golem. Both of us did not find any sign of the grim monsters that we were searching for. We did not even find any flesh golems. Ashlyn is quite looking forward to fighting, especially now that Nero is fighting one. While I am flying, I am also looking at Nero's battle, and I have to say, the golem he is fighting is quite powerful and equally skilled as the one we have fought. It is also using a weapon that is rarely used in the battle due to the expertise it requires to use it, a morning star. I was watching the battle with great interest, as it was very interesting when suddenly my eyes became alert, but a smile appeared on my face as I finally found the grim monster. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face seeing the grim monster finally, but the very next moment, the smile became strained. The bastard did not have a bloodline. It is the very first reason I have been searching for these bastards desperately. I need a Grimm with the bloodline. Even the weakest bloodline of Grandmaster would be enough for my advancement. I am just a thin line away from breaking into the peak Grandmaster class, and the Grandmaster class bloodline would be enough. I think even a powerful Master class bloodline might also do the job. If I tried to advance a normal way, it would take me at least 2 more months, and I could not wait that long. The advancement into the peak Grandmaster class would not only increase my strength but also would open a space to practice art. Not to mention, it would also provide me with more rule-bending power, which always gets drained every day. Sensing the grim monster, a change in my armor occurred, and the moment it had finished, I moved toward it. I have already sensed its level, which is a mid-Grandmaster, and like me, this bastard is also a step away from reaching the peak Grandmaster class. Thud, I landed in front of Grim Monster. It had sensed me a few seconds ago, and had been waiting for me all along. So the humans did send someone. I hope you would not be the only one, said the Grim as a long, thin blue sword appeared in its hand. I am alone is more than capable of dealing with you, Hegdo, I replied, and an explosive aura blasted off my body, which shocked Lightning Leopardman in front of me. I have activated the first boost and second boost together with full power and moved toward with killing intent blazing in my eyes. Good strength, said Hegdo with a hungry look as it got over its shock, and powerful lightning covered its body, which began to give off an aura that was no weaker than mine. Die. I shouted as I swung the long sword that appeared in my hand with the full power at the same time. That thin blue sword of it has also moved toward me with the incredible speed and lightning power that was covering it densely. CLANNG. Our swords clashed hard, creating a huge shockwave and shaking us from top to bottom that we have barely stopped ourselves from taking a step back. Your energy is really something, said Hegdo, and this time there was no smile on its face, instead, a very serious expression, and instantly got a glove of blue energy covering its whole arms, which is, of course, to protect against my energy. I did not say anything instead of attacking again with the full power of the second boost. It also swung its sword a moment after. Despite a very tight schedule in the past month, I would always work on my things, and one thing I was able to accomplish was making a huge breakthrough in my energy. I was finally able to create a formula that could evade the defenses. Though my energy is not completely evaded, the defenses of the energy, 20 to 30 of my energy, would reach the enemy's body, which is huge. The energy of attack might not be able to do anything, but of the 100 it would create quite a mess that would directly affect the fighting power of the enemy, even kill them if the damage continued piling up. CLANNG. Our weapons clashed again, but this time only I shook while it had remained stable. though it did not seem too happy about it. The blue energy covering its arms became even denser as it attacked me. CLANNNG, thud. Our weapons clashed, and this time I had forced to take a step back, seeing that I had finally activated the third boost. The attack was more powerful than I had imagined. I thought with the power of the second boost, I would be able to keep it engaged for at least 10 minutes, but it seemed like I was wrong. Though it is not entirely my fault, considering how much it had increased the power of its attack while mine had remained the same. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Attack after attack came, but they were only able to shake, not make me take a step back like before. Still, one should be happy considering getting such a result within a few seconds of battle, but its mood is getting worse and worse, and now it is so angry that I feel its eyes might get burst open with it. In 2.5 centuries of my existence, I have never come across the inheritance that could evade the defenses to such degree, it said, and attacked me with even greater strength. It is smart enough to understand the implication of such energy. It is extremely dangerous, and the sooner one deals with it, the better. It is new inheritance, I replied in jest as I defended against its attack, but it did not seem to be in a mood to laugh at my jokes. Humans have made a grave mistake to send a gem like you here. If you had grown to your full potential, it would have been very troublesome for us, it said, and attacked again. You are talking like I am a dead person while I am still living and kicking, I replied again with jest, and like before, it did not seem to amuse it. You will die all right, it said with unshaken confidence. That, for a moment, I wanted to flee. I know the reason for its confidence, and it is the reason why I have attacked it with such power, which is the opposite of how I fight. This risk could end up very badly for me. I had already begun to make the preparation to run away from this ruin, but I am successful. There will be a lot of benefits, and I might even get an answer from the Grim about this ruin. It vomited the blood. The vomit was filled with the big pierces of its internal organs, which immediately made it pale, and its aura weakened faintly. I have been fighting against it for nearly 5 minutes and have already exchanged more than 1,000 moves, and I have to say, its body is quite resilient to keep up with the hidden energy for so long, which is not surprising considering it also practices a hybrid art like me. Your energy is really good. Despite being weaker than my own energy, it was able to injure me to such a degree, Hegdo said as it wiped its bloody mouth with its hand. It is just a beginning. Fight me more, and it will blast you from inside, I said with a big smile, like I was telling it the good news and not describing a gruesome and painful way to die. So, little kitty, you should start running, or you won't get a chance in the future, I added. My words made it angry, so angry that it was literally shaking. You will soon pay the price for mocking me, human, it said, and storm lightning exploded out of its body. I would very much like to see how you do that, I replied, remaining unfazed by the powerful aura that exploded out of its body. Ryamdo's rage. It shouted and came at me with such power that I felt like it was not a grim monster, but a storm itself coming at me. It is powerful and destructive that very few could stand against it. I did not fear it. It did have the power to kill me, not to mention it was already dead. If I want to, I could kill it within a second, but it is not time. The real thing has yet to come. Until it appears, I will keep it alive. I just hope I am not making a mistake. As I had said before, it could turn very badly for me, but it is the risk I have to take. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Its powerful storm-like attack clashed against me, barely able to shake me. It surprised it, but it did not let affect the battle as it launched another attack and then another. It is like I am inside a lightning storm, getting attacked by the barrage of lightning every moment. As I was defending against it, I sensed Nero's battle ending, and the result couldn't help but surprise me. It is not the defeat of the flesh golem that had surprised me. There is nothing surprising about it. I know it would happen. What surprised me was the way the battle had ended. Nero has somehow entered inside the golem and eaten the necrotic core and soul core the moment the gray disc broke its connection. It would have been amazing if I had been able to get a body of the flesh golem, but that was just wishful thinking. The bastards who made it didn't want to hand over its precious things to anyone. The moment Nero ate both cores, the golem self-destructed. They could do it without a necrotic core, just the explosion is weaker than when the necrotic core explodes. Still, if one remained within 10 meters distance of it, then it is powerful enough to kill them. Even peak Grims would survive the explosion. Thankfully, Nero was able to take the gray disc before the golem exploded. Those discs might be dangerous, but also offer a great opportunity to those who are willing to take the risk. Pa. Another minute passed when Hegdo stopped again and began puking this time. It was just a single pure but repeated one with big pieces of flesh sliding down its throat, and with each puke, its aura would weaken up slightly. Hegdo, you should run away. It had been quite a while since I have hunted the running Grim, I said. Laugh, human, laugh very soon. That laughter on your face is going to turn into the horror. It said and came at me with a powerful attack, despite its aura weakening. My energies are wreaking havoc inside it. If it continues fighting me, it won't be able to survive more than 10 minutes. If this Grim did not have any option, it would have run away, but it has, and it is due to that. It is so confident in killing me. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Our weapons clashed fast, every attack of us powerful enough to spread shockwave for miles and create a crater and singe the earth. It is a truly mighty opponent with such destructive power. Very few human grandmasters of mid-level could contend against such power and kill it, considering its power is at the edge of the mid-level. If I did not kill it, it wouldn't take it long to reach the peak of the Grandmaster class, and that would be a true disaster. Suddenly a faint change appeared in my eyes, and the worried breath I had been holding onto since the battle began had been released. Now I am very sure I will not die. Forget dying. I will receive a greater reward, much greater if I succeed all the way. You guys are finally here. The lightning leopardman shouted suddenly and stopped its attack midway. On its strained face, finally, a relaxed smile appeared, which seemed to take away the paleness of its body, though not the weakened aura. Hegdo, you looked like shit, said a booming voice suddenly, and a moment later, a Grim appeared. An ape-man had its whole body covered in a shining white crystal. It is rock ape-man, they have black rock skin, but the color changes when the bloodline appears. This bastard is quite powerful, even slightly stronger than the lightning leopard I am currently fighting. This human seemed to be beating you good, it said as it looked at me, but I did not even spare a glance at it. It is not the only one who has appeared. There is another Grim monster that is far more powerful, a peak Grim Grandmaster. I looked at Frost Lizardman, which was letting out a peak Grandmaster aura. It was quite powerful that I had to gulp down the urge to summon out my shields immediately. I have my shields ready, but I will not use them. The greater time I have before I reveal my identity, the better. There is a high chance that these two mid-grandmasters would run away as soon as I revealed my identity. I do not want it to happen. Especially the Rock Ape Man. It is my ticket to peak leader class which will give me the power of the peak grandmaster. Hegdo, you are useless as ever. Arna helped him finish the human, ordered Frost Lizardman while looking at me, condensing. I am not the only one who has seemed to be offended by the Lizardman's tone. The Grims did not seem to like it as well, especially Hegdo, but it controlled its emotions and directed all its anger at me. Arna, be careful of this human bastard. Its energy is strange. It could evade the defenses and wreck the internals. Hegdo warned. It seemed to surprise Arna. Not only it, but even the Frost Lizardman also seemed to be surprised by it. Why are you two idiots wasting time staring at it? Finish it off, barked Frost Lizardman, which again made the anger flash in their eyes before their gazes turned at me and their aura exploded. The bloodline aura of Rock Ape Man formed a regal bloodline phantom, which merged into its body a moment later, strengthening its power even further. Both of them did not want to hold anything back in fear of reprisal from their superior, and burst with full power. Seeing that, I also harnessed 80 of power from my boosts. Kill! Both of them shouted and came at me with their weapons blazing. Riamdo's Rage, Might of the Mountain. They shouted as they appeared beside me. The thin sword of Lightning Leopard came carrying Storm with it, while the huge axe of the Ape Man came carrying the weight of the mountain, making me feel suffocated. CLNNNGG. I disappeared from my sport the moment Hegdo's sword was about to cut through me and appeared in front of the Arla, whose white stone great axe clashed against my sword, nearly forcing me to take a step back while creating alarm in the eyes of the Ape Man. Damn. I thought the thing you said about its energy was a lie to justify your shameful state, but it seemed like this time you're telling the truth. It said, much to the anger of the Lightning Lizardman while looking at me with many serious eyes than before. Arla, don't hold back. We should quickly finish this bastard. It is not the only danger we have in this ruin, said Hegdo and came at me with even greater power. The Rock Ape Man nodded, and an even more powerful aura burst out of it as it came at me. CLNNGG, CLNNGG, CLNNGG. I once again avoided the blade of the Hegdo and clashed my sword with the axe of Arla. I have injured Hegdo enough that it would take a while for it to recover from them, so focusing on Arla is a wise choice. Both of them are near equally powerful, but due to the injuries, Lightning Leopardman couldn't display its full power. On the other hand, Rock Ape Man is still strong, and not to mention, I have no information about it like I do about Lightning Leopardman and the Frost Lizardman in the sky. Earth-crushing mountains, shouted Rock Ape Man suddenly, and more than 100 small house-size mountains appeared in the sky. One moment there was nothing, another moment, the misty sky was filled with hundreds of huge glittering white rocks. Sup, sup, sup. Die human, Arla shouted with a huge smile on its face, and hundreds of house-size rocks descended on me with great momentum. The attack was very powerful. These rocks were not normal rocks, but something that weighed 10 more times than them, and they were coming at me with the velocity with thick bloodline power covering them. There is a serious chance that I would directly reach the death's door if even a single one of them crashed against me. They came at me from all sides and covered a huge area. There was no way I could dodge the attack, and seeing I flew toward the mountain with my sword blazing with power. My reaction surprised Arla for a moment before the smile on its face got even brighter. "You are walking into your own grave, human," said Arla with a laugh. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. A second later, I reached the mountain in the middle and was about to clash against it. A sneaky smile appeared on the face of the ape-man and motioned its hand. Just as it did, all the mountain except for one I am about to clash against turned to dust and all their energy transfer into the mountain. A horror couldn't help but flash into my eyes, and seeing that the smiles on the Grimm's faces couldn't help widened. BOOM. It was the last expression Grimm saw on my face before I clashed against the mountain, and it exploded into a giant explosion. "Fool, it couldn't even see a trap attack," said the ape-man and laughed as it waved away the shockwave of its attack clashed against it. A second passed when suddenly, Grimm saw the body falling down through the dust, and it couldn't help but surprise them and got even more surprised when they sensed the faint signs of life from the body. "I thought the attack would wipe away every sign of it, but it couldn't even kill such a weak human," said the frost lizardman with obvious mockery. Thud, it instantly got Rock Ape-Man very angry, and it was about to say something, but seeing the look in the frost lizardman's eyes, it shuddered, which again made it angry, but it quickly controlled it and moved toward the human who had fallen to the ground. The lightning lizardman also moved, and a second later, both of them appeared beside the bloodied human who was unconscious and barely clinging to its life. "Die, you bastard," said Rock Ape-Man and moved its axe to finish up the human soon. The axe appeared beside the human and was about to decapitate it when, to the alarm of Arla, it froze, and it was not the only thing that froze on its place. Not just its axe had been frozen, but also its whole body. The binding was so powerful that it could not even move its eyes. I had to begin to bind it with my strings even before the lightning leopard had sensed its fighting. I had already kept the large swath of strings out the moment I sensed it arrived. My strings began to wrap themselves around it. It is not just the Rock Ape-Man's body that had been frozen, but also of the lightning leopardman's. I had it in my control within a few minutes of battles. If I had wished to, I would have killed whenever I wanted. I could kill them even now, but that would be simply wasteful, especially Rock Ape-Man, who is my ticket to peak leader class. I opened my eyes and both of them disappeared. It immediately startled the frost lizardman standing in the air. "What did you do to them?" it asked, and I craned my neck toward it. "Haven't you guessed already?" I asked back with a smile. It seemed to stun it for a moment before the recognition flashed into its eyes. "Michiel Zar," it said with wide eyes. In the flesh, I replied with a smile as I got up from the ground slowly. "Return Hegdo and Arla, and I will give you the swift death," it demanded, which made me look at it like it was the biggest idiot in the world. "Haven't you read any intel about me?" I asked it, and it seemed to understand what I was talking about as its blue eyes blazed with ice-cold anger. "Those who disappeared did not return," I stated. The anger blazed even brightly, but the next moment all of it had disappeared. "Haha, you did a good job. Human, I have wanted to kill those two bastards for a long time, but alas, the restrictions prevented me," it said while laughing hard. Its reaction surprised me, but I did not show it on my face. While it is happy about their fate, I am happy too, especially now when it is wasting so much time talking. The harvest of the two Grimm's monsters has already begun, and the bloodline energy of the Rock Ape-Man has already started to move among many shareholders. It won't be long before it is completely sucked dry, and I get the strengthening energy that I desperately need. It is regretful that even after harvesting them together, the bloodline did not awaken from the lightning leopardman, but it was a long shot anyway. "There is a huge reward on your head. Human, if I bring your head, then those rewards would be enough to give me a chance to reach for the next step," it said, and a dreamy look appeared in its eyes for a moment. "I know what step the bastard is talking about. It is already peak tyrant, and the next step for it would be to attain the council level power. It is not wrong. I have heard about the reward they are offering for my head, and those rewards would definitely give it a great chance to take the next step." "Humph, do you think you could kill me? If you have read any intel on me, then you would already know that I have already survived the attacks of the peak grandmasters," I said, which instantly stiffened its expressions for a moment. "Snort. Those attacks you have faced were just the trailer of their real power. If you had faced a real power of the peak grandmaster, then you wouldn't be standing here," it said angrily. I couldn't help but smile at that. The bastard would not be able to kill me unless it brought out a council-level power of something close to it. It does not have that power, so it could forget killing me. It should worry about itself now that I am harvesting the Rock Ape-Man. "It seemed like you are quite confident on your defenses, Michiel Zar. Then let me show you the real power of Peak Grandmaster and see how your defenses crumbled under it," it said grandly, and the next moment I felt like a frost volcano exploded beside me. "Dome of lances," it shouted loudly, and frost lances began to materialize above 100 by a moment. Within a second, 1,000 have already appeared and are still appearing at a much faster rate than before. Within 3 seconds, 9,000 ice lances have covered me from all the directions. They are everywhere in the sky, and the aura they are releasing together is so terrifying that I couldn't but shudder in front of it. "Terrified now, human? You should be. This is not an attack the defenses of mid-grandmaster could bear, no matter how powerful they are, it said and looked at me intently, trying to see whether I summoned my defensive method or not. The attack is just so-so, I replied, and it had instantly chilled the temperature around me. The frost lizardman did not like me underestimating its attack. To be honest, the attack is grand, and I am in awe of it, but I just want to waste time till the strengthening energy comes. You really do have a sharp mouth. I want to see whether any part of it would remain by the time my attack is over, it said, and waved its scaly hands down. Sup, sup, sup. It did not say anything further, nor did it need to. The might of the attack is more than enough to tell what it wants to. My shields materialized around me the moment the attack reached halfway toward me, and fractions of a second later, ice spears appeared next to my shield. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of ice spears clashed against my shields, and they lit up while sending a large number of ice energy at me. This energy was so cold that it numbed me instantly, but I bore the numbness as it was just the trailer of this mighty attack. Bang, bang, bang. In the first second, only 100-some spears have clashed against my shields, but in the second second, nearly 1,000 spears have clashed against my shields. They possess twice the momentum of the first 100 spears. It only took a second to clash against the tiny sphere of my shields that I had intentionally kept small so fewer attacks would clash against me. I have designed my shields to use the maximum of this ability, but unfortunately, despite such amazing, they could let me harness the maximum potential of my runes, and the culprit of that is my body. It cannot handle the amount of energy that my runes could consume at their highest, and due to that, even I don't know the true limit of my runes, but from what I have observed since their creation, they could absorb energy that even 10 of me wouldn't able to bear. I tried to find a way to solve this problem, but it was not easy, considering all the answers lead to my veins, and tampering with the veins is one of the biggest taboos there is for a practitioner. The slightest mistake and one would turn a cripple. Though the elemental veins of camphor had given me some hope. Still, it is only hope, and it might not be able to produce any result, considering the thing I will be dealing with are my own veins. Bang, bang. 5 seconds passed, and more than half of the spears had clashed against my shield, bringing so much energy that it began getting close to my limit. The power had truly surprised me, as I had not thought it was this strong. Still, it had lost the chance. It might have been able to do something if it had attacked me with its full power without holding back and had not wasted any time talking. Buzz. Now it is too late. The strengthening energy has finally been released from my core, and now it is being released in every part of my body and soul. I could feel the thickest strengthening energy I had ever felt. It is thick as honey and has countless crystals. They are everywhere in this thick, strengthening energy. Some of them look big as a rice grain, and whenever they merge inside me, my strength increases by a leap. There are very few strengthening crystals of this size in the strengthening energy. If I had gotten 100 of them and nothing else, I would still have gotten the power to kill this frost lizardman. I will get those strengthening crystals. I will just have to make do with the current strengthening energy. I am sure the moment I kill this frost lizardman, I will get many more strengthening crystals of that size. Bang, bang. As the strengthening energy began to merge into me, the pressure on me started to lessen at a visible speed. By the time only 1,000 spears had remained, the pressure had been halved by the 70, and it was still reducing at incredible speed. Bang, bang. The last 1,000 spears clashed against my shields, leaving only icy dust behind. Like all the thousands of spears before them, they were not able to break my shields apart. Like I said, Rata just so. I taunted directly. There was no need to keep my attacks veiled anymore. You bastard, it shouted as my taunt affected it to the deepest level. Our intelligence had said this bastard is very prideful, and its earlier behavior is proof of that. The taunts on it got much better results than I would have gotten from the other grim monster. Flood of Frost. It shouted as a powerful icy aura shot out of its body that it had formed a small icy domain around it. It seemed like my words stunned it more than I had expected. The small icy domain had appeared due to its loosening control over its power. Still, it looked amazing in it. Like a champion of God standing in a world of snow with a phantom of its god behind it. If I had the talent to paint, I would have definitely painted this scene. But alas, I do not, thus having to settle for taking the photo sneakily. The attack materialized just as it said its name, and it is might a gigantic flood of frosty sharp icy appeared below it before it came at me. The flood was a little slower than the spears, but not much, as it took barely a second to arrive next to my small sphere of shields and before enveloping it. Bang. A loud bang rang out as the frost flood clashed into my shields before enveloping them. The clash was so powerful that it had shaken me on my spot, and after that came the huge amount of energy from my shields. Even with continuous strengthening of strengthening energy, I am feeling suffocated if I did not have the boosts from strengthening energy. This attack would have came very close to destroying my shields. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. The huge, sharp, icy crystals crashed against my shields, trying to tear them apart each second, but they were not able to get even a single scratch on it. A few seconds passed, and the attack of flood began to wane while my shields continued to get stronger and stronger. By the time the sign of frost vanished, I had also digested all the strengthening energy and reached the peak of Grandmaster class. Rada, you have disappointed me. I thought you would at least be able to make some cracks on my shields, but it seemed like I have hoped too much from you, I said with a disappointed sigh and waved my hand, which instantly made the shields disappeared. Now that I have reached the peak of Grandmaster class, it is time I finish it off and get that juicy bloodline of it. You little bastard, don't underestimate me. Rada roared in rage, and the aura cold as hell burst out of it and formed the bloodline phantom behind it, merged back into its body. As the bloodline phantom merged with it, its aura became even more powerful. I had thought's earlier attack was already the limit of its power, but it seemed like I had been wrong. It still has something more. Lunar Frost's arcs, it said softly, and thousands of moon shapes arcs appeared around me. They were huge and were thousands in their number, and now all of them were aimed at me. Seeing them, I had felt a huge urge to run away. You should have kept your mouth closed. Zar, now you will pay the price for that, it said and brought its hand down. Sup, sup, sup. With its motion, thousands of static frosty arcs came at me. Each of these is powerful. They are spinning so fast that they are freezing everything around them. And when over 10,000 arcs spun together, they create a domain that would freeze the Grandmasters. I have not frozen under its extreme cold, but I am feeling some cold, and this is just a secondary effect of this attack. Those sharp spinning moon arcs are the real attack. They would freeze one before cutting through them, and there are over 10,000 of them. This attack would easily wipe away even a powerful army in a couple of seconds. Petals storm, I said with a sigh, and soon around me, thousands of red rose petals materialized around me and went toward the coming barrage, with each delicate petal containing the power to raise the storm. Boom. It did not take even a second before the first petal clashed against the frost arc and exploded into a bright red explosion, taking the powerful arc with it. Boom, boom, boom. That was just the beginning, as the very next moment, thousands of petals exploded above me, creating a dome of shining red explosion. The power of the collecting explosions was so powerful that it had nearly crushed my defenses. If the shockwaves created by the explosions had been a little bit stronger, I would have to summon my shields to defend against them. A few seconds passed by, and the red haze of the explosion vanished. The frost lizardman was still standing in the air, but it seemed to be a few hundred meters above. Before seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. You might not know, but the distance does not matter to my strings, I teased to its angry face. Hearing me, it shuddered and nearly took a step back before it stopped itself, embarrassed, and that made me even angrier. It is not looking at me like it wanted to eat me alive and torture me to death at the same time. Humph, your strings are useless against me, Zar, it said, and I could feel an extremely thick soul sense with powerful bloodline power covering its body from the moment it had come to realize my identity. Since then, it has also increased the distance between us 3 times. While it is prideful, it is not hot-headed like the intel had said. It is the opposite of that. Its every action is cold and calculated. Even when it wasted time talking, it was a calculated move on its part. We will see in time. Do you have any powerful move? If not, just tell me. I have a couple that would definitely be able to kill you, I taunted. 9 frost skewers, it said instead of answering, and around 9 thin frost skewers materialized around it. These skewers are thin as my wrist and 10 meters long. They looked very ordinary. One might even consider them the attack of night. But these skewers are far from ordinary. They are packed with a colossal amount of frost power that the slightest touch of them would freeze on my spot in an instant, so I clearly should not let them touch me. This is my most powerful attack, Zar. Even 10 of you won't be able to survive it, it said, and I have no doubt about what it said. Just one look at it is enough to know how much it looks from it in seconds. Its vibrant body has turned pale, and its aura has been a little weak. It seemed to have even. Zub, zub, zub. Die, Zar, it said, and released all 9 skewers at me. They were so fast that in a fraction of seconds, they had crossed half of the distance, and the distance they crossed was frozen. The cold released from these stewards seemed to affect space itself. Infernal roses, I shouted, and 9 palm-sized roses blazing in the dark red fire had materialized in front of me and went toward the skewers, leaving the blazing trail behind. B-O-O-O-M, B-O-O-M, B-O-O-O. I thought the skewers would try to pierce through the roses given the way they were designed, but no, they were explosion-type attacks, and when they exploded, they released a horrifying amount of cold energy. My roses exploded a fraction of a moment later, and powerful fiery energy burst out of them. The fire was extremely powerful and immediately began to fight against the cold, and they destroyed 80 of the attack before they were completely spent. You lost Grim, even your most powerful attack is useless against me, I said while barely stopping myself from clattering. My roses were not able to eradicate the whole ice power of attack the 20 is still remained around me, and it damning cold and powerful that a tiny fraction of it even began to seep inside it, and I had to circulate my fiery energy inside me, just to save myself from turning into the popsicle. I have not lost Zar, you have. It stated calmly. All the raging anger in its eyes had disappeared as if it was just an illusion. D-HUD. I did not even get a chance to ask what it meant when a volcano of thick, cold energy burst out of the ground all of a sudden and enveloped me. It had frozen me in an instant as the huge hand of frost materialized from the energy and clutched me in its grip. Ha, how many have thought they could capture you? Even the High Grandmaster has taken action against you but still failed to kill you, but Ihrata succeeded. The Frost Lizardman laughed as the frost hand clutching me brought me to it. With me being captured, it did not seem to have any fear for me. It could kill me with just a squeeze of its hand. Dense silver fire burst out of me, and it moved to melt the icy hand capturing me, but to my surprise, it was barely able to do anything against it. The frost seemed too strong to be melted by my fire. Your struggle is futile. Zar, the Hand of Ha is the most powerful attack that I used my very essence to create. It is not something that could be melted by your fire, it said softly while shaking its head. Seeing it shaking its head, I couldn't help but be stuck with memories. I behaved nearly the same when I captured my enemies, and knew there was no way they would be able to get away once they got caught in my strings. It is quite a powerful attack and the sneakiest I've ever experienced, I said through the small hole it had left for me to speak. At the same time, the silver fire around me transformed it into the silvery fire armor, which began to burn even brighter as I poured out the full power of my fire. I had burned my essence for it, human, and I have only done that 3 times before, but it is worth it all those times. With the resources I will get from your death, it won't take me more than a month to recover from this strain, and there is a chance that I might even level up to High Grandmaster with that wonderful treasure that is part of the reward, it said with a dreamy look in its eyes. Since I am going to die anyway, will you tell me what you have found in this ruin to come here in such numbers? I asked, and the smile on its face froze for a moment. Ha, its expressions recovered, and it began to laugh madly till the frozen tears began to stream out of its eyes. Are you planning to use this chance to get some intel out of me before you use your big move to escape my Hand of Ha? It asked as it finally stopped laughing after a few minutes. Yes, I have been very curious about what you guys have found to be sent here in such numbers. I did not deny my intentions. You can forget about escaping humans. I have captured powerhouses far more powerful than you, so the only escape you will have is death, it said, and its eyes became hard. Since I am dying anyway, will you tell me what you guys have found? I asked. As I had said, I have been very curious about it, and knowing what they have found will be half mission complete. You are quite persistent, Michiel Zar, it said, and this time I did not reply. I had already forced enough. Dead men tell no tales. Since it is your last wish, I will grant it considering the bountiful reward I will get from your head, it said after the seconds of silence. Most of the secret of the mission has been kept secret. The only thing I know is that I have found the repository of something in the bronze graveyard, it said, and its eyes became vicious with a hint of anticipation. Now that I have answered your question, it's time for you to die, it said and forced to the frost hand clutching me tighter, wanting to squeeze me to death. The frost hand tightened around me for a moment before it stopped, and it had instantly alarmed the frost lizardman, and I have to say its instincts are quite good as instead of trying to force the frost hand to squeeze me, it instead tried to run. Unfortunately, it could not. How? It asked in horror when it failed to move its arms and legs. The only it could move was its mouth. I reciprocated the courtesy it had given to me. Your hidden attack was very good, but unfortunately for you, I had sensed it and infiltrated it, I answered, and to show it, I revealed my hand. Gasp. It gasped as it saw thousands of strings in hand. The frost hand, while its attack was quite sneaky, that most of the peak grandmasters would not able to sense it before it was too late. My soul sense, laced with rule-bending power did, and what I did after that was quite easy. I would have tried to gain more intelligence, but seeing how decisive it is, I feared it might activate its primal switch and kill itself. That would be a great loss of peak Grandmaster Claw's bloodline essence. I could not afford it after what I was able to find out from it. As for what it had told me is the truth, it is the truth. A special string of mine was able to infiltrate its brain, and from the data I had read, everything it had told me was true. Crack, 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 bang. The ice began to crack as thousands of my strings vibrated at once, and a couple of seconds later, the whole hand burst apart. This attack is quite powerful, and if not for the prior preparations, I would have struggled hard to get out of it, and even had tried a few untested things which I rather not in such condition. Buzz. About 10 seconds passed when finally the harvest began, and I couldn't help but be shocked to see the level of bloodline energy. I had expected it to be powerful, but it had surpassed my expectations. Buzz, my runes buzzed, and the strengthening energy poured out of them and was thicker than anything I had experienced before. The strengthening crystals are everywhere, smaller and the bigger ones as they merged into me. My strength began to skyrocket at unbelievable speed, and it is not just my strength that is growing fast but also the trees inside me. I have used quite a lot of resources in the past few months, not only on myself but also on others, and now they are all growing back at an unnatural speed, and their level is getting higher than before. The level of the plant will depend upon the level of growth energy, and the growth energy is at peak Grandmaster class. I could already see that many of the Grandmaster class resources are rapidly approaching the peak Grandmaster class. My eyes couldn't help but fill with joy when I saw the growing plants. These are going to help me a lot. Finally, all the strengthening energy was absorbed by my body, and I had never felt such power. Immense power is coursing through me that if there had been any flesh golem or grim monsters in front of me, I would have fought it. I quickly got my emotions under control and flew into the sky toward the bronze graveyard while my avatar released the first storage of Grim Monster. Opening the storage of the Grim Grandmaster is like opening a wrapped house full. It is filled with amazing things. Even the lowest level thing is a big treasure for any tyrant, and sometimes one would even find an absolute treasure. Not everything is good in these treasure houses. There is also the dark basement, which contains horrifying things. As the storage opened, all things spilled out into the open in my core, and with the one glance, I saw thousands of precious things and also loads of humans' bodies in all states. Like always, I respectfully stored the human bodies in the morgue before focusing back on the things in the storage. Everything is precious, and their quantities are huge. It is a fortune that the Grimm have collected over the span of the 2 centuries. It is immense, and I needed about an hour before I was able to sort it out. After that, I opened the storage of the Ape-Man, which contained even more precious things. Most of the things it had related to the bloodline. I love the storage of the Grandmasters. For this reason, they have not only very precious things inside their storage, but also specific things which have been collected over a long period of time. Half of these resources could be used by anyone with any type of bloodline, while the other half could only be used by those with an earth elemental bloodline. I have quite many people who could use these resources. Click, my avatar opened another box, this one little special, and when my avatar looked inside the special box, I couldn't help but remain stumped before an ecstatic smile bloomed on its face and my face. Fire Dust Lotus. I exclaimed with wonder. There are many precious things inside the Ape-Man's storage, but none could compare to this one. It would have kicked the storm if it had come to know it had such amazing treasure. Fire Dust Lotus is an extremely powerful resource. It could be used by anyone, even a child could use it, and what they will gain is a powerful dust fire constitution. Those who already have the fire constitution would advance it. There are extremely few resources that could grant such a powerful constitution. This is an extremely rare resource, and I will have to think hard about how I am going to use it. This is a Grand Lord class flower. There are several Grand Lord class plants in its storage, but nothing could be compared to it. It would have been more amazing if I had found the seeds of it rather than the lotus itself. I am confident that I would be able to grow it in the small lake. I have been searching for good water plants, but till now, I've got one I wanted. It had also taken me about an hour to sort out the resources inside the storage before I moved to the storage of the Peak Grandmaster, the Frost Lizardman. It would be the first storage of Peak Grandmaster I would open, and I am very excited about it. The Peak Grandmasters are on a completely different scale, and this one had been a Peak Grandmaster for over a century. Gasp. Taking a deep breath, my avatar opened the storage, and the things that came out of it were shocking, so much that I wasn't able to come to myself for a couple of seconds. There is thrice the number of resources compared to the storage of the Ape-Man, and their quality is also a notch above. The resources are also not the only thing present in the huge amount. There are also the human bodies. These are the most number of human bodies I have seen in the Grim storage. Just seeing their sheer number, I couldn't help but feel the rage inside me building up. It took me a while before I was able to calm myself and begin storing the bodies in the morgue, while at the same time, Ashlyn, who was flying ahead of me reconnaissance the bronze graveyard, came across the flesh golem. This one is very powerful that even I, with my current strength, think twice before fighting it. Is a peak Grandmaster flesh golem. If she had consumed her share of purified bloodline energy, I would have been a little more sure, but now, watching her diving toward it, all I could do is have faith in her, and Ashlyn never takes any action without surety. If she flew toward the flesh golem means she had the confidence to defeat it. I just hope she will be careful and has already conveyed those intentions through our link. The flesh golem was holding a strange scimitar, and the moment it had sensed Ashlyn, it moved toward her. It does not seem to mind she is a monster and looks like it had programmed to kill anything with the pulse. This is quite a dangerous command, as this means the creator is willing to risk it all, which begs the question why. I do not have an answer for it, but realizing it made me even more cautious. Ashlyn began to fight against the flesh golem, and to my surprise, she was not even at the slightest disadvantage. She is flawlessly avoiding all the super-fast strikes of the golem's strange scimitar while continuously slashing it with her wings, which became metallic and sharper than my sword. She had gained innumerable abilities from that monster she had consumed when she was a knight. That monster had gained a lot of abilities, eating the miracle fruits over the years sometimes. Ashlyn would bring out strange abilities that I hadn't seen before. I watched the battles for more than a minute, and seeing Ashlyn was doing fine, I once again turned my avatar to the treasures and horrors around it. It had quickly and carefully stored the bodies of the humans in the morgue before turning them into treasures in front of me. There are too many of them just in one glance. I could easily see 10 Grand Lord class herbs. While their properties are nothing special, their grade is a huge deal. One could not find them in regular runes. Those resources could only be found in the very dangerous Grand Lord class ruins, that even peak Grandmasters think twice before going there. It is going to take some time, I said inside me, but I am not sad about it. Instead, I am happy. More time means precious resources, and I am very excited to see what type of resources I would find here, especially in those hidden boxes. An hour passed, and there was a big bright smile on my face. My avatar is already finished with sorting 80 of the things, and what I had found there already made this trip worthwhile. While I did not find the resources at the level of the Fire Dust Lotus, I have found more than 20 Grand Lord class resources, and there are still 20 more to look at. If I am lucky, I might be able to find something on the same level as Fire Dust Lotus or even more precious. Half an hour passed, and I found even more Grand Lord class resources, but nothing on the level of Fire Dust Rose. Now only one thing had remained to be opened, a little strange. It is a stone box that is 300 meters wide and 200 meters long. It is a special storage artifact, which I, for the last 15 minutes, had been trying to break before finally succeeding. I opened its huge stone doors and walked inside, and what I saw inside stone storage couldn't help but surprise me. Inside there are 9 giant vats that have different color liquids stored inside them. Above each vat there is a box, and in the front of all the vats is also a small wooden box size of my hand. I looked around the strange place before I appeared in front of the small wooden box. I wanted to look at the giant vats and boxes above them, but I felt like this small box would give me the answer to it. Click, so I opened the box, and inside it found a book, a completely white book with blood-red text written in universal script. 9 blood-burning essence. I read the text before taking the book in my hand. The book seemed to have 300-something pages. It should not take long, I thought, and flipped the cover to read the book inside. I was very wrong when I thought that the book was very complex. If I did not have a little bit of alchemical knowledge, I would not even have understood its summary, much less the complicated formulas and procedures inside it. It seemed like I had found the treasure, I whispered as I placed the book down and moved toward the vats. I began to check vats and the boxes above. Sometimes my eyes would flash with the ecstasy and other times with disappointment. 2 minutes later, I returned to the small box inside. It is beyond amazing what Frost Lizardman is able to collect, especially its luck finding this amazing book. The book contains the formula of the alchemical product called 9 blood-burning essence. There are various variations to it, but I am sure the Frost Lizardman was hoping to create the 8th variation. This 9 blood-burning essence is the product to increase one's potential. The 8 variations that Frost Lizardman was trying to obtain are extremely risky but offer great benefits. If it had succeeded, it would gain enough potential to directly become a high Grandmaster and help it obtain the comprehension of the Grand Lord class. These 9 vats contain the blood of 9 powerful monsters, 8 vats contain the blood from the peak Grandmaster class monsters, and the 9th vat contains the blood from the Grand Lord class monster. The boxes above them have the core of 9 beets, but also huge herbs and other resources that require to create this alchemical product. Regretfully, it was not able to collect all the herbs and other resources needed. These resources and even monster blood are very specific. It would have taken it decades, or even a century to collect it. It would have already succeeded if it had shared the book with the race, but the Grimms are not that selfless. Even if the Frost Lizardman had succeeded in collecting all ingredients to create 9 blood-burning essences, it would not have been able to create it on its own. It is an extremely complex recipe that I could not craft, and the Frost Lizardman was not an alchemist. To be honest, I feel like I shouldn't try to create this, and instead use these resources for other projects. Considering I have already seen 3 resources at the level of Fire Dust Lotus, and using them on myself would provide me huge benefits. I walked out of the stone storage and withdrew some of my conscious power while my avatar had focused on the shitload of work it had to do. I have already decided what I want to do with the 9 blood-burning essences. I want to make it. If I were to do it on my own, it would take me years to collect the specific resources required for it, but with the power of the pyramid, it would be much sooner. The thing is vast with various variations. There is one variation that would be extremely useful to my project, not only to tyrants, but also to the emperors and others. It would also save me an immense amount of resources and the strain I have put myself to get the rule-bending power required to make many of those things. I shook my head of the thoughts of that essence and focused on the way ahead of me. With speed, I am flying. I would need 3 days to reach the bronze graveyard. This place is near the center of the ruin and has an immensely dense metallic aura with a hint of death mixed in it. It is so powerful that even initial Grandmaster class powerhouses would feel suffocated. Some of the mid-Grandmasters have also felt immense pressure there that they have become immobile. 2,000 years ago, great treasures appeared there. The treasures were so amazing that both sides have deployed huge numbers of Grandmasters there. It was in the first time both sides brought out such a large number of Grandmasters in non-war time. The reason it is called a bronze graveyard is that a number of Grandmasters have died there fighting for the treasures. The rough estimates suggest that both sides have lost 6 to 70 Grandmaster, a horrifying number even by war's standard. It is not the fighting of both sides that has killed so many Grandmasters, but something that came out from the bronze graveyard. That massacre finished within an hour, and very few were able to survive it, but those who survived have brought enough treasures that it had prospered for both races for centuries. We humans alone have produced the double number of Grandmasters. We have gained a lot within a half-century and got a good edge over the war that had happened in that century. In our recorded history, we have very few times found such fortune in a single place. Over the years, many people have come and found a fortune here till they have looted every useful scrap, leaving behind a barren place. While I was going over the data I had about the bronze graveyard, Ashland's battles have reached their peak. The horned flesh golem is unrecognizable. There is not a single part of her body that hadn't been injured by Ashland. Every part of its body have carved up by Ashland's sharp wings if it had been an alive being that had been fighting against the Ashland light now. They would have screamed in frustration and ran away with their tail tucked between their legs, but this is not a sentient being. It still has something it could self-destruct its necrotic core, something that even Ashland might not survive. It had reached very close to its limit. The power it could draw from its core was lessening continuously. It won't be long before the flesh golem begins its self-destruct. Ashland seemed to have thought the same as a very thin stream of concentrated silver fire came out crystal on her little head and burrowed inside the flesh golem. And before it could realize what was happening, that stream of fire had brought out the necrotic core, soul core, and pale gray disc. It surprised me, no, it had shocked me. What Ashland had just done was more than pierce and pool. That was not just a simple fire string. A simple fire string could not do something like that, but I can't figure out what is so different about it. I saved the question to ask Ashland personally and looked at how she consumed the soul core. I really wanted that soul core. It is really precious, but Ashland had just popped up into her mouth like candy. Thankfully, she has no use for the necrotic core. She is keeping it for me. After dealing with the flesh golem, Ashland once again flew toward the bronze graveyard. Her speed was much faster than mine, and she would reach there by the end of the day, while it would take me 2.5 to 3 days. It would have been amazing if I could just tear open the space and reach where Ashland is, but I could not do that in this ruin. There are heavy spatial restrictions in this ruin from the era when this ruin was still connected to the world, and some of those have remained. So spatial travel has become extremely risky here, as they might get a friend in some dangerous formation the moment they tear open the space. There is a record of something like this happening before. Thankfully, these defenses do not activate when entering and exiting the ruin. Otherwise, even Grimms would have through 10 times before coming here. An hour passed, and Nero came across another flesh golem, and 40 minutes later, Ashland came across Grim monsters. Both did not take more than 5 minutes to kill their enemies before continuing toward the bronze graveyard. It had taken me another half an hour before I came across the flesh golem. This one is of the mid-grandmaster class. I did not waste any time and dived toward it, and 3 minutes later, I was flying up again with my precious soul and necrotic core in my hand. I am very excited about the necrotic core, and while I am calling it a necrotic core, the pure necrotic power is amazing. I already know how many people will benefit from it aside from me. Elena would go completely mad if she's it. For her Death Phoenix's bloodline, it is the best tonic. A day had passed since I came to this ruin, and in the day, I had killed 6 flesh golems and 3 grim monsters. They are the ones that had been killed by me, not by Ashland and Nero, both of them who are quite close to reaching the bronze graveyard, where the numbers of flesh golems are even higher, that even Grimms did not dare to show their faces openly. It seemed like what Rada said was true, and the source of these flesh golems also seemed to be in the bronze graveyard. It would take Ashland 1 to 2 hours to reach the bronze graveyard, and Nero slightly more. Both of them are much faster than me, possessing specialized and strange methods that I could not compare. Still, it forced me to think about my speed after a long time. My speed is fast, there are very few people in peak Grandmaster could compare to me, but it is still much slower than Ashlyn and Nero. If I want to increase my speed with my current strength, then I would have to bring great changes to my speed method, and it is not an easy thing to do. My method is already at its best, and if I want to reach an even greater speed, then making changes to it would not be enough. I would have to replace the whole move. I was thinking about the ideas when I realized that the idea was already in front of me. Nero's flying method is very unique and equally hard to materialize, seeing he uses the properties of space to fly. He had a natural affinity to spatial energy, or rather created spatial affinity, considering he is wholly made of rule-bending power and could do whatever he wanted. He could even change his shape and size and transform into something else. It is not that hard for him. 1.5 hours had passed, and Ashlyn had reached the bronze graveyard. She would have reached it a little sooner if she had not wasted time fighting against 2 flesh golems. The bronze graveyard is a huge decapitated compound the size of the city. It also has an extremely dense metallic aura that even initial grandmasters could not bear, and this aura is in dense bronze color, though it is not bronze elemental in nature. The metallic aura is not in the spectrum of any metal. The only other element it has is death. This death element is not natural, but produced through excessive death. Producing a death did not produce by the simple death of a few people. Even killing millions would not produce even a hint of it. While the number of people matters to create the death aura, their power matter more. Even 70-something grandmasters that have killed her have been able to produce a hint of death aura, but that aura vanished in a day, but the old death aura remained with barely any change. I couldn't help but shudder when I think about the number of people that have been killed here and how powerful they would be to have such an everlasting death aura. Ashlyn flew above the bronze graveyard, but she did not see anything strange from above, aside from a really large number of the flesh golems that were roaming there, and one grim that was hiding with a very good method. "Go close but be cautious," I said to Ashlyn. A moment later, her size began to decrease till she had become smaller than thee, and she became incorporeal that even people next to her would have a hard time seeing her, and it even hard to sense her, even when concentrate all their soul senses on her. While she dived, I increased my speed even further. There were very grims present in the whole ruin. There won't be more than 20, and we have already killed 5 of them, so the only thing I should be worried about should be flesh golems. Most of the flesh golems that wandered out of the bronze graveyard are initial and peak Grandmaster class. There are very few peak Grandmaster class flesh golems. Even if I had come across them, I have confidence that I could defend against them, so there is no need to hold back on the speed anymore. Still, it is a risk that I have not taken. If not, this thing happening had made me worried. The Grims have sent a huge force, and the mission leader seems to be a high Grandmaster, a grim monster with the strength to fight against the council member. To send such a powerhouse means they have found something important, and I have to stop them. Before that, I have to find out what they have found. Ashlyn began to comb through the bronze graveyard, and soon Nero had also arrived. He directly dived into the bronze graveyard. He was already invisible, and his stealth ability was even better than Ashlyn's. So I am not worried about his safety despite his impulsiveness. Seeing both of them searching for the Grimm's sign, I became more hopeful. By the time I reached there, they should be able to find where the Grims have found the supposite repository. I was right in just half an hour. They had found another Grim sentry hidden in one of the collapsed buildings, then another on the underground floor. In the next 2 hours, they have found 2 more, and all 6 of these Grims have formed a circle. Keeping eyes on everything that came inside the ring. Finding it out, Ashlyn and Nero focused on the circle these Grims had formed, but even after an hour, they did not find anything. They kept searching. Both of them and I are very sure that whatever Grims have found is in this area, and they just have to continue looking. They have continued for more than 2 hours before they have finally found the sign. It was Nero who had found the place. It was underground, dilapidated like the rest except for the gemmed door, which seemed to be in good condition. 5 Grim Grandmasters are staring at the gemmed door. The door is metallic, but it had thousands of gemmed runes moving around. Every second, these gemmed runes would form a new formation, leaving one scratching their head on the way to solve it. Legari puzzle, I whispered as I saw the changing runes. This is a very complicated puzzle of 1,000 changes category. This means there are 1,000 formations, and one will have to solve all of them to clear the puzzle, which would take months and some years. Most of the rune specialists are not even capable of solving it. There is one short way to solve it. It is to find the core formation of all 1,000 formations and solve it, which is called the central key, and it is not easy to get. The puzzle box I have found in the realm has this kind of puzzle. It had taken me quite a lot of time, more than I had to spend before I devised a personal way to solve these formations. Still, it takes time. That old fox shouldn't take long to solve this formation, I said as I looked at only mid-level Grim Grandmaster standing among the 5 powerful Grandmaster. It is from the Silver Fur Foxman tribe and quite famous among the Rune Grandmasters. Many formations created by this bastard have given us quite a pain. It has even killed many of us and is known to be very slippery. Many of our peak grandmasters have failed to kill it. It always survives through some strange methods. This bastard has the capability to solve the Allegari puzzle, and if that bastard had not been standing next to it, I would have asked Nero to kill it, but with it present, I would not take the risk. The one I am worried about is Bullman, called Dasford, is from the regular Bullman tribe, but practiced the strange body art, which gave it an impeccable defense that it had fought against the Grand Commander a few months ago and lived to tell the tale. It is a high grandmaster possessing great defensive, but also offensive power. It is not a normal high grandmaster, but someone Coven sends when there is important business. It is said, the leader of a coven trusts it as much as the elders of its tribe. I looked through Nero's eyes, and within a minute I had 1,000 variations of Copid and transferred 60 of consciousness power to my avatar, which began to solve it. This is a complex puzzle, an Allegari puzzle of 1,000 variations, and much harder than the 100 variations and 500 variations. Still, I am confident I could solve it despite the old foxman having a lead of day over me. I do not think my abilities are worse than the old fox, and I have 3 more times than it. I will beat the old foxman. The only thing I have to do is reach there in time. Even at my current speed, I would need at least 40 more hours, which is a little more than 1.5 days. I wish I could go faster, but I could not. This is my fastest speed, and I am taking a huge risk by flying at such speed. I had just thought that when I sensed the danger, I looked toward it when I saw a flesh golem, and it was coming toward me. Normally, it is very hard to sense me when I am flying, but I am flying at my top speed. At this speed, I did not even care to activate my stealth ability, as it was just a waste of energy. With speed, I am flying. Those with sufficiently high sensory abilities or good ears will hear me. In just a few seconds, the flesh golem appeared close to me, and I was surprised to see it. It is from another race I have not read about before. It is a small being, barely a meter tall, and is thin and has green skin. It also has only had a little wider mouth and sharp teeth that could tear through my bone. In its thin hand, it is a golden and needle-like sword. To be honest, I really don't want to fight against the peak fleshmancer. I would have been happy to fight against one before, considering they possess precious treasures, but now I just want to get away. I would have been able to get away or even kill it within a minute if it had been an initial or mid-Grandmaster class flesh golem, but this one peak Grandmaster class golem, and seeing the speed it had came at me, I could forget about running away from it. Die, it shouted in high-pitched voice when it had reached 100-meter distance from me and suddenly disappeared, only to appear behind me with its needle sword going straight for my head. Damn. I couldn't help but curse inside me, and the power of the first boost plus second boost had filled me, and I whipped my sword back toward the coming needle. Clang, my sword was barely able to clash against it. If my speed had been a little bit slower or my fighting skill had been not at the current stage, the needle sword of this imp would have definitely nailed my head. That was just a trailer of its power as it disappeared and appeared in front of me with its needle sword coming for my eyes. Shit. I cursed it again and brought my sword in front of me. As it did, the changes began to appear in my sword. It started to become slimmer, and those who are observing it clearly would also sense its weight is also lessening. Fighting such a fast, programmed enemy who uses such a thin weapon and fights in textbook style, a heavy longsword is not a viable weapon. I need something lighter and faster to match against its quickness and agility. Only this way I will be able to survive against it long enough to kill it. Clang, my sword clashed against it, and this time it was not a greatsword that is clashed against it but a rapier. I am not as skilled in rapier as I am in the greatsword, but I am sufficiently skilled enough to fight against this enemy who is attacking my weaknesses with the extreme precious. I am very curious about its fighting codex. If I am ever able to uncover the secrets of the gray discs, then it would be one of the few things I would look at. My combat style would benefit tremendously if I were ever able to get a clear look at it. The moment my rapier clashed against it, it had disappeared again and appeared directly above me and brought down its needle sword at my head. It seemed to have made my head the biggest target. All 3 attacks were targeted at it, even though it could target my other weakness and might even get the same result as striking my head if it can strike them. I will not admonish it for placing itself in such restriction. A sane fighter will never make such a mistake. A weakness is a weakness no matter what it is, whether it is a crouch or the head. I will strike it without holding back if it gives me results. It is the same for nearly everyone, as on the battlefield, the most important thing is killing your enemy, no matter the method or the way. CLANNG. Around a minute had passed when it had forced me to activate the 3rd boost. Its battle style had also taken a shift. It had been targeting all my weaknesses, and thank God I had been prepared for it. The attack to my back was so sudden. If I had been a fraction of a moment later, it would have blasted my spine and made me immobile. That would have been the death of me. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Another minute had passed, and the battle had reached a near end, and it was all my fault. I had drawn out more and more power rapidly, and it was responding by harnessing more and more strength from the necrotic core. My strings had reached inside it, and I was seeing everything that was happening inside it, which again made me marvel at this amazing, efficient creation. Whoever created this flesh golem is a pure genius. It is extremely efficient in using power. So efficient that even the human body is failed in comparison to its artificial creation. The maker used the artifacts to make up for the weakness of the fleshy body. They had even changed its veins and heart, and replaced the being's inheritance core with the necrotic core, which provides a pure power. The most amazing thing about it is that it is not at its peak. If it had, a simple wave from it would have been more than enough to raise me in an instant. Now I am going to kill it, which is quite regretful, as I would have loved to fight it more, but unfortunately I did not have time. Sigh. After taking a sigh, I pulled my strings and it froze on its spot while its whole body lighted up. It prepared to detonate all of its artifacts. Boo! It exploded, and the shockwaves rattled my shields. This is the explosion without the necrotic core. With it, it would have been even more powerful, and my shields wouldn't have just rattled by it. I looked at the four things floating in front of me. Aside from the gray disc, necrotic core, and soul core, there was also the needle sword. An hour and a half ago, Nero fought against a flesh golem and had made a surprising discovery. Unlike the artifact inside the golem, their weapons did not have self-destructive properties. They exploded, because those artifacts sent the chaotic energies to the weapon's core. When one thinks about it, it is not surprising the artifacts inside the golem are related to the secret of the golem's creator. It obviously didn't want anyone to know about it, but the weapon was different. A weapon is only a tool. The only specialty it has can channel the necrotic energy, which is not a big thing considering we could use the grim weapons without any problem. I sealed the gray disc, weapon, and necrotic in the safe box before storing them in the storage hole, only keeping the soul core in my core. It is the only one I am sure is safe. The others possess considerable risk, especially that gray disc. After storing the goods, I did not waste even a second before continuing on my journey. I have to reach the bronze graveyard as soon as possible. I am sure that Bastard Foxman is making progress, and my avatar is too. I just hope that Bastard won't be able to solve it before I reach there. While Nero was keeping an eye on them, I asked Ashlyn to look around. I want the place completely mapped up in the case I will have to run away, which I will definitely have to if I come across the bullman. I'm no match at my current strength. I might be able to defend against a few moves of it, but that is all. I will need to increase my strength further if I want to successfully defend against it. 21 hours passed, and when finally I was able to solve the Allegari puzzle of 1,000 variations, and I couldn't help but feel proud about it. It had only taken me nearly 3 days' time, which is a record. I never have been able to 1,000 variations Allegari puzzle before 3 days. My happiness was short-lived, as less than an hour later, the old Foxman bastard looked up the calibrator-like device with a toothy smile and began to arrange the runes on the door without wasting a second. A minute later, a key of formation had formed, which was inserted inside the keyhole that appeared. A second later, the shining gem door began to open. "Nero, don't!" I shouted at Nero when I saw him moving toward the door. I have warned him about doing that, but he still did not listen to me. Just as the 5 of them walked inside the door, Nero also sneaked inside. He should not have done this. It is an extremely risky thing to do. Even though his stealth method is unparalleled, there is a high grandmaster there. If it discovered Nero, I didn't even dare to think about the consequence. Hun. As Nero sneaked through the door, our link went completely blank. I could not sense even the slightest thing from him, which instantly scared the shit out of me. Our link is quite strong and enforced with the rule-bending power that Nero is made. Some powerful formation might be able to silence the link between Ashlyn and me, will not be able to do the same with my link with Ashlyn. I was thinking of the worst when suddenly, the link came back, and I got a complete view of what Nero was seeing. "Nero, are you fine?" I asked immediately. "I am a fine, father. It's just the death and metallic energy in this place is quite strong," he replied. "The place he is at is a big hall that is cracked and broken in many places, but its condition is still 10 times better than the building outside. There is no mist or any type of energy that could be seen, but energies are not visible. Through Nero's senses, I could feel how dense the metallic and death energy is. Even the peak grim grandmasters seem to be struggling against it before they took out the artifacts which have covered their whole body, like the artifact of the old Foxman did. It had activated it the moment the door had opened. The 5 grandmasters walked toward the 3 doors. They were not as ostentatious as the door outside, but they all looked well fortified. Only one of them had formation visible on it, while the other 2 were in perfect condition. The bullman and old Foxman talked, discussing while looking at the door. They were talking softly, and their conversation was protected that even the other 3 grim monsters were not able to hear what they were saying, much less Nero, who was behind them. It seems like what they are searching for is too precious that they are not telling even peak grandmasters beside them. Peak Grandmasters are top powerhouses on both sides. Even Grand Lords would not deny their requests if it is not excessive, but here they seem to be completely dark about the mission. They discussed for a few minutes before they decided on the left door, and Bullman took out the round key and placed it on the hole which seemed to be specifically made for it. As it was placed, the door shone for a moment before opening with a click. "Don't worry, father, they will not discover me," Nero, and followed behind. This time too I had asked him to listen, but he did not. This time I am a little less worried about him being discovered. They are the place where the energies are very dense, so dense that even Peak Grandmaster felt suffocated in it. For others, it might be uncomfortable, even dangerous. For Nero, it is not. On top of that, it was the best stealth environment he could find. He had already turned himself invisible, and now he emitting the same aura of energy. It is copying it so perfectly that even I might not be able to discover him without using a heavy dose of rule-bending power. Gasp. This time the link did not cut off even for a moment, and I got a clear look at what it is inside it, and it couldn't make me gasp. These are the rooms made of energy, and on them are dense formations. More than half of the rooms are broken, but some of them are still standing and have goods within them. Seeing those, my eyes couldn't help but light up like a torch. 80 of the rooms are empty, but the rest, 20, are with goods. Some are filled with, while others barely have a fistful of everything. But seeing things that are contained inside it, even a small fistful would be more than enough. "We are here for 5 things. These are the list," said the Bullman finally, and the projection of 5 things appeared from its bracelets. Seeing the projection, my eyes couldn't help but widen up in a shock, but at the same time, confusion appeared on them. I know all the 5 things. Even 3 Peak Grim Grandmasters did not all of them by their expressions and questions they have asked. Of the 5 things, 2 are very precious, even more precious than the fire dust rose, but the other 3 things are extremely rare, but they are not precious. There is barely any use for those things, which made me believe that the Grims need these resources for a specific purpose, likely to create any alchemical compound. The 3 Grims asked questions about their purpose, but all they got was a blank look from the Bullman. "We want these things in huge quantity. If any of you guys are able to find large storage of it, there will be a huge reward for you guys back home, better than what we have here," the Bullman said. It couldn't help but shock the 3 Grim monsters, as at their level, there is no way the Bullman could lie to them, and that means these things are much more important than they thought. Suddenly Frogman's eyes lit up as if it had understood something. "Are these things foe?" It hadn't finished speaking when suddenly the Bullman gripped its neck at lightning fast speed. "You should know better than speak about it, Udaxer," warned the Bullman while radiating a horrific amount of killing intent that nearly made Nero break his stealth ability when Bullman let go of the Frogman's neck and turned off its horrific killing intent. "I am flying as fast as I can." The Grims have already entered the repository and begun breaking into the rooms and taking fortunes inside them. I could not let them have anything, especially the 5 things they were searching for. They needed them for something extremely important, and that is reason enough. While I am flying at my best, it would still take me a day to reach the bronze graveyard unless I am willing to tear through the space. That would instantly kill me. All the people who had tried till now had died, and I do not wish to do fruitlessly. I feel so powerless right now, and the only thing I can do is prepare. The enemies I will be facing are very strong, and I have to be prepared to face them. So I begin to make the preparations, from mapping everything Nero and Ashland see to cracking the formations. 22 hours passed before I finally saw the silhouette of the bronze graveyard. The dilapidated city is shining like a bright lamp of bronze light in the midnight sky. My speed slowed down considerably in these 22 hours. I have faced 9 flesh golems, of which 3 of them were at peak Grandmaster class. One was especially powerful. Its explosion nearly broke my shields. I still shudder whenever I think about the explosion. It was too powerful. Thud. About half an hour later, I landed a few miles near the bronze graveyard before sneakily beginning to walk toward it. If I fly, I will get detected even if I am careful. Nearly 100 flesh golems are roaming the bronze graveyard, and they are very dangerous. Especially when they came against the enemy together, one could barely survive in such circumstances. There were 2 Grim Grandmasters have been caught by these flesh golems, and they were only able to survive because they had left the runes. Still, the injuries they have gotten in just a couple of seconds are fighting enough that even for peak Grandmaster, they will take quite a time to heal. I followed the way Ashland had mapped for me. It was safest, and would take me to the bronze graveyard at quickest without being discovered. Still, it took me an hour before I finally took a step inside the bronze graveyard, and as I did, I instantly felt the thick metallic and death energy. It is so thick that it had blanked my mind for a moment. No wonder the initial level Grandmaster could not bear it. How can they? Both of the energies are freaking dense, and it is fortunate these energies are just existing and not targeting like the flesh golem, and if they had, even the Bullman would not have been able to survive their assault for more than a minute. Rustle. I was about to take my second step inside when suddenly, I heard a rustle in my mind. I instantly knew which tree it was from and what it wanted, and I couldn't help but be surprised to see it could even communicate. as I had never heard about them being able to do that. It is a metal essence tree that had just talked to me. Saying talked would be too much, as what it did was more primal than talking, but I understood its intentions clearly. It said it had sensed something, and it needed it. It did not mention where it was or what this thing that it had sensed. Seeing there is no other info, I did not waste any time. There are more important things than looking for the things that the metal essence tree is needed. The Grimms have already found one of the 5 things they needed, not to mention they are already stuffing their storages with the other kinds of fortune they are coming across. The only good thing about all this is that the key Grimms could not be used in opening the treasure rooms inside. The old foxman needed to crack these formations to step into the treasure rooms. I begin to walk inside the bronze graveyard, avoiding the flesh golems with the help of Ashlyn. Still, my speed was dirt slow, and just like before, I was powerless to do anything. If I tried to be faster and got discovered, then all the flesh golems would down on me, and I would have no choice but to escape ruin to save my life. There are some flesh golems here that even Bullman wouldn't want to fight. Those golems wouldn't take long, more than a few seconds, to finish me off. It took 2.5 hours before I was finally reached the circle that 4 Grimm monsters had formed. There used to be 6 Grimm monsters, but now there are only 2, as 4 had to run away due to being discovered by the flesh golem. I continued moving for about 15 minutes when I suddenly stopped, and strings began to come out from me. If I want to enter the underground chamber where the gem door is, I will have to deal with these 4 Grimms before. Each of them is standing at the strategic location from which they could see the entrance. They have even placed the detection artifacts. The detection artifacts will not be a problem as long as I can deal with these Grimms. To be honest, I would have gone straight, but seeing how their eyes and senses locked on the entrance, I would not be able to, no matter how good my stealth method is. It would have been amazing if I had the rule-bending body like Nero or shrunk myself to the thumb size like Ashlyn. Once discovered, they might inform the Bullman inside with the communication artifacts they have. I could not let that happen. The surprise is the only element here that I have in my favor. Well, it is not a bad thing, considering the 2 Grimms I am targeting have the bloodlines. The other 2 will be handled by Ashlyn, and considering the strength she has shown, she would not have any problem dealing with the 2 Grimms. How easy it is to wrap the strings around the enemies when I am not occupied in battle, I said to myself as I wrapped my strings around 2 Grimms at 3 times more speed than I usually do. These Grimms are not weak. One of them is Peak Grandmaster, and the other is Mid Grandmaster. Even though I am working fast, I am extremely careful. One slightest mistake would make them discover me, and I don't want it happen, at least not before I am successfully wrapped my strings around them. Ashlyn is standing ready. At my words, she will move and kill the 2 Grimms, of which one is the Peak, and the other is Mid Grandmaster. A minute and a half passed, and finally, I finished wrapping the strings around the Grimm monsters. Just as I finished, it couldn't help but stump me how easy it was. I was killing 2 powerful Grimm monsters within a minute. People did not seem able to kill a simple Grandmaster within years, considering how slippery they are with the numerous methods present in my arsenal. "Sigh, Ashlyn, you can begin," I said, and pulled the strings just as I did. The 2 Grimms disappeared. It had instantly alerted the 2 Grimms. All 4 of them were in constant contact with each other. The moment 2 disappeared, they noticed. Not even a second passed when suddenly a thumb-sized metal sparrow appeared behind it. It got alarmed seeing it, and had just moved to dodge her when it noticed the sparrow had already passed through its head and came out of the other side. The remaining Mid-Grandmaster reacted far more smartly than its intelligence about it had said. It had activated its beacon even before the Peak Grandmaster had been killed and disappeared from the ruin, which is quite regretful, as I would have really liked to have its storage. I shook my head and walked toward the entrance of the underground chamber carefully. Ashlyn had just told me there were 2 flesh golems there. I could not get discovered by them when I had reached so close to my destination. I had just taken a few steps when the harvest began, and a thick purified bloodline began to move and get harvested from the 2 Grimm monsters. The combined bloodline's essence is so powerful that it nearly stopped me in my tracks. The bloodline essence a lot, and it couldn't help but excite me, and I wish I would have been in the place where I could reveal this excitement. Unfortunately, I am not. I am in a place where even breathing loud would get me detected, so I crushed down all the excitement and moved cautiously as possible. The harvest lasted for more than a minute, 3.5 a minute inside, which is a lot considering how fast the runes harvest the Grimm monsters when they are inside me, but they still took a 3.5 minutes. It is the best news in waves of bad news. Buzz. A moment after the harvest finished, the strengthening energy was released from my core. It is so pure and so much that it had made me gasp. It is a good thing I sealed my armor from any inside noise, otherwise the flesh golems would have definitely heard it. I have not only sealed the sound, but also tightened the locks of my armor so that not a speck of my aura would be revealed outside. With the huge amount of strengthening energy, my aura is increasing every second rapidly. I had to take every breath and every step with my newfound strength in mind. The slightest mistake in calibrating the force and I would fall on my face. The strengthening energy enriches my soul and body, while the growth energy enriches the plants inside my core. They are growing at a speed I have never seen them growing. It is simply unbelievable. I thought the earlier speed was fast, but this is faster. The plants are just growing, the metal essence tree is glowing faintly, and the fruits on it maturing rapidly. I looked at 6 fruits. I will need them for my breakthrough, though I will not be able to use them in natural form, considering I do not have a metallic constitution, and while I will be able to use them without any side effects, it would be better if I filter away the metallic part of fruits. For others, it might be near impossible, but for me, it is possible, and I have reached close to perfecting a procedure for it. The strengthening energy remained in me for more than 5 minutes before it had got completely absorbed, and the strength I have got gave me great confidence that I might be able to survive this endeavor in this underground repository. 45 minutes passed, and I finally reached the gem door without getting discovered by the flesh golems, but there was no smile on my face. Just a minute ago, the Grimms found the second thing they needed, and the Bullman and old Foxman looked very ecstatic about it. These bastards have already found the 2 of the 5 ingredients they needed for whatever reason. I need to quickly enter inside and find those other things before them. Ashlyn quickly entered inside me and began to absorb her share of energies as I reached beside the gem door. The Allegari puzzle is now completely different than the one Foxman had solved, and I had spent 60 solving it. It did not matter as I had cracked it this one. 2 after Grimms and Nero walked inside the door. I had asked Ashlyn to come inside. I had copied the puzzle and even solved it, and now I am moving the runes to create the key. Buzz, the runes buzzed as I finished, and the key formed, which I had pressed inside the keyhole. Just as I did, the door opened. I stepped through the gate and found myself in the same hall I had seen through Nero's eyes. I looked around before walking toward the 3 doors. There are few things worthy of taking from this broken hall, but like the Grimms, I do not have the time. I have to find those things before the Grimms do, as I could not just wait here for them to come outside and kill them. I do not have such strength. The Bullman is extremely powerful even with the increase in strength. It would be better if I did not come against it. I appeared beside the 3 doors. I could not open the left door, and the middle door. Both of them are complete and thus require a key. The door on the right one also needs a key, but the formation on it is also visible. As long as I solve the formation, I will be able to enter through it. Thankfully, I have already solved the formation. I had copied it through Nero's eyes, and it did not take me long to solve the runic formation. Click. A few seconds later, the door clicked open, and I stared at it for a moment. There is no guarantee that this door is a way to treasures like the ones Grimms have gone in, and they are interconnected. I might as well go to a completely different place, and the chances of that are very high, but I do not have the choice. If I had the strength, I would have controlled my greed and just waited for them in the hall, but I do not have it and thus have to stop them in a different way. A moment later, I took a step inside, and what I saw was very similar to what I had seen through the Neros, though I knew it was a completely different place. There are hundreds of rooms made of energy around me on which runic formations could be seen glowing. More than half of them are broken and empty, but there are still some runes on which I could see the resources that had survived even after thousands of years. I controlled my greed and closed my eyes. I was now looking at a 3D map my avatar had created from the visual we were getting from Ashlyn, and now another model appeared. It was what I was seeing. I am now sure that both places are connected, which is good news and bad news. Good news because I will be vying for the same resources as the Grimms and even able to get to the resources they need before they do, and the bad news is that it might place me in direct conflict with them. If I saw them, I would run away as fighting is not a solution. I looked around with my eyes shining like the bulbs. I did not immediately go for the first treasure I saw instead. I first looked for the 5 things that Grimms were searching for, but unfortunately, I did not find them. So I begin my second objective, finding the most precious things. Everything is precious here despite their receded grades, but some are more precious than others. I will take the things based on my needs, not on their value. Even with the receded grades, things here are still precious. Nearly everything here at Grandmaster class. Some things are even above that. I wish I looked the whole place, but I do not have that much time. So I will have to prioritize, and I will begin with the things I need. It did not matter whether they were precious or not. As long as they are useful to my progress and cannot be found in the world, I will take them. It took me a few seconds to prioritize the things I wanted from the rooms, and I have already made a list. The first on the list are bone glow rubies. Bone glow rubies are an extremely precious resource for strengthening. They specialize in strengthening bones. From what I have read, using them is quite painful, but I will bear the pain as long as it gives me the strength that I need. I quickly appeared beside the room and began to scan the formation. Soon, it appeared from the avatar, and soon, it began to work on breaking. I did not stay beside the room and walked toward another room which was 100 some meters away, which had a pile of bluestone. They are sea-swallowing stones, an extremely rare resource. I need them to strengthen the swallowing property of my constitution. I took out the calibrator and scanned the formation before beginning to solve it. As I reached the peak of leader class, I saw my soul power increase so much that now, both my avatar and body could perform the complicated task independently, though I will merge into an avatar if I seep all my consciousness into the core. It would have been amazing my consciousness, and I could act separately in my core. I would have been able to do twice the work thrice time. Now, if I want to work separate from my avatar, I will have to be out. Though even working separately, I am constantly aware of everything my avatar is doing, and what it is learning I am learning simultaneously. Still, the days aren't long when I will be able to work with my avatar in my core in the next level up. I will have enough soul energy to keep myself and my avatar separate in my core, and I have been developing a complex formation for that. If it had worked as I had expected it to be, then the things I would be able to accomplish through it would be simply unimaginable. The formation of the room is pretty powerful, but I was able to crack it in 2 hours and 3 minutes. 41 minutes in outside time. Buzz. A moment after runic formation stuck in the room, the whole room buzzed before a door opened, and I walked inside it. As I stepped inside, I instantly felt the aura of bone glow rubies, which is not even Grandmaster might able to bear without a strong will. It felt like thousands of ants were biting my bones. These bites are quite painful, and this is done only by their aura. I couldn't help but shudder when I thought about the pain one would feel when they actually used these bone glow rubies. These rubies looked like they were made of bones, red crystalline bones. They were not bone but rubies, as their name says. There's a pile bigger than me in the room, but if I were to look at the signs around then, once upon a time, these rubies have filled this whole room, and their grade had been much higher than it is right, so high they would have been able to kill me just with their aura alone. I walked toward the rubies carefully and saw there was no danger. I took out the special storage box and began to fill these rubies into the box with the help of my strings. One should not use these rubies with their bare hands, as they will immediately siphon their energies into the bones. The raw energy of the bone glow rubies is extremely dangerous. It will make the bones brittle within a few seconds, and a minute later the bones will be powder and they will die. It is a really horrific way to die, and some people outside use it to torture and kill. It took me less than half a minute to store away all the rubies, and as I did, I walked out of the room. The formation would hold on for a few minutes, but I did not want to take the risk. I walked toward another room on the way. My runes have got the hungry feeling from a resource inside the broken room. The resource is very precious, and I would have added it to my list if the formation of the runes had not been so broken. I could break through the broken formation, but it would take a lot of effort and time that I did not have. So I let go and scanned the formation with the calibrator in my hand before beginning to solve. As the formation of the room containing sea-swallowing stones, I handed it over to my avatar to solve after it had finished solving the formation of the room containing the bone glow rubies. Buzz. 19 minutes later, my avatar solved the second formation, and I walked into the room containing the sea-swallowing stone. The stones are jagged, and they are the size of my fist. There are about 21 of them, which is much less than the bone glow rubies, but the value of these is slightly higher than the rubies. Just like before, I quickly collected it and moved to another formation. I began to break one room after another as I moved forward, collecting these precious resources that would make even high grandmasters fight with each other. With me and my avatar working together, it would take approximately half an hour for us to break each formation, which is insane considering how the old Foxman is taking 1.5 hours to 2 hours to break into each room. I would have been even quicker by a minute or two if I had not been constantly keeping an eye on Nero. The Foxman abilities are equal to mine or even slightly better, but I have two great advantages over it. First is there are two me working, and the second that one of me had 3 times more time. I am moving faster, collecting countless resources every second, but even after 7 hours, I did not find a single thing from the Grimm's list. The consolation is that the Grimms also have not found them. I did not spend too much time thinking about it, and instead focused my all on breaking into the rooms. The fortune I am collecting by hour is astonishing, and I really wish that Grimms would fall into some trap and die, so I could take my sweet time collecting all the resources here. If that happens, then I will be able to afford at least 5 of the remaining first phase of the 1000 Grandmaster project. The project is burning an astronomical amount of resources every day. If I had not produced some results, the council would have shut down the project days ago. As I had said, the cost of it is astronomical, and if we continue, then it won't be long before the project empties up the vaults of Pyramid with few hours than needed thousands of years to fill at such level. The Pyramid is making quite an effort to get all the resources we need. Not only they are asking for all the organizations, including Supreme, but they are also asking the individual powerhouses to donate the resources. I have even heard that Pyramid had sent out each and every of their specially trained treasure hunters into the ruins and realms to collect the resources. Another 5 hours passed, and I moved forward in these endless ruins. These torturous bastards were really rich. Such repositories are not common in these ruins. They have been since this ruin came to our world. The biggest one appeared 2,000 years ago that had killed more than 70 grandmasters. Speaking of that, I hope there is no such guardian in this place. These guardians are quite common. There could be 1 or 100 or even none. The guardians of the repository of 2,000 years before were the strongest. Barely any grandmaster was a match to them. Choo-choo. I was busy in my thoughts while breaking the formation when suddenly Ashlyn chirped from my shoulder. I instantly looked in the direction she asked me to look. As I did, my eyes couldn't widen in surprise before joy appeared in them. "Hanrium's bark," I whispered as I looked at the peculiar shade of dried green moth covering the piles of the bark placed on top of each other. Of the list of 5, this is the second most precious treasure that Grimms are searching for, and I have found it before they have, but taking it would not be easy as taking the other resources out of the rooms, as the formation of this room is broken. It did not matter, though even if the formation had been broken into 10 pieces, I would have tried to get it. I have seen the zeal the Grimms are searching the resources here, and I could not let it fall into their hands. I am very sure that once they see it, they will try their all to get it. Soon my avatar copied the broken formation and began to solve it while the calibrator appeared in my hand, and I started to crack the formation it was working on before. Every minute is precious here, and if I could use my time to gain more resources, I would use it, especially when the resources are extremely rare. The resource in the room my avatar was trying to break before was extremely rare, even rarer, and more useful than Hanrium's bark. It would help me in the project a lot. Buzz. 22 minutes later, I cracked the formation and used it in the room. In a minute, a door opened, and I walked inside. Inside the room, there are hundreds of tiny runic boxes the size of adolescent's fist, and each little box will have a blue leaf inside it. The leaf had dried up after thousands of years, and like all the resources, its grade had also receded. But even in this state, the akin leaves are still extremely precious. There are 502 boxes that still have the akin leaf in them, while the other few thousand only contain the dust. I did not leave them behind. Even the dust of akin leaves is precious. Many grandmasters would be a high price for it considering its uses. I did not stay even a minute inside the room. I went inside, collected the resources with the help of hundreds of strings, and walked out. Everything was over within 30 seconds. After that, I went to the other room on my list and scanned its formation with my calibrator before beginning to solve it. My avatar is still working on the broken formation, and it will take some time before it produces any result. 1 hour and 47 minutes passed when finally my avatar had solved the formation. By that time, I had entered another room and collected the resources from there. Buzz. A minute later, the formation activated and the cracked gap was stabilized. There was no way to solve the formation as many of the runes missing, so I stabilized the crack, which was the quickest way for me to harvest the resources. "Be quick," I said to Ashlyn, who had become smaller than my thumb. "Choo-choo." She chirped at me with confidence and flew toward the gap while I watched her with trepidation. These formations are extremely complicated with tens of facets. They not only create a robust defense, but there are many sensors. If I wanted, I could have widened up the crack and walked inside, but I am not good as Ashlyn at stealth. Ashlyn could completely hide her life energies and is extremely fast, and not to mention her size, which is quite small. It barely took a second for Ashlyn to reach the bark, and she flapped her wing toward it. Just as she did, all the bark disappeared, and she flew back toward the crack. She had covered half of the distance toward the crack when suddenly change occurred. The energies began to pile up and inside it and begin crackling at an extremely fast speed. In a fraction of seconds, they have become so powerful that they would have melted my defense. "Are you fine? Those energies did not injure you, did they?" I asked as hurriedly as Ashlyn appeared beside me. "Choo-choo." She chirped while shaking her head before disappearing into my core, before getting out a second later, after she deposited a huge pile of Hanrium's bark in my core. Sigh. A second later, a piece of Hanrium's bark appeared in my hand. I inspected it for a couple of seconds, before taking a huge sigh of relief and placing it back into my storage. There is one more reason why I don't target broken rooms aside from them being difficult to crack and extremely dangerous. The resources inside them are contaminated. There are thick metallic and dead energies here. These energies have destroyed and contaminated many resources of the broken rooms, and unless they are very important, like Hanrium's bark, I will stick to the perfect condition rooms. A day and a half passed, and I did not see the end of these rooms. There seemed to be an unlimited number of them. They are spread in every direction, and if one does not have a map, they will be searching for days to find what they need. I did not have a map, and thankfully, nor did the grim monsters, or at least they don't have a specific map showing what was contained in each room. If they had it, I would have been powerless to stop them from getting what they wanted. "Father, we are getting close to you. There is a distance of only 3 miles between us," Nero said, stopping me dead in my tracks. A second later, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. It was good news for me. It meant I now had the power to act against them if the chance presented itself. While 3 miles is a small distance for people like us that we do not need even a breath of time to cross it, here it is huge. There is no straightforward way here, and in between us, there are tens of rooms. Even if Grimms know I am, they would not be able to do anything with the speed they are breaking the formation. A few hours later, the Grimms stopped, and their action surprised me. Before I looked at the face of the old foxman, and everything became clear. As I had expected, the bullman had ordered the rest. It had been 6 days since we had entered the ruin, and the old foxman had constantly been solving the formations for 5 days at the least, and it had taken a toll on it that it could not function at its peak without taking the rest. Grandmasters could easily remain awake for weeks, but with days, the strain of lack of builds up very fast if one is working on an activity that takes toll on one's soul, body, or energy. Solving formation is very straining, and on top of that, the old foxman is also using the protection artifact against the thick metallic and death energies here, which is also quite straining to its energy. It is already a wonder it continued without losing its edge for so long. I wonder what will they do if they find out I am also here in this repository. I am sure the resting would become the last thing on their mind. A few minutes later, I also sat down in the protected formation and took dinner. Ashlyn and I both are feeling quite hungry, and I am also very tired. Ever since I had come to this ruin, I had been pushing myself hard. I have grown tired, but seeing Grimms continue to break one room after another, I also kept pushing myself. I quickly ate the flesh food my avatar had cooked within minutes and closed my eyes to sleep. I had kept Ashlyn guard. She could deal with danger than even I could not. If something came that even she cannot deal with, then I am done. Buzz. I slept for 3 hours before the loud vibration of my holowatch woke me up. I usually woke before the alarm, and when I did not, it meant I was very tired. I felt good as I woke up, but soon, my eyes became serious when I saw the Grimms also woken and begin breaking into the rooms again. A few words with Nero let me know that Grimms have woken up not long ago, but that did not stop me from starting working immediately. With the Grimm and me, I have already found the 3 things they need, and I have to be faster if I want to find the other 2 things before them. The bad news came quickly. Just 5 hours after waking up, the Grimms had found another resource they needed, and it had filled more than half of the room, which have instantly lighted up the eyes of Bullman and old Foxman like the shining crystal. The room is not even a broken one. It is completely fine, and won't take more than 2 hours for the old Foxman to break it up. Damn. Seeing that, I could only curse in frustration, and moved to solve the formations in the rooms, and this time, I began to open them with much greater zeal than before, and also began even stricter in choosing the rooms, while focusing more on exploring the repository to find that last resource. 4 days passed as such, and neither the Grimms nor I found the last resource, though I have filled my storage with enough resources that I have a hard time becoming too disappointed. It is the opposite for the Grimm monsters, especially the Bullman and old Foxman, who are becoming more agitated as time passes. They even snapped at the 3 peak Grimms, who got excited seeing the room full of resources. They have also changed their operational style more drastically than I. They stopped opening the rooms, or no, they only opened the rooms that were on the way to their exploring this repository. They continued to become more and more agitated before suddenly, all their agitation had disappeared. Huge smiles have dawned on the face of the Bullman and the old Foxman as they saw the huge bronze door. It seemed to make them even happier than when they found one of the 5 resources they needed. The bronze door is huge, double the size of Grimm monsters, and has a strange vein-like marking around it. I feel like these veins are the language of some sort, but sadly, I couldn't understand what it meant. Old Foxman and Bullman began to discuss things in silence barrier. I could not see what they were talking about, but at the end of the conversation, the old Foxman sighed with the disappointed me before nodding affirmatively at Bullman. "Gadf with me," the Bullman said to the frogman and walked toward the huge bronze door. "Nero, don't take a risk," I said to Nero when I saw him attaching himself to Frogman from the werewolf, and like before, he did not listen to me. Nero's ability is so good that he could attach themselves to Grimms to peak Grandmaster, and they did not even notice. In the past few days, he had attached himself to all the Grimm monsters, except for the Bullman. Even the old Foxman, with all its strange ability, did not notice Nero. When I saw him do that first time a few days ago, I was quite scared, and even though he will get discovered immediately but did not. Even Bullman did not discover him despite Nero being so close to him. The Bullman appeared beside the bronze door and placed the key in the small keyhole. As it did, the bronze door lit up lightly and began to open. A few seconds later, the door fully opened, and both Grimm took a step inside. As they did, the shocked look couldn't help but appear on my face, and Frogman stumbled for the same reason. The thing that shocked me was the density of energy. the energy so dense there that even peak Grandmaster could not bear it. The frogman had to power its protective suit to full power before he was even able to stand up. "You are right, father," said Nero, confirming my hypothesis that the source of metal and death energy is below Nero, is even able to sense their source. Now that the bullman had walked through the bronze door, I have no reservation about dealing with the two peak Grandmasters and the old foxman. Of the five of them, only Bullman was a danger to me, and with it gone, I have no fear against these three. I will kill them before I think about opening that giant bronze door. Currently, the Bullman and the Frogman are walking down the stairs. I could not see anything other than the stairs, and the immense, dense death and metal energy that I might not be to bear with my current strength. With each step, this energy seemed to be getting denser and denser, putting more and more pressure on the Frogman that crumbled against the stairs. The Bullman seemed to expect it and took out a pure white crystal with an unwilling expression and placed it on the chest of the Frogman. Pure white energy covered him, and he was finally able to breathe easily and walk again. I watched them for a few more seconds before they turned into three grim monsters with Nero gone. I could not see them, but I could still sense their general direction faintly. Nero had few of my seeds, and he had placed them inside the grim. Even the old wily foxman had been not spared by them. My own seeds are not capable of tracking through the powerful restrictions of this place, but Nero added their own energy to them. They were able to hold against the powerful restrictions. I am going to kill these bastards no matter what tricks they hold with Ashlyn and me working together. There is no chance I will let any of them escape. While these powerful restrictions are frustrating, they also are very good. The beacon would not work here. A beacon would need to be extremely powerful to pull through them out of this place. Nero checked their beacons, and I do not be worried about them running away. There are about 2 miles of distance between us, and to reach them I would have to break through at least 10 rooms, which are a lot and will take a lot of time, but that is fine. My speed of breaking the formation is much faster than theirs, and most importantly, they do not know I am coming for them. I looked at the rooms in the direction of the Grims, and chose to break through the one which contained the most precious resource. While my target is the Grims, I should not forget about taking the benefits on the way. It is fine as long as it does not delay me. I scanned the formation of the room before starting to break them this time. Not only my avatar is breaking it, but so was I. Both of us were working on it together. I had not done it before as I thought it would not be efficient as working on two formations separately, but now I have no time to think about efficiency, and if working together I can be quicker by a few minutes, I will do it. Killing these three will give a major blow to the Grim monsters, especially the old Foxman. It is Rune Grandmasters. Even Grims did not have many of such scholars. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 hours passed and I had crossed 10 rooms, and now there were barely 500 meters of distance between the Grim monsters and me. I am breaking through the rooms at a much faster speed than I had expected. I would not need 15 to 20 minutes to break the formation, a minute to set up, and another minute to collect the resources inside the room before walking out. The speed at which I am breaking the formation is fast. I am taking nearly half the time as before to break each formation, which is quite a shock to me, as I had expected to save only 4 to 5 minutes at most with each formation. I have been very wrong earlier, and I am happy to be proven wrong as now. My zeal to create a formation that would help me act independently in the core has become even greater. Buzz. I broke another formation and walked into the room. The door closed behind me, and others began to open while my strings collected the resources. By the time I had to the other side room toward the exit, my strings had already collected. I stepped out of the room, and just as I did, I stopped in my tracks. The room right in front of me contained the Ornese rock, the last resource that Grimm's needs and also the least rare among the 5. The resource is pretty useless from what I have read and could only be in specific alchemical ingredients. The only thing that makes it precious is its rarity. It is extremely rare, now in front of me, occupying nearly half of the ruin. I quickly copied the formation and began to solve it. It took me 18 minutes to solve and about a minute to create the formation before projecting it onto the room. Buzz, the formation buzzed, and the walls separated, forming the door through which I walked inside. Inside the room is a huge blue-gray rock. The rock is big as Grim Monster and has no aura. One might even consider it a regular rock, and it even feels like a regular rock. The only way it could be identified is through the distinctive blue-gray patterns formed on it. My strings moved and wrapped the whole Ornese rock before it disappeared into my core, and I walked out of the room. An hour passed and the Grims stopped now. There was a distance of only 1 room between us, and they could see me as I could see them. Their blurry forms are standing just a few hundred meters from me, watching me with shock. I could tell the Grim had been shocked by my appearance, so shocked that they remained on their spots for a couple of seconds before they moved. I thought they would make the preparation to deal with me given their nature, but they are planning to flee. This not only surprised me but the other 2 Grims too, who wanted to make preparation to fight me, but the old foxman rejected that idea, saying I am an unstable element and they should not face me without Bullman present. Bullman is not going to help them currently. It has been stuck inside the broken formation and trying its hardest to break out of it. They had fallen in it unknowingly. It came out all of a sudden just when they reached the end of the stairs. The broken formation is strong, but Bullman seemed to be making some progress against it with the horrific power it is attacking it with. Its strength is really scary, and I was wise not to fall under the influence of my recent advancements and take my chances against it. If I had, it wouldn't have needed even 5 seconds to send me to the underworld. Seeing the progress it is making, I think it would need a few more hours to break out of that broken formation, and by that time I should be able to deal with these 3 Grims. With me reaching so close to them, my connection with my seeds has strengthened a lot that now I can see their whole anatomy and even hear and see what they are talking about and seeing. What I have seen inside the old foxman bastard has surprised me. It had made many shocking artificial changes inside itself. Even if someone was able to kill it, they would still die. Though I will not die, and now I have seen what is inside it, I would be better prepared to deal with it. I have already formed a plan to deal with it, and it is not much different than my earlier plan to deal with. I have only changed some elements. Buzz. I quickly copied the formation covering the room and began to solve it, and this time, it took me only half an hour to solve the formation before I projected it on the room and the door opened. I have solved the formation in 15 minutes, one of my quickest. The rest 15 minutes went to making the preparation. That old foxman is even more dangerous than the intelligence had said to be. It had many cards, and most dangerous of all, that thing it had planted inside it. Just looking at it gave me a shudder, which I controlled and stepped inside the room. I could see the shock in the faces of Grims as I opened the door of the room. The speed I had solved the formation was 3 times faster than an old foxman. I did not stop as I collected the resources and appeared beside the exit that opened on the other side before stepping out. Die, die. Both peak Grims shouted as they attacked me with an extremely powerful attack. The old foxman had ordered them to attack me at their greatest attacks, and they did. Thankfully, I have been prepared for it, and even prepared for what old foxman is doing while hiding behind the peak grandmasters. So, I said with a laugh, and did not do anything, had not even lifted a finger, just watched their attacks coming toward me. BANNNG, BANNNG. The defeating bands rang out as the 2 attacks clashed against the invisible barrier surrounding me. It is no invisible barrier, but my shields, which are invisible, and the attacks of these 2 Grims are not powerful enough to bring them out of their invisibility. The frogman would have some chances. It is much stronger than these 2. Soon the shockwave and energies have attacks disappeared, and we looked at each other without speaking. Who are you? Asked the old foxman from behind while it is hiding behind. There is no fear in its eyes, and if I had what it had, I would not have feared the enemy too. That thing is too dangerous. No peak grandmasters could survive against it, and even peak Bullman would have faced some trouble dealing with it. Professor GRSA, I have always wanted to meet you, I said, referring to the title it was like to call while removing my helmet. Michiel Zar, it said with shock, and at the same time, all the defenses inside its body and even outside, a layer of dark brown energy have covered it. These defenses are very powerful, so powerful that they would have even been able to stop my seed. It is not surprising, considering it had planted that thing inside itself and nourished it for so long to make it this powerful that shudderingly scared of it. Thankfully, I have dealt with it otherwise. This thing would have killed the 2 Grims and me in front of me with only foxmen surviving. You're really good. I couldn't have imagined a human who is not even 25 years old could solve the formation at such speed before, but I shouldn't be surprised, considering you are practicing the celestial inheritance. It praised while not even batting an eye when Grims in front of him retreated at the furthest end and covered themselves with their defensive method, as if that is going to save them from my strings. About that, Professor, you are a little wrong. It is not I that will be dying but you. I said, to which it arched its brow in amusement. I have sealed the blood poison lily that you have inside you, and your other methods are not capable of killing me, I informed. The old man's expression changed drastically as he heard it. It was so shocked hearing it that it had nearly stumbled in its place. How? It asked in great shock. This question is asking itself as much as it is asking me. I have my ways, I replied. Of course, it is my seed, though the investigative seed might not be able to do the things like my 12 special seeds. There is still enough energy in them that will help me make mischief on the enemy. I had used all the energy in the seed to seal the blood poison lily inside him. The formation guarding the lily was copied. It is the same as the one I had read in the books. It had not made any changes to it, which is normal considering how complicated the formation is, and most importantly, it is very hard to look inside the Grim Grandmaster's bodies, especially someone like Old Foxman, so most people did not even know it had such dangerous thing inside, is much less way to seal it safely. So what you have sealed the blood poison lily, I still have other things that are just as dangerous like this one, it said with madness flaring in its eyes, and a metallic red thing appeared in its hand, which instantly changed the expression on my face, also the faces of two grim monsters behind. Where the hell did it find this thing? I asked myself, seeing that Aklo's bomb in its hand. That thing is even more dangerous than the blood-poison lily. Its explosion would even kill the bullman if it were caught inside it. I am sure you know what this thing is. The moment I die, or it leaves my hand, it will activate, and in this restricted space, you can forget about escaping it, it threatened with a crazy smile. You can stop worrying about me, Professor. I will deal with it after you do, I said, and to that, its eyes flashed even more crazily, and it opened its mouth to say something, but before it could, it froze on its spot and shine began to leave its eyes. The grim monsters, who were even able to evade even High Grandmaster, died by my hand. It is really quite an accomplishment that I couldn't help but feel pride about, but also slightly sad, considering the world had just a powerful scholar. As it had the moment it had died, the Aklo's bomb turned bright red, and power began to radiate from it was more horrifying than Bullman itself. I moved my hand forward and pulled in the just as I did. The Aklo's bomb flew toward me to the surprise of two Grims and soon reached me, but it did not come to my hand as the Grims had expected. Instead, it directly went to the small hole into the room behind, which closed right after the bomb went inside. Rattle. Half a second later, the bomb exploded into the room. It turned it completely dark red, but horrifying power was only able to rattle the room faintly. Before the formations of the rooms rapidly sucked the power of the explosion, there is no sign remains of it. It is quite shocking, considering the bomb would have vaporized us if it had exploded out here, but inside the room, it had barely rattled the room faintly. It was not powerful enough to bring out truly defensive formations present in the room. It was a good thing I had the presence of mind to leave a small gap in the room. I had made it deposited the blood poison lily if it had become unstable, but that did not seem to be happening with my powerful sealing. Still, many dangerous formations quirks have activated the moment the old foxman was killed. Thankfully, the special seed I had deposited inside it and my strings are dealing. Now, gentlemen, do you have any last words? I asked the two Grims whose eyes had turned to the body of old Foxman, which had turned into a freak show. I had not cared for some of the least dangerous things it had left behind, and they have turned its body into a horror show. Huma. Well, there is no need for you guys to say anything, I said, seeing them opening their mouths with a usual threat. Me cutting them off had instantly made them angry, and they moved toward me to make their last stand, but before they could even explode with the powerful aura, they disappeared from their spot and entered my core to get harvested. It was not just old Foxman that had been my target. I had targeted these two at the same moment. With the time I had finished wrapping my strings around them, much to the disappointment of Ashlyn, who wanted to fight them. With both peak grim monsters disappearing, I turned my focus on the horrific body of old Foxman. The silver fur Foxman, that old Foxman, belonged to one of few aesthetically pleasing grim monsters, but now its body has turned into a sheer nightmare that even adults will have nightmares after looking at it. I did not go near the body as it is still very much dangerous, but there are some things I have to get from it, so I pulled my strings. As I did, two things came floating toward me. One was a beautiful-looking lily with blood-red petals and poison-green stem and its spatial storage. The bastard had set its storage on self-destruct on its death, which I was barely able to prevent. I am extremely excited about the storage of the old Foxman. The things it would have inside its storage would be amazing. It is not only a grandmaster of runes, but also an accomplished poison master. If not, he would not be able to place an extremely dangerous thing, as the blood poison lily inside its body, and also grow it while feeding its own essence. I placed the storage inside my storage ring, which is in my core. There is a pretty heavy lock in this storage. It would take me quite a time if I were to unlock it, but my storage ring would be able to do it within a couple of seconds. I can't wait for its inscription to break, and I get the wonderful things inside it, especially the books. I know it has a huge collection of them. With storage disappearing, I turn to look at the blood poison lily. It is the most precious flower I've ever got my hands on. It is more precious than the fire dust rose and even metal essence fruits. Like both of those things, its constitution subclass resources means it could change the constitution, and the constitution it gives is much more powerful than those two resources above. In many ways, it is different than them and more dangerous if used with the slightest negligence, and most importantly, it could be used on only those who have the poison constitution already. Those without poison constitution could also use it, but they would not gain even 10 of its benefits. The way old Foxman had used the blood poison lily is extremely dangerous but also genius. While it fed it its blood essence, the blood poison lily also gave back some of its essence's return, making its constitution stronger. I said this process is dangerous because there are high chances that blood poison lily would consume all the essence of the host and kill them before they could do anything about them. Despite all the dangers it represents, it is truly a treasure. Many people would fight to the death for it, especially tyrants with poison constitution, as it gave them more than a 50 chance to reach the Grandmaster class. I looked at it for a few seconds before taking out a secure box and placing it inside it and storing it in my core. Buzz. A few seconds after that, the harvest began. The runic chains surrounding the werewolf started to draw out the purified bloodline essence and spread it to all the shareholders. If there had not been others to take the energy, the advancement I would have gotten from harvesting the bloodline of the Grimms would have been more than now. I shook my head just as this thought came into my mind. I may be capable of harvesting the essence of the Grimms and turning them into the essence roses, but I am far from capable of harvesting the bloodline essence of the Grimms. However, I am constantly working on it, and one day I will succeed. Buzz. Finally, all the bloodline essence has been harvested, and a second later, the strengthening energy is released from my runes, filling my whole body in an instant. It took me nearly 5 minutes to absorb the whole strengthening energy, and when I did, I felt even more powerful. After calming down from the power high, I finally let my avatar get a look at the storage of the old Foxman, for which I am extremely excited. My avatar took the storage and unloaded everything inside the storage and unloaded it all. Damn, I said with shock. It is not the resources that have shocked me but the sheer amount of books. There are barely any books in the storage of Grimm's, but this storage is littered with them. I did not even look at the resources and directly went for the books. I used to consider my collection to be good, but it is nothing compared to these bastards. The books are really good. They are about every sort of subject and every language: Grimm language, human language, and universal language. Nearly 80 of the books are the universal language, and half of them are about poison and runic subjects. Seeing them, my eyes couldn't light up, and I wanted to read each and every one of them, but I controlled myself. I could not waste time on books or other things. There is an important reason I have opened the storage in this hurry, which is to find whether the old Foxman also possesses the key like the Bullman. It would make things much easier if it had the key, so I began to search for the key. A few minutes passed, and I looked through the whole storage but did not find any type of key. There is barely any information about the ruin, and what it had was quite common. Its communication must have contained the information like my Holloway have does. Now, without a key and no information, I would have to inspect the bronze door carefully to see whether I could find a way to bring out the formation. The way Bullman is behaving, it is very clear that the underground held something special. Nero had also said that the sources of death and metal energy are likely to be present in the underground. I don't know what Grimms want from the underground, whether it is sources of death and metal energy or something else. Whatever it is, I could not let it have it. I have already dealt a blow to them by getting 2 of the 5 things they were searching for and have already got half of the 3 things they have found. Both Bullman and Foxman took half of the 3 resources they found, likely in the form of risk management. Even if somehow one of them is killed, the other could bring out the resources they need. 40 minutes passed, and I had broken through the 2 rooms and now standing in front of the bronze door, which was even more magnificent than I had seen it through Nero's eyes. I took it in its grandness before carefully walking toward us, and soon I was at a touching distance from it. I stopped half a meter away from it and extended my hand till it was only an inch away from touching it. My hand stayed frozen for a moment before the pink waves released from it. A few seconds later, the waves returned and read the information they had brought back. My expression couldn't help but turn ugly. There is good news and bad news. The good news is that it is very possible to bring out the formation, and I even know the way. The bad news is, I do not have the capability, even with all the resources I have. 20 minutes later, I opened my eyes and took a sigh. For an hour, I had searched a way to break this bronze door, but no matter the way I thought, it needed much greater power than I have right now. If I had an Aklon bomb, I might be had some chance, but I have already searched through the storage of old Foxman, and there is nothing that produces the explosions that might. The bombs of that level have been rarely found in the ruin. The last one we found was more than 3 centuries ago. The Bullman is still attacking the broken formation it had trapped in crazily and making progress, but it would take a few hours before it could break out of it. If it had Foxman with it, it would have already broken through it, but with no knowledge of the runes, the Bullman has no choice but to try to break it with the raw power. I could not waste my time watching, so I once again began breaking through the rooms. I don't know whether I will get an opportunity to open the door, but I will be ready for it, and since Nero is there, anything is possible. 3.5 hours passed by, and in this time I had broken through the record number of the rooms. 13 rooms, one after another, taking the immense resources out of them. Some of these resources are present in huge quantity and are going to help me a lot. It was all due to concurrently working with my avatar. With 2 of us working together, breaking these formations have become extremely easy. Bang! I was moving to break the formation of another room when I heard the loud bang. The sound was not from my surrounding, but the visual of Nero's eyes playing in front of my avatar. It seemed like the bullman had finally been able to break through the broken formation after more than 6 hours, and the grand view blocked by the formation had been revealed, and it was startlingly beautiful as it is horrifying. In front of it strengthened the beautiful garden, filled with metal and death elemental trees. In the center is a dead tree dried 3, which is divided into 2 parts. One is a deep bronze filled with dense metallic power, while the other is dark black, still spewing out dense death energy. Beside is a small house, wholly carved out the marble, and has a platform on which his giant is sitting while looking ahead. These platforms are all around the garden, but unlike the one in the center, all of them are empty. I know where those things sitting on the platform had gone. They went above, searching for anyone with the pulse to kill. All this look is very beautiful, but it is a horrifying tint to it as well. The whole garden is littered with bones. The tens of thousands of pieces of bones glittering under the influence of the death energy is truly a horrifying sight to see. Our goal is the dark part of the tree and water from the small pool behind it, said the bullman to the frogman. It shocked the frogman and looked at Bullman with fear in its eyes. The death and metal energies there are so dense that I would not be able to survive even a second there, it said, and to that, the bullman let out a toothy confident smile. You don't have to worry about that, we have made enough preparations for it, it replied and took out huge crowns made of the same white crystal as earlier. It placed one crown on its own head while the other on the frogman's. As it did, dense pure white energy covered them. We have to be extremely cautious, most importantly. Be careful of that golem. Even my life we would danger if it awakens, cautioned the bullman. Even its confident expressions began to become serious when it looked at the giant flesh golem. They took a deep breath and walked into the garden. They carefully avoided the bones and the stone platform. Though they continued to collect resources, and who wants to consider each and every plant contains the resources of the peak Grandmaster class. These resources are very special, especially the death elemental. They are very rare and used in a multitude of things in the alchemy. I couldn't help but feel jealous of these bastards who are harvesting tens of Grandmasters class resources by minutes. They did not seem to be in any hurry, harvesting every resource their eyes would fall on. Though they did not seem to want to touch the bones for some reason, the bones did not have any formation on them and had very rich deathly energy in them. If I had been in their place, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from collecting pieces or 2 of these bones. Nearly 2 hours passed, and they reached the center of the garden. In front of them was a huge stone platform on which a giant flesh golem was sitting. The golem was even bigger than the grim monsters and had a single eye on the center of its forehead. A cyclops. I have read about this race many times in the books but never seen one, and now I did. Though it is a dead one, it is, without doubt, a cyclops. The bullman signed a few gestures rapidly, once again reminding the frogman to be careful of the golem. It nodded, and both of us walked around the golem on the opposite side, carefully avoiding the golem while still remaining on the walk. They walked slowly around it, and everything was normal when suddenly, Nero did something that shocked me. It had linked itself to the seed planted inside the frogman and took control of it in an instant. Seeing Nero could even do that had shocked me, but what he did next was truly horrifying, and I am not the only one that has been horrified by it. The frogman, controlled by Nero, raised its axe and slashed at the golem sitting on the platform. No, the bullman shouted. Seeing the frogman attacking the golem, it could not understand why it had done that when it specifically warned it not to. If Bullman had looked at the eyes of the frogman, it would have noticed the faint pink layer covering it, and the expressions on its face are vastly different than what usually frogman has, but it does not have any time for that. It is moving toward the frogman at full speed. Its speed is so fast that I wasn't able to see it clearly, but despite its power difference and speed, it won't be able to reach the frogman before it is too late. Nero had timed the move too well. I wish Nero hadn't done that. It is extremely risky that even with all his abilities, I begin to fear it for his safety. Kutch. The axe of the frogman stuck the giant cyclops golem and went at least 20 inches deep, which is nothing. I thought the strike would at least take the bone, given the power behind the attack, but it did not even pierce through the skin. The bullman appeared, and I thought it would pierce the bullman with the huge bone spike appearing in its hand, but it did not. Instead, it looked at a giant golem and the axe which had buried a few inches in its skin. It continued to look at it for a second, and when it saw no reaction from the golem, it took a sigh of relief and looked at Frogman with wrath burning in its eyes. Gadf, I will kill you right now unless you provide me with a good explanation for your actions. The bullman asked the frogman, its a face filled with great confusion and horror. I was being caught. It was replaying when it had suddenly stopped while Bullman watched in horror as it simply disappeared. Its reaction was extremely fast, as I was only faint soul slashing as a silvery line passed through the frogman. It took me nearly a second to realize that silver-like was the sword of the flesh golem, which moved so fast that it cut through the frogman before it could even react to it. The sword had cut it into two cleanly. I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief seeing Nero let out of the frogman's body and escape right when its axe touched the golem's body. Still, what it did was a huge risk, and there will be consequences, bad consequences, if he is not careful. I asked Nero not to do anything foolhardy anymore, just stay hidden, because what is going to happen next is clearly above his level. A moment after the frogman got killed, the Cyclops golem got up, and the huge eyes in the center of its head opened. It is a really huge eye, dark blue eye. Die. It roared loudly, and its huge body had crossed the hundreds of meters of distance in an instant. It had moved so fast that I felt like it had teleported in front of Bullman before attacking it. I can tell the Bullman is very scared of the Cyclops golem, and scared witless when it appeared in front of it at such speed, but it had reacted instantly as a huge, thick bone shield appeared in front of it to defend itself against the coming attack. Bang. The Cyclops golem's sword clashed against the huge bone shield, and it had exploded, sending the bloodied Bullman flying back. Crack, it survived. I exclaimed the attack was no simple attack. It might have killed even a council member, but the Bullman had served, and it seemed like it's shooting back as it reached diving dead trees of metal and death and quickly extended its hand and took a couple of its branches. A fraction of a second later, it had also swiped up nearly a quarter of water from the pond not far behind them, not caring about the Cyclops golem that appeared in front of it, and swung its sword with even greater power. My eyes couldn't help but widen up seeing its daring. Even when such a powerful enemy appeared in front of it which could kill it, it had still chosen to harvest those resources. It seemed to be caring more about these resources than its life itself. Bang. The sword of the golem had blasted the bone shields to pieces once again and injured the Bullman even further before attacking again. This time something different happened. Instead of a bone shield, a thick bone armor appeared on the Bullman's body, and it began to burn. As it did, I felt its aura intensifying. It had instantly nearly 10 times more powerful. As the aura blasted out of its body, the sword reached it, but instead of defending it, and it dodged and was even successful. I couldn't help but become surprised seeing that, even with the great advancement, I had not thought it would be able to dodge this horrific attack, but it did, and now, it is running toward the exit with the speed that I could not even follow. If I am not wrong, then it had burned its essence through the secret method of its special arts. The power it got is more than regular burning of the core might have given it. It is running toward the exit, and Golem is hot on its heels and catching up at a very fast speed. By the end of the second, it will catch up to it, and then it could forget to leave, but that might not happen. While the Bullman might have the edge for over a second, it is enough for it. Unlike it, the enemy it is facing is dumb. BANNG. It carefully avoided the place it had fallen into the trap, but the Golem fell into it before crashing into its walls while the Bullman went for the door. BANNG. The Golem reacted instantly to the problem and began to attack the trap, and I have to say, its power is horrifying. The Bullman had taken more than 6 hours to break out of this trap, while the Cyclops Golem would only take a minute, but that is more than enough for Bullman to escape. I had just thought that the Bullman would escape when suddenly the scenery changed in front of me, and I saw something that horrified me to my core. Nero, no, I shouted. If he did earlier with Frogman was suicidal, then what it is doing right now is definitely going to get him killed. It is the most idiotic thing he is doing, and if he somehow survives it, I am going to ground him for life. I don't know how Nero is even able to do it. I had thought he was watching it from a safe distance, considering I was getting a full view of the battles. Now I am finding it inside the Cyclops Golem, and now it has opened its cloudy mouth to consume the necrotic core and soul core, both of whose size and power had shocked me. What Nero is doing is killing himself once Nero consumes or even touches its necrotic core and soul core. Self-destruction would activate, and it will blow itself up within a second, and that will surely kill Nero. It is not some common Grandmaster Golem, but something that has power close to the half-step Grand Lords. Even without a necrotic core and soul core, the destruction itself destruct would bring would be huge. I don't think Nero will be able to survive that. Even now, I am screaming at Nero to stop before he is too late, but he is not willing. Finally, its cloudly mouth enveloped the two cores, and they disappeared. Just as it happened, I saw all the runes inside it lit up like a blinding sun. They were so bright that I could not see anything else. Suddenly, all the bright lights disappeared. Nero had cut off the visual connection. I could sense him in the distance between us, but I could not feel his emotions or state. He had sealed them off from me. BOOO. I was screaming at him to open a complete connection, let me see what is happening, when finally I heard the explosion around me. It was beyond powerful. The whole underground repository shook heavily, and the defensive formations of the rooms activated everywhere. I felt an extraordinary danger around me. It was not from any person, but from the formations around me. It had scared me so much that I poured as much rule-bending power into my stealth method as I could, and remained frozen in my spot. I had just gotten control over my emotions when suddenly, I felt my connection with Nero weakening rapidly. It had scared the hell out of me 1,000 times more than any formation that has the power to instantly vaporize me. Nero, I whispered with my whole body shaking. I may be very angry at him and probably ground him for life, but I still love him very, very much, and losing him would be like losing a big part of me, and I couldn't let that happen. A few seconds passed, and Nero's life continued weakening before it had finally stopped, but still, he was very weak. I am fine, father, Nero said weakly in my mind. How can you say you are fine? At your current state, even a puny knight could kill you. I exploded but got no reply. Only his connection remained active. I couldn't even feel his state clearly, just sense his life force, which became very weak. I should go to him, I thought to myself, and began opening the rooms toward the bronze door. Thankfully, all the defensive formations have disappeared after a second. Even if they were active, I would have broken them to reach Nero. It took me only a few minutes to break a couple of rooms and reach the bronze door, and when I saw it, I couldn't help but become surprised. The bronze door in front of me is completely fine. There's not a single crack on it. It is still letting out its usual shine as before. I had through it with the scale of the explosion. It blew the bronze door to piece, or at least damaged it enough that a couple of dents and a few hundred cracks would appear on it, but nothing had happened to it. Well, not nothing. The formation on it has finally appeared. The formation is big, covering the gigantic door densely. The formation is not only big, but also majestic, that even I could not design such a magnificent thing, and when it is hidden inside this amazing artifact, one could only dream of opening it without the key. If it had been normal times, I would have spent at least a few seconds seeing the grandness of the formation, but this time I did not. I quickly scanned the grand formation before beginning to solve it together with my avatar. The formation is not easy. It is the hardest I have seen in this ruin, even more difficult than the one on the gemmed door. Still, I have confidence that I would be able to solve it, and I will solve it. Nero is behind the door, weak, defenseless, that even night would be able to kill him. So I had to break this formation, even if it was impossible. Time passed, and I and my avatar got completely focused on solving this huge, complicated formation. Before I realized it, 24 hours had passed by, and I was still far from finishing the formation. Even after 3 days and 2 people working together, it will still take me some time before I am able to break it. Another 8 hours had passed before finally, a smile appeared on my face, and I had solved the formation, and it took me a little less time than I had expected. I expected it would take me 2 days by outside time, but it had only taken me less than 1.5 days, 4 days inside my core. Buzz, I waved my hand, and a huge formation appeared and flew toward the bronze door before sticking to it. A few seconds later, the formation buzzed, and the door began to open. Damn, I cursed as the door opened. I completely forgot about the dense death and metal energies. They are extremely dense and denser than when Nero had experienced them earlier. Step. A couple of formations activated, and I stepped inside through the door and nearly stumbled in shock when I sensed something. The bastard survived. I exclaimed in shock. The bullman was able to escape. It seemed to have used a very powerful artifact to break the spatial restrictions here and escape. It barely had 1 second, and even with such little time, the bastard was able to escape. I should not underestimate these old bastards, I said to myself as I shook my head in disappointment. The more powerful they are, the more wily ways they will have their arsenal. I did not waste much time thinking about it, as I have more important things to do. Nero is down there and I have to reach it. I am sure, once it is inside my core, he will be fine. With the huge amount of purified bloodline energies stored for him, they will heal him in a jiffy. With every step I take down the stairs, I would feel a greater density of death and metal energies. Currently I am fine, but just like the Grimms, if I want to enter the deeper part of the underground, it is far from enough. I will think about that later. Nero is not far from me, just base of the stairs. I think my method will manage it by then. As I climbed down the stairs, I couldn't help but wonder about the making of this place that, even after such a huge explosion, I could barely find any sign of it. If I did not know there had been a powerful explosion here, I wouldn't have been able to guess it. It took me nearly 5 minutes before I reached the end of the stairs, near the broken formation where both Bullman and the golem had been trapped. That formation had been crushed into pieces, and the ground caved. It is the biggest sign of explosions I have seen so far. Nero, come out, I said to Nero. I could feel he was hiding underground, right below where the explosions happened. Some might consider it the worst hiding spot, seeing the explosion's impact would be higher there, but when one considers the strength of ground which mares caved and not exploded into pieces, they would understand it. Nero, come out, I said again, and this time a little more loudly, but this time too, I have got no response from him, seeing that a frown couldn't help but appear. I waited for a few more seconds, calling Nero through my connections again and again, but got no response from him. Seeing there was no response, I decided to take the things in my hand, and the pink strings of rule-bending power released from my hands and began burrowing into the ground. Unlike the other energies, the rule-bending power felt no resistance from the ground. It begins to burrow inside it before finally reaching Nero. Nero is lying nearly 100 meters deep inside the ground and seems to be in a deep sleep. Seeing that, my heart couldn't help but ache, and I wrapped my strings around him before beginning to pull him up toward me. A couple of seconds later, my strings finally brought Nero out of the ground, and seeing his condition, my heart couldn't tear up. Seeing his condition, I couldn't help but blame myself for being too weak. How could I not understand what Nero did? Is for me, he wanted to find a way for me to enter this place, and for it, he decided to take such a risk. Seeing his condition, I felt like the weakest person in the world who could not even protect this precious thing. I took Nero in my hand, who had also reduced his size to the size of my hand. He is in a deep sleep to make a recovery. Nero has one of the best self-healing power with the necrotic and soul core he had consumed. It won't take him long for him to heal. His share of purified bloodline energy stored in the core would help a lot. I just hope he recovers soon. I brought him back to my core and placed him below the mysterious tree. It is his favorite spot. Both Ashlyn and Nero live on the mysterious tree, while Nero sleeps in its shade. Ashlyn perch on the branches. I was quite surprised when they chose their places and did not fight over the tree. After placing the Nero in the storage, I walked a few steps before stopping. Couldn't help but get surprised seeing the state of the garden. The explosion affected the garden, but did not as much as I had expected. Only a few meters area of it damaged, while the rest is fine. If I am not wrong, the new glittering runes on the bone around the garden might be the reason why the garden had not been affected. The garden now looked more horrifying than beautiful, with those glittering runes shining on the bones. For some reason, when I looked at the bones, I couldn't help but shudder with all the hair on my body standing up. It seemed like the bastards who were running this place doing something horrifying. Clearly, battle had happened here, unlike in the bronze graveyard above. They have done something here, and I hope they died a similar horrible death at the hands of the people who attacked this place. I looked around the garden and I wanted to step toward it, but I was already at my limit. The metal essence tree inside me does not seem to be helping, other than constantly making the loud rustling noise in my mind every second. It wants that dead bronze half tree, and I would have given it to it if it gave me some help, like giving a protective aura. So I would bear the dense energy, but it is not doing any of those things. I begin to think of ways to bear this dense aura. The best option I have is to modify the runic formation of my armor to deal with these energies, but it will waste too much time, and I don't want to spend too much time doing that, but it seemed like I do not have much choice. I was about to start modifying the formation when suddenly my eyes fell on something far. How can I forget about it? I said. I hit my temple lightly. I was looking at the frogman, which lies in two parts in the center of the garden. Most of its body had already eaten away the death and metal energy, and what remained would be eaten away in a few hours, which is quite regretful. The bastard had bloodline and was strongest among all peak grandmasters. Harvesting it, I would have received quite a boost. I shook myself off those thoughts and focused on the important thing. It is not the grim I was looking for, but the white crystalline crown. I had helped them against the dense energies, and it would help me too if I got my hands on it. I just hope it is not damaged. It did not look like it was damaged, but nothing could be said. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes before opening them several seconds later. When I did, a finger-thick rope of strings came out of my hand and moved toward the center of the garden with the aim of getting a crown. A single string would not be enough, nor would be 100 if they had. I would have easily walked into the garden with the protection of my armor. The rope has over 3,000 strings. As much as I could bring out, I need it to be strong to reach the center of the garden and bring it back the crown. The rope moved into the garden like a snake under the dense metal and death energies. At every inch, the energies would get thicker and add more pressure on the rope, but despite that, it kept moving, and finally, 12 minutes later, it had reached the center of it. The pressure the rope feels is immense, so immense that if I had skimped on the strings making the rope, I would have been destroyed by those thick energies. I did not waste any time and made the rope to wrap around the crystal crown and the storage band of the grim monsters before pulling back the ring. The storage seemed to be in good condition. Only slight damage could be seen on the surface. After some inspection, I know its spatial enchantments inside are still fine, which couldn't help but make me take a sigh of relief. I had already lost the frogman. I did not want to lose its storage. 8 minutes passed, and finally the rope came back, bringing the huge crown and storage to me. The storage band is big, but it is still much smaller than the white crystal crown, which nearly comes up to my chest. I could not wear this thing. This artifact should have a size reduction function, I thought, and picked up the crown in my hands and inserted my soul sense inside it. There is a size reduction formation inside it, and its size begins to reduce at a visible speed. I also came to know about the other things, and most important, that this is not a rechargeable artifact like most artifacts, but a spent artifact. They are a little similar to one-time use artifacts. The only difference is these can be used multiple times till all their energy run out. It still had a lot of energy. The frogman had barely used one of it, so I do not have to worry about its charge running out unless I plan to stay for days or weeks. Buzz. I placed the crown on my head and activated it. Just as I did, the pure white energy began to spread from the crown and covered my whole. Even Ashlyn, who sits on my shoulder, got covered in this pure white energy. Step, step, step. With that done, I walked toward the garden, and the closer I got to it, the more awe I felt toward it. A few minutes later, I reached the edge of the garden and saw the destroyed plants and shining bones, which seemed to breathe in the energy around them. Earlier, when I had seen them through Ashlyn's eyes, I couldn't help but feel greed for them. Usually the bones crumbled after thousands of years, but these bones did not. Instead, they began to absorb the death energy in the environment and became good conductors of them. As I stepped into the garden, I released 100 strings, each one coated with the white energy of the crown, and they spread all around me to harvest the resources. Most of the resources of hundreds, some meters of garden's edge have been destroyed, but it did not matter to me. These dregs might not be useful to others, but they are useful to me as long as they have herbal properties in them. Their condition doesn't matter. My strings were collecting fallen and squished resources when suddenly I felt something through them. A long bone side of my body, which is absorbing and releasing like the rest of the bones, but unlike the other bones, it did not have runes on it. It also isn't giving off the same feeling of extreme dangerousness as others. I wanted to take the bone immediately, but I controlled my greed. The bone is not giving off any dangerous feeling. That does not mean it is not dangerous. I will take the bone, but now is not the best time to take it. Half an hour passed, and with the help of my strings, I collected all the destroyed plants and some that survived the distraction. 3 small building-sized piles have appeared in my core. One is giving off intense death elemental energy, the second pile is giving off powerful metal elemental energy, and the third is giving off an aura of both. These are just the destroyed resources, and I haven't touched the resources that hadn't been destroyed. There is a lot of them despite Grimm's collecting a huge number of them, and I am going to take them all. Most of the resources I have collected in the runes were of non-herbal type, as the herbal type resources in the rooms have disappeared over the thousands of years. The rune drifted into the space. But here there is a lot, and they are going to help me tremendously in achieving my objective. 30 of my strings moved around me, harvesting each resource carefully before sending it into my core, where my avatar would pack them carefully. I have reduced my strings by a third as this time. I am not collecting squished and fallen resources but the complete ones that are on the trees. All of them are Grandmaster class resources and need to be harvested very carefully. As I looked at the garden, I came to understand it is a private garden of someone, containing all types of plants. I had seen the signs of the formation around the trees, all of which had been destroyed by someone. They did not decay over time. If that had been the case, some of the formations would have been still active. Over the thousands of years, great changes have occurred in many plants. They have changed elements. It would be right to say they adapted to conditions around them. It is that or die, and I am sure more than 90 of original plants have died. These plants are from the seeds of the 10 of plants that had adapted to the energies around them. The trickle flame flower left of me is a pure fire elemental plant, but now there is no red fire burning around the flower as it should be. Instead, it is a black flame of death element and the coppery flame of the metal element. Some of the rare plants here were even able to take both mental and death elements together, like the agulk's roots not far away from me. I am slowly walking toward the center of the garden. My speed is even slower than a normal person's, but it is consistent. It is the optimal speed I could walk while harvesting the resources. My strings are working at an extremely fast speed, each of the workings even faster than a regular grandmaster, but they still end up destroying the plant now and then. Though it is not their mistake, it is mine as I do not have the correct method to harvest them, and thus sometimes end up making a mistake. I barely know a quarter of these plants and understand their harvesting method, while for others, it is complete guesswork based on my experience and knowledge. If I could slow down more, I could minimize the losses, but unfortunately I could not. I don't know whether the bullmen will come back or they will send even powerful grim monsters, so I need to harvest as much as resources as possible and get the hell out of here. Still, I have 2 to 3 days at the least. Even if they appeared very top bronze graveyard with a rune master, they will still take 2 to 3 days at least before they could enter this place. The resources are just the side dish. The main dish is the 2 broken dead trees of death and metal element and pond behind, a quarter of which have already been harvested by the grim monster. I don't know what type of resource the pond has, but it should be important as the elemental death tree for which it risked its life. I am sure if its life hadn't been on the line, it would take the whole trees, not only of death element but also the metal element and all the water in the pond. This is a treasure land, and the biggest treasure is the tree that had divided into 2. I could already guess what kind of tree it is, but I will have to inspect its detail to be completely sure. An hour passed, and I crossed a large distance even with my slow speed, even larger resources, but it would still take me a few hours to reach the center of the garden to the most precious resources. On the way, I found a few more bones that did not have the runes and did not give me an extremely dangerous feeling. Aside from the bones, there is one more thing that made me extremely curious, and I want to get my hands on it. The stone platforms were all around the garden. There were hundreds of them of all sizes to accommodate every species that became a flesh golem. I think all the golems from above have come from this place. Nearly all the platforms are in complete shape, but time is a thing that could erode all. Some of the platforms have felts more than others and broken into pieces like the bones. I am going to have them before I leave. 5 more hours passed, and I have finally reached the center of the garden. I had harvested nearly half of the garden, and when I finished with the dead tree and pond behind it, I was going to harvest the other half, leaving not a single resources behind. Standing near the place where the 2 pieces of frogmen, I looked at the tree broken into 2 parts. In energy vision, these 2 parts of the trees look like a blinding sun, still radiating an immense amount of death and metal energies even after thousands of years. Even when I am standing more than 300 meters away from it, I am feeling immense pressure, so much that if I hadn't been under the protection of the crystal crown, I would have been tearing into the pieces already. My goal is to take these plants, and it would not be an easy job even with the protection of the crown, but I have to do it. These 2 parts of the tree are an absolute treasure, and I will have to get them because if I don't, then Grimm's will. I am very sure that Grimm's would send another team here, and this team would be even more powerful than the one before. I do not want to leave such treasure to them, so no matter the price I will take this tree, not for any purpose than just to imagine the look on the face of the Grimms when they will see the thing they sacrificed so much for this ruin and have already disappeared. I will even leave a note behind. Buzz, the formation above the alchemical armor buzzed, and I increased the power of the crown as I did. Huge pure energy seeped into the alchemical armor covering me. Soon, the whole alchemical armor shone in the pure white light. If someone looked at me, they would see me built like a tank and have a while ceramic armor covering me fully. This is an alchemical armor. I had to spend outside 3 hours to make it has a simple function, and that is to amplify the power of the crown. I was not sure the crown would be enough to take the trees, so applying several layers of strings around me, I applied alchemical for extra protection. This is a one-use alchemic armor, and it cost me a fortune, but if I am able to take the tree safely, there would be no regret in my mind about the cost of this armor. Step, step, step. After double-checking everything, I began to move my huge feet toward the tree divided into 2 parts. With each step, I feel greater and greater energy of the death and metal element and increase the power of the crown according to it. In just 10 steps, the energy doubled, and 10 steps later, it tripled and quadrupled after another 5 steps. For the first time since I have gotten the crystal crown, I fear that I might end up using all the power of the crown. I hope that will not happen, and for it, I am moving as fast as I can. The quicker I reach the tree, the more energy I will save. Soon I have covered half the distance, and I am moving without stopping. If anyone were to look at me from a distance, they would see that I resemble the torch which is moving toward the dense cloud of black and copper. With each of my steps, the light around me would brighten, but others would see it dimming up, even though the death and metal energies are not specifically targeting me. Thank God for that. If they had, I would have even survived a single step inside this underground. Still, despite that, I am feeling unprecedented pressure from these energies that taking each step would take considerable effort. An hour passed, and I have finally reached the tree. The pressure here was so great that it would be made anyone faint, and I am only hanging here through the sheer will and the blinding power of the crown above my head. Every cell of my body wanted me to draw back, but I stayed. Not only that, I was moving my hands toward the metal part of half tree, and the dark dents began to appear on my armor. I feel like my hand is moving through the tides of death energies. Even if the tides are not targeting me, they are clashing against me in full force. I am in extreme danger right now. The slightest tear and these energies would tear through me. It won't take even a moment before these death energies consume me. I wanted to escape, but I crushed that thought over and over before my huge hands finally reached the tree, gripping its trunk. And just as I did, my eyes went wide in horror, and I opened the gates of the crown. My alchemical armor took the limit of wild energies that the crown could take. I could feel how rapidly the power of the crown was expanding. At the speed I am consuming the energies of the crown, it won't take more than a minute before I expend all its energies of it. So I screamed loudly and pulled with all my strength of 3 boosts, and seeing the resistance, I did not hesitate, even burn my blood. Dhudhle, dhudhle, dhudhle. The power of the blood burning increased my strength tremendously, and I finally began to pull out of the 15-meter-long tree. The death energy assaulted me from all sides, and even though it did leak inside me, I felt its effects. It took all my willpower and soul to protect formation to barely survive. I was using every bit of power I had, but even with all the strength, I could not pull it all in one fell swoop, but it was coming up, and it won't take long before I pulled it completely out of the ground. I don't know how long it took me, but finally the last roots came out with huge blocks of earth. Seeing that, I directly deposited the tree into my core, where the huge box already helped open my avatar, and the tree directly appeared in the huge box. Thud. The lid of the huge box fell with a thud, trapping the extremely powerful aura within the box. As the half-death tree disappeared, I moved my hands toward the metal tree at lightning speed. I have spent 70 of the power of the crown on the death tree, and now I have to lift up the tree with 27, as I will need at least 3 to survive this place, as the energies would not disappear with the trees. Thud thud. It took a fraction of a second for my huge hands to reach the tree, and I gripped it hard before starting to pull them up. Rustle. I had just begun pulling out the tree with all my strength when suddenly, I heard a loud rustle in my mind and immediately felt the effect of the metal aura lessening considerably. A completely new aura appeared around me, embracing me. This aura is also metallic in nature, but it is more like protective armor than a sharp knife. The metallic essence tree had finally appeared to help me, and thank God it did. The remaining power of the crown would not have been enough to last till I pull out the tree completely. With the final pull, the half-metal tree came out and directly sent to my core, and just as I did, a strange thing had happened. Instead of directly falling into the special huge box I had prepared, it had appeared above the metal essence tree, where it began to float while its bronze metal flowed down into the metal essence tree below it. It did not surprise me, the metal essence tree had wanted it the moment it sensed its aura, and even helped in pulling it. If I am right, the 2 parts of the tree I had pulled were also the metal essence tree. The torture's bastards have done something to change its element to death, and they might use thousands of beings as the sacrifice for that. It is just a guess, I could be wrong. My crown has about 13 power left, which is huge, and would be enough for me to survive here, especially now that both death and the metal part of the tree had disappeared. I took a deep breath before I began to excavate the soil. I have excavated the soil when harvesting some resources, but the soil below the metal and death tree is the greatest. It had been enriched with death and metal energy for thousands of years. I am sure the people would go crazy for it. The soil containing such pure death and metal energy would help grow plants that could not be grown in the world before. With the help of hundreds of strings, I have harvested loads of soil that a huge crater formed around the central part of the garden. After I finished taking a hill worth of soil, I walked toward the small pond. The pond is quite small and hidden behind the trees. The first time when I looked at the garden, I did not notice it. I walked up to the pond and saw the liquid, which looked just like water that most people would confuse it water, seeing it is colorless and odorless and did not have any aura. It is not water, it is much denser to be water. I didn't know what it was, so I gently dipped my finger into the water, and as my finger touched, an indescribable feeling flooded my soul. The feeling stumped me for a couple of seconds, and when I came to myself, my eyes couldn't help but widen up in a shock. I knew what thing was, and I could not believe it was here. This thing is extremely important to me. It will help me tremendously. This is pure soul water, like its name suggests. It is made from the souls. It rarely forms and takes a lot of time when it does. For a moment, I wanted to destroy it, as I knew it had formed from the souls of the who have been tortured here. It would have been corrupted soul water when it was formed, seeing the people who have died here and the resentment they have, but the metal and death energy have unintentionally purified it through the thousands of years, making it so pure that there is not a hint of corruption. Even though some part of my mind wanted to destroy seeing the way it had formed, I did not. It would be a grand waste of this resource, though I promised that if I found the people who did this to them, I would make them pay for it. I stared at the water for a couple of seconds before taking out the bottle and started filling the pure soul water in it. The pure soul water is an extremely powerful resource, so powerful that a single of it would be enough to heal the soul injuries of the Grandmaster. A couple of drops of this water would be even useful to the Grand Lord. If it is mixed in a soul-type alchemical product, it will enhance it. Is the same with the artifact. It is truly a resource that Grandmasters would fight to the death for it, and they had when the pure soul water had appeared a couple of times in our world. It is such a regret that Bullman was able to get a quarter of this precious water. I wish the golem would have been stronger and killed it. Choo-choo. Soon I filled the bottle and was about to store it back to my core when Ashlyn suggested something which surprised me. Really, do you think it will be helpful? I asked back to her suggestion. Choo-choo-choo. She replied and I massaged her temple. Fine, you have never been wrong, I said after a second. A moment later, the bottle of pure soul water appeared in the hands of my avatar, and who walked toward the small lake before opening the bottle near it. pour, my avatar begins to pour the pure soul water into the lake. It is Ashlyn's suggestion that I do that. When I asked her why she suggested it, she answered by saying she felt it would be a good thing for me, which is not really an answer. Still, I decided to trust her. Though I hope she is right, the lake water is also pure soul water and is constantly getting purified by the fire fountain in the center. Its quality is not something that could be matched with the pure soul water I am pouring inside it. As the pure soul water mixed with the water of my lake, changes began to appear on it. The water began to thicken a little as it merged with it, and also saw steam begin to come out of it as the fire fountain began to send heat waves inside it, which would shrink the size of the lake little by little. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't help but lighten up. It was obvious as I mixed pure soul water into the lake. It was getting diluted, and its quality was reducing, but now with fire fountain's work, the diluted quality of the soul water would not be as worse as I had through. It would be extremely helpful to grandmasters, and even grand lords if they consume a higher dose of it. Most importantly, the quality of soul water increases with every grim bloodline I consume and level up I have. So as long as I keep consuming the bloodlines of grim monsters and continue to level up, it won't be long before the water of the whole lake gains the same purity as pure soul water in the bottle. A minute and a half later, I closed the cap of the bottle, leaving 10 of pure soul water behind. The pure soul water is very pure, and I should keep some till the water in my lake gains the same purity as it. I opened my eyes and moved my strings toward the empty pond. The soul is rich with soul energy. Just as the soil of the tree had been rich with the elemental energies of metal and death, I would be an idiot if I did not collect such treasure, as the value of soil is far greater than the one excavated below the tree. Damn, I cursed out when I saw the tiny silvery white crystal brought out from the ground from my string. The crystal is very small, the size of a rice grain, but it shocked me clearly. It is a pure soul crystal, which is much, much rarer and more precious than pure soul water. I took it in my hand, and my already widened eyes couldn't help but widen up further. Its grade had faintly touched the level of the Grand Lord. If I were to be a little loose with the grading, I might say the crystal is of Grand Lord class, and it is very shocking. This ruin is a Grandmaster class ruin, which means all the natural treasures inside it are Grandmaster class. It is extremely hard for any natural treasure to surpass the limit, but some treasures can do it, and this soul crystal is one of them, considering it had faintly crossed over the limit. The first crystal was just beginning. A few seconds later, I found another one and then another one. I continued excavating for more than 10 minutes, going much deeper than I had gone when I was excavating under the tree, and by the time I had finished, I had 44 pure soul crystals, with the biggest one being the size of the pea. The number of crystals may seem small, but their value is far above the pure soul water I had taken earlier. I immediately threw 20 crystals into the lake and felt great change appearing in it. The fountain released one heat wave after another, not behind to steam the water of the lake, but also to melt the crystal. By the time the heat wave stopped, the size of the lake had been reduced by a third, but its purity broke the charts. It had reached very near to the purity of the pure soul water I had deposited inside, and if the water of the lake couldn't be purified further, I would have thrown some more crystal in it. My core could not bear any purer soul water. Half of the pure soul crystals I had thrown inside hadn't melted fully. If my estimation is right, then these crystals would not completely melt and merge into a lake till I level up to the master class from the leader class. When that happens, the purity of soul water will reach equal to the pure soul water I had poured inside, and that only when I reach master. I couldn't help but wonder about the grade of purity I would get when I reached the Grandmaster class. When I thought about it, I couldn't help but a shake up in the excitement. This ruin is really amazing. I have accomplished so much more than I had imagined, and there are still some things I have to get before I leave this place. I still had to harvest the other half of the garden and looked inside the small hour. It had made me very curious, but I bit down my curiosity and moved toward the half of the garden. I will harvest the resources of the garden before I target the house. After that, I will leave this place. I could not stay in this place for more than 2 days. I am sure the Grimms would send others to see how precious the resources are of this place, especially the tree and the pure soul water, which, unfortunately for them, were taken by me. I had just begun harvesting the resources when I suddenly stopped with a huge surprise in my place. It is too easy, I said to myself earlier. I had concentrated with 75 conscious power to manage 30 strings to harvest resources, and even then I would feel an immense strain, but now I am feeling nothing. Seeing that, I increased my string by 10, making it 40, and harvested the resources for the minute, but there was barely any strain. Seeing that, I increased the strings by 20 and began to gather the resources. With the 60 strings, I finally began to feel the strain I was feeling when I had been harvesting the resource earlier. It shocked me because harvesting resources are not just cutting, but carefully harvesting them by applying different sort of methods, and now I am doing it at double speed. It is not just with my strings, even my avatar has become faster, able to do things more efficiently than earlier. I did not have to think about how it happened. It is clear it was due to pure soul water and a pure soul crystal. The lake is connected to my soul, and more than half of it is generated from my soul, so when I add pure soul water and crystal, the level of water increases, and it benefits my soul directly. I am ecstatic to receive such benefits with it. I would be able to do things more efficiently. I know how much I need this huge, especially the program has increased my responsibilities by tenfold. It took me 2 hours and 34 minutes to harvest the other half of the garden, slightly less than half the time I had needed to harvest the other half earlier. I was able to do it faster not just because of the pure soul water and crystal, but also because of the huge drop in the density of the death and metal energy. With the tree disappearing, there is no constant influx of the energies, and thus less pressure. There is still a huge amount of death and metal energies here. Every part of this place contains these energies. It might take centuries till people other than the Grandmasters would be able to enter this place. It is also regretful that batches of plants that will grow here from now will not be as powerful as before. It will also take them longer than usual time to reach the Grandmaster class. In a century or two, when the dense death and metal energy here lessen considerably or disappear, even reaching the Grandmaster class for these plants will be difficult. Now that I have harvested the garden, it is time to look at the house. It is a small single-story house made wholly of marble. The design of the house is a little strange as it has a door that is nearly as tall as it with such a big door. Even Cyclops will pass through it easily, but they will have barely enough space inside if they want to sleep inside or walk around. As I appeared in front of a huge gate, I saw there were no runes visible on it. Seeing that, I moved my hand close to it before releasing the waves of rule-bending power. Hun came out of my mouth when the waves returned to my hand. The waves have brought a very surprising result, just like the plant in the garden. The protective formation in the door has been deactivated. It is there, just deactivated. Grrrrrr. I did not think much and pushed the door. I had to push quite hard before the door began to open, and soon I got a clear look of what was inside it, and it couldn't freeze me on my spot. In front of me is a huge space, at least 20 times bigger than what seemed outside. It is clearly spatially enlarged. I am not shocked by it. I live in a spatially enlarged space called a pyramid. The thing that shocked me was bones bound in chains. There are bones of tens of beings that are bound in the chains. There is also a huge table with multiple tools neatly placed on it. Just one look is enough to know what these instruments are. This seemed like someone's personal torture home, aside from bound bones and torture tools. There is also a room made of transparent energy. There I could see a bed, and connected to it another room which seemed to be an office. D-HUD. It took me a while to process before I appeared beside a 3-meter-tall skeleton bound in a chain. Just as I appeared beside, the bones crumbled by the gale of air I made. This room had been completely sealed from the outside. There was not a speck of death, and metal energy could be sensed here. This is why the bones were decayed and crumbled with the slightest force applied to them. I collected the bone dust and packed it before turning toward another skeleton and collecting its dust into a different box. These people have suffered too much even after thousands of years. These bones bear the signs of torture they have suffered. I am collecting their ashes and will be busying them in some nice, pure place. I had reached the 13th skeleton. It was from a small being that was not even a meter tall. It has 2 eyes like regular humans, but they are slightly bigger and round. It also has 2 horns and a tail. Hun. Like I did with others, I moved my energy to surround it, and just as I did, the bones crumbled into ashes which my energy collected. As it did, I noticed a lump in the ash. There was clearly something solid inside. I used my string to bro it out, and as I had expected, there was something solid inside. It is a jagged crystalline bone of thumbnail size. The crystalline thing has surprised me. After thousands of years, every part of their bodies has turned to ashes. Without the protective formation, they got ravaged by the river of time, but the crystalline bone thing had survived somehow. Hun, I looked at it for a couple of seconds, and feeling it safe, I took it in my hand, but just as I did, it began to shine brightly. I tried to throw it, but to my surprise, the crystal had disappeared, and a big bright have remained standing. By 10 realms, I thought this piece of soul would die. Shouted the voice from the shining ball before transforming into a 1-meter-sized purple being. A human kid, it said in surprise as its eyes fell on me, and it was not the one that was surprised. I was too surprised at well. If my sister had been here, she would have shouted in joy and ran toward this being and hugged him. How can she not? Even I want to do it. This being is just too cute. It had a purple fur body, round eyes, tail, and cute horns. It is the epitome of cuteness. If I am not feeling very scared right now, I would have definitely hugged it hard. Though one thing is clear, it is not a grim monster. This thought had never come to mind ever since this being had appeared in front of me. The feeling Grimm's gave is completely different. It is like they are at odds with the world while we humans, monsters, and others feel like part of the world, and this being is the same as us. A human kid in the middle of primary stage, it said as a surprise and its eyes disappeared, and it looked at me even more clearly. It is speaking a universal language and has a slightly weird accent. Hell, every accent of a universal language would feel weird to me, considering I have seen not even 5 people I have heard speaking. My lord, I greeted politely. This being is very powerful. Even when it is not showing even a speck of aura, my whole body is shaking. It is all because of the willpower that I have fallen to my knees. I guess this is not Planet Vlone then, it asked as it looked around, and I could see great anger appear in its eyes before it had disappeared. No, you are not, my lord. This place is a min that is floating around about grade 0 planet, I replied in a universal language. I practiced it when I had free time, but the words still felt weird when they rolled on my tongue. Grade 0 world, it said with a sigh before looking at me. I suppose there won't be any neighboring grade T or even grade II world around. It asked that I shake my head. It closed its eyes, and I felt it shining lightly before a purple wave released from its body and spread. It quickly spread through the room before seeping out of its walls and getting outside. It had kept its eyes closed for a minute. Before it had opened them, there was a profound disappointment in its eyes. It seemed like more than 10,000 years have passed, it said finally as it opened its eyes. I am sorry for your loss. These torturous bastards were really cruel to you, I said awkwardly as silence appeared between us. I did not die. It was my nephew that these bastards of Redgrave had captured when he was on the important mission. He replied with deep sadness. His answer couldn't help but surprise me. I thought it was him who got captured and just kept his soul hidden in the crystal somehow. HMPH, if these bastards had dared to come at me, I would have wiped them out, he said, reading the expressions on my face. They got wiped out anyway with their whole organization, I said. The signs of destruction were all over these runes. Those who attacked these torturous bastards were quite powerful. They had destroyed nearly everything. Redgrave is not something that could be destroyed easily. These dogs of abominations are a very powerful force that they have even destroyed several realms in the Tower of Realms. He said, and I only understood half of them, while some of the words are familiar through what I read and heard about them. What they have destroyed is a small branch of Redgrave. There are thousands of them around the universe, it said with a hint of anger appearing on its face for a moment. Why have you come to this min? It asked suddenly. Treasure hunting, I replied. Go on then, don't let me stop you, he said, seeing me still standing. Its words surprised me. I thought it would have some deep emotional conversation with me, but it seemed like it did not have any interest in doing that. I nodded and hesitatingly placed the ashes of his nephew into the urn. Can you tell me the name of your nephew? I asked. His eyes have become a little emotional, hearing that for a moment before becoming emotionless. His name is Hagaraf. He loved lazing around the lakes, he replied after seconds of silence. I nodded and placed the ashes into the urn before moving to another skeleton. It feels a little weird to see it follow behind me, but it's not like I could ask it to stop. Who knows, it might get angry and squish me like a bug. I did not want to make the changes. I continued till I finished collecting the ashes before moving toward the 2 rooms. The condition of chains and tools have eroded a lot, but their grade is still high enough to be used by you. It said it is dearly asking why I am not taking the chains and other torture tools. I have no need for these artifacts, and besides they are tainted, I replied. It did not say anything, just nodded and followed behind me silently. Soon I reached the rooms. Both of the rooms were connected in one large formation, and the formation on it was quite tough. Though not as tough as the one of the Bronze Gate, I am confident that I would be able to solve it, and it would not take me more than 5 hours. With that thought, I took out the calibrator and scanned the formation, and began to solve it with the help of my avatar while the being just stood behind me. Its presence is quite uncomfortable, and I wish I could ask it to go away, but of course, I will not do that. I do not have a death wish. A minute after I began solving the formation, the surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. Solving formation has become easy, much easier than I had expected. I had expected something like that would happen, considering how I was able to control double the number of strings earlier in harvesting the resources, but still, the fluency of my mind and the much better coordination between my avatar and me has surprised me. With such a great advantage, I began to make the rapid advancement in solving the formation, and within 2 hours and 51 minutes I was able to break the formation, nearly half of the time I had thought I would need. With the formation breaking, I took out the air pen and began to draw out the runes. I would have done that in my core, but since that being is watching behind me, I did not want to draw out my core. Even in such a lower world, I know it's peculiar, and the fewer people know about it, the better it would be. Buzz, the formation appeared in the air and it stuck on the runes, and a couple of seconds later the entrance to the room appeared. I did not wait for a second and walked in, and obviously the being followed behind me silently. If I had been looking behind right now, I would have seen the great shock in the huge eyes of the homed being. As I had entered the first room, I saw a huge bed, which was more than big enough to be 5 meters tall being to sleep comfortably, and beside it was a table and meditation mat. All of them are in pretty good condition, which is not surprising considering there is a pretty powerful preservation formation. While it is not powerful to stop the decay of things, it would slow it down hundreds of times, which could be considered pretty good. I took it all. I am aware that a torturous bastard might have slept on them, but I need these things. The project requires such things heavily that affect the body and soul. Long contact with such things improves their practice speed considerably, so I would have taken them even if they had been used by the world's greatest killers, as these things would help me eradicate the greatest killers of my world. Ari, Op Anwa. The design of the house is a little strange as it has a door that is nearly as tall as it. With such a big door, even Cyclops will pass through it easily, but they will have barely enough space inside if they want to sleep inside or walk around. As I appeared in front of a huge gate, I saw there were no runes visible on it. Seeing that, I moved my hand close to it before releasing the waves of rule-bending power. Hun came out of my mouth when the waves returned to my hand. The waves have brought a very surprising result. Just like the plant in the garden, the protective formation in the door has been deactivated. It is there, just deactivated. Grrrr. I did not think much and pushed the door. I had to push quite hard before the door began to open, and soon I got a clear look of what was inside it, and it couldn't freeze me on my spot. In front of me is a huge space, at least 20 times bigger than what seemed outside. It is clearly spatially enlarged. I am not shocked by it. I live in a spatially enlarged space called a pyramid. The thing that shocked me was bones bound in chains. There are bones of tens of beings that are bound in the chains. There is also a huge table with multiple tools neatly placed on it. Just one look is enough to know what these instruments are. This seemed like someone's personal torture home, aside from bound bones and torture tools. There is also a room made of transparent energy. There I could see a bed, and connected to it another room which seemed to be an office. DHUD. It took me a while to process before I appeared beside a 3-meter-tall skeleton bound in a chain. Just as I appeared beside, the bones crumbled by the gale of air I made. This room had been completely sealed from the outside. There was not a speck of death, and metal energy could be sensed here. This is why the bones were decayed and crumbled with the slightest force applied to them. I collected the bone dust and packed it before turning toward another skeleton and collecting its dust into a different box. These people have suffered too much even after thousands of years. These bones bear the signs of torture they have suffered. I am collecting their ashes and will be busying them in some nice, pure place. I had reached the 13th skeleton. It was from a small being that was not even a meter tall. It has 2 eyes like regular humans, but they are slightly bigger and round. It also has 2 horns and a tail. Like I did with others, I moved my energy to surround it, and just as I did, the bones crumbled into ashes which my energy collected. As it did, I noticed a lump in the ash. There was clearly something solid inside. I used my string to bro it out, and as I had expected, there was something solid inside. It is a jagged crystalline bone of thumbnail size. The crystalline thing has surprised me. After thousands of years, every part of their bodies has turned to ashes. Without the protective formation, they got ravaged by the river of time, but the crystalline bone thing had survived somehow. I looked at it for a couple of seconds and feeling it safe, I took it in my hand, but just as I did, it began to shine brightly. I tried to throw it, but to my surprise, the crystal had disappeared, and a big bright have remained standing. By 10 realms, I thought this piece of soul would die, shouted the voice from the shining ball before transforming into a 1-meter-sized purple being. A human kid, it said in surprise as its eyes fell on me, and it was not the one that was surprised. I was too surprised at well. If my sister had been here, she would have shouted in joy and ran toward this being and hugged him. How can she not? Even I want to do it. This being is just too cute. It had a purple fur body, round eyes, tail, and cute horns. It is the epitome of cuteness. If I am not feeling very scared right now, I would have definitely hugged it hard. Though one thing is clear, it is not a grim monster. This thought had never come to mind ever since this being had appeared in front of me. The feeling Grimm's gave is completely different. It is like they are at odds with the world, while we humans, monsters, and others feel like part of the world, and this being is the same as us. A human kid in the middle of primary stage, it said as a surprise, and its eyes disappeared, and it looked at me even more clearly. It is speaking a universal language and has a slightly weird accent. Hell, every accent of a universal language would feel weird to me, considering I have seen not even 5 people I have heard speaking. My lord, I greeted politely. This being is very powerful. Even when it is not showing even a speck of aura, my whole body is shaking. It is all because of the willpower that I have fallen to my knees. I guess this is not Planet V-Lone then, it asked as it looked around, and I could see great anger appear in its eyes before it had disappeared. No, you are not, my lord. This place is a ruin that is floating around about grade 0 planet, I replied in a universal language. I practiced it when I had free time, but the words still felt weird when they rolled on my tongue. It closed its eyes, and I felt it shining lightly before a purple wave released from its body and spread. It quickly spread through the room before seeping out of its walls and getting outside. It had kept its eyes closed for a minute before it had opened them. There was a profound disappointment in its eyes. It seemed like more than 10,000 years have passed, it said finally as it opened its eyes. I am sorry for your loss. These torturous bastards were really cruel to you, I said awkwardly as silence appeared between us. I did not die. It was my nephew that these bastards of Red Grave had captured when he was on the important mission. He replied with deep sadness. His answer couldn't help but surprise me. I thought it was him who got captured and just kept his soul hidden in the crystal somehow. HMPH, if these bastards had dared to come at me, I would have wiped them out, he said, reading the expressions on my face. They got wiped out anyway with their whole organization, I said. The signs of destruction were all over these runes. Those who attacked these torturous bastards were quite powerful. They had destroyed nearly everything. Red Grave is not something that could be destroyed easily. These dogs of abominations are a very powerful force that they have even destroyed several realms in the Tower of Realms. He said, and I only understood half of them, while some of the words are familiar through what I read and heard about them. What they have destroyed is a small branch of Red Grave. There are thousands of them around the universe, it said with a hint of anger appearing on its face for a moment. Why have you come to this ruin? It asked suddenly. Treasure hunting, I replied. Go on then, don't let me stop you, he said, seeing me still standing. Its words surprised me. I thought it would have some deep emotional conversation with me, but it seemed like it did not have any interest in doing that. I nodded and hesitatingly placed the ashes of his nephew into the urn. Can you tell me the name of your nephew? I asked. His eyes have become a little emotional, hearing that for a moment before becoming emotionless. His name is Hagaraf. He loved lazing around the lakes, he replied after seconds of silence. I nodded and placed the ashes into the urn before moving to another skeleton. It feels a little weird to see it follow behind me, but it's not like I could ask it to stop. Who knows, it might get angry and squish me like a bug. I did not want to make the changes. I continued till I finished collecting the ashes before moving toward the two rooms. The condition of chains and tools have eroded a lot, but their grade is still high enough to be used by you. It said it is clearly asking why I am not taking the chains and other torture tools. I have no need for these artifacts, and besides, they are tainted, I replied. It did not say anything, just nodded and followed behind me silently. Soon, I reached the rooms. Both of the rooms were connected in one large formation, and the formation on it was quite tough. Though not as tough as the one of the Bronze Gate, I am confident that I would be able to solve it, and it would not take me more than 5 hours. With that thought, I took out the calibrator and scanned the formation, and began to solve it with the help of my avatar while the being just stood behind me. Its presence is quite uncomfortable, and I wish I could ask it to go away, but of course, I will not do that. I do not have a death wish. A minute after I began solving the formation, the surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. Solving formation has become easy, much easier than I had expected. I had expected something like that would happen, considering how I was able to control double the number of strings earlier in harvesting the resources, but still, the fluency of my mind and the much better coordination between my avatar and me has surprised me. With such a great advantage, I began to make the rapid advancement in solving the formation, and within 2 hours and 51 minutes I was able to break the formation, nearly half of the time I had thought I would need. With the formation breaking, I took out the air pen and began to draw out the runes. I would have done that in my core, but since that being is watching behind me, I did not want to draw out my core. Even in such a lower world, I know it's peculiar, and the fewer people know about it, the better it would be. Buzz, the formation appeared in the air and it stuck on the runes, and a couple of seconds later the entrance to the room appeared. I did not wait for a second and walked in, and obviously the being followed behind me silently. If I had been looking behind right now, I would have seen the great shock in the huge eyes of the horned being. As I had entered the first room, I saw a huge bed, which was more than big enough to be 5 meters tall, being to sleep comfortably, and beside it was a table and meditation mat. All of them are in pretty good condition, which is not surprising considering there is a pretty powerful preservation formation. While it is not powerful to stop the decay of things, it would slow it down hundreds of times, which could be considered pretty good. I took it all. I am aware that a torturous bastard might have slept on them, but I need these things. The project requires such things heavily that affect the body and soul. Long contact with such things improves their practice speed considerably. So I would have taken them, even if they had been used by the world's greatest killers, as these things would help me eradicate the greatest killers of my world. After I cleared the 3 things out of the first room, I walked toward the second room, which is, unlike the second room, bigger and filled with a lot of things, especially the book, which I am dying to get my hands on. I pulled the door made of energy and walked into the second room with the being following behind me. This must be the office of the torturer. It has a desk, 2 chairs, and a sofa for the guests to sit. Aside from that, there are 7 bookshelves, and a painting of one of the most horrifying creatures I had ever seen. It looked like a bird, but had hundreds of wings. It also had a beak that looked squishy, and a single huge eye on top of it, radiating the menace that shook my whole body and made me buckle up my knees in primal fear. It sort of reminds me of the abomination that had brought the hidden being from the cosmos, and who also wanted to take over my body due to my constitution. "What is that thing?" I asked in a breathless voice before I could stop myself, and looked at the being who was looking at the painting with a deep hatred. "Ereshbaro, the abomination that had murdered our progenitor," it said with greeded teeth and deep hatred in its eyes. When I heard the word abomination, I was quite shocked. With me reading lots of books, I know what they are. These beings are invaders of our universe, shockingly powerful that destroying the worlds is child play to them, and the Titans are the only thing that could contend against them. The grim race that plagues the millions of worlds is also their creation. I looked away from the painting and began collecting things within a few seconds. I had collected everything in the room except for the 7 bookshelves and the painting of the abomination. Only these 2 things were protected by the formation. I have no interest in painting. I do not want even a shadow of the thing that has been responsible for the blight of my people for thousands of years. I turned to the 7 bookshelves, and they were the most filled bookshelves I have ever found in the ruin. Still, I could see that 10 of the books were missing. It is clear that it had taken the important books before leaving. Thankfully, the dense formations are running on the bookshelf, and quickly copied them begin to solve the formation on the first bookshelf. Hun. About 10 minutes later, a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. At first sight, I had considered it an easy formation that I would be able to solve within an hour of outside time, but after working on it for half an hour, I noticed this formation is far from simple. Someone had put quiet thoughts into designing these formations. They had put a very hidden trick inside it. It is a good thing I had caught the trick, otherwise it would have taken hours before I could be able to make sense of it. As I had understood the problem, I began to look at the formation from a different angle, and surely, I found another 2 hidden tricks. I continued a few more times through different methods, but did not find any more of the tricks. Seeing that, I began to solve the formation, and I was quite fast. These tricks are also the keys once you have found them. 40 minutes later, I had solved the whole formation. It took me a total of 1 hour and 12 minutes to solve the formation. Buzz. I took out the air pen without wasting a second and began to draw out the formation. A minute later, the formation stuck on the bookshelf, and it opened. I immediately went for the books and began to store them in spatial storage after flipping them for a second or two to read their subject. When I read it, it couldn't be horrified and surprised me at the same time. Most of these on the first shelf are anatomy, physical anatomy, soul anatomy, and metaphysical anatomy. Half of them deal with the subject of dealing with maximum pain on different anatomies of different races. Buzz, while they may be about torture, I am sure I will be able to extract the knowledge I need through them. After I finished unloading the first shelf, I moved toward the second shelf. This formation, too, was finished tricks, and since I knew they were there, I found them using different methods before I began solving them and finished them within an hour. Like the books from the first shelf, I had stored books from the second shelf in spatial storage. I did not want it to know about the strangeness of my core. If it got curious, things might get very dangerous for me. With the second shelf finished, I moved to the third. I even forgot there was a very powerful being behind me. The books were so amazing that I forgot everything other than the goal of taking them out of their shelves. If I looked back, I would have seen the profound shock on its face seeing my speed of breaking the formation. "Little human, do you have a penchant for torture?" asked the being behind me suddenly, just when I fished, taking all the books from the 50 bookshelves. "No, of course not," I replied immediately, but doubted myself immediately on my answer, seeing I nearly every grim monster to death to harvest them and their bloodlines. "If you don't like torture, then why are you so happy about getting books about the torture?" it asked back, and this time there was a mild curiosity on its face which instantly made him look extremely cute. "I have a celestial inheritance, my lord, and any type of information, especially on body and soul, is extremely important to me," I replied, and it seemed a little surprised hearing. "No wonder you are looking at all these books like they are the biggest treasure in the world. You people love your books more than your children," it said while shaking his head with a smile. Buzz, finally the formation on the last bookshelf broke apart, and I began to take books out of it excitedly. As usual, most of them were about anatomy, but there are still some about herbology, rhinology, and the range of encyclopedias from plants to monsters. The collection of this torturer is really good, and the knowledge in it is highly advanced. "You are a very talented human. I have never seen anyone below century work with the formation like that, even among the hosts of celestial inheritances I have come across. You are quite good," said the being suddenly, startling me little. "You must be wondering why part of my soul doing in my nephew?" it asked suddenly, completely surprising me. "Yes," I replied, "it did make me curious. I had sent my nephew on an important mission and placed a small part of my soul inside him at a great price. It was worth it. The result of the mission was beyond my imagination, but on the way my nephew got captured by these bastards of Red Grave, and since my soul had expended all its energy during the mission, I wasn't able to rescue him, it said while its eyes filled with great regret. He even used burned his soul to power up this piece of my soul, so it could be sustained over the thousands of years, he added with misty eyes. He cleared them as he stopped and turned toward me with eyes burning up with the resolve. I have a request of you, human, it asked suddenly, and it stumped me. I don't know whether I could help you with anything myself with the little power I have, I said, and to be honest, I did not want to do anything for this being. It will be, without a doubt, an extremely dangerous endeavor, not to mention we live in a tiny, isolated world that has no contact with any other world. I'm not asking you to swear an oath or put a gesh on you. It is just a request that I hope you will fulfill if you ever got the power and are close to my world, he said, and gave me a look that took away all my willpower to reject it. Fine, as long as it does not risk my life or have any consequence on me, I will do it. Though I do not think I will be able to do it since barely in our world has someone become powerful enough to venture outside, I accepted with a mirthless smile. I don't think you will have any problem getting enough strength to get out of your world, human, it said too. I could only smile. A moment later, I saw it closing its eyes, and its whole body began to shine as the yellow scroll began to form in its hand. By the time the minute is over, the scroll has been completely materialized in its hand. It is a real scroll with an elaborate design. It does not look like it is made of energy. It seemed to conjure or take out this scroll, have taken a lot out of it as it had become translucent and felt like he could disappear from the world any second. If you ever reach the world Tyagran, then go to House Misagar and give this scroll to the person named Jiharfaz Nar, he said as he handed me the scroll. Are you sure this Jiharfaz Nar person is still alive? As you have said, it has been 10,000 years, I asked while not accepting the scroll yet. Hearing my question, a confident smile couldn't help but appear on his face. I'm quite sure I'm still alive, but if you find out I have died, then hand it over to my daughter Jiharfan Nar, he said, and this time I accepted the scroll. While I am accepting the scroll, don't hold out too much hope. Even I have no confidence of myself that I will become powerful enough to walk out of the world, I said, to which it had smiled. Even though I might have impressed it somehow, we both know why it had handed me this scroll. It is because it had no choice. I am likely the only human it will meet before it disappears, and it won't give to the Grimms that may come later. So it had no choice other than to trust. Now that you have accepted my request, it would be rude for me to not give you anything it returns, it said, and hearing that my eyes couldn't help but widen up. In this state, I could not provide you with any resource to the artifact. All I could provide you with was some knowledge, it said with regret. Though when you successfully deliver this scroll, my main body will reward you beyond your wildest dreams, it declared. The promise of the future did not impress me. I am more interested in what it could do for me, and since it graciously offered me the knowledge, I will not decline it. I need soul-related knowledge, most importantly on its efficient working and avatar creation, I said, and surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. Little human, a word of advice, don't think about creating an avatar till you make a breakthrough out of the primary stage, it said and closed its eyes. A minute later, two things have formed in its furry hands. One is a tome, which covers Reached Reed's Transcendence of Soul, and the other is a silver scroll. The materialization seemed to have taken a lot of it, as it became so translucent that I could barely see it. Those at a distance will only see a tome and the scroll floating in the air, and not the being that is holding them. This is the first volume of Transcendence of Soul. My friend, who is practicing one of the celestial methods, has said it is the best soul subject book on soul efficiency for those at primary, he said while looking at the tome before turning toward the scroll on its other hand. This scroll contains a special soul method I had found in the ancient temple. The method is quite strange and very complex that I am not very sure it would be helpful to you or anyone, even if you were not able to practice it. The knowledge you will gain from it would be immense, it said and handed me both the tome and the scroll. I will try, I replied. To that, he nodded and began to disappear. Leave this place as soon as possible. Those necrotic stands begin to call back the golems, it warned as it disappeared. It had completely disappeared that I could see no trace of it, even with all my abilities. Are these safe? I asked Ashlyn, who has behaved like a good little bird ever since the soul materialized from the crystal. I would be an idiot if I believed everything that soul had said, and who knows, it might not truly disappear and is just standing invisible in front of me. Choo-choo, she nodded affirmatively a moment later, seeing that I stored them in my core before storming toward the exit. It had warned that the flesh golem was gathering, and I had to get the hell away before they reached a high number. I just hoped the truly powerful ones hadn't arrived, yet Ashlyn had found some above who were at the level of council members. KRRRRR. Soon, I read the huge door and pushed it, and at the same time I activated all my boosts. I could not take any risk when dealing with these flesh golems. They are extremely powerful, especially when they explode. Soon, the door opened enough, and my soul sense spread. Within a second, I got the number and power of the flesh golems down, and it couldn't make me serious. Choo-choo. Ashlyn chirped and flew out through the small gap that I had opened. I did not stop her. There are some I might not be able to handle, but it would not be a problem for Ashlyn. It is also comforting that the flesh golems at the level of High Grandmaster had not arrived. If they had, I would have not let Ashlyn fly out of my shoulder. Boom, boom, boom. About half a minute had passed when suddenly the explosions began, and they rang out one after another. 8 flesh golems have self-destructed within 30 seconds. Ashlyn's rate of killing had truly shocked me. These flesh golems were not weak. 7 of them were at the peak of Grandmaster class, and of them, 3 were near the absolute peak that I might not able to beat even after fighting for an hour. I pressed the door further, and when the gap inside it became big enough, I walked out of it. This time I was not surprised after seeing there were barely any signs of destruction. I have seen with my very own eyes how the shining runes on the bones absorb all the distractive energy, that even the self-destruction of Flesh Golem at the peak of the High Grandmaster class did not cause the much destruction as one expected. I did not even stop as I walked through the garden. Who knows when a powerful Flesh Golem would show up here and stop me from leaving or even kill me. Though I did not stop, my strings came out of me and spread around the garden. There are some things I have planned to take, and now that I am leaving, I am taking them. It is a huge risk, but I am sure the benefits of it would be great too. A minute later, I reached the stairs, and at the same time, my strings have also bound to the pieces of bones and broken stones pieces of the gray platform. Ruo. I did not waste any time and pulled the strings just as I did. 13 bones and 34 rocks of different sizes flew toward me. My eyes became sharp as I looked for any anomaly that might appear to be the result of my action, but nothing seemed to be happening. No powerful formation activated, and seeing that I released the breath that I had been holding. Soon, all the bones and the stones appeared 100 meters from me and began disappearing. All of them have vanished into my storage, where each and every one of them went directly into the open boxes, which closed as the bones and stones appeared in them. Krrrr. Seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, I pushed the door open. Thankfully, I do not need to break the formation to exit through the door, otherwise I would have to waste a few more hours in it. The door opened, and I walked outside with the tens of rooms in front of me. Most of them were already empty, to begin with, and some were emptied by grim monsters and me. Some rooms still have stuff, but I will not be taking those resources. My first priority was to get the hell out of here. It had been more than a day since Nero finished off the grim monsters inside. Given the importance of the resources, especially the death and metal tree and the pure soul water, the grim would surely send another party, and I had to leave before they reached the door of the underground. I do not want to open the door and find them on the other side. It would be really bad for me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I passed through the one room after another, spending a very expensive formation ink to break these rooms. I am not wasting even a second. My avatar would always have a formation ready the moment I walked out of the room and moved to the other. I have already made the map of the place, and since I am moving through already broken rooms, I just have to create the formation through my air pen. It is quite easy, but also very regretful when I see the hundreds of rooms filled with treasures. There are hundreds of rooms that are filled with precious treasure, but I could not take any of them with me. I had to leave the underground repository before the Grims arrived. It would be extremely troublesome if they found me. This time, the party they will send will surely be strong, and I don't want to risk my life because of my greed for the precious resources. I have already gotten far more than I had imagined it to be from this ruin. Even though I am disappointed in leaving these treasures behind, I understand that they are not more precious than my life. Not to mention, more than 10 days have already passed since I have come to this ruin, and I have to return as soon as possible. While I have made the preparation for the 15 days, it was a bit of a stretch, especially in these earlier days when people just got the hang of what they had to do. If I stayed away too long, I feared something might go bad, and I could not afford it. The project is on an extremely tight schedule. I could not afford any hiccup. It would end up very costly for us if that were to happen. An hour and 20 minutes passed when I reached the exit now. There was only a distance of one room between it and me. If everything goes right, then I will be out of this underground repository within a few minutes, and after that, I will activate my beacon and get the hell out of this ruin. Buzz. The door of the room opened, and I walked inside before walking out of the other side of the room now. I could see the door. It is one of 3 doors through which I walked inside. Like the door of the underground garden, I could open it without formation, but before I do that, I activated my boosts and defensive method just as a precaution. On the other side, it might be an empty hall as I had seen it a few days ago, or littered with flesh golem, or even worse, the grim monsters. I did not want to take any chances. Click, I took a deep breath and opened the door before taking a step out of it, but just as I did, the smile on my face froze and the aura of the High Grandmaster focused on me. Hazed was right, there is really a human rat here, said the golden fire werewolf that had appeared in front of me. It shocked me and also made me frown. I was shocked because barely 2 days had been since the bullman had disappeared, and the Grim was already inside waiting, which shouldn't have happened, considering it took more than 2 days for old Foxman to break the formation of the repository's main entrance. It means it had come with one of the most powerful runic grandmasters of the Grims, or it had come even before the bullman got dealt by Nero. Likely after Ashlyn and I killed the Grim monsters outside sneakily, one of them was able to escape, and considering the importance of treasure inside it, the Grims have sent the other party as the precautious. There seemed to be an awful lot of Grandmaster from the Golden Fire werewolf tribe, I said as I took the other step forward. I had thought about taking a step back and closing the door, and I would have been able to do it, but doing that would have served no purpose. As it is not going to leave, even if I stayed around for a few days and it's only exited, I would have to enter through it sooner or later. Waiting would have been no problem, even would have been a great blessing, if it had not been for me being on a tight schedule. Haven't you heard? Our tribe has received a great blessing in the future. There will be even more of us, but sadly, you will not be there to see the glory of us, Golden Fire Werewolf Tribe, it said back as incinerating golden aura swirl around it. Its answer couldn't help but make me frown. In recent months, there has been an unusual increase in the powerhouses from the Golden Fire Werewolf Tribe. All of them are either masters or grandmasters. Some in the council say this is the sign of something big, something hidden, while others are saying it is the result of being Golden Fire Werewolf being the leader of the coven. The leader controls the resources, and the tribe of a leader always thrives, so the unusual increase is nothing of a surprise. I didn't know what to think, and I did not spend any time on it, as currently there was a very powerful enemy standing between me and the door. I do not have the strength to beat or even suppress it, but I would still need to get to the door and open it to walk through it. I guess you won't let me walk through the door. I asked. No, it replied with a toothed smile. You are not going anywhere except for the underworld from here, it said, and a torrent of golden fire released from it, and a gigantic head werewolf had formed above its head. Hope you have a safe travel to the underworld, human, it said, and sent the fiery werewolf head at me. The golden fiery werewolf head is huge, more than 10 times bigger than me, and it is emitting such power that it would vaporize anyone below the High Grandmaster. It is now coming at me bearing its full might, as the golden fire werewolf watched with a casual but cautious smile that emits confidence. I wish I had such confidence in fighting against it, but I did not. I don't know whether my shields would be able to stand against such an enemy or not. ROOAR. It roared deafeningly as it reached halfway and attacked revealed its true aura. The Grim had hidden a lot more power into the attack than I had expected. I hoped my shields would be enough to deal against the attack. The golden fire head of the werewolf didn't take even a second to reach my invisible shields before crashing into them. BOOM. The fiery head clashed against my shields and instantly made them visible and lighted up. The shields begin to absorb the power of the golden fire, which is power is really something else. The golden fire is famed for its power, and it is the fire that gave the golden fire werewolves their names and power. Its power is leagues above the other fire of the Grim monsters, and if it's not for that, then the golden fire werewolves wouldn't the only tribe which also has a member in the coven since they attacked our world, and also the tribe that produced the most leaders of the coven. Michiel Zar, it said with clear surprise in its eyes as my shields became visible. My shields have become quite famous. There won't be any high-leveled Grim monster who wouldn't be able to recognize me from my shields. Nice attack, I said as I took a step toward the door but stopped immediately when it moved ahead of me. It is very clear that if I want to reach the door, then I will have to go through it, and it would not be easy. It was, but it seemed like it was not enough to kill you, it replied and did not seem much stressed, seeing me defending against its attacks. You should try something better then, I taunted, and it did not get angry at taunt at all. Instead, there was a bright smile on its face as the aura around it became denser, and 12 streams of golden fires released from its body, forming 12 werewolves' heads. These 12 werewolf heads are smaller, each one of them is around 5 meters long, but the power they are emitting is much higher than the big werewolf head of before. Die human, it said simply and sent 12 fiery werewolf heads at me. They really look scary, and if I did not have my shields on me, I would have definitely run back into the door. ROAR, ROAR, ROAR. The heads roared loudly as they came at me, and less than a second later, they appeared right in front of my shields. BOOM, BOOM, BOOM. One after another, the roaring golden werewolf heads crashed on my shields, making them resplendently bright and also sending a huge amount of fiery energy at me, which made my body look like a cooked shrimp. Thankfully, I have the most wonderful runes, otherwise I would have been fully cooked and dead right now. The Grim would need to add some salt and spices to me, and I would be ready to eat, and I am sure I would taste wonderful. It took a couple of seconds, and finally all the energy cleared, and the golden fire werewolf got a clear look at me. This time, the werewolf is not able to keep itself calm, seeing me completely fine that would have decimated any other peak grandmaster. It had lost it. Faint anger has appeared in its eyes, and its aura rumbled. Its aura was really powerful that I had to consciously force myself not to take a step back that I desperately wanted to take. Try something better otherwise. You would not be able to me from getting out of that door, I said while motioning toward the big door behind it. I know antagonizing would not be a wise move, and I would not do that normally unless I am sure of killing the enemy. I did not use the taunt, but this time I had to. I need to be sure of its power, as only that way I will be confident of using that move. If I find out its power is beyond what I could handle, then I would go back inside the door and search for another exit or wait till the grim monsters disappeared, as it would be the only way I will have unless I want to march it to my death. I have no intentions to do that. You know, I hate the people with a sharp tongue the most. I have even made a collection of their tongues, and I am going to add yours to it, it said while smiling fiendishly as its hands moved. Golden mayhem. It shouted, and erratic swirls of golden fire appeared around it. These fiery swirls are small and bit, moving left and right, up and down. One could not guess their direction, but one thing is clear: they are extremely powerful, so much that I begin having second thoughts about my plan. Rot in hell, Czar, it said as it laughed crazily and sent the swirls toward me. Za za za. A weird sound came from the swirls as they came toward me, and I redied my shields as I poured every bit of energy I had. Bannng, bannng, bannng. The swirls were much faster than I had expected them to be, and they appeared beside my shields in an instant before crashing into them. The moment they crashed, I felt as if the sledgehammer had hit me before sending me to a pit of lava. Each of these swirls held a crazy power, and the fire energy inside them was extremely concentrated. Then I felt like I was bathing in the lave. For a second, I wanted to leave, but I held on. Bannng. The last fiery swirl crashed into my shield, spreading the single crack on the clashing shield even further, though it did not spread to the other shield. I was quite surprised to see the defensive power of my shields. If I am right, then it is one of the most powerful attacks of the Golden Fire Werewolf, and my shields were able to do much better than I had thought. Now that I have got the estimated power, I did not waste any time. I begin to make my move in the guise of the chaotic energy around me. By the time it is cleared in a few seconds, I will have already finished with my preparations. A few seconds passed, and finally, the energy had cleared enough that we could see each other. Seeing me standing, its eyes couldn't help but widen in shock, but soon those expressions changed into ecstasy when it saw my shields, which were filled with cracks. They looked like they could crack at any moment. Not only that, but my aura also seemed to fluctuate, as if I was having a problem maintaining my peak strength. You are quite a powerful human despite being a peak grandmaster. You can defend against me to such a degree, it praised. You would be more even impressed when I escape right in front of you, I said back, and my cracked shields began to unravel. From the spherical round, it formed a circle and moved toward it to envelop it inside them. Shield trapping. I have heard about this ability of yours, it said, and did not make any move to avoid my shields, which couldn't help but confuse me, as I had made a plan if it tried to do that. It seemed your little brain is thinking, why I am not avoiding your shields, humans, it asked with a confident smile on its face. Why are you not avoiding? You should know that all those who got trapped into my shields have died, I said with confidence, which brightened the smile on its face even more. If you much know, then I want to try this move of yours, and everything move after. I am recording it to show that bastard Kaffa. He's being too confident these days, just because it had comprehended the grand art, but despite that, he was not able to kill you and even let you escape. But I will kill you after experiencing your every move and show it to that smug-faced bastard. I want to see whether it still has a smug smile on its face when it sees the recording of me killing you, it said with eyes full of envy. For petty revenge, the bastard is trapping itself. I asked myself in question while remaining utter stumped by its action. I remember the fight it is talking about, and it is one of the most dangerous battles I have ever fought, and even more dangerous than this one, but unlike this one. In that battle, I secured myself a safe existence at the very start of battle, and was able to escape when it was time. It seemed like you truly have a hard time believing me I would be able to break through your puny shields. Then let me tell you something: the attack I had just used is only 50 of my strength. Till now I haven't used half of my strength. You wouldn't be standing here if I had, it said. Its words couldn't help but surprise me. I had estimated it had used 70 of its strength, and now it is saying it had used 50. It seemed like I had to work a little extra on my investigative abilities. They were turning a little useless in front of these truly powerful enemies. Let me tell you one thing: you have made a grave mistake in letting my shields trap you. Now you can forget about killing me, I said, revealing a true confident smile for the first time. At the same time, all the cracks on the shields were healed, and they turned red. I am not willing to take any chances in my escape and begin to burn my essence without hesitation. Bannng, bannng, bannng. You bastard, roared the Golden Fire Werewolf as it understood the mistake it had made and began to attack it with great power. It is a really good thing I am burning up my blood otherwise. I would have heavily injured or even died by the sheer amount of energy that is coming at me. I did not waste any time and appeared beside the door and brought out the formation from my core. The entrance formation on the door might change with every entree, but the exit formation did not change, which had really caught me by surprise. It is the reason why I took a step forward out that door. If it had a new formation, it would have taken me hours to break it, and I could only survive minutes against the grim monster. Buzz. The formation stuck on the door and buzzed a second later, and began to form a key while I bore the heavy brunt of the werewolf's attack, which was attacking my shields like mad. Each second felt like an hour, and when the key finally materialized, I felt like a day had passed. Click. I pressed the key into the door and heard the most wonderful clicking sound I had ever heard and pushed the door. Step, step, step. Soon the door opened enough that I could walk out, and I took a step out but stopped the door from closing and turned to Golden Fire Werewolf, which had also stopped attacking and now looking at me with blazing anger. Try harder next time, Grim, I said with a smile and pulled my strings hard and at the same time began pushing the door. Die, you wretched bastard, roared against the werewolf and attacked, but unfortunately for it, my strings were too fast. The shields instantly turned back into strings and came at me. They had already reached halfway before Grim even attacked, and by the time Grim's attack had reached halfway, my string returned through the small gap in the door, and just as they returned, I closed the small gap of the huge door. I don't know what happened a fraction of a second late, but I am sure it is something bad. There is a nasty anti-offensive formation. If I were in its place, I would have stopped my attack somehow, as the thing that will happen after the attack land on the door will not be pretty. I looked around and saw there was no one else except for me besides the bronze door. Seeing that, I immediately activated the beacon without wasting a second. The Golden Fire Werewolf may have the formation, and it might be using it now to break through the door, and before it does, I want to get the hell away from this ruin. I don't think I would be able to survive against a mad werewolf that is hellbent on killing me. As my beacon sent the signal, I activated the recovery formation inside my core and felt a cool stream filling my body. I did not hold back anything when I had burned my essence, but I had burned it for less than 15 seconds. If it had been minute, it would have taken me quite long to recover. Now, I don't think I would need more than 1.5 days to reach my peak. Buzz. A few seconds after I had activated the beacon, it shone up, and I saw energies covering me before space tore up, and I was back into the space tunnel again. Step. Nearly a minute had passed when I had finally stepped into the familiar room, and all the tension in my body had vanished. Finally, I am safe, and now, I just want to go Marina and kiss those wonderful lips of hers. I have been missing them extremely in the ruin. I feel the thrust for them that I had not felt for anything else, and I am already typing a message for her to ask her where she is. Grandmaster Czar, Lord Whitmore had ordered that you meet him first as soon you appear, said the guard standing by the teleportation formation. I was about to finish the send when I stopped and nodded my head unwillingly before walking out of the hall. I really don't want to meet Lord Whitmore right now, and could go to the marina directly without any consequence, but I do not want to do that. I will quickly finish meeting with Lord Whitmore before going to her. Knock, knock. Soon I appeared at the office of Lord Whitmore and knocked. Come in, Mitchell, said Lord Whitmore from inside. Lord Whitmore, I said as I walked inside the office. Take a seat, Grandmaster Mitchell. He offered. I nodded and took a seat in front of him. Few days after you have left, we have sent unusually high traffic in ruin, which is very surprising as the Grims have already sent a pretty big force in the ruin already, he said and looked at me for the answers. I did not answer, instead placed the crystal boxes in front of him. They are transparent, and one can see them in 2 boxes. There is palm-size wood of black and coppery color, while the third box has 20 ml liquid in the spherical bottle. Each box has 3 seals. One could unlock the first seal of each box with a tiny bit of energy and sense the aura of content inside without coming into contact with them. The seals are not for his safety, but mine. I still remember the power of protection I had needed to pull out of the tree. He looked at my question, but after seeing me smiling faintly, he opened the seal, and the powerful aura of death instantly clouded the room. The aura is so powerful that it would kill anyone below the master and has activated defenses of the Lord Whitmore's office. My God. He gasped in shock that it took him a while before he was able to control himself and open the second seal and release the metal aura, but what shocked him the most was the third box. When the seal opened, the formation I created inside the box showed the special thing inside, which instantly made him recognize what it was. So the Grims went for the sources of death and mental energy in the bronze graveyard. No wonder they had sent the huge force, he said, to which I shook my head. These 3 were the most precious resources, but these are not the only thing that place has and the things they were after, I said, and began to give him a short, censored version of the things which again had shocked him. When I finished, he did not speak for a whole minute. Our forces are too low compared to them. We could not investigate and stop everything they do, he he said with a sigh, and all I could nod gravely. This is the biggest problem we humans have been suffering from since the invasion of the Grimms. I hope the project will help us in rectifying that, he said with eyes full of hope. It will, even if not completely, but it will definitely help, at least partially, I said, and this time my voice was filled with confidence. I have great confidence in my project. As long as it succeeds, we will be able to deal with Grimms to a much better degree. It would not be a problem even if they attack us with a large number of grandmasters, as we will be ready for them. I think we should send a treasure hunting party to the ruin, I said after a few seconds. You are asking to send a part of powerful grandmasters along with Arun grandmasters. Losing a single one of them would be a great loss, he said a moment later. It is a great risk, but we can't let the Grimms have the fortune that is lying there. We need to get it, at least some part of it, I said. There are hundreds of rooms there, filled with powerful resources of all kinds. It will be a huge loss if we let Grimm monsters have it. If I had been not busy with the project, I would have taken a step back through that door and only returned when I had taken the resources from each and every room. I will put a proposal to the council, he said. After some time the council would not regret it, I replied. I left Lord Whitmore's office after half an hour and opened my holowatch again, and was about to send her the message when I stopped. Buzz. Instead, I opened a couple more windows and checked the logs, seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. A few seconds later, I had typed the coordinates of Marina's home, and the formation lit up as I disappeared. Knock, knock. The next second I appeared in front of Marina's door and knocked on it through the logs. I found out she had gone back home to sleep. If she had been elsewhere, I would have surprised her there. Though I am happy she is at home, there is no one here to disturb us. Click. I just thought that when the door opened and I was about to take a step forward when I suddenly stopped, and my expressions froze. Mitchell, you have returned, Alina said ecstatically as she came to hug me. I was frozen for a moment before I hugged her back. You must have read my messages to come to meet me right after you have returned from the mission, she said as she let go of the hug. Of course, how can I not? I replied without missing a beat and made my avatar read all the messages from her. There were 5 of them for 3 days, and all of them said they had something important to discuss with me. So what is the important thing you wanted to discuss with me? I asked as I entered inside with her. I had asked her, but I already knew what she wanted to discuss. It was very clear to me. Still, I was quite disappointed seeing it was not her mother who had opened the door. I did not even see her living room. It seemed like she was still sleeping. I think I am ready, she said and revealed her aura, and sensing it, I couldn't help but become surprised. She had improved really fast, but again, I should not be surprised, given her bloodline and the fact she had created the core. You seemed ready, but let me take a clear look at all the facts, I said, and seed appeared in my hand, which had directly seeped inside her. I did not have to use the stealth of the seed as Alina herself pulled down all her defenses. Few seconds later, her complete metaphysical shape appeared before me. All her secrets were revealed. Even those who trust each other immensely would not let others look so deep into their secrets. Her metaphysical scan is lighted with power, and her bloodline core is blazing like a sun, containing immense power. I looked at the scan carefully, studying each and every aspect of it, and couldn't help but be surprised again by what Alina had achieved. Even those with the core wouldn't have had such patience as her and would have broken into Grandmaster's class long ago, but she preserved it, and now she is going to reap the benefits of it. Let's sit, I said as I opened my eyes and we sat next to each other. So what do you think? She asked, and there was little nervousness in her voice. You are more than ready to break into Grandmaster class, I said finally, and the nervous smile on her face bloomed. Thank God, I thought you would ask me to continue, she said, and to that I couldn't help but shake my head. You have already reached your limit, and if you continue in your class, it will take years before you make any significant, which is not worth it, I replied. Good, I have already made the preparations for the breakthrough and will make a breakthrough in a few days, she said with a smile. Can you let me have a look at your preparations? I asked her. Sure, she replied, and the list of resources projected through her holowatch. She did not reveal her breakthrough formation. She did not have it as it would come from her bloodline. She just needed to prepare the resources. She had really seemed to have made the preparations. All the resources she had gathered were pretty high. Of all the resources she had gathered, 80 of them were death and fire elemental in nature, and one even surprised me. Fire Sea Flintstone, it seemed like you have been lucky, I said as I got a look at her resources. Yes, I've got a pretty big piece and I have already spared some for you, she said, and a crystal box appeared in her hand, inside which an adult fist-sized blue-red jagged stone could be seen inside. I will not say no to this, I said, taking a box from her hand. I would have been happy if she had given me the stone the size of a fingernail, but she had given a fist size. With it, I would be able to do many more things, and it will be extremely useful for my own breakthrough. Since you have given me such a precious thing, it wouldn't look good if I did not give you something back, I said, and instead of rejecting, a big bright smile appeared on her face, and she immediately snatched away the box that appeared in my hand. What is it? She asked. Take a look yourself, I replied. Gasp. She looked at me for a moment before opening the first seal, and a death aura burst out, which immediately drew a gasp out of my mouth. The formation I sent out a moment later activated and contained the death aura. I don't want the teacher to get affected by it considering the power of the aura. It would be disastrous for the teacher. It is the best thing I could have for my breakthrough, she said, and a second later, she did something that shocked me. She inhaled, and all the death aura went inside her mouth, that not even a speck of. Tasty, she said as she licked her lips a moment later. Michiel, when did you return? Marina said as she walked out of the door as Alina and I were discussing the specifics of her breakthrough. Not long ago, teacher, I replied, but faintly stumbled on mid-sentence before catching my words. I cannot blame myself for that. She looks so good that I am barely stopping myself from jumping at her. She's wearing white satin nightwear that barely reaches her thighs. It flows around her body like water, mesmerizing my soul with its movements. Thank God you have arrived soon. If you had been a few days late, Ellie would have gone down to the ruin to search for you, Marina said as she took a seat beside Alina. I was waiting for him so that I could break through quickly and rejoin the war, Alina said defensively as she glared at her mother. Marina smiled at her daughter's glare and turned to me with her face serious. So what do you think? Is she ready for the breakthrough? She asked. She is more than ready. I don't think she would have any problem if she were to make a breakthrough right now, I replied. Grandmaster breakthrough is a huge thing, and those who reach that level spend months, even years, making the preparation, fretting over the slightest thing as the smallest mistake could upend the whole breakthrough. But Alina didn't have to worry about that. Her base is extremely strong. As long as she has all the resources she needs for the breakthrough, she will be able to do it without any problem. That's good to hear, she said, and her eyes turned a little emotional. Ellie always wanted to reach the Grandmaster class since she was a child, and even though I did not discourage her from having big dreams, I still feared that she might not be able to achieve it, and it would crush her, but it seemed like I was worried for nothing. My daughter is really talented. She will be becoming Grandmaster, and that is even before reaching 25 of age, Marina said as she caressed Alina's hair lovingly in pride. Mom, Alina called out embarrassingly. Another half an hour passed, and we discussed intricate details about the breakthrough. Even though I am confident that Alina would be able to break into Grandmaster class without any problem, we still need to discuss things for any unforeseen problems that might occur. The discussion felt like the old days where a teacher was the teacher to me, and not a Marina. I had not seen even the slightest hint of affection or desire from her, as if nothing had happened between us. It is very frustrating that I very much wanted to talk to her telepathically, but I did not, as I am not sure I would be able to control my emotions from Alina if I spoke with Marina telepathically. It is such a regret that your aunt will miss your breakthrough, but she had gone to the important mission just a few days before you came, Marina said with regret before she turned to me. Josie had wanted to meet you, Michiel, but this time too, you were out, she added, and I could only shake my head in regret. It had been more than 6 months since I had seen the professor. One of us would always be out when the other came. It is such regret as I have need of Professor's unique abilities for my experiments, but her abilities are needed more in the war. Nobody said anything for a minute when I couldn't hold back anymore. Teacher, did you finish the report I had asked you before leaving? I asked. Yes, let's discuss it in my office, she said, and we got up. What report are you guys talking about? Asked Alina. I stopped and turned toward her with a bright smile. It's confidential, I replied and began to follow a teacher while drinking in her view from behind. She is really gorgeous, and I am having a really hard time holding myself back. Click. Soon we reached her office, and she opened the door and walked inside. I followed behind her and pushed the door back to close it. As the door closed and I opened my mouth to speak when I saw Marina turning to me, and the next moment she was right next to me, and before I could say anything else, I found her lips on me, and we began to kiss hungrily. Our kiss is filled with raw emotions that had built up when we were apart. These raw emotions are intense, and we cannot control them at all. My hands moved around her sack clothes sometimes. They would go over her hair and touch her thigh. It took nearly all the self-control I had to stop my hands from venturing too far. We are not ready to take that step yet, and I like the speed we are moving in our relationship. I don't know how long we continued to kiss, but we finally pulled ourselves apart and now looked at the eyes each other for answers to whose questions we did not dare to ask. I thought you would pull away from me, I said finally. Never, I will not let you go, she said and kissed me, and this time we kissed slow and gentle and pulled apart a minute later. How was the ruin? She asked. Little dangerous, but I got a huge fortune, I said. I had really obtained a huge fortune. I have obtained many things, but I think the biggest haul would be the tome and scroll I got from that powerful being. I did not get a chance to look at them ever since I got them. There is also the storage of frogmen had been killed by Cyclops Golem, but it is not as important. Don't take too many risks. The world needs you. I need you. She said. Her sentence was soft but full of emotions that I couldn't resist taking her in my embrace. I appeared back in my room and fell down on my bed. I did not even have time to take off my shoes before I fell asleep. I have been awake for days, and then I burned my blood twice in a single day. All of it had made me very tired, and if it were not for my extreme desire to see Marina, I would have directly come home and slept. I really needed it. I don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, I felt refreshed. There is only a slight weakness that remains in me, which will disappear in a few hours as the recovery formation inside me keeps working. I looked at the holowatch and saw it was afternoon. I had slept for more than 12 hours. I lay on the bed for a while before I got up and went to the bathroom. If I had time, I would have stayed on the bed longer, but after more than 10 days of absence, I freshened up and showered before walking out of my room. In the living room, I found my sister playing with her friends under the supervision of a nanny. My father seemed to work in his lap, and Mom had once again been sent to the mission. I played with my sister for an hour while my avatar read through the reports I had received from Marina. These reports are complete, stating the progress of each and every participant in the project, and so far, everything seems to be good. Though there were some hiccups, they are natural. Such a vast, complex project could not run smoothly. Hiccups are bound to happen, and it is on us to deal with them. After spending some time with my sister, I went back to my room and opened the door to the conference room. I took my usual seat and tapped a few buttons on the control panel, and in the next second, tens of screens flashed around me. Now and then, I would close my eyes and connect the seed inside the subjects to make the further assessment. While the reports are extremely clear, I still like to do my own assessment, so everything can work smoothly. 2 hours passed, and I was finally done with the assessment. I am now completely up to date with what happened in the past 12 days and know what I have to do before I do that. There is something I have to do. If I did not do it, I would not be able to concentrate on my work fully. I closed my eyes, and a moment later I appeared in my core, and in front of me was a silvery tome and scroll. I looked at them for a moment before taking a tome in my hands. The tome is named Transcendence of Soul, and that being said, it is one of the best books on soul efficiency. I hope it did not disappoint me, I said in my mind and opened the cover to begin to read. Thud, before I knew it, 2 hours had passed before I stopped myself and closed the tome loudly. The tome begins with simple concepts that even a regular knight would understand, but within an hour of reading, they became so complex that even a knowledgeable grandmasters would have thought for a while before understanding them. With each page, concepts became complex, and thank God there's a detailed explanation about each concept, but even with it, the knowledgeable ones would find their heads spinning. The tome is a treasure, and I could already feel the immense help it is going to provide me. It is my luck to meet with the being and obtain such wonderful treasure. I gently put the tome down and took the purple-silver scroll in my hand. The tome had already given me a huge surprise, and I wondered what it had stored inside it. Collective Crystallized Minds Formula, I said the headline as I unfurled the scroll. It only has those words written and nothing else in the scrolls. It is good one, practice it. I was searching for a way to bring out the content of the scroll when the voice of an ancient being rang out in my mind, which shocked me, and I looked at the scroll even more clearly. The ancient being hid in me rarely says something, but when it says it, it is super important. I looked at it for a few seconds before inserting a tiny bit of energy inside it. I would have inserted more, but I don't want to destroy the scroll accidentally. It is even more important now that the ancient being spoke about it. As I inserted the energy, the whole text lit up and transformed into millions of runes, so tiny that they could not be seen through the eyes. I even tried my abilities, but still could not see them clearly. Buzz. A moment after the text transformed into the runes, it buzzed as it's activated, and in front of me, a gigantic projection of silver steel materialized. As it did, it froze me for a moment with a faint, ancient aura coming from it. It was the majestic, and only time I felt it when the hidden being revealed some of its abilities. The steel was about 100 meters long and 15 meters wide. It was totally silver in color and had bright purple texts carved on it. Thankfully, the language that is carved on it is universal, and the runes are regular. If it had been ancient runes like the text that transformed into, I could forget about understanding the scroll. I placed the scroll down carefully before flying up and began reading it, and within a few minutes my expressions began to change. Sometimes they would become confused, but soon the enlightenment would cloud them. I read it for more than an hour before I flew back down. The method is strange, as the being had said, with many restrictions that even those who could practice would not practice due to restriction, but to me, these restrictions did not matter. It could be said those restrictions that shackle others will empower me. I am practicing this method, I said, and I will. It is extremely complex that it will take me months to understand the first level of it, not to mention the resource required for it. Though I have some things that could be used, I feel they are inadequate. I need something better. I closed the scroll and placed it beside the tome. Today, I will spare some time out of my already busy schedule to study those two things daily. With that done, I turned to the last thing I had brought from the ruin, the storage of frogmen. I did not get a chance to open it as I was more focused on the tree. Now that I have time, I want to see what is inside it. Thud, I unloaded the whole storage, and loads of this appeared in my core. It is more than what I have found in the storage of other peak grandmasters, which is not surprising considering the frogman is the most powerful peak grandmaster that appeared in the ruin. It is quite unfortunate that it was not able to show off its strength. It had got controlled by Nero and died in a single attack by the Cyclops golem. I left the sorting of resources to my avatar and began to write new orders for everyone and arrange meetings. I have already chosen the people to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. Though the number is much less than the previous month, it is still going to impress the council and those above them. I have already arranged a meeting with Grandmaster Sethi to discuss the psychological state of the chosen subjects. She had already given her detailed report, but I still wanted to hear her opinion personally, so not a single mistake could occur during the breakthroughs of subjects I could not afford it. Hun. A few minutes passed when suddenly, I stopped working and my eyes went wide in shock. A second ago, my avatar had opened a protected wooden box, and in there it had found a miracle fruit. It is not a common miracle fruit. I have several of them in my storage. They require some special solution. This one is of the most precious type, the one that rarely appears in the vaults of the pyramid, as most people who found it ate themselves or gave it to their descendants. As this fruit could make even talentless talented, and its benefits last for a generation, it is a bloodline-type miracle fruit. It quickly controlled my emotions and went inside my core and looked at the silvery white fruit that looked like mango and had distinct wavy patterns. Those patterns felt familiar that immediately a tome appeared in my hand, and I began to flip the pages till I saw the same pattern on the page. The book I am holding is a book of bloodlines. Each bloodline has a distinct that pattern would appear on the miracle fruit of that bloodline. Soul-soothing flower queen bloodline, I said and read the whole page again, despite remembering most of the details of the page, which I had read quite a while ago. The bloodline fruit is of the soul-soothing flower queen bloodline, a soul element bloodline. It is an average bloodline, but people would consider it close to high grade 1 due to its soul nature, which is extremely rare among the bloodlines. If I gave the bloodline fruit to Pyramid, it would disappear within an hour. I will not give it to them as I already have a candidate in mind. I carefully inspected the fruit while consuming the bloodline. Fruit is mostly safe. Unfortunate things could happen like what happened with the professor and Rai, and both of them were quite lucky as most people die when problems occur in the bloodline fruit. The fruit is fully matured, and without any problem seeing that I packed the fruit and got out of my core before informing about the bloodline fruit to council and the person I will give it. It is policy, and while most people do not follow it, given the preciousness of the bloodline fruit, I have to. It would be disrespectful if I did not. Ting. I got a reply a minute later. It was from Grand Commander itself. She congratulated me and told me she did not have a problem with the person I had chosen to give the fruit to, which is not surprising considering that if the pyramid had found the fruit, it would have gone to the same person. The last time Pyramid had got their hands on bloodline fruit, they offered it to that person, but they rejected it, saying they will only accept the bloodline fruit of soul nature of miracle fruit and nothing else. Knock, knock. Half an hour passed when I heard the knock on the conference room door. Come in, I said, and a second later, petite woman walked in. Director, she greeted. This is the new designation I got. The council felt with most people being grandmasters in my team, I would need a different title to project my authority better, and thus, Director was created. You have cut the 2 names from the list I have given you, Grandmaster, I said. The day before I left for the ruins, I had given her the list of people I wanted to make a breakthrough into Grandmaster and needed her to go ahead on their psych. Of the list of 9, 7 are ready for the breakthrough, but 2 are not. They still have trauma through which they haven't healed completely, she said. Ronald Vargas's near familiar to break into Grandmaster class had left a deep impression on him, and Joan Cohen still hasn't gotten over the loss of her son. They need more time and treatment, she said, to which I could only sigh hearing that. Use any method you have, Grandmaster. I want them ready in 3 months, I said. I could only spare 3 months. If their psychological condition did not improve by them, I would still make the breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. I will try, she replied. What about the other list? I asked a second later. I am still not finished with it, she replied. I did not force her on that. She is already buried in work and at the limit of her abilities. It would have been great if she had been a Grandmaster, or even Master, rather than a common tyrant, a state she was only able to reach due to Pyramid not sparing any resources in her growth, despite that constitution of her. If it were not for that, the number of resources they have spent on her would have been enough to make the several Grandmasters. If there is nothing else, Director, I have to leave. I have sessions starting in 10 minutes, she said after 20 minutes of discussion. There is one more thing, Grandmaster Sethi. I have found something in recent ruin I had gone to. I am sure you would like it, I said to her, and hearing that, her serious eyes flashed in excitement for a moment. I would love another book direct to the books you have given me before have helped me a lot, she said. One could detect faint signs of excitement in her monotonous voice. It is not a book, I said, and the next second, the bloodline fruit appeared in my hand. Just as it appeared, a deep shock appeared in her composed eyes and her expression changed drastically. She always maintains the blank expressions, a necessity in her profession, but now all of it is crumbled as the fruit appears. A miracle fruit of soul-soothing flower queen, she said, rightly identifying the fruit, which is not surprising considering she has a photographic memory and high access to read the books from the secret libraries of Supreme. There is no better host of this bloodline than you, Grandmaster, I said directly, and a smile on her face bloomed, but a moment later, her expression stiffened. Consuming the fruit would be a great risk with my constitution, she said, and my expressions couldn't help but become serious hearing that. She has a very strange constitution. There is no information about it in any organization's archived. Thus, they named it a 0.1 constitution. It is named that way because of the way it works. All the resources she consumed for practice, she only gets 0.1 of it, while others strangely disappear. I had seen it with my own eye when I had inserted the investigative seed inside her, and saw she was only able to get 0.1 of benefits from the resources she consumes. The Constitution did not discriminate on any resource or energies released from them. It will consume everything and leave only 0.1 from her. It is not just resources and their energies of them, but also attacking energies that will come into her body. Her strange constitution would absorb 99.9 of it and leave the 0.1 for her to deal with. It could be said even better than my own constitution. There is also her bad talent, whether she is born with bad talent or it is due to her constitution. Her talent is quite bad, and it is very hard to improve it with the resources considering she would only get 0.1 of benefits from them. It is due to why, despite her intelligence and comprehension abilities, she's still a common tyrant, not a grandmaster that she should have been. It is the risk I am willing to take, as the return you will provide would be immense, I said without mincing my words. The miracle fruit is my investment, and if she really got a bloodline, the benefits she will be able to provide for the project will be immense. As most of the help she is providing is due to her scholarly abilities, there is barely any power involved. When the pyramid had discovered her scholarly abilities, it had become quite too late. She had already chosen an inheritance, and it was of earth element inheritance with barely any soul abilities. Like soul element miracle fruits, soul element inheritases are also quite rare and fiercely protected, and not everybody could get access to it, especially not someone from minor continents with no backing and yet to be recognized abilities. Well then, Grandmaster, how the evening sounds to you to consume the fruit, I asked, greatly surprising her. She opened her mouth to say something but closed it a moment later. Evening would be fine, she said a moment later, and a minute later, she left the room with eyes filled with nervous excitement. I am not being hasty with her consuming the precious bloodline fruit. I need her with the bloodline power so she could help me better with the project. And second, I have already made all the preparation I needed for it. I had deep scanned her last month and even performed a few experiments on her with her permission. I already know everything I need to know about her. Most importantly, I have a treasure seed ready. It is the most advanced treasure seed I have. I got some inspiration after I used the treasure seed on Leonard during the merge of his constitution and art and perfected it even more. This seed will help me take treasures that Grandmaster Sethai might produce after consuming the fruit. I am sure she will. The fusion of bloodline into the body is bound to give me precious data and treasure. I still have the treasures I have got from Leonard and Camphor, and I have big plans for them. If I got something precious, it would be even more amazing. Will not only help me but also Marina, who has been responding extremely well ever since I had fused attributes of Leonard's constitution with her. Big changes are occurring in her. With every session I could see how my rule-bending power is changing her constitution with the help attribute from Leonard. It is also loosening the restrictions of her inheritance. Marina had said if she continued progressing in such a way, in a month, she would be able to level up to the master class. After Grandmaster Sethai left, I met with Neela and went to the different meet the subjects. There are some treatments that could only be performed by me. Before, I was already able to perform similar treatment on 10 subjects together, but now, with my advancement into the peak leader class tyrant and changes in my soul, I would now be able to do with more than 10 subjects. It will save me a lot of precious time. Grand Commander, we cannot continue with our current strategy. We have lost 17 of our central continent territory since the war began, and that is adding to the gains we have made since the war had begun, said the old Grandmaster with white hair. She is Grandmaster Carla Redhorn, commander of one of the most important forts of us humans, a high Grandmaster class powerhouse. This is a war meeting. I was quite surprised when I got invited into one as an observer. I had to postpone the bloodline fruit matter with Grandmaster Sethai by a few hours. Being invited as an observer is a big thing. It means I would know everything that is being discussed, even the truly confidential part, like the true figure of the territory captured by the Grimms. The information provided to me said it is 12, which is much less than that of the truth. Grandmaster Redhorn is right, Grand Commander. If we continue losing such a way, then within a year, the Grimms will capture 30 of our territory or more, said Grandmaster Ananda, another commander of the important fort. I understand your worries, but our forces are stretched thin, and unless Grimms do something drastic, we will not send our backup force at them. It is too dangerous, said Grand Commander firmly. Commander Redhorn, I had said we will need to attack the Grimms with the scale you are suggesting, and it is a final decision, said Grand Commander. We still need reinforcement, Grand Commander. The Grimms are increasing their forces at the rate I have not seen in the previous war. It is not just a powerful tyrants of high level, but also grandmasters, said Grandmaster Bludgeon. After a few seconds of silence, he seemed quite rattled when he said it. Council knows it, Commander Bludgeon, and you will get reinforcements to deal with the increasing strain on the battlefield, Grand Commander said, while casting a glance at me for a moment. Her response seemed to have caught a few people off guard, especially that old woman Redhorn. They did not seem to have expect Grand Commander would readily agree to send the reinforcement to withstand the increasing pressure of the Grimms. While their pressure may be relieved, the pressure on me increased tremendously with her single sentence, as it is directed at me as it is at them. Suppose the pyramid begins to release the reserve powerhouses to relieve the pressure. In that case, that means I will have to produce more powerhouses. We would need them if Grimm were to attack with huge force, as Grimms are planning to do in a few months, as intelligence has said. The war meeting had lasted for more than 2 hours before it had ended, and the information I got about the war was eye-opening, but it also gave me huge pressure. One by one, all the projections have disappeared till the only council's projection has remained. All 11 people are sitting there, except for one. Now that you have returned from the ruin, I hope we will be seeing the new grandmasters soon, she asked directly without sugaring the words. Yes, I hope to make 7 masters break into the grandmaster class, I replied. I thought there were 9 of them, asked Lord Sylvian. There were, but the breakthrough of 2 had been postponed after their psychoanalysis from Grandmaster Sethi, I replied. And how long this postponement would last? Asked Lady May. 3 months at most. I will not wait longer than that, I replied, to which she nodded. Speaking of Grandmaster Sethi, don't you think it is too much of the risk to give her bloodline fruits? I mean, with your abilities and fruits, bloodline, we can have another Grandmaster in a few years, he asked. And he is right about me creating another Grandmaster within a few years with the help of Miracle Fruit. I believe it is worth the risk. If Grandmaster Sethi inherits the bloodline successfully, we will have far more benefits than a single Grandmaster in a few years. I answered, and this time, my voice was filled with confidence as I truly believed what I had said. Still, it will be dangerous, Grand Commander said with a sigh. For a minute, nobody spoke before Grand Commander looked at me, and this time her eyes were a lot more serious. Will we get another Apex Grandmaster? Grand Commander asked, and this time her voice was much loved, but there was weight behind it. The eyes of other council members have also become serious at her question. Without a doubt, Grand Commander, I said. I did not have the slightest doubt about it. The moment Alina breaks into the Grandmaster class, she will gain great power, but that is just a trailer of what will happen next. With the grade of her bloodline and her having core, a Grandmaster would be just a step for her. She will progress further at an even greater speed. We will take your words, Director, and hope you will succeed, Grand Commander said, and the council table disappeared in front of me, and the conference room returned to its former colors. I stayed there for a minute before I sent the message through my holowatch and walked toward the teleportation formation. Grandmaster Sethi has to inherit the bloodline, and I will use all my abilities to make sure she does. With it, you are ready, I said as I pressed a thumb-sized pink-purple blob inside her. I could have done it without her knowing, but I let her see it so she would have confidence. There are already quite many people sitting in the room aside from Marina and me. There is Grandmaster Charline, Grandmaster Salvador, Jim, and their assistants. Hun, I had just taken a seat and was about to ask Sethi to begin when a projection appeared, and seeing her, I couldn't help but stand up. Director, you don't have to stand up every time you see me, Lady May said as she appeared beside me. Etiquette requires it, Lady May, I said, to which she rolled her eyes and took a seat beside me. Grandmaster Sethi, you can begin, I said. She nodded and brought the silvery white miracle fruit that looked like mango to her mouth before taking a bite off it. Her bite was quite big. I did not think her dainty little mouth would take a quarter of the fruit at once. She seemed to have become conscious of the big bite she had taken in her nervousness, as little shy expressions appeared on her face, and the next few bites were small till the fruit disappeared. As the fruit had disappeared, the silent bloodline activated and rumbled through her body within a second. The color of her meta scan had turned to silvery white as the bloodline began to merge with the deepest part of her. For a couple of seconds, nothing had happened. The bloodline fruit had worked as described in the book. It begins to merge with the very core of one, from the body to soul to energy, and while doing that, it also starts to destroy the inheritance. It is a good thing the grade of inheritance is not that high. If it had been apex-type inheritance, it would have not gone down such easily. There are many cases where the apex inheritance is even able to beat the bloodline. This is why it is forbidden for those with apex inheritance to eat the bloodline fruit, not only because it could be wasteful, but also because powerful clashes between them had killed the hosts. For 9 seconds, nothing had happened before the tide came. It was dark gray in color, and it appeared everywhere. This dark gray tide is her strange constitution which activates when she consumes any type of resources or energy, and it takes it all. The moment the tide appeared, it had gone for the bloodline, but unlike the other energy which it tore and swallowed, the bloodline began to fight back. A bloodline is not something one could swallow easily. It is a power that left a mark on the world's quintessence. If a constitution wants to swallow such power, then it would have to be extremely powerful, and I don't know whether Grandmaster Sethai's strange constitution is that powerful. It is trying, and its power is increasing every second, but the bloodline is not waiting for it. It is seeping deeper and deeper into Grandmaster Sethai, bringing greater and greater change. Minutes passed, and the change could be seen outside. Vine like silvery white glyphs began to cover the body of the Grandmaster Sethai, and the aura of bloodline emitted out of her. Though the process is far from over, it has taken its first step. It had destroyed the inheritance inside her completely, and I recorded the whole process completely. This process is already enough for me and would help me tremendously. Even if I did not get anything else, I would still be happy with it. I was revealing my joy of getting such an amazing thing when suddenly her constitution stopped trying to eat the bloodline and turned to do something horrible. Grandmaster Sethai screamed loudly as her constitution turned on her. It went for her body, soul, and energy. It is like what the body does when it's hungry, but it is doing worse than that, and it couldn't help but shock me. While most constitutions are good and do not harm the host, there is a minority of them that does. They are extremely rare as the constitution is part of the body, and the body does not harm itself in most cases. Director Mitchell, what is happening? Lady May asked, seeing the changes in Grandmaster Sethai's is withering, and her life aura is also declining rapidly, not to mention the screaming. Her constitution had turned on its host. I said and got up from my spot and walked out of the viewing room. I have to do something, otherwise it would be too late. The bloodline is not doing anything, as what is happening body and soul is favorable to it. A weaker body will quickly merge with the bloodline. The bloodline will take action, but by the time it does, it might be too late. I will not wait for the bloodline to take action. I appeared in the hall, and the formation disc flew out of me and landed in front of Grandmaster Sethai before it melted and spread around. A couple of seconds later, a formation appeared with her as the center. The formation is nothing special. Its only function is transporting the resources to the body without losing any of the effects. As the formation appeared, I waved my hand, and the resources appeared on the formation, which I activated without wasting a second. Buzz, the formation activated, and just as it did, the essences of resources turned to mist and began to drill into the body of the Grandmaster Sethai. Since her constitution needs energy, I will provide it. I want to see how much it can eat. Damn, will it ever be satiated? I thought as I brought out another huge load of master-class resources. I had begun with the common tyrant class resources and continued increasing level as the hunger of her constitution increased. It had been less than 10 minutes, but it had already eaten enough resources that would be enough for 10 common tyrants to reach the master class. Thankfully, I had done my research on her constitution and had only been feeding degraded resources. The failed product of my experiments and the ones I had brought from the alchemist, I have loads of them on every level. It had been only a few seconds since I had added the load of the masterclass resources, but already it had consumed half, and it wouldn't take it more than a few seconds to consume the rest. 4 seconds have passed, and that huge load of resources has nearly disappeared. It had taken barely 10 seconds to consume the resources that a master would have needed more than an hour to consume during their breakthrough. Thud. Seeing that, I brought out another load of the resources, but these resources were not of the master class but of the grandmaster class. I could have continued with master class resources, but I did not. I wanted to see how great its hunger is and what kind of resources it could consume, and most importantly, what it will do after it consumes the resources to its limit. My seed is recording everything, and the data I am getting is truly amazing. I had never been able to get such data on the Constitution before, and now I did, and the true image of her Constitution began to form in my mind. Just what is her Constitution? It is consuming everything. Asked Lady May. She had appeared beside me not long ago. Not only she, but others also have appeared. What is happening in front of them is too interesting to look at from the viewing screen. 50 seconds later, the Constitution consumed the resources, and I added another load without wasting a second. This load is of an even higher grade than the previous, but still took about the same time for the constitution to consume. It is getting powerful after each consumption of resources. When I have done my experiment on it, it does not behave in such a way. Normally, this did not get stronger with just resources, though they are the most important part of it. The method, chances, and a few other things are also required for it. So what the Constitution is doing is quite extreme but not surprising, considering its survival is on the line. Most of the constitutions get destroyed by the bloodline, while some got melded to its needs if they were suitable for the bloodline. Both options are not agreeable with this constitution, so it is accumulating power, even with the cost of damaging its future. Time passed, and I have added 21 loads of Grandmaster class resources. Each load of resources was of a higher grade than the previous one, but it had still taken less than a minute to consume it. Thud, I added the 22nd load of Grandmaster class resources, and it began to consume it even more ravenously. The bloodline has made huge progress from what I could tell. It had finished nearly 70 of assimilation, which is very fast but not surprising. The bloodline had noted the growth of the constitution and forced itself to assimilate with Grandmaster Sethai at its greatest speed. With this level of assimilation, it won't be long before it turns its eyes on the constitution. The assimilation process will only be complete when it has destroyed or melded the constitution to its need. A few seconds passed when a sudden change had occurred. The constitution had stopped consuming the resource. It did not slow down, but stopped. As it did, a great change occurred. The dark gray representing it turned into a deep black color and began to release an aura that even scared a peak Grandmaster. I instantly covered everyone with my aura, and they were shocked. Aside from Lady May and Marina, nobody knew I had leveled up to peak Grandmaster class, and now they know. People did not have time to remain shocked as the constitution attacked the bloodline, wanting to tear it apart, but the bloodline seemed to be prepared, even waiting for it as it had directly moved to envelop it. Unlike the assault of the constitution, which was fast and hard and even injured the host body, the attack from bloodline, on the other hand, was very soft. Within a second, it had enveloped the constitution from all sides before beginning to send its vines inside. As the vines pierced through it, its assault slowed down till it stopped. It had become meat under the butcher blade. The constitution had no chance from the beginning, I said with a sigh, seeing how the bloodline had subdued it. It had even let it grow stronger for some reason, which I am sure I will know soon enough. Crack, crack, crack. A minute later, I understood everything. The bloodline is breaking the constitution into pieces before consuming it. My eyes couldn't help but flash up, seeing that this was a great opportunity for me. It would be completely worthwhile to use that humongous amount of resources that I fed to the constitution. I did not waste any time as I saw what the bloodline was trying to do. My huge blob of hidden seed appeared above the broken constitution and released tens of tentacles, and these tentacles began to grab the pieces of the constitution and take them into the blob. These tentacles did not target big pieces, as I did not want to attract the attention of bloodline. Even though my seed is hidden, it could be still detected, seeing it is the sole type of bloodline I am dealing with. They have very powerful senses, and it would be very regrettable if I got caught before I was able to get my fair share of this great bounty. The pink tentacles of my seed took one piece of the constitution after another. Every moment, the tentacles would bring out the piece of the constitution. In just a few seconds, the tentacles gathered hundreds of pieces, but there are still thousands of them out there. The constitution is vast and has become quite powerful that even bloodline is having quite a problem in consuming it quickly. Which is a good thing for me. These pieces of the constitution will help me tremendously, and with the addition of rule-bending power, the things I will be able to do with it would be shocking. The ideas are already forming in my mind. Seconds passed, and the tentacles of my seed continued collecting the pieces of the constitution. Finally, the bloodline had detected, and instantly I felt its power deepening. I did not stop my seed from collecting the pieces, just slowed it down and also made the movements of the tentacles erratic, so it couldn't track them down. It worked. The bloodline could not catch my tentacles despite spreading, searching for it intensely. The difficulty I suffered was that the speed of collecting pieces slowed down by half, which is much better than then detected. 7 minutes passed when finally, the last piece of constitution got consumed by the bloodline, and my seed withdrew all the tentacles and went into hiding. It is a good thing it did, as the very next moment, the sensory power of the bloodline had bloomed. This time too, the bloodline did not find my seed, and after a few seconds, it resumed the assimilation process. The assimilation process is quite fast. It begins to fill the space emptied by the constitution, and I could already see the signs of the new constitution appearing around her body. It will be the constitution of the bloodline. All the hosts of the bloodline formed it. It took around 20 minutes later. The bloodline had completely assimilated into Grandmaster Sethai. They became one. Chime, chime, chime. As it happened, I heard the chime. The chime did not feel like it was from the metallic bell, but from the rustling of the trees. At the same time, the ancient silvery white glyphs begin to shine brightly, and begin her huge phantom had formed. The phantom is beautiful beyond the words. It is a young woman with silvery hair, wearing a crown of flowers. She's sitting in what seems like a garden of the world's most beautiful flowers, which would bloom as the women would be looked them. Seeing the phantom, I couldn't help but get mesmerized. In an instant, the phantom was too beautiful, and the aura coming from it made me unconsciously let off my inhibitions. I reacted in a fraction of seconds while looking at the bloodline in shock. Just an aura of it made me lose my inhibition. If I had been facing an enemy, it would have cost me dearly, even my life. Very few bloodlines could rival the nature spirits in beauty, sighed Grandmaster Salvador as he looked at the phantom. The soul-soothing flower queen is a nature spirit, a dryad, and one of the most beautiful creatures to be born in the world. The phantom had stayed for a few seconds, but it had permanently etched itself into our hearts. It was too beautiful to forget. As the phantom seeped inside the Grandmaster Sethi, the aura began to emit out of her. The aura is of the night, but it is rising fast that within a few seconds, it has reached the Lord stage and half a minute later, climbed into the Duke stage. It took a minute before it had reached the King stage and 4 to reach the Emperor stage, and now it is steadily moving toward the Tyrant stage. It took only 9 minutes to reach the Tyrant and continued to climb currently. It is at the Uncommon Tyrant class in a few minutes. It had reached the Elite class, and now it is moving toward the Leader class. Her aura is rising quite fast. What level do you think will stop? Jim asked, and everybody looked at me. I don't know, I replied, and all of them just stared at me, not satisfied with the simple answer I had given to them. The bloodline had consumed the Constitution, so it had more than enough power to reach the Grandmaster class, but the bloodlines are intelligent, I said and stopped for a second to collect my words. Directly taking their host to Grandmaster class would put huge pressure on the host psyche, who is not prepared for such, so I think the bloodline would stop at Leader class or at most at Master class. It would not take her to Grandmaster class, I am sure of it, I said. I have done great research on bloodlines and also read quite a lot of book about it, so I feel my opinion is right. Soon the aura broke through the Leader class and continued to rise, and a few minutes later, it had broken into the Master class and still continued rising for a moment. I began to have a thought about my opinion when the aura began to slow down and finally stopped at mid-Master class. As the aura stopped, the ancient glyphs also muted up before they seeped back and revealed Grandmaster Sethi, who had changed tremendously. She has now looked like a woman in her early 30s with silvery white hair. Her features have become more aligned that now she would turn the head of anyone who passed by her. If one were to ask which feature of her that had changed the most, then I, without a doubt, would say it is her eyes. The color of the eyes remained the same, but those brown eyes got a deeper look that one could get help but lost in them. I can already feel she is going to be a tremendous asset to the project, and could not wait for her to begin working with her new abilities. 2 months have passed since I have come from the Harkin ruin, and many changes have occurred in these 2 months. The war had become even more intense. The Grimms were still steadily gaining ground on us. The Grand Commander was still resisting the calls for the Big Bang attack while providing the reinforcements from the reserve, which were steadily depleting. Thankfully, the project is going to the satisfaction of the Council. Until now, we have created 30 tyrants, and tomorrow is the end of the month. We will have another mass breakthroughs like we did at the end of every month since the beginning. Speaking of breakthroughs, I still remember Alina's breakthrough. It was truly something. The Phoenix Source has left a huge mark on my heart. I wonder whether the phenomenon would be half as grand as when I made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. Director Czar, all 42 emperors have made the successful breakthrough into the Tyrant class, and each and every one of them had reached the elite class on the breakthrough, informed the Grandmaster Salvador while beaming with joy. If anybody heard what he said right now, they would be shocked. The number of Tyrant breakthroughs is not shocking. What is shocking is all of them had reached the elite class on the breakthrough. Less than one of emperors would reach the elite Tyrant class and above on the breakthrough. Only truly exceptional ones had the capability, but the Emperor Project, or the Little Project as we called it, led by Grandmaster Salvador, had 99.1 of tyrants reaching that stage on the breakthrough. I would examine these tyrants again, and those selected would get admitted into the Grandmaster Project. The rate of admittance is 23.4, almost a quarter, which is great. Currently, the majority of tyrants I am getting are from the Little Project, though around 30 of them are still coming from the battlefield. I'm still looking at every new emperor that break through into the Tyrant class and admit them into a project if they are suitable for my method. It wouldn't have been possible without your methods. Those produce a really shocking result, the old man said while looking intensely as always, wanting to get a peek behind my methods. By the way, would you reign that little girl? If it were not for her, those who would be breaking into the Tyrant class would be double, the old man complained. He's talking about Grandmaster Sethai, who, like the Grandmaster Project, is also evaluating the psyches of emperors who are ready to make a breakthrough into the tyrant class, and unlike the Grandmaster Project, where I sometimes did not follow her suggestion, I always follow it in the little project. After her breakthrough, she had become an even greater asset than I had thought she would be. Her scholarly knowledge has been 10 times more effective with the power her soul bloodline grants her, not to mention now subjects did not run away from meeting the shrink. Half of them even hit on her. I have even the love mails they have sent to her, and some of them really something. I would have definitely recommended them to pursue their poetic dreams if we were not fighting a war for our survival. You should not complain, Grandmaster, she is best a shrink we have, and we are lucky to have her, I said. The old man did not mean anything by it, he was just complaining. By the way, Grandmaster, I am planning on creating a new project for the kings. Do you have anyone in mind to lead it? I asked, and the old man was shocked, so shocked that he shook in his place. Just what do you plan to create? He asked in shock. You have tyrants, emperors, and now you planning on kings. The pyramid is barely able to handle the expenditure of the two projects already, and now you are adding kings into them. Just what is your goal, young man? He asked. He rarely called me young man. It is Grandmaster or directed, but when he does, it means he is serious. I did not answer him immediately. The council had asked me this same question a few days ago when I had placed the proposal in front of the council. The Grandmaster Project and the Little Project have already consumed tremendous resources. The treasuries are depleting at a visible pace, and when I add the things, it will break the pyramids back. But despite that, the council had accepted my proposal, the same hour I proposed it. 10,000 Grandmasters. I want to produce 10,000 Grandmasters, and through them, 100 Grand Lords. I want this war to be our last. I want to do what Hawthorne had failed to do, exterminate these pests from our world, I said, repeating the same words I had said to the council, and like them, it shuddered when it heard it. You are crazy even when we are at our peak. We were not able to have more than 2,000 Grandmasters, and you are talking about creating the 10,000, not to mention the absurd thing you said about Grand Lords. He barked angrily, but very next second a toothy smile crackled across his face. It is crazy, even impossible, but still, I will help you with everything I have. These pests have plagued our world for too long. It is time that we exterminate these bastards to their last number, he said before his eyes turned serious again. As for your question, I do have a person in mind to recommend you, he said, and his expression faltered a little when he said it. Who is it? I asked, feeling even more curious, seeing that faltering emotion appeared on his face for a split second. Marie Beethoven, he said, and I felt it familiar, having heard somewhere but did not remember where. Who is SH? I asked, but stopped midway when I remembered where I heard that name, and my eyes couldn't help but widen up. You are not talking about Crazy Marie, are you? I asked, truly hoping it was not that person he recommended, but to my shock, he nodded. Marie is not crazy. That matter just blew out of proportion and sprouted 1,000 rumors, the old man said dismissingly. Really, there must be some truth in all those rumors, I asked, and to which he nodded. Yes, there is some truth, but most of what she did was harmless, and she had been extremely careful. If not for that, the council wouldn't have let her go with just a slap on the wrist, he said, and I am not convinced the rumors I had heard were quite vivid. You have enough access, so read about the case, and if you still don't think she deserves a chance, then you can choose someone else, he said. I couldn't help but become surprised by his recommendation. It seemed like he knew the women well. I added her name to the list of people I have to interview, though I will first read about the whole case as he recommended. I discussed a few more things with the old man before walking out of his office. There is a very important thing I have to do today. I have been working on it since the day Grandmaster Sethai had consumed the fruit and had got the pieces of the Constitution through it. Soon, I reached the small infirmary I have in my home and sat down before closing my eyes, and the next second, I was in my core. I walked a few hundred meters away from the lake and stopped at a 50-meter diameter white crystalline disc. The disc is densely carved with the formation and has signs of spent resources around it. One would be shocked by the number of resources I have spent on this thing. They are even greater than what I had spent on the Grandmaster Sethai when her constitution had gone haywire each, and every one of the resources was precious. I had even spent 2 general level-up type miracle fruits on it. The whole project took 2 months, a time greater than I had anticipated, but I got the result, and it is the pink-black pearl floating above the center of the formation. I am taking a huge risk on this thing as I am going to use it on the person who is most precious to me. I would have not taken such a hasty decision. If not for the assassinations that are happening around, they have even targeted Grandmaster Charline on her outside trip a month ago. The assassin had an extremely powerful artifact, and if not for the Grandmaster class bodyguard that the council had given to Grandmaster Charline, she wouldn't have been able to survive. While the teacher also gets a Grandmaster class bodyguard due to her importance in the project, I still want her to be strong enough to survive any attempts on her life. A leader's class power she has is too weak to survive such attempts, and seeing the strictness of her inheritance, it would take her very long to reach the Grandmaster class even with all the resources I could provide. So I need to take some drastic actions, and this pearl is a drastic option. I once again begin to examine the pearl, which I have done more than 10 times already in the past 3 days. I have to be very sure, and if I find even the slightest problems in my inspection, I will not use this thing. I was about to finish inspecting the thing when I felt soft arms around me. I opened my eyes and saw Marina sitting on my lap. One of these days, I am going to find out just what you do when you close your eyes. She said, I had told you I work on my inheritance, I replied, and to that she rolled her eyes as if she did not believe me, not completely. She knows me too well. I smiled at her and leaned in and kissed those wonderful lips. I have never seemed to get enough of them. Happy birthday, I said, and I could see a slight flinch in her eyes. It was her 50th birthday, and she had the reservation about, especially around me. I have become an old woman, she said finally with sadness and disappointment, and hearing that, a laugh couldn't help but escape my mouth, which instantly made her glare at me. Like her daughter, the teacher also gets angry very quickly, but through the years, she learned to control it, that it is very hard to see her angry, even if she is. You are beautiful, and no matter how old you grow, you will always be beautiful, I said and snaked my arms around her waist and kissed her. We kissed, and I could feel Marina asking the reassurance for her insecurities, and I gave it to her that no doubt would remain in her heart about my words. So, have you prepared a present for me? She asked as we broke away from the kiss. Of course, I did, I said with a smile, and the next second a glass bottle appeared in my hand, and inside it, a black and pink pearl is floating. What is it? Marina asked as she took the glass bottle in her hand. The next step in evolution in your constitution, and if it worked just as I had expected it to be, then you will have a constitution that will be extremely powerful. It will also help you in evading those powerful restrictions of your inheritance, I said, and I could tell she was shocked, but she recovered quickly. She has gotten used to such things that they did not affect her much. You don't seem completely sure about it, she asked, picking up the doubts in my voice that not many would be able to do. Yes, there are chances that it might not work as intended and even be might dangerous to you, I said and looked at her for an answer, and this time it was she that laughed. You will not take risks when it comes to my life, dear. I am sure you will be able to handle all risks that came in my way, she said and once again leaned in to kiss me, telling me how much she believed in me. So what do I have to do? She asked as she got up from my lap. Just remove your pantsuit and lay down on the formation, I said as I pointed toward a very dense formation circle covering the 10-meter radius. She nodded and began to remove her clothes. Her movements became slower, and she began to take her time to remove each of the butter while making very seductive movements. It is not the first time she has done this, but today her movements are extra seductive that I am using all my self-control not to leap at her and ravage her. It felt like forever before she finally finished removing her clothes, and now she looked even more seductive standing in black lingerie. She stared at me for a few seconds and even smiled seeing me barely holding myself up. She walked up to the formation and lay in its center. It might become painful, so bear it. I said it should not be painful, but as I had said, I am fully sure it will work as I had programmed it to do, considering the powerful elements involved in it. Buzz, the next moment I activated the formation, and the whole formation lit up and began to move, and a minute later, the whole formation appeared on Marina's body. Every part of the body is covered by the formation that one could hardly see any open space on her. There is a swirl of runes that have formed around her navel, and as the sword spun, it began to attract the pearl till it had fixed itself on the navel before beginning to seep inside her skin. As the pearl seeped inside the Marina's navel, the formation covering her also seeped inside her, and I closed my eyes as the important part was about to begin. Through the metaphysical scan, I saw the pearl moving toward the Marina's heart, right below toward the green cyan point, which is the gateway of her constitution. It had formed last time when I had inserted the attribute of the Leonard's constitution into Marina. Last time, it had worked smoothly. The attribute had merged with Mariana's constitution and began changing it. It had also formed a robust base for future evolutions, as I had programmed it, and this pearl is now going to merge with it, forming a second base. The attribute of Leonard's constitution is one best thing I have ever found. It had the ability to mold. It could be molded into anything, could be made compatible with anything, and it is due to why I was able to fuse the art with it, creating something different, something amazing. With the great efforts, Marina's rigid healing constitution has also gained some moldable ability, and now I am going to begin molding it. I had planned it to be a 3-step process after the base, and the pearl is the first step. I don't know what the second and third steps would be. I had only formed the barest idea about it, but if it got successful, then Marina will have one of the most powerful constitutions in the world. To make this seed, I did not hold back on anything. Forget the rare resources. I have even used divine crystal, pure soul crystal, and even added extremely precious cosmic elemental power, which I had kept for myself. Not to mention the part of Grandmaster Sethai's constitution and an immense amount of rule-bending power, which are the main materials of the seed. Soon, the pearl had reached the heart, and now it was just a step away from reaching the gateway. It is one most important part, as the gateway could reject it, and 2 months of my hard work in these beyond precious resources would be for naught. The pearl entered the gateway as I watched with bated breaths. A couple of seconds passed, and I did not get any feeling of rejection seeing that. A smile couldn't help but bloom on my face. Hun. The smile froze very next second when something unexpected had happened. The runes that seeped inside her brightened up, and the peak melted and began to spread through the Constitution gateway into every part of her body. It is too fast, I said in shock and moved to stop it when I suddenly stopped. Stopping it would have consequences, and I decided to wait as I did not see any danger to Marina yet, though I am keeping all my focus and my avatars on a metaphysical scan of Marina. If I see anything bad happening, I will stop without wasting a moment. It took less than 10 seconds for the melted pearl to spread around the Constitution, and it began to merge with it. The process is much faster than I had imagined in a minute. It had already finished 10 of the fusion, and it's still fusing at incredible. The changes happening in the Constitution at a speed that I could not even with such great conscious power and 3 times more time. Though I am seeing the important parts and could tell it is not harming Marina, there is also no pain. She even seemed quite comfortable as she lay there with her eyes closed. She is also tracking the changes in her like me, but she could not see as clearly as me. It took 12 minutes for the pearl to merge with the Constitution, but to my surprise, I found the process was not finished as I had expected it would be after the merge. I could not see the signs of the first base despite the merging. Rumble. I was just that when Marina's whole body rumbled and the Constitution blazed. It did not even take me a second to understand what was happening, and horror dawned on my face. As it is a thing, I could not stop. The Constitution is doing what it had done to Grandmaster Sethai. It had turned on the Marina, and its intensity is far greater than what had happened during the Grandmaster Sethai. And the worst thing is, I cannot stop it. I could stop it, but the consequences of it would be far direr than the let it continue, as this is not a natural constitution I am dealing with but something artificial which has an amalgamation of very powerful energy. This is why even letting it continue would have a danger, but that danger would be far less than continuing than stopping it. Thud, I did not wait any longer but took out the formation and the resources, which were packed in tens of tiny little bottles. It looked like a bottle containing a crystalline liquid of different colors, which is just an extremely concentrated herbal essence. I knew there was a chance of something like this happening, and prepared for it. Those bottles contain the essence of master-class resources. Soon, the mist of essence enveloped Marina that I could only see the silhouette of her, but that did not impede me from what was happening inside her, and it was just like what had happened with Grandmaster Sethai. Hun. For the next 4 minutes, nothing different had happened. It behaved as it had behaved in Grandmaster Sethai, just kept accumulating power when something different began to happen. It began to change, and seeing what was happening, my eyes couldn't help but widen up in a shock. Earlier, before it had turned on itself for energies, the pearl had perfectly merged with the Constitution, and the only thing it had to do was create the first base, but it seemed like I had been a little wrong about the perfect merge. The earlier merge was not perfect. What is happening right now is perfect. The power of pearl is taking the energy and now merging itself even more perfectly with the Constitution. I could the changes it is bringing with its merge, and it couldn't help but surprise me, as it is not only merging but also increasing teacher's strength. If the power of the Constitution increased, then the strength of the host would also increase. They are one to each other. A few minutes passed, and the resources I had placed in the formation were coming to an end, but the Constitution was still sucking up the energies. I thought for a while before, bringing out a few bottles of concentrated essences, and this time, these essences are of the Grandmaster class resources. 7 bottles appeared around Marina, and a few seconds later, the energies began to move inside her before getting consumed by the Constitution. The Grandmaster's essence changed things for the better. It is not just the pearl that merged with the Constitution, even more perfectly, even the Constitution itself with the host, which had been changed by the attribute of Leonard, had merged with the host at a much deeper level. What is happening is shocking, as I had not thought to something like this might happen. But that is my mistake. It seemed like I had underestimated cosmic elemental energy too much, which now seemed to be running the show. I have added some cosmic elemental energy into the pearl. This energy is part of the quintessence of the universe and has a mind of its own. From what I am seeing, everything that is happening is doing, and it has made me immensely curious about what will happen in the next minute. The limit could not be stretched forever with all the precious in the world, and it had its own limitations, and now it is reaching those limitations. The teacher is a leader of class tyrants, and if her constitution wants to continue providing her power, then she will have to level up, and she is not ready. She hadn't fulfilled all the criteria of her extremely strict inheritance. I just thought that when suddenly a small stream of energy moved toward the inheritance center right above it. It touched it before I could stop it, and to my shock, it directly went inside, opening up the inheritance to my eyes. I thought the power of the Constitution would be repelled. Inheritances are very protective of their sacred spaces. Anything that went for them gets repelled, and if that thing is forceful, then they self-destruct, but now the energy had seeped inside. It is not surprising seeing the inheritance is part of Marina, and a big part of Marina is able to imprint it because she had a suitable constitution. Though the constitution may have changed, it possesses its olden qualities and thus was able to enter inside. The inside of the inheritance is vast. It is very clear that Her Excellency has put quite a lot of effort into creating this inheritance. By our world standard, it is a league apart from any inheritance that is crafted in our world. The energy spreads into the inheritance and begins to cover each and every rune while I begin to search for something specific. Even though the inheritance is vast, it is neat and orderly, and those with enough knowledge and familiarity with the creator's style can find what they are looking for with some effort. It took me a few minutes, and when I looked at it, I couldn't help but get shocked. I had expected this scenario, but what I saw couldn't help but shock me, especially when I studied the parameters, which made me feel ashamed of how much I had underestimated Marina. I am looking at the command of the inheritance, where the logic gates are. This is the place where the parameters of each breakthrough are laid, and they are in degradation. The complex logic gates are in shambles. This is a very important part of inheritance, where conditions for important breakthroughs are created. What I am seeing has completely changed my understanding of Marina, and I couldn't help but feel a little shame. She is far more talented than I had anticipated, so much so that there are very few people of her generation who would be able to compete with her. Currently, she's a leader class tyrant, but if logic gates had been working properly, she would have been a grandmaster, a peak grandmaster, or a high grandmaster. If I add the blow, her confidence had suffered through the years due to the low progress. Marina always had the knowledge and skills, but she did not have enough methods and energy to execute them, and I couldn't but feel extremely proud that I had been trained by one of the most knowledgeable healers in the world. This is all due to the degradation in the inheritance, which is a common phenomenon in the inheritances created in the world, especially those who have a way to take one beyond the level of the world. It is said the world suppresses them and tries to destroy them. The inheritances that came outside the world are strangely immune to this effect. Even after tens of thousands of years, they are still fine, devoid of any degradation. I looked at the logic gates and I wanted to change them to their original parameters, but I could not do that. If I tried, I might collapse the whole thing, and that might put Marina in even greater danger, which I want to avoid absolutely. Thankfully, there is one silver lining in this whole scenario. While I might not be able to do anything against it, her constitution would. It is rapidly spreading through the inheritance, and there is a chance that it might change the conditions another way, at least for her current level, so she could make a breakthrough. Though nothing is fixed, the inheritance Her Excellency has created is pretty tight. Despite the degradation occurring in it, it might not be able to change things. Time passed, and the Constitution kept absorbing the resources while its merger became more and more perfect, and it released more and more energies into the inheritance center, forcing it to loosen its conditions. More than half an hour later, all the runes in her inheritance lit up like a blinding sun, and my consciousness that seeped inside it through the inheritance got repelled, but instead of getting disappointed, I was happy. The aura of Marina begins to climb as the Constitution has finally loosened the condition for the breakthrough. She's making the breakthrough into the master class that she would have done decades ago. I wish she wouldn't have lost so many years, but that was beyond my control. What will happen from now on will be in my control. I will not let Marina suffer again. The work ahead would not be easy. Loosening the conditions for her grandmaster's breakthrough is 100 times more difficult, and I would need to put 100 times greater effort. But unlike before, now I have a concrete idea. I could now work on a comprehensive solution that will not only help her make a breakthrough into the grandmaster class, but also march ahead without any extreme restrictions from her inheritance. Doing that would be extremely hard, but I have confidence I will be able to do it with enough time. Her aura continued to rise. Finally, 23 minutes later, it began to stabilize as she had entered the master's class. Her aura is much denser than a regular master, regular initial stage. Even middle stage masters would not be her match at all. She would be even able to fight against the peak masters. Even after she had reached the master class, her constitution did not stop taking the energy. It still takes the energy and merges with the host even more perfectly while getting stronger, which in turn makes the host stronger. It had continued for nearly an hour before it had finally stopped. The runes that had seeped inside her also came out and formed a circle before deactivating. Mariana's constitution now has become even more powerful, and it had also formed the first base. I would be able to place a second base on it, and that would be able to loosen the condition enough for Marina to break through into Grandmaster class. She would be able to do it even without the second base. Her constitution has evolved, and she gained some new abilities. If I am not wrong, her constitution will begin to accumulate energies safely without damaging itself, and when it accumulates enough, it will enter the inheritance again to loosen the conditions, as it did not long ago. Though it will take time more than a year, even 2 years or more, I would not wait that long. She has all the accumulation she needs. The only thing she needs is to get her inheritance to loosen those extremely tight conditions, and I will help her with that. Congratulations, you are now a master's class, Tyrant, I said to Marina as she opened her eyes, and I could see great joy in her eyes. Even though she did not say it, she had been working hard for years, and now that hard work had borne the fruit. I have changed so much I feel like I am in a dream, she said while staring at her in shock. This is not a dream, I said and leaned down to give her a peck on her lips. There is a change that occurred to her physically, but the external change is not big as the internal one that is making her feel these things. What she had experienced was more than just a breakthrough into a master class. Though breaking through to master class is a big thing, what she has gotten is far more than that. From now, even without my help, she will be able to advance and might even be able to reach the level that very few even dared to dream of. Begin, I said to all 9 people in different halls, and with my command, all 9 masters began their breakthrough while people in the viewing room watched. Even after 4 months, I still get shocked by the number of grandmasters we are getting at each month. We used to get this much in a decade if we had a good luck, said Lord Sylvian. Yes, sometimes. I feel like I am in a dream, said Lord Hunt. Lord Hunt, Lord Sylvian, how are the new grandmasters faring? I asked. After making them level up to the grandmaster class, my responsibility toward them is finished. I will hand them over to the council who is training them in a secret place, keeping them hidden from nearly everyone, not only from enemies, but also from our most trusted ones. Aside from Grand Lords, Council, my team, and me, nobody knew about it. Even those at half step into the Grand Lord class did not have any idea about it. Though some people have guessed something was happening, and the council even denied it, they even published that they were trying to create the Grandmasters, and most people laughed when they heard it, as it was not the first attempt or 100th. We have done it so many times, and failed that even our enemies did not think we would succeed. Thankfully, my name is hidden. Only those involved in the project know I am the leader of the project, while the rest, including the subjects, thinks I am an important member and not a leader of the whole project. A few minutes passed when 4 with the bloodline had called their source and began to absorb it with the resources, while 5 with the resources were just absorbing the resources. They will take some time before they call the worldly energy around them. Half an hour passed, and finally, all the inheritance was called the worldly energies. The sheer amount of energy these 9 consume is immense. If not for Pyramid's abilities, the Grimms have detected their breakthroughs long ago. Have you made the list of candidates you are going to interview for the position of head of King Project? Asked Lord Sylvian. Yes, I did. I will inform you of my decision after I finish interviewing them, I said. It is not my decision, but also the decision of the council that will decide on the candidate. With the number of resources they will be spending, they need to be sure of the candidate that is going to lead the project. I have read the information about Crazy Marie as Grandmaster Salvador had suggested, and I have to say, most of what people say is a fallacy, but there is truth in them. Though I still have reservations about her, I will give her a chance. As Grandmaster Salvador said, she is quite capable. Good, we are also creating a few hundred hunting teams below Tyrant's members to collect the resources from all the runes, informed Lord Sylvian. The resources required for the project are immense, more than 10 times that is normally required. It is a price for the progress that one will have to pay. Hun, I was talking with her when suddenly a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. There are chances that something like this to happen, but I did not truly dare to believe it, as many times people have come very close to achieving it. Clarence Hall has really done it, I thought as I looked at his meta scan. He is not going to be a normal Grandmaster, but the one who will directly become a mid-Grandmaster on the breakthrough. It is quite hard to believe considering his bloodline. His bloodline is of the low-level Storm Tiger, but despite that, he had worked extremely hard and gained enough power that he could defend against Grandmasters while still being a master. With the hard he was putting in and as just a man in his early 30s, he would have definitely become a Grandmaster before the age of 50, which is pretty good, and now, with the little push from me, he is saving those years. I will take a Clarence Hall, I said to the 2 councilmen beside me. He will be the 4th Grandmaster you will add to your special group, said Lord Hunt, but did not deny the request. Usually, the newly leveled up grandmasters of the project directly go to the pyramid to train secretly, but I kept some back to the project. Until now, I have selected 3 of them, and Clarence Hall would be the 4th one. These are the ones who possess qualities, not only the potential, but also the will to do what others are incapable of. These people could become the backbone of the Grandmaster force. High-level ones only initial level Grandmasters are not enough. We will need mid-Grandmasters, peak Grandmasters, and even high Grandmasters for the balanced force. Hun, no wonder you have chosen him, said Lord Hunt a few minutes later as he began to notice the exceptionally dense source of energy. Despite his bloodline being the weakest of 4, his source is sending out the densest source of energy, seeing that even a dumb person would realize what is happening. An hour passed, and finally, the breakthroughs of the inheritance host began to complete one after another. Within half an hour of time, all the 5 inheritance hosts had leveled up to the Grandmaster class. I congratulated each one of them on their breakthrough and looked at the 4 bloodlines hosts who are still accepting the source energies. It took 1 hour and 9 minutes after the last inheritance host breakthrough when the first bloodline host made the breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. 15 minutes after that, another host made a breakthrough, and 8 minutes after that, another. The last to make a breakthrough was of the Clarence Hall, and when he did, an aura of powerful mid-Grandmaster burst out of him. Clap, clap, clap. Once again, Director Czar, you and your team had performed a miracle, said Lord Hunt as the clapping stopped. They left a few minutes later, and a few others went to the party hall. The successful parties have become a tradition. I will treat them with a fine meal and good wine for their efforts, which they very much deserve for their great efforts. How do you like your gift? I asked Jim as I walked toward him with a wine glass in my hand. Good. The 11 new masterclass alchemists would help us a lot in elevating the pressure, he said. Grandmaster Salvador had trained them well. All of them were well equipped with handling the intense pressure, he added a moment later. The project provides an indirect benefit to trained and highly capable alchemists. There are hundreds of alchemists working on both projects. The majority of them were under Grandmaster Salvador in the little project. In just 3 months, he had produced quite many capable master-class alchemists, and after being vetted by the council, some of the most capable ones were transferred to a big project. This is just a beginning. You will get a new group every month, I said, and I could see Jim's eyes light up. It will be great to ease the pressure on Jim so that he can focus on truly important things, the difficult alchemical products that are challenging even to him. How far have you gone in studying that thing I gave you? I asked, and a smile on his face brightened up. That thing was really hard, but I finished it studying completely. I think, with the skills of old man Salvador, we have a 60 chance to craft that thing successfully, he said. Hearing that, a smile on my face couldn't become bright, as is that recipe I found in Grim Storage is very important, not only for me but also for the project, but very hard to craft. Even to study the recipe completely, both Jim and Grandmaster Salvador needed nearly 2 months. How far are you in collecting all the ingredients? He asked expectantly. Not far. I only need 2 things now. As soon as I get them, we will begin, I said. Even though most of the ingredients of that things were present in the Grim Storage, there are still some I have to gather. I have gathered most of them with the help of Pyramid and my connections, and now only 2 have remained, and those 2 are extremely rare. I will try to find them with my connections, he said, and I nodded thankfully. An hour later, we began dinner, and like last time, 3 council members arrived to eat it. Jim and a couple of others started calling them freeloaders through our telepathic networks. As for the last 3 times, these people would only come a few minutes before the dinner began. The dinner is a true reward. My culinary skills are advancing rapidly, and the wine also aging with each month, becoming more and more delicious that even council members could not resist feast. I am planning to craft a second batch of wine this week. I have already collected all the resources, and these ones are engraved than the last, so the wine created from them going to be even better than the first batch. The party lasted for 1.5 hours more before everyone left, and now I am the only one who remained. I did not stay either and walked toward the teleportation formation and unconsciously placed the coordinates of Marina's home before adding the coordinates of my home. Marina is on the break. She has gone through quite a huge change, and she needs little time to understand and get control over it. The energy of the Constitution had not loosened the conditions for her breakthrough, but also a few locked things. From what little she told me, she had said that her inheritance has revealed pretty amazing healing methods, and she is going to study them for a few days. I did not deny her the break. She very much deserved it. I just wish she had not kept me away. I could not stay away from her even for a day. I soon reached my room. I quickly freshened up before entering my core and began working on 100 things I had to do. Most important of all are the tome and the scroll, which I have been studying regularly without missing even a day and have already reaped the great benefits. I have already begun designing something revolutionary, and if I am able to practice the method in the scroll, then the things I will be able to do with it will be beyond amazing. I spent a few hours studying them before I worked on my inheritance, performed a few experiments, and went to culinary tome to practice the culinary methods before finally closing my eyes to sleep. Choo-choo. I was in deep sleep when I suddenly woke up from Ashlin's chirp from a great distance, and hearing what she had, a big bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Finally, after more than half a year, I have found it, I said in extreme excitement as Ashlyn tore through the space to come toward me. I began to search for it the moment I returned from the Bistan archipelago. Ashlyn would visit those dangerous 19 battlefields every week, and after more than half a year of continuous searching, I have finally found it. It looks like I have to inform them, I said, but I did not inform them immediately. I will take a look at it first before informing them of it. Jojo. I waited excitedly, and finally, after more than half an hour, Ashlyn appeared in my room through the formation. Give it to me, I said to her. I could not wait for it any longer. There is absolutely precious data in it. The data I had acquired before had already helped me, and it was a few weeks' worth, and now it is more than half a worth. The value of it is immense, as there was a high chance that Grimm's wouldn't have survived after the instructions I left behind in the seed, but it did, and that means it had crossed the handles and advanced, and now I will know how it did. Chew. Ashlyn chirped and waved her wing, and a small pink-purple seed flew out. I caught it instantly and sent it to my core. A moment later, I was in my core, looking at the pink-purple seed I had got in the Rhinomen. Technically, it is a memory packet in which a seed inside the Rhinomen has been released. In the Bistan archipelago, I knew it would leave if it had survived, and I did not want to part ways with this treasure hen. So I created a runic program through which I had marked 19 locations, the biggest battlefields in the central continent. If it went to any of these battlefields, the seed inside would release the memory packet, which would have everything it had experienced. For the past 6 months, Ashlyn had been scouring those 19 places every month and finally found it. I tapped on the seed, and the very next moment, a sphere of data surrounded me from every direction. I could see everything, the memories from the moment it left the Bistan archipelago to meta scans and brain scans, and the other important thing. The first thing the seed had told me was its level, and it is a master class, which is not surprising. If it had not reached the master's class, it wouldn't have survived. I have left behind the few tricks in the seed. They would regularly torture its bloodline. The bloodline would only have 2 choices under the continued assault of my seed. One is to mutate and get crazy, and the other in advance and make the host level up. It had advanced, and now I directly went for the thing which I committed the sin of making an enemy strong. I hate what I did, as I am completely aware it would have killed the counter-human with the masterclass power it had gotten, but it was necessary. This Rhinomen is a great treasure of the human race, greater than even a group of grandmasters, as it will not only provide me with the precious data, but it will also provide the intel. The precious intel from Masterclass Tyrant, a value of it, is immense. I did not waste any time and directly went for the thing I wanted, and as I had expected, it had happened when its bloodline advanced. Knowledge impartation. The knowledge impartation of bloodlines is amazing and one of the most envious things. The imparted knowledge would be theirs, and they did not have to get used to it, as it is being coded into their very being, like the memories they have experienced. I want to do something like it, but it is extremely hard. Even though I have read in the books how the impartation occurred, it is very different to see it happening. As I have said, impartation is extremely hard, and I wouldn't have even dreamed about it if not for the rule-bending power I have. Without it, I would need a very high level and extreme control over my soul that I did not have. As I found the impartation, I began to watch it. It was just a few seconds long process, but it mesmerized me, and I began to study every aspect of impartation carefully. It was over 2 hours before I was able to pull myself out and begin to look at other things. It took me a few hours before I got a cursory look at everything, and I have to say, I had hit the jackpot. The data I have got from this memory packet would help me tremendously. I opened my eyes and looked at the HoloWatch before sending the message which I had typed a few hours ago. Hun, a minute hadn't passed when suddenly 2 people appeared in front of me. One was in projection while the other one was present in their real body, which was very surprising, considering it is extremely hard to see them with their real bodies. Grand Lords, I greeted and bowed slightly in respect. Have you got it? Asked Lady Angela directly. I did not answer. Instead, I handed her a white crystalline disc. With the formation, I had copied the data from the memory packet. Lord of Glass took the white crystal in his hand and closed his eyes as he began to surf the data inside it. I had to tell the Grand Lord about my seed inside the Rhinomen. They have come asking for it. It is not seeded they have come asking, as they have no way of knowing that, but Ashlyn's weekly movements, even with the trust they have in me, they cannot be more careful, especially after the project begin. I could have lied and even prepared a comprehensive lie that would have even made Grand Lord believe, but I decided to go with the truth. It would be hard to pass the vast intelligence I got from the memory packet to pyramid with a simple lie. You once again succeeded yesterday. If the project continued progressing in such a way, we would really be able to get that number, Lady Angela said, while the Lord of Glass looked at mirrors. Quickly interview the candidates for the King project. This old woman likes to see the numbers you speak of before I die, she said. You will see those numbers. Lady Angela, I will promise you that I promised. Good, this old woman would not like to be disappointed in her last years, she said. How is Danielle? I asked. The old woman is training her granddaughter herself. Very few get the privilege in a peaceful time, and now she's training her in wartime. It can be seen how much she had come to value Danielle. She's doing good but still quite a distance away from reaching the target, she replied, and her eyes had turned a little hazy for a moment. Though I think she won't take long to reach it with the hard work she is putting in, she added. I am glad, I replied happily. Danielle has gained enough comprehension that if she wished, she could make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class, but it would not be wise. She already has the strength of a powerful Grandmaster through her art, and there won't be much change if she makes a breakthrough. It would be entirely different if she gained enough comprehension to create the core and then leveled up. It would skyrocket her strength. The core is extremely important that even my mother is trying to create it and isn't planning to even think about Grandmaster class before she creates Inheritance core. It is even more important to her. As her art and inheritance are complementary to each other, her art is part of her inheritance. I have seen your other mentees, and I have to say you have a knack for creating powerful individuals, she praised. You praised me too much, Lady Angela. They already had what needed to become great. I am helping them bring it out, I said, and it is true. We remained silent for a few minutes, looking at Lord of Glass, who was still reading the data from the crystal disc. Even though he is Grand Lord, seeing the sheer amount of data the disc contains, it would take him a day to look through it all. It took another 21 minutes before the Lord of Glass had opened its eyes, and there was shine in his eyes. This is really a treasure trove of intelligence, he said with a hint of amazement. Really? She asked, and he nodded. It seemed like you have done another favor to the race, Grandmaster Mitchell, he said. It is my duty, my lord, I replied to that. He smiled. Can you make this little Grim a Grandmaster? He asked, shocking not only me but also Lady Angela beside him, but we quickly recovered, as it is not hard to understand why he had said that, but still. We will be giving a huge weapon to Grims if we do that. Not to mention, do you think it is easy to create a Grandmaster with a remote control? Asked Lady Angela. One Grandmaster will not affect the things too much, he said, waving his hand dismissingly. Think about the intelligence we will be able to get through it, true intelligence, not the scraps we're now getting, he added before looking at me. So can you make that little Rhinoman a Grandmaster Mitchell? He asked me. I did not reply immediately, as it is not a simple question. I've not read all the data, Grand Lord, but if you were to ask me, then I would say chances are just about 5, I replied after thinking for nearly a minute. Take things slow and continue collecting these memory pockets as close intervals as you can, ordered Lady Angela. Okay, I replied, as this is the way I want to do it. Hun. Take care, Mitchell, we will talk to you soon, said Lady Angela, and she was about to leave when suddenly she stopped. I also became a little baffled as I found Lord of Glass staring at me intently. It is a good thing he is not using any aura, or I don't know whether I would have remained standing or not. Even now, I am feeling the life suppression from him, even him releasing even a speck of his aura. Take this young man and see if you could make sense of it. You might be able to help me someday if you do, he said as his eyes turned normal, and he gave me a piece of mirror. The mirror seemed quite important as it shocked Lady Angela, but before I could ask them about it, both of them disappeared from my view. I did not send it to my core directly, as I do with most the things. I am pretty sure it is something made using his art, or at least contains the power of his art. The core is my biggest secret, and I will not let anybody know about it. Even without placing it in my core, I could still let my avatar help me with this thing, but first, I have to know what this piece of mirror is. So I seeped my soul energy inside the piece of mirror, and immediately I found myself in front of a giant formation. The formation is huge, nearly covering every part of the world, and it is not just a formation here, there is also a huge open scroll with text written on it. There is only one page of information on the huge scroll, but when I had it ready, it shocked me and upended my world. This formation, I said, and looked at the formation in the new light, but still, confusion clouded my mind on why he had given it to me, but I did not stress about it. Since he has given me, I will study it and might even be able to help if that unfortunate thing to happen. Not to mention, I feel like this understanding of this formation would help me in my own path. I had just hoped that I hadn't been swamped with so much work already. I would really like to devote days and months to understand this formation, but now, all I would be able to do is devour an hour or two at most, if I am lucky. 6 months had passed since the project began, and 1.5 months since I had received that piece of the mirror. I have been studying it regularly with other subjects, and I have to say, some of the things I have learned through it had helped me tremendously. I am already incorporating what I have learned from it into my inheritance, especially in the revolutionary formation I have created in the inheritance. I was quite busy working when I got called by the Silas Bishop, the head of the Sky Saber and the council member. I really wanted to reject his summons and even could, given my current standing, but decided not to, considering he had a few days taken charge of the War Mission Department from Lord Whitmore. If not today, I will have to meet him tomorrow, seeing that he is now responsible for the mission. So I swallowed my pride and walked toward the office. Knock, knock. I knocked as I appeared beside the door, and usually Lord Whitmore called me into the office very next second when he did not call me after a few seconds. I couldn't help but overthink. "Come in, Grandmaster Czar," came his voice in the 6th second, and I pushed open the door and couldn't help but get surprised the moment I entered inside, as I saw the familiar back sitting in front of the projection of Silas Bishop. She had matured, but I will not forget her back and that steel gray color hair that had been transformed by her inheritance. Unlike the bloodlines, very few inheritance change the physical traits, but do when one reaches very high of it, and clearly she did it as no surprise given her zeal. "Lord Bishop," I greeted as I entered while my tone was polite. My eyes were not. We were long past the stage where I put an effort to make my expressions polite. The only reason I spoke politely was to show respect for his position as a council member. "Grandmaster Czar, please take a seat," he offered. "I have a mission for you, Grandmaster Czar," he said without any emotions. "I will try my hardest to accomplish it, Lord Bishop," I replied with a straight face. "I know you will. You have one of the best mission records among all Grandmasters," he complimented. "So what is the mission, Lord Bishop?" I asked directly. He flinched faintly, and I could see a flash of anger appearing in its eyes before it had disappeared just as instantly. I could see him offering a hand, but as I had said, we are long past that. He should have thought of that when he protected and still protecting the people who tried to kill me, and who knows, there might be a direct hand of his involvement in that. I consider myself a forgiving person, but I will not forgive those people who tried to kill me. If this bastard had not been keeping those three holed up in the organization since the war began, I would have found a way to kill them. "Your mission is to escort Miss Graves to corrupted Blood Valley and help her acquire an important resource she needs," he said, and I could feel his voice was much harder than before. I am sure that if he had been present with his real body, he would have definitely pressed me with his aura. "I am sorry, but I will have to decline this mission, Lord Bishop. As you are aware, I am quite busy with the important work," I said, and I could tell my direct refusal had shocked Sarah as her blue blood eyes became wide as they bored through me. "Sorry to say, but this mission is not something you can decline easily, Grandmaster Czar," he said with faint smile dawning in the corner of his lips. I was about to do something even more daring when a mission order appeared in front of me, and I stopped when I saw the seal below. I could still reject the mission and won't face any consequences as the project is 1,000 times more important than any mission, but seeing that seal, I decided against it, and not to mention, I am feeling quite cooped up the pyramid. It has been 2 months since I got out of it. It will be a good opportunity to stretch my legs. I just hope Sarah keeps her snottiness to herself, otherwise, this mission would become quite unbearable. Since Grand Tower Mistress had signed the mission, I will accept it, I said, making it clear that I am only accepting the mission due to Lady Angela. Still, I am quite confused about why Lady Angela had signed on to this mission. She clearly knows my enmity with the Sky Saber and these two. I will ask her when I meet her next time. "I have forwarded the mission details to you. You both will leave for corrupted Stell Valley tomorrow morning, so make the preparation as it is not easy to place to survive," he said, and I nodded after seeing the file appearing on the Holowatch. "I will leave them. I have many things to do before I leave for the mission tomorrow," I said, and got up from my chair before walking toward the door. He did not stop me, which is good because I didn't want to be in the presence of these two any longer, and if he had forced me, I might have said something that would have been a little regretful. Click, I opened the door and took a step out of it when I heard Sarah bidding her goodbye to Silas Bishop before appearing beside me, seeing that I couldn't help but sigh. I really wanted to leave peacefully, but it seemed like it won't be possible now. "You still haven't changed. You are still a self-centered asshole. I still wonder what my sister has seen in you to ever date you," she said as she stepped in front of me as I walked out of the door. Is she describing herself or me? I asked myself in confusion before shaking my head and looking directly into her eyes. "Fuck off," I said and walked toward her. I would not dignify her with a response. I had tried to be nice to her for years, but she never once spoke to me civilly. So I stopped. She was never going to change her opinions about me, and now I do not care about her opinion. She does not matter to me. It seemed like a little bit of power you have gained had gone over your head that you even began disrespecting the council member," she said with her nose up in the air. I don't understand just what Jim had seen in her to love her so deeply. "Move," I said simply as I appeared directly in front of her. "Make me," she said defiantly with a confident smile on her face before releasing her vast masterclass aura, which is powerful enough to defeat more than 90 of the Grandmasters. You never learned, did you? I said with a disappointed shake of my head before I took a step toward her, and to her utter shock, she moved. She's completely frozen, without the ability to even twitch, and could not even open her mouth. Though I gave freedom to her eyes, and they are blazing with such rage that I fear that they might be transformed into the real fire and burn me to death. Soon, I stepped into the teleportation formation and turned to frozen Sarah. I hope you change your worldview. Sarah, the world is much bigger than you realize, I said, and a second later, I disappeared while Sarah remained frozen on her spot despite getting her freedom. A second later, I appeared in my room and began to make the preparations for tomorrow's mission. It might take a week or more, probably more with how insufferable Sarah is. I just hope she will keep it to a minimum so I can finish this mission without going insane. I begin to issue directives to my team, so even without me, they will be able to do it. After 6 months, the project can't function without me for a few weeks. Everything will run smoothly as long as I keep enough supply of those special resources. By the time I finished giving out directives, my avatar had also finished going over the mission information. It is a corrupted blood valley. As Silas Bishop had said, most of that place is not dangerous to grandmasters. It is a specific section of it that is most dangerous. Even high grandmasters have died there throughout the years, and even half-step grand lords were not able to completely explore it. As for what Sarah needed from there, even she did not know. It's just that her inheritance had sent something from that dangerous section and desired it hungrily. Sarah had said that getting that will hurt tremendously and gain great power after she made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. These words are enough to pull me away from the project and make me her glorified escort, though I could understand the reasoning Silas Bishop might have presented to send me to this mission. Sarah is not a regular powerhouse. Once she breakthroughs into the Grandmaster class, even I would not be her match. She already has the power of peak Grandmaster. Once she makes a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class, her strength will reach a completely different degree, and even I will not be a match for her. Still, I do not understand why they are sending me there. I do not like to trump my own horn, but my importance is even greater than council men, and if Sarah needs a powerful escort, they would have sent some high Grandmaster, but they are sending me. Even Lady Angela had put her seal on order. Hun, I just thought that when suddenly my holowatch buzzed with the mail. When I looked up, I saw it was from Lady Angela. I opened the mail immediately and began to read it. By the time I finished, there was a surprise but also a smile on my face. It seemed like I would have to thank Lady Angela when I see her next time, I said to myself. The corrupted blood valley did not have the thing that only Sarah needed but might also have a thing I needed. If I am able to get it, then I will only have to completely comprehend the method in the scroll before practicing it. I studied the information of the corrupted blood valley in even great detail, especially that dangerous section where I have to head with the insufferable Sarah. I had slept late at night and woke up completely refreshed today. I quickly made preparation and headed out. In the kitchen, I informed my father of the mission. As I ate the breakfast before heading out, there was still some time before I had to leave, and I was heading to Marina's. I wanted to have some sweet memories of her to keep with me. I didn't know when I would return and taste those wonderful lips. An hour later, I appeared in the hall with a teleportation gate, and there were only technicians that were present, no Sarah. I was just thinking of that insufferable woman when she appeared, and there was Jim with her. Sarah, you go ahead, Jim said and walked toward me. She wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth and walked toward teleportation formation. Michiel, can I ask you for a favor, Jim said, and I knew what he wanted to say and really wanted to say no, and would have said no if it had been anyone else. Sure, I said with a sigh. I hope you will save Sarah if she is in danger, he requested, and my face looked like I was about to vomit. I know Sarah is not an easy person, and you two don't get along, but I hope you help her get what she wants and save her if she is in any danger. He added and gave me a look. As long as it does not compromise my own safety, I will help her with everything I have. I said, finally, I will not forget this favor, Michiel, he said as he gave me a quick hug. By the way, what happened yesterday? Sarah was fuming when she returned yesterday, cursing your name left and right, he asked. To that, I smiled and walked toward the teleportation formation, which was ready for us. Be safe, love, Jim said to Sarah, and they kissed while I stepped into the teleportation gate. I did not have any interest in watching their PDA. A second later, I stepped near a huge valley whose air itself wanted to corrupt my blood. It is a place for tyrants. Those below the tyrants will quickly find their blood getting corrupted and madness clouding their minds. The valley in front of me is quite scary. There is blood-red mist with a hint of black clouding it from all directions, and once one enters inside it, it will try to drill inside them. These are dangerous effects that only tyrants could defend against. Inside my core, I took out the map the pyramid had sent me in a specific direction. So I know my exact direction and know where to go. Step. About a minute later, I sensed the spatial fluctuations, and Sarah appeared. Sensing her, I flew toward the forest. Thankfully, Sarah did not say anything and just followed behind as I moved into the forest. As I flew into the valley, I could feel the corrupted energies getting denser and denser, trying to corrupt my blood. They could forget about that. Even forgetting my power, my art, is strong enough to provide me protection against these corrupted energies that might affect my blood. We moved pretty fast as we headed deeper, and the corrupted energies began to become denser. We are moving toward the eastern central part of the valley, where the entrance of the blood-bane section. The valley had been part of our world forever, though it was part of ruin that merged with our world hundreds of thousands of years ago. The blood-bane section is a recent phenomenon. It appeared about 300 years ago, and has a powerful restriction that restricts anybody above the Grandmaster class. Many powerhouses have explored that place and have gotten many rewards, but some have even lost their life. Even Sarah had come here a few days ago and was barely able to return with her life in hand. That place is very dangerous. It will be the only danger we will face. The corrupted Blood Valley is our territory, and Grims are rarely seen here, which is such a bummer. I am extremely close to reaching the absolute peak of the Grandmaster class, and harvesting a few Grims would have definitely helped a lot. Roar. Around 10 minutes later, one of the corrupted monsters of the valley finally had the courage. It was a huge leopard with a mouth big enough to swallow two of us whole together, and it was pretty fast too. It had been following us sneakily for the past few minutes and now finally made a mind to attack us it should not have. Bang! Stupid monster, Sarah said as she released the stream of metallic energy, and a moment later the monster exploded into the fine dust. After that, no monsters tried to attack us, and most of them even stopped following us. Even those who are still following us widened the gap in fear. About 40 minutes later, we stopped by a stream. The water of the stream is surprisingly clear and corruption-free, considering the level of corruption here that would make even a master feel pressure. The entrance of the blood-bane section is right in front of us on the soothing flower bed. For a normal person, there is nothing on the flower bed, but powerful tyrants like us could sense the dense spatial energies. There is a clear spatial gateway there. We both moved toward the spatial gateway at the same time, and as we did, our armors appeared on our bodies. I have to say, its angelic armor of Sarah has become even more beautiful. The purple and steel gray combination design looked really amazing. Even though I hate to admit it, given her physical appearance, everything would look good on her, even rags. Step. Soon we appeared beside the spatial layer and looked at each other before stepping inside it. The next second, I felt my blood getting cold and freezing, and if I wasn't a grandmaster, that would have happened. We are in the land which is covered in a dark, bloody mist. This mist is fractioning against us, trying to freeze our blood and then ignite it the next second, leaving no proof. Most of the people who died here did not leave any proof. We die here, the blood mist will make our signs disappear within seconds. The answer to that is Sarah. She knows the thing where she wants it, and that is likely where I might find what I am looking at. Our destination is a new tomb that had appeared here. It has many layers and extremely powerful runic restrictions. She informed me a few moments later. I just nodded and did not comment on it. Time passed as we moved deeper into the blood-bane section. The aura got denser with each minute, till it reached the point we had to slow down our steps and activate our stealth methods at full power. We are not the biggest bastards here, and we should remember that many people have lost their lives forgetting that. Slice. Sarah cut the snake monster in two as it attacked before disappearing from our spot. The attacking snake also disappeared in her storage. While we are trying our best to remain undetected, we still get detected now and then and would swiftly deal with that threat before it attracts others. It had been more than an hour since we had entered the blood-bane section, and the corrupted blood energies here had become so intense that it has begun to suppress us. Here, an initial grandmaster could forget about surviving. They would disappear in a matter of seconds. Even a mid-grandmaster would feel a huge pressure, and even we, who have the power of peak grandmasters, are feeling considerable pressure from this blood corruption. Sup. For the next 15 minutes, we avoid every monster we come across before getting discovered by a group of mantis monsters. They are smaller than my palm, but those sharp blades cover bodies enough to slice apart the hard scales of grandmaster-class monsters. There is 8 of them had attacked me, and with their great speed, they appeared beside me in an instant, trapping me from all the directions, leaving no space to escape. They were just about to strike my skin when a smile appeared on my face as each and every one of them got frozen in the air before the light in their tiny eyes disappeared. I waved my hand and collected them into my storage. These bodies will be quite helpful in some experiments, I thought. There are a few people still remain in the Hall of Sleep, and one of them has an especially potent blood poison. Till now, I haven't found a safe way to extract it. These bodies of monsters might show me the way to neutralize that poison. A few more minutes have passed, and we have passed by another huge broke building. This one was quite famous. It was the place where Grandmaster Veronica, Hazel's mother, had found a resource that helped her break through into the Grandmaster's class. Finally, after 20-some minutes, we stopped, and I finally got a look at the tomb that Sarah had talked out, and I have to say, it surprised me. It is floating in the air and looks quite majestic despite being the size of the house. It is made of bone-white marble and has the carving of majestic snakehead humans for one glance. One might consider them a grim monsters, but they are not the Asar, the cousins to Nagas. They have more human forms than the Nagas. There is a powerful monster below last time. I had to fight it for a long while before I escaped its clutches and entered the tomb, she explained without any hint of emotions. To be honest, I was quite surprised by Sarah's behavior. She was still giving me nasty glances, and her voice was cold as ice, but it was still 100 times better than how she behaved around me. If I had been a little gullible, I would have thought my show of force had affected her. No, she's just her behaving nicely to suit her own purpose. It is not a problem, I said, and flew toward the floating tomb. She looked surprised, but appeared beside me after a moment of hesitation. Sup. For a few seconds, nothing had happened, but when we had reached halfway into the tomb, a big blood-red stream came from the ground. Its speed has even surprised me as it appeared beside her in less than a second and attacked us with a sharp tail. Now, it is not how you greet the guests, I said, and the monster froze when its sharp tail was a few inches away from cutting me into two. The monster in front of me is blood-red lizard. It is slim and quite small, barely 3 meters long, but it is extremely powerful. A peak grandmaster with a powerful defense, and when one combines that with speed, it is terror. No wonder it was able to give a hard time to Sarah. Let's go, I said after I stored the body of the lizard monster. Krrrrrrr. A few seconds later, we are at the door of the tomb, which Sarah pushes open without saying anything. Soon the door opened enough that both of us flew inside. The inside is huge, a few times bigger than what it seemed from the outside, and is filled with murals. Shows the life of the snakehead man from its birth to the glories it had accomplished, but these murals are not perfect. Somebody seemed to have intentionally defaced them. They even created their own murals where they are showing its cruel deeds against the race, which seem to have been made from plants. The strength of these people was not weak, as these murals are protected by the formation, and these had changed the formation so that it would preserve even their murals. It is quite clear that it had been done with great anger, and these flower people are the ones who seem to be the ones doing it. This tomb has 5 levels. I have only been able to reach the second, Sarah said, and she moved, and she walked in a specific way as if it avoid the triggering of something. I copied her to the movement and soon reached the door, which was locked with the formation. She took a glove and wore it before pushing the door with it. A few seconds later, the gloved hand pushed open the door, and seeing that, I couldn't help but get surprised. I have seen that formation, and it is not easy, but that glove was able to break it within a couple of seconds. Such levels of formation-breaking artifacts are extremely rare, even with thousands of years of ruin scouring. Our race did not have many artifacts of such caliber. These tools are so rare that only Grand Lords use them. Those flower people have really seemed to hate it, I said as I followed into the second floor. What flower people have done on the floor is vanilla compared to what they did here. Even Sarah's cheeks turned bright red as we entered the room. The second floor is even bigger than the first floor. It is the size of a standard tyrant's arena, and it is filled with statues of a Asar race man. There are 2 distinct types of statues here, one that was carved by an Asar race man, or its people. These statues are lying broken. Some of them are intact, but had scribbled expletives in a universal language, and the foreign one which I could not understand. The other types of statues are definitely made by the flower people, and their workmanship is even better than the Asar race people. They looked very realistic. These statues show the Asar race crowned man in fornicating position with different beasts with a pleasurable expression on its face. These monsters are not normal monsters, but the ugliest of the bunch, the closest to me, had pus dripping from its scales and thousands of ugly flies eating them. There are even statues of the Asar man fornicating with grim monsters. These statues are taking a central place. One would see them first as they entered this floor. It seemed like the flower people and Asar race people were more than just simple enemies. I thought normal enemies did not deface the tomb of their enemy to such a degree. Does the flower people have left anything of value in this place? I asked. It is clear they entered this place before this piece of the world was broken, roamed in the cosmos, and merged with our world hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yes, they did. I have found quite a valuable thing in these 2 floors, she said and walked toward the door on the opposite end. This time, she did not follow the specific way, just walked directly toward the door on the other side. My ruin-breaking artifact is incapable of breaking this formation, Sarah stated simply as she brought out the formation hidden in the door. I took out the calibrator and scanned the formation while my avatar inside the door stopped doing what it was doing and began to solve the formation while I also began outside. As I did, Ashlyn appeared on my shoulder to protect me. I did not trust Sarah, and I did not know if she would attack me while I was engrossed in solving the formation. With Ashlyn, I do not have to worry about that. The formation was quite tough. It took me an avatar 56 minutes of outside time to break it with all its focus. This is the key. Scan it, I said, and a big formation made of energy appeared in front of me, which seemed to have shocked her. "You must be joking, it took Grandmaster Pen 2.5 days to solve," she said, but soon realized her mistake. "So you already have the key but still decided to waste my time," I said with a voice that was colder than ice. "I am really angry right now. I have come here leaving an important work that could change the whole, only to see this idiot wasting my time in frivolous, childish games." "Snort, I just wanted to see your abilities," she replied with a head held high, not showing even the slightest regret for her actions. "I am done. I had promised Jim, but I am done. I will not waste even a second time with an insufferable idiot like you when I have more important things to be worried about," I said and walked back toward the back. "You will defy the order of Grand Lord?" she asked, and I turned to her with a smile on my face. "It was not an order but a suggestion," I said. "Even if it was ordered and I declined it, the Grand Lords would still not do anything to me." Leaving her shocked, I walked to the door and reached it. "It is locked, and I have to bring out its formation. It will cost me a lot to bring out formation, and I would have even had to use the one-time use artifact I have gotten from Grandmaster Welchese for healing her. I am willing to pay any price as long as I got away from this idiot. I had enough of her. She had hidden she had a key. Who knows what she had hidden? There is a possibility she might sacrifice me to get what she wants, and I still love my life enough to get away from this idiot as soon as possible." I drew out a formation disc, and it melted as it began to cover the door as it was happening. I took out other precious stuff, which I really didn't want to lose, but had to do to this idiot. Breaking a door is not a simple matter. Not everyone has the precious artifact like that bit have, which I really want to snatch to escape out of her. But I will not do that. There is still some decorum left in me to not do such thing. "It seemed like you really didn't want the stainless blood soul lotus," she said, and there was a crafty smile on her face when she said it. I froze in my spot as I heard that this resource is beyond precious, more than mental essence fruits and even miracle fruits of tyrant grade, and the most important thing is, I need it to practice the method in the scroll. I might not get another chance to obtain such a level of resource. I rather lose a chance to have it than breathe the same air as you, I said and resumed working on the formation. I have my pride, and for it, I will reject thousands of resources like stainless blood soul lotuses. I looked at the things I placed around the formation. Everything needed to be perfect, a mistake, and I would end up wasting a precious one-time use artifact. Gasp, the formation and placing of things are perfect. Seeing that, I was moved to activate the formation when I heard the big gasp around behind me. I unconsciously looked back, only to see there was a deep shock on Sarah's face with a hint of mild horror. I shook my head seeing that before turning to the formation. I have no business in her affairs, no interest in knowing why such emotions have appeared on her face, or it might just be an act. She's not above doing that when it comes to me. I just want to leave this place as soon as possible and never see her face again. "Grims, they somehow have entered the final sanctum," said Sarah, and it stopped me. Nothing she might have said had stopped me, but this had stopped me. Even my pride is not bigger than the welfare of my race, and Grims are the only existence that threatens it, and I wouldn't stop till I killed every single one of them. "Don't joke with me, Sarah, you will regret it," I said coldly as I turned to her again. There was no sign of Grim on the way, and now she's telling me there are Grim monsters in a final sanctum, and most importantly, how she knew the Grims have entered the final sanctum. "I may not like you, Mitchell, but even I wouldn't fall such low to make the excuses about the Grim monsters," she said angrily. I really have doubts about that, but I did not voice it out. "How do you know the Grims have appeared in the final sanctum? I am not seeing any window here that gives me the view of a final sanctum," I asked with a hint of mocking, which made her angry as I expected. But to my surprise, she did not curse out loud at me. Eyes are surprisingly calm. "You do not need to know that, just know that Grims have entered the inner sanctum, and now they are breaking the restrictions there," she said, not telling me anything, and I was not surprised. I kind of expected that, and even a big smile appeared on my face for a moment, which made me frown. "You listen to me, Sarah. If you need my help, you will tell me everything understands, or I will go, and you can deal with those Grims on your own," I said directly, looking into her eyes, telling her how serious I was about the threat. I know Sarah well. She is a calm and collected person, and only when it comes to me does she show her worst behavior. I never understood the reason for it. "You will not do that. It will be a war crime," she said, and hearing that, a smile on my face became even bigger with the dare. Of course, I will not do that, but she did not have to know that, and I was really curious how she knew it. She knew not only about Grims the moment they entered the final sanctum, but also about the resources that were there. We continued to stare at us for nearly a minute, daring each other, before finally, Sarah closed her eyes and took a deep break before opening her eyes, and when she did, they were calm, without any anger toward me. "There's a sword in the final sanctum. It used to belong to a war angel. I could see the final sanctum through it when I concentrate," she said before her eyes turned angry again. "Now," I said it, "let's go. There are a lot of precious things there, especially that sword. We cannot let the Grims have that sword," she said, for the first time revealing the hint of desperation she was feeling. I hope you're hiding anything else, Sarah. If I find out, then I will leave, even if we are amidst fighting the Grimms. I warned and collected my things and destroyed the formation before appearing beside her. Open the door. I know she copied the formation key secretly, so even though she did not have a key before, she now has it. She glared at me before placing her gloved hand on the door and pushing. Krrrrrr. A couple of seconds later, the door began to open. I could see a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes, which she quickly hid. It seemed like some part of her had not expected that the formation key I had created would work, but it had obviously worked. As the door opened, we got a look at the third floor, and I have to say, those flower people did not disappoint. This room contains artifacts, more like memorabilia pieces where drawings of a Sar raceman painted on it, showing many glorious moments, but mixed within are plates showing the horrors it did. The details are really amazing on both sides of the artifacts. These artifacts may be commemorative, but there are really powerful ones. There one in particular had caught my eyes. It is a golden plate from which I could sense very powerful spatial energy. I am sure very powerful spatial type metal had been used to create this artifact, and I very much want it. The spatial artifacts are really rare, and each one of them is precious. It is not just me who had an eye on the artifacts, Sarah too, but we could not get them. These artifacts are guarded and would need considerable time to break, the time we do not have, considering the Grimms are breaking restrictions in the final sanctums where the greatest treasures and resources are placed. Sarah finally summoned her metallic wings, which looked extremely real, making her look even more amazing than before. Flap, flap, flap. As her wings appeared, she flapped them gently, and the gray-purple energy released from them and began to spread throughout the hall. Faint pink silvery waves also came out of my hands and spread around the hall, searching for any traps that would be placed there. It's clear, Sarah said a minute later and walked forward. There are no traps in this room, which is not surprising considering all the precious things here, including those left behind by the flower people, are protected under the powerful formation. We reached the door to the other side, and Sarah placed her hand on the door, revealing the formation a few seconds later. I quickly scanned the formation and began to break it with my avatar while Ashlyn watched over me. You can try to break any artifacts, except for that golden plate. I want it, I said a few seconds later when I saw Sarah walking toward the artifacts. Who knows if her artifacts will be able to break the formation? If it does, I want to stake my dib. She can take any artifacts she wants, but I want that plate. Snort. She snorted and walked toward the artifacts before stopping in from the first artifact. A jeweled bracelet. She was able to draw out the protection formation on it, but was not able to break it with her glove artifact. She had tried a few others, including the golden plate I wanted, but all she was able to do was draw out the formation. Breaking them seemed to be out of its capabilities. Seeing that, I began to completely focus on solving the formation, and it took me 1 hour and 20 minutes to break the formation. It was obviously more difficult than the formation earlier. Here is the key, I said, and the formation key materialized in front of me. This time, she was not surprised and quickly scanned it before pushing the door open. Krrrrr. The door opened, and I looked at one of the most beautiful gardens I had ever seen. It was filled with beautiful plants, and most of them were extremely precious and dangerous. For the first time in coming here, we saw the signs of the Grimm monsters. There are 2 of them, dried to the bones as all their life forces got sucked by the plants that had trapped them. I knew some of these plants, and they are dangerous as they are precious. They are also protected. Including the carnivorous ones, the protection runes on some plants are clearly visible. The flower people had defaced this floor the least, but there are still signs of defacement. The statues and murals around the garden had not been spared. The statues are in worse poses than even a second floor, and murals show the shuddering cruelty of the Asar race man. For the first time, the flower people are showing what it did to them, and I have to say, it is pretty cruel and despicable. It had wiped out their kingdom and used their people for the ritual to increase its strength. It is cruelty at the level of Grimm monsters. Sarah had once again summoned her wings, and I sent the waves through my hand to investigate and was shocked to find the whole garden is engrossed in traps, not to mention these deadly plants which would attack us as we walked through the garden. My method has found this to be a safe way, said Sarah, and a rough map of the garden materialized with energy, showing the safe routes. Your method was not able to detect the traps here, and here this last one is the only safe way through the garden, and on the way we will have to deal with some nasty plants, I said to my surprised. Sarah nodded without any argument. My investigative methods have taken a huge leap in these past months. The study of soul that I am especially focusing on is helping me a lot, and when you add the rule-bending power to it, you get pretty amazing abilities. A contained powerful aura rumbled out of Sarah's body as a gray sword appeared in her hand. Its design had changed since the last time I saw it. It had become more Spartan. It might look like a common steel sword to any uninformed, but those who can see will never dare to underestimate it. All my boosts activated, and a short sword appeared in my hand. A great sword would not be much helpful in such constrained space. I would need something smaller and slimmer. Hun. Let's go, I said, stepping forward, but just as I did, I was instantly attacked by 2 vines and a huge flower with sharp teeth that wanted to consume me. These plants are no weaklings, each of them could deal with the grandmasters if they were not careful enough. Slice, slice, slice. My sword moved and in a fraction of a second, cut apart all 3 attacks that came at me. I did not even stop while dealing with the attacks of the plants. These attacks are powerful, but not enough to harm us. The truly dangerous one will come as we head deeper inside the garden. 10 minutes passed, and in these 10 minutes we got attacked more than 100 times, 167 times. These plants are ferocious, attacking us from every direction, not just with vines and huge teethed flowers, but also with poison and psychedelics. Each step we took was cautious, as we might be swept in hallucination before we realize it. Careful, that plant in the left had released a psychedelic, I warned, and misty fire appeared around me, burning the psychedelic, but it was still enough to burn it all. Thankfully, my armor is extremely tight, and I activated the special protection against psychedelics, which would not let even a speck inside. Slice, slice, slice. Another 15 minutes passed, and we reached the end of the garden, where the plants were so powerful that I had to use nearly all my strength, while Sarah had directly summoned her defensive abilities, which are amazing. Still, they would not have been enough to protect against these plants. If I had not been here, she would have been in a really wretched state right now. It took another 3 minutes before we were finally able to reach the end of the garden, and I finally took a sigh of relief. It might not seem like it, but I shit scared of this garden, and there is sweat piled over my whole body. There are some truly dangerous things that had not attacked us for some reason. If they had, we wouldn't have been in such great condition. Did grim monsters make any progress? I asked as we walked out of the garden. No, they are strangely focused on the stainless blood soul lotuses that they did not even glance at the other things, she said, and it widened my eyes in surprise. Treasure hunting parties, I set out in my mind for the past few months. Like us, the Grimms are also sending out crazy numbers of treasure hunting parties to every ruin and realm. They are of every level, from kings to high grandmasters. The parties of Grimms I encountered in the ruin were also treasure hunting parties and were oddly focused on specific resources. After she answered my question, she placed her gloved hand on the door, and a few seconds later the formation was revealed. Seeing the formation, my eyes couldn't help but widen. It was on a completely different level, and I would need quite some time to solve it. So I began breaking the formation without wasting any time. It had been already hours since the Grimms had entered the final sanctum. Even though they were especially focusing on the stainless blood soul lotuses, I am sure they would have gotten the resources. 3 hours passed, and I had still not finished solving the formation. It is hard, much harder than the other formation. Though I'm very much enjoying it, I love these complex, multi-layered formations. They give me the much-needed practice I need for the Hermes Library. I plan to go there this month. I have waited enough already, and I felt like my preparation is enough to solve the formation and get my hands on that library. Another 2 hours passed when Sarah spoke up again. They have broken up the formation around the corrupted pool. Hearing that, I stopped for a moment before double-downing on solving the formation. I have reached very close to it, and it won't be long before I solve it completely. 21 minutes passed, and finally I was able to solve the formation. It took me nearly 6 hours, which is a lot, considering my avatar and I were working together. I was about to tell Sarah that I was finished when I saw her with closed eyes and strange little expressions on her face. I am finished, I said, a little too loudly, which immediately made her open her eyes. The Grimms inside the final sanctum are immensely powerful, she said, and my expression couldn't help but become serious. Is there a high grandmaster there? I asked softly. A high grandmaster would make things really tricky. No, but the ones there are pretty close to a high grandmaster, she replied, and I took a sigh of relief. As long there is no high grandmaster, there is no problem. Even a high grandmaster would not be a problem, or at least I would not have any problem surviving as long as it is not especially strong. Here is the key, I said, and a formation materialized in front of me. She scanned it immediately, but to my surprise, made no movements to open the door. The Grimms are a little busy right now. I think we should wait till they have dealt with the trouble, she suggested, and I have no problem following her suggestion, since they have entered the final sanctum before us. It is their duty to remove all traps. We will open the door when they go for the treasure. Till then, I will have to satisfy myself with what we have in this garden. Bring out the restriction on that plant, I said, motioning toward the frost-flowing roses, one of the most precious plants in the garden. Sarah did not move. Instead, she turned toward me. I want half of these flowers, she said with a tone that booked no arguments. I looked at her, but her eyes did not budge. I knew if I rejected her request, she would not help me, and I really needed her help, the help of her artifacts, to bring out the runic protection. Fine, I said with a sigh as I agreed with her demands. She activated her defensive methods and walked toward the flower, carefully avoiding all the traps while dealing with any attack that came in her way. The frost-flowing roses are at the outskirt of the garden. There is danger, but not as big as one we will have if we were to go for those which are truly deep in the garden. Who knows, if we touch them, the real dangerous plants might attack us. Finally, she reached it and touched the invisible projection, and a couple of seconds later, the formation became visible. She tried to break it with her artifact, but again was unsuccessful in doing that. I quickly copied the formation and began to solve it. The formation was not easy, but I was confident that I would be able to solve it within an hour. While I was solving the formation, Sarah once again closed her eyes, keeping her eyes on the grim monsters. The plants here are precious, but they are still nothing compared to the final sanctum. That place is where the real treasures are. Here is the key. It took me 39 minutes to solve the formation. She quickly copied and walked toward the flower this time. I went with her. She gave me her usual cold look but did not say anything. Buzz, the formation buzzed as it had broken, and before Sarah could move her hand to pluck those beautiful white roses, she saw them plucking on their own. The boxes appeared out of storage at the same time, and I began storing the roses while I dealt with a few plants that attacked us. Your share, I said, and handed her 16 boxes while keeping the 17 to me. There was a total of 33 frost-flowing roses we got from the plant, and I decided to keep the extra since most of the work had been done by me. I will keep the extra next time. She said it seemed like she did not like our sharing formulae, but I decided not to argue. There are many resources here. Losing one or two would not affect me much. My strings dug up the roots of a group of plants quickly and packed them up. This time, we have got an even number of resources. So half of them went to her while the other half went to me. I only got a half despite doing most of the work. That one, I said, motioning toward the plant. Sarah went toward it without saying anything and touched its invisible protection with her gloved hand. Hun. She had touched it and waited for the formation to come out when I sensed something which immediately changed my expression. A fraction of a moment later, Sarah had also sensed it, and a look of horror couldn't help but appear on her face. A vine with a sharp mouth was coming at her with incredible speed that Sarah did not even think about dodging and put all her power into the defensive methods, which formed a small domain around her, while her metal wings wrapped her around. Even with such powerful defenses, she did not know whether she would survive or not, considering one of the most powerful dangers of the garden had finally attacked it. Possesses the power of the High Grandmaster. Patch, patch, patch. The vine took a fraction of seconds to appear and began to tear her defenses like paper in front of the vine. They did not put up any defenses at all. They broke apart the moment Vine had contacted them, and seeing that horror on Sarah's face couldn't help but deepen. BANNNG. She was sure she was going to die when suddenly the vine hit something invisible and stopped while my shields became visible, shining brightly with the power of the attack that came at them. The vine stopped by my shields, and just as quickly as it appeared, it had disappeared. That surprised me, as given her power, I thought it would try to attack my shields consistently, but it seemed like the plant was quite smart. To be honest, I wanted it to keep attacking. I knew what plant it was, and seeing its preciousness, I would have tried to get it. While I may not be able to do anything against the intelligence of High Grandmasters, I have a pretty good chance against this plant, which did not have intelligence and limited maneuverability. Sarah seemed to know what I was thinking, reading the expressions on my face as she glared at me coldly before once again touching the invisible protection of the plant while my shields faded from the view. I could tell Sarah was searching for my shields, but her soul sense was not strong enough to see them. They are still around her, ready to protect her or me against any attack that comes from the garden. I have already realized how dangerous the garden is, and I would not compromise on safety, especially for Sarah. Even though I didn't like her, I had promised Jim I would protect her, and I would do just that till we returned to the pyramid safely. I quickly scanned the formation and began to break, as I have done so many times already in the past 7 hours. The Grimms have finished dealing with the trouble. They are now heading for the stainless blood soul lotuses, Sarah said, suddenly hearing that. I got up immediately, forgetting the formation which I was really close to cracking. KRRRRR. Let's go, I said even before I said it. Sarah had already placed her hand on the door, and a few seconds later began to push it. The door opened fully, and the powerful aura of the 4 Grandmasters covered us. The aura is quite powerful, especially of the black-horned ape-man. Sarah is right, its strength is really close to the High Grandmaster, and most importantly, it has a bloodline. There are 6 Grandmasters, but only 4 are worth noting, as 2 of them are Masters, while the other 4 are Grandmasters. Of the 4, 1 is a mid-level Grandmaster, while the 3 are peak Grandmasters, with one of them being just a step away from becoming a High Grandmaster. Michiel Zar, said the black-horned ape-man Flaha, you are alive. We have thought you dead, being barely run away in the half-dead state from Grandmaster Solace, I said, and rage in its eyes blazed. I gave it a smile and looked around. The final sanctum is big, though not as big as the garden, but still big, and the center of it is a dark lake with a snake-headed skeleton with a clay crown on its head. The shocking thing is, there is a gray sword pierced through its heart. It completely upended what I thought about this tomb, especially when I looked at the murals. I had thought, this is a tomb that flower people had defaced. They had done that after they had found this tomb, but I was very wrong. The flower people had attacked the kingdom of the snakehead race and killed their king after that. They brought the body here, the tomb it had prepared for itself, and placed it in the most corrupt thing they could find. They have painted everything in great detail so that even a dumb person would understand the murals without any problem. I had decided that if I ever came across flower people in my life, I would go out of my way and be polite to them. They are very vengeful people who would even take revenge on the bodies of their enemies. Good, you have come here, Michiel Czar, and you have even brought one of a host of angel inheritance. It seemed like luck is really favoring me that I will be able to kill 2 of you today, it said with a laugh while I looked at it as if it was an idiot. You do know that even a high grandmaster had failed to kill me, right? I asked, to which its smile became brighter. What makes you think I did not have the power of high grandmaster? It said with a toothed smile, and a bone axe appeared in hand. Seeing the axe, my eyes couldn't help but widen up. It was not just me, but also Sarah, too shocked to see the axe. As the axe appeared in its hand, its aura instantly broke through the realm of the peak grandmaster and entered the high grandmaster. Now, do you think I have no chance of killing you? It asked with a confident smile. I truly did not expect you have an ancestral blessing weapon, I said with a sigh before a smile appeared on my face. While I may be smiling confidently, I am not that confident, and nor is Sarah. She has quickly collected her emotions, and her full power is rumbling through her, but it will be not enough to last even a minute in front of such power. So would you have an ancestral blessing weapon? If my calculations are right, you won't be able to harness its power for more than half an hour, and after that, you will be left weakened, I added, and its expression slipped for a moment before a big predatory smile appeared on its face. Don't act so confident, Czar. Last time you have barely able to survive for a minute before you ran away, but this time you won't have that chance, Flaha said, and the bone axe in its hand shone brightly as it disappeared from its spot and appearing in front of me. Die, humans, it shouted and attacked us with the huge bone axe, BANNG. The axe stopped midway as it clashed against my shields, which revealed themselves and lit resplendently, while a huge amount of power came at me, pressuring my veins as they transferred this huge power. After coming from the ruin, I went out one more time and also continued practicing with alchemical solutions and my art. So my strength had taken quite a big leap compared to when I was in the ruin and fought against that high grandmaster werewolf from the Golden Fire tribe. Now, I did not have to use the 4th boost immediately when I am against a high grandmaster's. The ape man is not surprised seeing the shields appearing and them taking the attack without breaking, and appeared the top of me and attacked again. BANNG, BANNG, BANNG. It attacked, and seeing the shields taking the attack, it disappeared and attacked again. It is continuously attacking, not staying in one spot for more than a fraction of seconds. It wanted its attacks to be overwhelming as possible, but also, at the same time, did not want to be untangled in my strings. If it had read the intelligence on me, it must know that I had captured even a high grandmaster in my strings for a moment, so it has to be careful. Why are you not doing something? If we kept defending, sooner or later, its assault will overwhelm your shields, and we would be massacred by it, or worse, eaten alive, Sarah said, clearly very stressed under the powerful assault of the ape man. I am quite surprised seeing how calm she is. Not many people would be this calm when they see an enemy that could kill them instantly. I am doing everything I could. If you can in any way call the aid of that sword, then please help me with all your means, I said as I turned to her. It instantly made her angry, and she glared at me, but just as these emotions appeared, they disappeared, and her eyes became calm as she looked at the sword in the center of the lake, which had begun shining faintly the moment we had entered the final sanctum. I could not order the sword, she said with a sigh. There was no change in my expression, hearing that while I would have very much liked it if she had been able to help me, I still have the ability to defeat this grim bastard on my own, and it won't take me even half an hour. If it had been a true high grandmaster's, I wouldn't have had such thoughts, but it is not. It had just got that power because of the ancestral blessing weapon, which is not that powerful and has come with many restrictions. The first and most important restriction is that the axe is only increasing its raw power, not the sensory powers or other abilities. It is not just that there is also a restriction on the type of attack it will be able to perform through the axe, and with every attack, the axe would lose its power. This is why ancestral blessing weapons are only used when it is absolutely necessary. They are also very hard to make, and one would definitely lose their life when making them. Thus, these kinds of weapons are only made by the people who already have one leg on the grave. Those bastards, Sarah cursed. While the black-horned ape man is fighting against us, the rest of Grims are not dilly-dallying. They are harvesting the resources. All of them have focused on harvesting the stainless blood soul lotuses out of the corrupted pond. It was not easy, but they were able to harvest it after paying the significant price the corruption had invaded them. The thing that surprised me most is that they have handed the lotus to Master Class Lizardman. That Lizardman is a common master, not like Sarah, who had the power of Grandmaster. These bastards have come prepared. They begin to drink one potion after another, and soon the corruption begins to release out of their bodies, and a minute later they begin to go for the other lotus. Czar, it seemed like I have underestimated you, boomed the black horn ape man from the other side of the sanctum. Yes, you did, and now you are maintaining distance from me like a scared rat, I mocked, which made its eyes blaze with rage. Why don't you come closer? I promise I won't bite you, I asked as I put the most inviting smile on my face. It made me angry, but it soon controlled its emotions and looked at me with cold and calculating eyes. Since you have asked so nicely, I will come and also bring the full power of my axe to you, it said with a toothed laugh, and next second, a shuddering aura blasted out of its body as a huge phantom appeared behind it. It was the biggest bloodline phantom I had ever seen, and the power emitting made Sarah and me shudder uncontrollably. We are done. Cursed Sarah looks at the huge, majestic bloodline phantom made from the bloodline power of black-horned ape-man and the bone axe it is holding. The bone axe is made with the help of the power of the bloodline, and only members of black-horned ape-man who had the bloodline could use it. This attack of it likely the most powerful attack that axe could produce. I have some reservations about my shield's abilities to completely defend against the attack, but that is not going to change anything as the defense is the only choice I have. I will do it with every bit of my strength. Harnessing such power cost me a lot, but it is totally worth it to kill you, said the ape-man as the bloodline phantom merged into its body, and it disappeared and appeared above me with its axe glowing with power. You are good, Czar, but this is your end. Goodbye, it said and brought down its glowing at incredible speed and power. I poured every bit of power I had into my shields, and also contemplated using the fourth boost for a moment before rejecting the thought. I have yet to reach the point where I would need to burn my blood to survive. At least not yet. BNNNG. Its axe stuck against my shields, and overwhelming power spread into them, lighting them up like the sun before sending some of that huge amount of power at me, which instantly overwhelmed my veins. Crack, crack, crack. That was just the beginning as the cracks began to appear, and not just on one shield but on all, and they were spreading up fast. I could see Sarah was preparing for the worst as one shield after another began to appear below the sphere of my shields. Seeing that, I couldn't help but become surprised as I thought she would only cover herself, but it seemed like she had proved me wrong. The cracks kept spreading for a couple of seconds before they stopped, covering nearly a quarter of the shields before they started healing rapidly. It had shocked Black-Horned Ape-Man so much that it wasn't able to control its emotions. Nice attack, I said to it with a hint of mockery, which immediately brought it to its senses. You bastard. It roared and attacked again while its shout was louder than before. The power of the attack was nearly the same. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and the fear of death in my heart lessened considerably. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. It attacked again and was just an overwhelming power at me, and at the same time the cracks began to increase. This time it did give time for cracks to heal and attack again, and then again with each attack, the cracks on the shields would increase more and more. Soon the cracks have covered more than 50 of all shields, and if this continues, they will spread into the shields fully by the end of the minute. They have got another lotus, not it had mattered anyway, since we are going to die. Said Sarah. I cast a glance at the Grims by the corrupted pool, and she is right, the Grims have taken out another lotus and now consuming the potion to remove the corruption. Czar, your shields are nearly down now. Where will you run? Asked the ape-man as the cracks have 80 of my shields, and if it continued with such attacks, they would be destroyed in the next 10 seconds. Why would I have to run when I could kill you at any time? I said, and hearing that, its eyes widened up in shock, and I felt powerful soul energy circulating over. You are joking, it asked in shock, and moved around. Its movement seemed completely fine, which made it so angry that I thought its eyes might begin to spew out the fire in the next second. Why would I joke? I asked with a smile and flashed a look at my shields, which were healing rapidly in just a few seconds. They had already recovered more than half of their damage. You bastard, you are just stretching for time. It roared and moved to come at me, only to find its body completely frozen. A horror couldn't help but appear on its face seeing that, and tried using all its strength. Like I had said, I could kill you at any time, I said with shock, to the shock of Sarah and the grim monsters beside the pool, who had horror on their faces. Hee, you have really caught me, but you will not remain alive to enjoy your victory, Czar, it said with a crazy smile on its face. Let's die together, it said, and a powerful aura blasted off it, and this aura moved toward the bone sword. The bone axe is the real explosive. There have been returning records of even Grand Lord dying with the blast of the ancestral blessing weapon, though that weapon was also at a Grand Lord class. If the bone axe exploded, everyone here would die. Even high grandmasters will not survive its explosions. I could not let it happen, and it will not happen. I had made sure of that. It is a reason why it had taken me so long to bind it. Human, what did you do? Black-horned ape-man asked in shock and horror when it saw its bloodline power got repelled from the axe, not the axe, but a thin invisible layer of string that covered it. You already know what I did, I replied with a smile, and it opened its mouth to speak, but before it could, it had disappeared. Sarah, I am a little tired. Will you handle these gentlemen? I said and sat on the step without care. Gladly, she said coldly without looking at me, and disappeared from her spot. For the whole battle, she was sitting chicken. She did not get even the slightest chance to fight due to the power difference, and that left her frustrated, and now that I had dealt with the biggest danger, she could deal with the rest to relieve her frustration. The battle would not be easy for her, especially for two peak grandmasters who have exploded with power and now moving towards Sarah with bloodthirsty expressions on their faces. BING, BING, BING. It had been a minute since the battle had begun, and it had been intense. Sarah was not holding anything back as she fought against the two-peak tyrant. I have to say that despite being a whole level lower than them, she has a clear advantage over them and has begun injuring them already. If she continues to fight in such a way, it won't take even 5 minutes for a battle to finish. Finally. I said in my mind as the silver and green runes have finally finished harvesting the bloodline of the black-horned ape-man. Buzz. A second later, the runes buzzed, and the pure crystalline strengthening energy flooded into me from my runes. It was so pure that I had barely able to stop myself from making a moaning noise as it began to merge inside me. As the strengthening energy begins to merge, my strength begins to rise rapidly at the same time. The resources also begin to mature rapidly as they consume the growth energy from the mysterious tree. The same phenomenon has appeared around the essence metal tree. The speed of its absorption of the dried tree's metal energy essence floating above it had also increased. It had happened last time, too, when it began to consume the growth energies. The absorption of metal energy essence from the half-tree above has rapidly begun to increase the level of the metal essence tree, which inwardly begins to benefit the fruits hanging by it, as they also matured rapidly. Suddenly my eyes sharpened, and a light smile appeared on my face. Since you are already, there is no need to leave, I said, and light in the eyes of the master-class grim monsters died, and its body disappeared. I'm not tired. I had just waited to see if the assumption was right, and it was right. That master-class grim monsters was a rune grandmaster, and it had an escape talisman. Whether it would have worked in this restricted space, I don't know. I had only waited this long to confirm my hunch and also wrap my strings around them. Let's stop it. We have wasted enough time, I said, and waved my hand. The Grims stopped what they were doing and disappeared. The two-peak grandmaster that Sarah was fighting had also disappeared, though I am polite enough to leave behind the storage and the artifacts of the two grim monsters. The next second, Sarah and I appeared at the same time and appeared beside the corrupted pool. There are some precious things here, but nothing came close to the 5 remaining stainless blood soul lotuses inside the corrupted pool. Sarah also wants these lotuses, but she was a sword piercing the skeleton even more. The sword had to begin to shine even more brightly as she appeared beside the pool. Sarah closed her eyes as she appeared beside the pool while I focused on the remaining 5 lotuses in the pool. The Grims have broken the restrictions of the corrupted pool, but the corrupted pool itself is a challenge. To harvest the lotuses inside the pool, all the Grims used a collective method and are even then infected by the corruption that latches on you with the slightest touch. Still, I have confidence I could harvest these lotuses and would be able to do it before Sarah does. I couldn't help but wonder how angry she would be when I harvested all stainless blood soul lotus and she couldn't get a single one. These stainless loti, after all, are extremely precious that a single one would create a huge ripple among the grandmasters and grandlord, and there are 7 of them, all of which I plan to get. I just thought that when suddenly the sword shone like a bulb and released a light which created a bridge across the corrupted pool. Before I could say anything, Sarah jumped onto the pool with a huge smile on her face and moved across it speedily, and in a second she stopped beside the stainless blood soul lotus and harvested it expertly. She barely took 12 seconds to harvest the lotus. I had thought after harvesting it, she would walk across the sword as there is no other lotus on the light bridgeway, but to my shock, a bright light split and moved toward the stainless blood soul lotus on her right. Damn, I could not let her hot these loti. I cursed and made a move earlier. I wanted to be careful, but now, seeing this idiot manipulating the light from the sword, I could not take the risk. Otherwise, before I know it, the remaining 4 loti would be hers. A dense holy light blazed from my body, surprising even Sarah, who was moving toward the lotus, and 4 pinky think ropes moved toward the 4 loti over the pool. The corruption attacked the moment my ropes went over it. It crushed the holy energy before beginning to seep inside my ropes. My ropes resisted, but still, the corruption began to seep inside them and came toward me before infiltrating my body. Ah, I screamed through the greeded teeth as powerful corruption hit me, but I did not let it affect my goal. My 4 ropes and Sarah reached the lotuses. At the same time, 3 of my ropes began to harvest the lotuses, but the 4th one remained static, as Sarah began to harvest her second stainless blood soul lotus. The 4th rope is a warning to Sarah. If she dared to do anything to impede my harvest, the rope will act. As for her acting after she finished harvesting the lotus well, it would not happen. My ropes are very fast. They would only be half of the time required by Sarah to harvest these lotuses. It took me 6 seconds to harvest the lotuses before the ropes began to bring them toward me. I thought Sarah might try for them and was ready to defend my precious loot, but she did not, and I got the lotuses safely in perfect condition. I packed all the lotuses except for one. The stainless blood soul lotus is the size of my 2 palms together and is completely blood red. It looked solid, but when one touched its petals, they felt faintly immaterial. This rose is half physical and half soul resource, an exceptionally rare one. When the flower people dumped the seed of stainless lotus seed inside the lake, even they wouldn't have been completely confident that stainless lotuses would grow out of it. As these are very hard to grow, even when all the conditions are suitable for them, the flower people were really something. They had not placed the body of the Asar race man into the pool, but also trapped its soul. What it had suffered would have been beyond torture, but that is what made these lotuses grow. Stainless lotuses grow in the filthiest, corrupted environment. This stainless blood soul lotus is a resource that will help me practice that method in the scroll, and I don't think I will be able to find any better resources than it. The method in scroll said that a pure soul type resource is required for the best possible result, but I think stainless blood soul lotus will suit what I am trying to achieve the most. It is not just a method I am going to practice, but also work to manipulate its flaws to suit my needs. Sarah had finally harvested the second lotus and packed it before she walked toward her destination, the sword piercing into the heart of the Asar race man. She appeared on the stand in the center of the pool, and looked. She did not touch it as I had expected her to do, instead just kept looking. It seemed like she was trying to make up her mind about it. Buzz. While she was doing that, the green and silver runes inside me have finally harvested the bloodline of one grandmaster and master, and began releasing the strengthening energy a second later. The strengthening energies from the 2 grim monsters are slightly less powerful than the black horned ape man, which are spreading into me, but the difference is minimal. The strengthening energy from all 3 grims is going to increase my strength a lot. The plants inside also begin to grow rapidly, especially the metal essence tree, which is heavily absorbing the essence of a dead metal tree floating above it. While my strength rose rapidly, Sarah finally decided to touch the beautiful green sword. She gripped the sword and was about to pull it out of it when she froze. All her movements froze, including her eyes, which had become hazy. I instantly looked at her metaphysical scan. I had deposited the seed inside her the moment we entered the corrupted blood valley. While everything outside seemed fine, inside, it was not. Powerful energy had entered inside her. This energy was the highest level one I had ever seen, and it had the flavor of similar energy as Sarah, just of a very high level. Seeing the level of energy, I activated all the stealth formations I had placed inside the seed. Strange thing is, this powerful energy is not doing anything other than staying still inside Sarah calmly. Everything is not calm inside Sarah. I am sensing a stormy fluctuation from consciousness, and these fluctuations are getting intense with each second. These fluctuations are quite surprising as they mirror the one when they are in battle and Sarah is frozen, but I am not naive enough to think that battles could only be fought with the bodies. They can be fought in the soul as well, and Sarah seemed to do that. A minute passed by, and then 2. I had even finished absorbing all the strengthening energy, but there seemed to be no sign of Sarah waking up. Instead, the fluctuations in consciousness kept getting intense. It seemed like she might take some to wave up, I said to myself, and turned toward the rest of the sanctum. There are many precious things inside the garden, but I was surprised to see there was no spatial artifact in the view, which had kind of disappointed me. I was kind of hoping for it after seeing the floor. Not only there is no spatial artifact, but there is also no method. Usually, the tomb is the best place to find the methods. Those who died leave behind the method as a form of legacy. Still, there is some interesting stuff here, and I was about to move toward them when I stopped as a thought came to my mind. I looked at the corrupted pool, which could be said to be the most important thing in the whole sanctum, not only corrupted water but also the pool, which is itself an artifact. The stainless lotuses are the resources at the level of metal essence fruits, and they need the corruption to grow. If I replace that with rule-bending power, I will need the humongous amount of it, which I could not give, not to mention an immense amount of resources if I were to create a corruption pool of my own in my core. The better option would be to take this corruption pool, which had a lotus plant inside it, and with the growth energy, it would be easy for me to grow more lotuses, which is better than starting from scratch. As I had said before, the stainless lotuses are notoriously hard to grow, even when you make all the preparations. Not to mention the level of corruption present in the pool is huge, even after hundreds of thousands of years and a lot of degradation. There is enough corruption present in the pool that hundreds, even thousands of stainless lotuses are produced through it. Though taking such an amount of powerful corruption would come with its own risk, my core would not be able to handle the slightest spill. Getting a pool would be quite hard, as it is stuck to the tomb with quite a powerful formation, but I have confidence that I would be able to do it. Thankfully, whether it is Grimm's or it was before they arrived, the formation is visible otherwise. I would have had to choose the less than desirable outcomes. I looked at the formation that is densely covering the floor that the pool was attached. TH formation is very complex, on the same level as the formation of the door of the final sanctum. It would not be easy to solve the formation, but I have confidence in doing it. Keep an eye on the meta scan and inform me if any changes occur, my avatar said to Nero before focusing on solving the formation as I did on the outside, asking Ashlyn to keep an eye on any danger that came. It had been 2 months, 6 months inside since Nero woke up, but I had not let him out of the core even for a minute. He needs to understand what he did last time was extremely dangerous, and he would not do something like that again. I plan to not let him out for another 2 months by then. He should fully understand the consequences of his actions. 4 hours passed, and I came very close to solving the formation while Sarah had remained the same. I am still reading continues intense feelings from her consciousness, which had taken a break of an hour before resuming again. I am quite curious about what she is experiencing. Unfortunately, my seed is not capable of that. Hun. 10 some minutes have passed, and when suddenly an extremely powerful aura burst out of Sarah. It was so powerful that it froze me on my spot. It was the aura of that energy inside Sarah. Even Grand Lords did not have such a powerful aura, and it is likely due to that I felt an unprecedentedly vast pressure crashing down on me. The world has taken notice of the energy, and now it is looking. The world does not accept anything that goes even a fraction above its limit. If it finds anything, it will come down heavily. Damn, I cursed in my mind loudly as the vast pressure came crashing down on me. Even though the pressure was not targeting me, I still felt it, and it continued increasing in power as it is doing right now. Then soon it will reach the height it would be able to collapse my consciousness and crush my body. Even with all my strength, I am still not powerful enough to bear even a fraction of this vast power of the world. While I am struggling with all, Sareg seemed fine, better than fine. I could see through my seed as the powerful energy began to seep inside her core. Half of it had already entered the core, and it won't take more than a few seconds for the other half to seep inside. I just hope I will be able to survive this vast pressure till then, as I could feel it getting stronger. Thud. Few seconds passed, and I collapsed on the floor. Even when I was sitting, I could not bear this pressure. Suddenly, the pressure had disappeared as if it had never appeared. If I had not experienced it, I would not believe it. Hun, the pressure had just disappeared when I suddenly sensed the faint energy. Sensing it, my eyes couldn't help but widen up. I immediately forced myself to calm down as I never did before, and even activated formation that made my mind calm. I did not even care about the huge amount of energy that began to pour out of Sarah's core as she began her breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. I would have watched such a breakthrough with an utter focus, as it is a normal Grandmaster breakthrough, which I had seen tens of times, but a breakthrough of a very powerful inheritance host who had a core that had accepted the powerful energy that is beyond the level of the world. I live for such chances, and I search for such chances, but now I couldn't care less about it in front of this energy that vast pressure left behind. It is nothing. This energy is called First Essence or Primal Conscious Energy, a thing that Grandmaster has to comprehend and control to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster. This energy is now present in its purest form, and I would not miss it for anything in the world. It is the greatest opportunity I have got in quite a while, and I would not let it go. Gulp. I forcefully calmed myself and focused my everything on this energy, sensing its flow to its feeling, trying to imprint it on my mind. I had even tried to absorb some of it forcefully, but could not. My core is not powerful enough to forcefully suck this most powerful energy in the world. As I begin to comprehend the energy, I found it strangely familiar. It gave me about the same feeling as that piece of the world that I used as the main ingredient to craft my core. I feel something like it from my core all the time. I have never focused on it, considering part of my core like the ground and air of it, but it seemed like I had grossly misunderstood it, and it should be the thing I should focus on the most. Hun. A few minutes passed when suddenly I noticed a shocking thing. I saw a tiny bit of energy floating inside me, going to my core and moon. It is barely one of the rapidly fading energy, but it gave me a huge chance as I put all my focus on the fraction of energy that was drifting into me, and in just a few seconds I saw the result. New understandings began to dawn on me. There are many things about the world that I had not understood before they began to become clear. I also felt I was getting a greater understanding of the worldly energy that tyrants use. That couldn't help but make me ecstatic. In just a few minutes, all the energy had disappeared. It had made me quite disappointed, but I quickly got over it, seeing how big an opportunity I had experienced. High grandmasters would kill for such an opportunity. They search high and low for it, and I have got it without even searching for it. If they come to find out, they might just strangle me out of jealousy. I have gained a lot. Not only am I familiar with the purest essence of the first energy, but I also comprehended quite many things about it, which has inevitably increased my dominion over the worldly energy that we tyrant use. I quickly go over the comprehension I have got before, focusing on the thing that is happening in front of me. Sarah is making a breakthrough in the Grandmaster class, and it is one of the strangest breakthroughs I have ever seen. There is not a hint of energy around her, not worldly energy or energy from her inheritance source. She's not even using the resources. That tiny bit of energy she had got is helping her make a breakthrough into Grandmaster class. An immense amount of energy poured out of her core and spread into her body and soul. At the same time, two swords in front of me melted into a blob of purple, steel, and green, and now they have begun to merge together. The two swords that had turned into blobs, one of them is the sword from the skeleton, while the other is Sarah's totem artifact. My seed is recording everything. These are not simple weapons. One of them is a totem artifact created from the very powerful inheritance, and the other is a sword, likely belonging to the same inheritance but at a much lighter level. Now seeing them merging together, I couldn't help but wonder how powerful the weapon would turn out. Combining Sarah's own power, the strength Sarah would be able to project would be horrifying. It is a good thing I have got my own advancements. Otherwise, in front of Sarah, I would have had to bring out my shields. Though it would still be extremely difficult for me to defeat Sarah, how difficult I would only be able to find out when she completes her breakthrough and I fight with her. 9 minutes later, the blob is completely merged and seeped inside her, and a second after that, a truly terrifying Grandmaster class aura shot out of her. It is not the power that is horrifying, but her level, which is an initial Grandmaster, but the power she has is of the peak Grandmaster. It is due to the core. The core they created helped them stretch their limits to the limit. Each of them packed so much power that those of the same level without the core could not compete with it, which is why those truly talented and intelligent like Sarah created a core before reaching the Grandmaster class to gain this great advantage. Congratulations, I said as she opened her eyes. Such a big moment is witnessed by truly trusted people, and even though there is enmity between us, I could say this at least as fellow humans. I'm also very glad, as today the human race has gained another exceptionally powerful Grandmaster. She would not take a long time to reach the High Grandmaster, and even though I did not want to say it, have a real shot at Grand Lord class. I am saying it is due to her talent or inheritance, but it is due to the zeal she has. The kind zeal she has is very hard to see, though such zeal is a double-edged sword. If not controlled properly, one might crash and burn with it. I will take this corrupted pool, staking my claim on it before she could say anything about it. It surprised her as she looked at the pool for a moment before looking around the whole sanctum. I not only want the pool but also the skeleton that is in the center of it. It is completely corrupted, and when it merges with the pool full, it will increase the power of the corruption inside even more. Fine, but I want those wings and staff. She pointed at two artifacts. You can take them, I accepted. I could feel those two meant something to her, and if I wanted a better deal I could negotiate, but I did not. I do not have any need for those artifacts, and vying for them would make our already bad relationship worse. Not to mention, the only artifact I have an interest in other than the corrupted pool is a blue gem. I don't know what it does, but it seemed interesting. Here is the key to breaking the formation, I said, and a huge formation materialized in front of me. Seeing that, a clear surprise appeared on her face, but a second later, she wore the glove and scanned the formation before touching the formation connecting the pool. A few seconds passed, and unlike before, the formation did not break. Sarah frowned before she turned to me. The energy crystal I am using is not powerful enough, she informed. It did not surprise me. The level of the artifact is quite high, and I have confidence in the formation I had created, so there could be only one problem. This should fix it, I said, and threw the pale brown finger-size energy crystal at Sarah. She caught it and placed it inside the glove before putting her hand back on the formation. Buzz. A few seconds later, the formation buzzed as it began to unravel, and soon the whole corrupted pool was ready to be taken. Please step aside, I said to Sarah. She looked at me with a question, but done as I had said when she did not receive any answer from me. As she stepped aside, a kindle of white fire appeared in my hand, which I threw toward the pool. D-hub. It fell near the pool and began to spread around it before covering the corrupted pool the whole. The corrupted pool is extremely dangerous. A slight spill, or even energy leakage, would have a drastic consequence. I did not want to see it happen. I have done even greater preparation in my core. With the fire covering the pool, I walked toward it and touched it with both of my hands, and a moment later, it had disappeared inside my core with me. The pool appeared at the opposite end of the small lake, near the hills. The corrupted pool is 50 meters in diameter and covers its huge circular formation of double its size. This whole formation is crafted from the white fire of the fountain. The fire is extremely strong with a great purification power. Even the slightest spill or slip of corruption would be burned by it before it could damage my core. While this corruption pool is dangerous, it will also provide me with huge benefits. I could see stainless lodi plants are still alive, and with time, the new stainless lotuses grow out of them. They would grow even faster if they consumed the growth energy. Now I really want to find some Grim with the bloodline and kill it so I can grow these lodi rapidly with the growing energy. They are extremely useful not only to me but also to the project. The 5 lotuses I have will disappear extremely fast. Even though I wanted to keep them, I would not be able to keep more than 1.5 for myself. As it would be extremely useful in the project, I would not be able to stop myself from using such a precious resource. Bring out their formation, I said to Sarah, who, without saying anything, walked toward the palm-sized beautiful crystalline wings. This artifact is really beautiful. The wings are made of green crystal and are extremely thin. They are even thinner than the paper but have light shimmer through them, which makes them look really enchanting. It seemed like these wings were useful to Sarah, the way she looked at them. I have no interest in them. I have already got what I wanted with it, and wouldn't be much disappointed if that blue gem turned out to be a useless artifact. Sarah brought out the formation as I had asked her, and I began to solve it without wasting time. The formation is difficult, but not as difficult as the one on the door or the corrupted pool. I should be able to solve it in much less time than them. Buzz. It took me around 2.5 hours before I was able to break the formation, and just as it did, Sarah took the wings before I could even touch them. I glared at her seeing that, but she glared back coldly and brought out the formation on the wooden staff. The staff is simple. The only design it has is the wooden vine surrounding it, and the rock flower at the top. It does not seem that special. Though I know looks could be deceiving, it might be a very powerful or a useful artifact or a totally useless one. Buzz, it took me nearly 3 hours to solve the formation, and like the last time, she took the artifact the moment its protections broke. After placing the staff in her storage, she revealed the formation on the blue gem, and I started to break it. The blue gem is the last artifact, and it is mine. I am quite curious about the gem and what it does. I hope it is not an offensive artifact, but something supporting the type. Most importantly, it should not be a useless one. I have too many of them in my storage and did not want any more of them. Buzz, it took me 2 hours and 10 minutes to solve the formation, and Sarah broke it. For a second, I thought Sarah might take a gem, but she did not. She just broke the formation and stepped away while I finally took the gem in my hand. I observed the blue gem, which is half the size of my thumb and quite beautiful, and I immediately thought of gifting it to Marina, but before I did that, I wanted to know what it does first. So I inserted my energy inside it. The information about the artifact flooded inside me, and it couldn't help but make me happy. Though I doubt most people be happy to them, this thing is nearly useless. The gem is called Arantaga's gem, and it is a natural energy storage crystal on which a formation is carved, which can be totally destroyed. This crystal could store any form of any, and it is very to leak for it from what I have read. Some of the dark organizations even use it to store the souls. Currently, I do not need it with the help of rule-bending power. I could do what advantages crystal is capable of, but I am aware that it is a precious thing and might be useful someday. So I carefully stored it in my storage and turned to Sarah. I think we should rest for a few hours. We will need it if we want to harvest those precious plants in the garden below, I said, to which she nodded, and we walked toward the opposite corner of the sanctum. There is no way we will live in the same abode. We did not have any respect for each other, and if we remain too close, one of us might just explode. I will explode. So it is better we remain as far away from each other and complete this mission with as much civility as possible. The formation broke, and Sarah pushed open the door of the final sanctum with her gloved hand. We had taken everything we could from the final sanctum, and the only thing that remained were the murals. I really wish I could take those away and stick them in my home. They are really beautiful, and whoever made them must be a true artist. Step, we stepped out of the final sanctum back into the 4th floor, the garden. A place which is more dangerous than the final sanctum, and even with all the advancement I have received in the past day, all the hair on my body still rose whenever the feeling I am getting in this place. This garden had few of the plants that Jim needs, Sarah said without looking, and stepped inside the garden. Be careful, I cautioned. Even with her phenomenal advancement, there are still some things here that have the power to kill us. I hope she remains cautious and does not get lost in high of her recent advancement. She had just taken a few steps into the garden, carefully avoiding traps when the attack came. It came in the form of small, tiny white petals. They were the size of my thumb and looked very delicate but extremely sharp and fast. They appeared beside Sarah in an instant. I was ready to step in when her totem artifact appeared in her hand, and it had changed. It is still a claymore and has about the same length but a little wider blade and has the design of green vines with sharp red thorns across. It looked beautiful as it is dangerous. Tinn. As the sword appeared, it moved and soon struck across the first petal. As it did, it did not feel like a sword clashing against a delicate petal, which would barely make any sound, but clashing against a warhammer, seeing the sound it and shockwave it created. Thankfully, there are formations here that quickly absorb them as they are produced. Otherwise, they would really be damaged, some of those delicate plants. Tinn. Right after she dealt with the first petal, it moved toward the second petal and then the third and so on. Her strike was precious and did not have more power than it needed to look. Looking at her mastery, one would not believe she had just leveled up a few hours ago. While she dealt with the petals, I moved my strings to catch them before they returned to the flower. These petals belong to the hasta flower, a very precious flower with various uses. Hasta flower could not be plucked. If one tried, the whole flower would burn to ashes. The only way one would be able to harvest it was when one attacked, and since it attacked, I have no qualms about harvesting it. Sarah began to walk again as she dealt with the petals, and I have harvested them. She had just taken a few steps, and when two more plants have attacked us, 3 vines came at her, and at the same time, a flower burrowed out of the ground and released an extremely strong poison at Sarah. The poison was at the level of the High Grandmaster. This time I did not wait and see what Sarah did. I could not take any risk when it came to attacks of the High Grandmaster level, especially insidious ones like poison, which, if affected, could bring out a dire consequence. Clanng. While Sarah moved her sword to deal with the vines, my invisible vines released hidden mist, which began to destroy the poison. Neutralizing poison is one of the first things Marina had taught me, and I have done great research on it since the Grim Poison Masters are terrors. So, even when the poison of the plant is level higher, I am able to deal with it. Sarah turned and gave me a look as she dealt with the vines, and soon she reached the plant after dealing with another attack and touched its inviolable protection with her gloved hand. A few seconds later, the formation came out. I quickly scanned it and began to solve it with all my focus. I have to solve the formation quickly as possible. I should not take more than 1 hour, as it is not the plant I want to get from this garden. 5 days passed since we came down to the garden. Since then, we have constantly harvesting the plants inside. These plants are extremely precious, and it would be great regret if we leave them like that. The only regret I have about the whole thing is that I had to share everything half with Sarah while most of the work was being done by me, and the only thing she was doing was bringing out the formation. It seemed like I had to get my hands on one of these artifacts. The best option is to ask the pyramid for it, as finding it in the ruin would require huge luck. Though getting such a thing from the pyramid would not be easy considering their value, I think I might be able to get it if I pressed hard enough. I think we have got enough. We should get out now, I said after I harvested the roots and packed the boxes. We have harvested everything we needed from this garden, even though we have barely taken 10 of the resources in the garden, and I would have liked to continue for some more. Unfortunately, I did not have time. Due to this constraint of time, I had to leave many resources. I hope a time comes when I won't have to be constrained by time and will harvest every resource site to my satisfaction. Krrrr. Sarah did not say anything, just walked to the door and pushed against it, and a few seconds later, it began to open. I had solved the formation on the door the first day we came down here. I wanted to have a clear way out if something unforeseen happened. Thankfully, nothing happened. Though the garden was dangerous, we were able to handle it with our strength. We walked out of the door and reached the place where the artifacts were placed. I directly looked at one thing I desired here, the place which is giving off a spatial fluctuation. I want that plate, I had said before when we had entered this place on our way to the final sanctum. I am saying it now because I want it to be the first artifact to be opened here and also reinstate my claims on it. It is a spatial artifact, and these are quite rare, she said without showing any emotions on her face, but it is clear by her words she wanted it. She can forget about having it. I will not relent. Especially here, there are only 2 doors I have to open to leave, and I am confident I could open them with the resources and the artifacts I have without her help. If she tried for it, then she could leave her on her own, as I would not take her with me, and I told her with my expression. You can have it, she said with a sigh after a few seconds, and moved to touch its protective field when I shook my head. You don't have to do that. Here is the key, I said and brought out the formation. It clearly surprised her but also confused her at the same time. When did why she stopped her question midway as understanding dawned on her face. The last time when we were here, Sarah tried to break the protection of the few artifacts while she was not able to do. It gave me a chance to copy those formations. I solved this formation when I had some free time in the garden. Buzz, she copied the formation and placed her gloved hand on the protection, and a few seconds later, the plate was completely free. I could see Sarah's hand twitch to take the plate, but she did not. It is good she did not, because I would have not let her do that. My strings were ready to intervene, and with all the great advancement, she is still not powerful enough to deal with my strings. I took the plate off the stand, and as I touched it, I felt its spatial nature of it. Without wasting any time, I inserted my energy inside it, and in the next second, information about it flooded into my mind, and reading it, a big ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on my face with the plate. The feather would finally get a reprieve. The artifact's name is Harser's Plate, and it is a spatial artifact. It is a pointer-type artifact. It could be used as a central piece in any spatial formation, and the most amazing thing about it is self-charging. The speed of charging is slow, but with the 3 times more time, I don't think I will need to continuously charge it as I do the feather. Most importantly, it can take the feather's place in the formation I use to trap the Grimms. With this plate, I now have feathers free for more important things, or I could combine the power of both of them to trap an especially powerful enemy. I hope I will never come across such an enemy, as the one that will require the power of both artifacts would definitely be above my league. The artifact is very good. The only regret I have about it is the ugly face of an Asar race man painted on it regretfully. I could not change it. Now that you have got the plate, open this for me, she said, mentioning the black metal bracelet. It will take time. I haven't broken that formation yet, I said, hearing that her eyes became even colder, and she opened her mouth to say something but closed it, seeing the smile on my face. Buzz, 2 days passed, and finally, the last artifact opened. It was a beautiful scaled leather jacket with the design of wavy sea waves and a beautiful moon hanging in the sky. It is one of few artifacts here that haven't had the ugly image of the Asar race man painted on it. In the past 2 days, we have broken out more than 20 artifacts. Some of them were useful, some were not. One was total useless that Sarah did not even store it in her storage. She threw it out. I had picked it up, thinking her trash might be my treasure, but I was wrong, though I did not throw it away. It is still an artifact, and of a pretty high-level one. I will be able to get something from it. I took the jacket in my hand and inserted energy inside it. 10 seconds later, I removed the defensive artifact I was wearing and wore a jacket. Its size instantly begins to change until it fits perfectly with me and feels quite amazing. I have many amazing clothes, even beautiful clothing artifacts, but I did not wear them, but this one is really good that I couldn't resist wearing. Seeing me wearing a jacket, even Sarah couldn't help but arch a brow. She can think whatever she wants, but I am not going to tell her about its abilities. She might ask for it, but she lost her chance when she chose the ring over the jacket. KRRR, let's go, she said coldly and walked toward the door and pushed it with her gloved hand. The door opened, and we finally walked into the familiar floor, where both of our cheeks turned red as we saw the statue. Sarah did not even glance at them before pushing the door with their gloved hand. This one I did not solve, but her glove. Its grade is high enough to solve this level of formation. We walked into the first floor and carefully avoided all traps lying there before finally reaching the exit door. It had been 9 days since we came here, and it was time that we returned to the pyramid. We flew out of the tomb, and once again that dense corruption hit us like before. It wanted to freeze our blood and burn it. For a while I thought the source of corruption might be in the tomb, but I was too wrong. While the corruption in the pool was strong, it was sealed. There was barely anything coming out of it. Most importantly, the corruption in the pool was not strong enough to affect such a large area for hundreds of years. That corruption must be really strong, and I wanted to get my hands on it. Now that I have got stainless lotuses, I would need a lot of corruption as I plan to grow a huge number of them. I marked this place in a list of places I will come to investigate when I have enough time and gained enough power. Our stealth methods are activated, and our steps are silent. Even after the big advancements, we did not forget that there are still monsters here who have the power to kill us. If we come across them, we will have no choice but run away. The jacket is good, Sarah commented as we moved through the corrupted forest. To that, I smiled. I have really lucked out getting this jacket. It is all-purpose and better than all the artifacts I was wearing. Even though I have read the information it had sent, I am still surprised by its power. Currently, it has amplified my stealth power and increased my speed. It also looked amazing. I am really liking this jacket. If its defensive amplifications are as good as stealth and speed, then I will never take off this jacket unless, of course, I find something better, but that will be very hard, considering I am not able to activate its full power with my current strength. In a few hours, we had reached the exit of the spatial realm this time. We were much more careful. We did not directly enter inside, instead begin to investigating for signs. The Grimms have entered this place, and who knows, they might be waiting on the other side, so we have to be careful lest we walk into our deaths. A minute of the careful investigation told me there was no sign of the Grimm monsters. As I had expected, they did not choose this way to enter the spatial realm. They have used a different one. There are several routes in the corrupted valley that leads to this realm, and some of them are dangerous. I signed off a few gestures of Sarah, and she nodded. I strode forward, and soon I passed through the spatial gap and entered the riverbed in the valley. There were no grim monsters as I had expected, but we had to be careful. A few seconds later, Sarah walked out, and we continued our travel. The corruption in the valley is a lot less than it is in the spatial realm, but we still kept our stealth abilities to the max. It does not hurt to be too careful. 2 hours passed, and we have finally stopped as we have reached the end of the valley and now space here, torn by us. Rip, I did not waste any time and moved my hand vertically, and the space tore open. The gap was big enough for both of us to walk in, and we did. We traveled silently through the space sea. I, as usual, was extra careful, and it seemed as if Sarah gave me a look. Scared of space sea, Sarah said coldly with a faint hint of mockery. It happens when some people mess with your beacon and throw you in space sea to die, I said with a voice that was colder than ice. It had instantly wiped out that faint mockery on Sarah's face. The next 40 seconds were completely silent before we stopped, and I tore space again, and we entered the real space, top of the pyramid's teleportation formation. Once again, I felt immense danger before it vanished. It happens every time when one enters the pyramid by tearing through the space. We stepped out of the teleportation formation and walked out of the hall toward the office of the Silas Bishop. On the way, I took a couple of deep breaths to control my emotions. Traveling through the space sea had brought back some of the traumatic memories. I did not want to be affected by them when I met with him, lest I say something which I regret. Knock, knock. We knocked on his office, and it opened a second later, but as we went in, we found the projection of the Silas Bishop busy looking at the screen. Lord Bishop, we said in unison while Sarah bowed. I did not. He looked at us with a stressed smile before soon his eyes turned to Sarah, and a frown appeared on his face. Sarah, you have leveled up to Grandmaster, he said with a frown. It is clear that he is not happy with her breakthrough. You should have waited. There was still some potential to unearth from your core before you make this extremely important breakthrough, he added without giving a Sarah chance to explain. I am not one bit surprised with admonishment. The Supremes have deep knowledge, and they treat their most prized talents with utter strictness, wanting them to unearth all the potential they could, so they would be able to reach the highest stage of power. Hearing his admonishment, a bright smile appeared on Sarah's face, which deepened the frown on Bishop's face. Lord Bishop, the opportunity I had sensed was much bigger than what I had expected. It had helped me beyond my dreams, she said without explaining much, obvious due to my presence. I wonder how Sarah Alwyn would react if she found out I know about the opportunity she had received much better than she does. I even have a recording of it and a sample of energy that came out of her core. I would have still liked it if you had made a breakthrough in the supervision of the seniors, he said while casting a small glance at me. I will keep that in mind next time making a breakthrough, she said, and the frown on his face finally eased. Both of you take the seat. I want all the details of the mission, he said and cast a glance at the screen before turning back to us. I'm quite curious about what he is looking at that made him so worried, but screens are made in such a way that persons sitting in our position could not see their content. We have encountered a grim treasure hunting party in the tomb. We have come against them in the final sanctum, Sarah informed as we sat, and a frown appeared back on his face, but he did not seem surprised by hearing it. For the past few months, those bastards are appearing everywhere, he cursed before turning to Sarah. How powerful were they, he asked. Very, she said and began explaining. 4 grandmasters, one was at a mid-level while 3 were at the peak. The one at the peak was very close to high grandmaster in strength and brought out an ancestral blessing weapon that shot its strength to high grandmaster, Sarah explained. This time he was truly shocked, and a second later, his eyes became serious as he looked at us. It was a good thing you could get away even with your advancement. You would not be the match of high grandmaster. You would be able to defend against one at most, he said, to which Sarah shook her head, little unwillingly. We killed them. Mitchell killed them, each and every one of them, she said, and it is clear by her expression she did not like saying the words coming out of her mouth, but she still said them while once again Silas Bishop got shocked. I did not know you have advanced to high grandmaster. Bishop asked. To that I shook my head. I did not, I replied without explaining further. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly his expression changed. He looked at the screen on his left. Lord Bishop, what is happening? Sarah asked a few seconds later when she saw the bishop was still staring at the screen. A battle. We have already lost 2 grandmasters in it, including a peak grandmaster, he said, shocking us. It is very hard to kill grandmasters on the open battlefield, especially the peak ones. They are great assets and would always be rescued. Both sides hate to lose them and rescue them if they seem at risk of dying. This is why before the final battle, most high-level grandmasters die in ruins and realms where they could not be aptly rescued, but now we have lost the 2 grandmasters, including the peak grandmaster. 10 minutes passed, and we were still sitting in the bishop's office. His eyes were still glued to the screen. I am worried and bored at the same time. It would have been one thing if he had let us see the battle, but he is hogging that screen all to himself. And even yes, women Sarah is not like this one bit, but she is not voicing her complaint. Lord Bishop, I hope you will excuse me. As you know, I have been away for 9 days and have some important things to look at, I said, once again making Sarah glare at me. I did not know why she glared at me. I was quite polite with my words when I had asked to be excused, but it seemed like you could not please some people, no matter what you do. Wait, he said without looking. That turned Sarah's glare into a mocking smirk. I did not say anything to his refusal. Instead, I just laid back on my chair, and my eyes turned a little hazy as I had put most of my focus on my core. I have many things to do, like opening the storage of the grim monsters, which I had been able to do since I had been so busy. So, without wasting any time, I begin to open the enchanting resources and begin with the storage of Masterclass Grims. The first storage I opened was that of the peak Masterclass Grims who tried to run, which I think was also a Rune Grandmaster. I unloaded all of its storage, and the moment I did, my eyes shone like a sun seeing the sheer amount of books it had. I totally forgot about the 2 stainless blood soul lotuses and other treasures I had and only focused on the books. The amount of books is huge. It is even greater than I had found in the Old Foxman, which is surprising considering this is just a master while Old Foxman was a mid-grandmaster. I immediately began to look at the books, thinking they would be subpar, seeing the level of their collector and the sheer number of them, but boy, I had been wrong. Not only these books are amazing, but they also seem to be even better than the ones I had found in the storage of the Grimm. Most importantly, the majority of them, over 90 of them, are in a universal language, which immediately reinforced my view that this bastard had been lucky enough to find some big library. I have never been such lucky at most. I found few shelf books, which is not a library, just a personal collection. I looked at the books in wonder and immediately began to sort them, forgetting everything else. I did not care for the other storage I had to look for and just focused on the books. Grandmaster Czar, I did not know how long it passed when I heard Silas Bishop calling my name in a louder tone than usual. My apologies, Lord Bishop. I had been lost in my thoughts. I apologized. He seemed to have called me several times and was quite angry. He did not seem impressed by it, and I did not care. It was my mistake, and I apologized. Whether he accepted it or not is his business. You two are going to Garda's Prairie. As a backup, only take action when you think the human grandmasters are in danger, he said, and before I could say or ask anything, I saw teleportation formation covering Sarah and me, and a moment later, we disappeared. Before we disappeared, I saw the crafty smirk in Bishop's eyes, which made me curse him profusely. BOOMBANNGBAMMM. I was still cursing that bastard Bishop when I appeared on the battlefield, filled with deafening sounds and obliterating shockwaves. In front of me, I saw 9 grandmasters and 2 high grandmasters fighting against 14 grandmasters and 4 high grandmasters. It was the most intense battle I had ever seen, far more intense than when the Grand Lords fought. When grim Grand Lords came to kill me after my breakthrough, that battle was quite muted. I could already see some familiar faces in humans. Some of them I know quite well. There are even a few grim monsters that I read about. Some of them are really hard to kill, like Bazwa. That bastard is too fast, faster than me. As we appeared, I saw several powerful soul senses locking on us, including the soul senses of high grandmasters, though they did not move to attack us, and we also faded from the view. As orders say, we were to only take action when humans are in danger or someone attacks us. I very much hope they do. As I looked around, confusion couldn't help but appear on my face. Garda's Valley is an important battlefield, important enough to have a peak grandmaster in charge and 3 lower-level grandmasters. Pretty decisive battles happen here every week, but they have never reached this degree as it is now, and they might become even more intense. Both sides might keep pouring grandmasters after grandmasters before anyone knows. Grand Lords join the battle. It has happened many times throughout history. War is not something you can control. There are many factors that dictate its flow. If things escalate to the extreme, the final battle might occur today, or it would take years. Nothing can be sure when it comes to war. It is not just grandmasters that are present on the battlefield, but also other lower-level powerhouses, millions of them. Looking at the signs below, they have fought an intense battle before grandmasters and grand lords stepped in, and now they are just standing in their fortresses. Both sides are fighting intensely, but one can see the battles are at a standstill. The humans are on slightly defensive, but the Grims are not making any gains either. As I had said, things could change any time, and I really hope they did. I really wanted to fight, and I was not the only one. I could see the battle spirit burning in Sarah, yes, and her whole body was shaking. She's barely able to control herself to not jump in the battle. This is the type of environment Sarah loves. She is a war angel who likes to fight the most. While I did not speak to her, I have heard about her a lot before becoming a tyrant. She was very active on the battlefields. She had led hundreds of battles and killed elite and leader-class tyrant while still being emperor. There are very few who come close to her battles, even I did not fight as much as battles as she did. A few more minutes passed, and no dramatic changes had occurred, which was really disappointing, but at least I was not bored. My avatar is still sorting up the huge collection of books, and each book is making me happy. This collection is different than the one I had found in the old Foxman's storage, where nearly 70 of books were related to two subjects, poison and runology. This collection is much wider. There are all types of books here. There are even books on the subject, like machinery and astrology. Still, I wish some big change to occur. I had just made an advancement, and I like to test it. There are some powerful Grimms here that I would very much like to fight. Hun. Few minutes passed, and I had nearly lost hope something interesting had happened when suddenly my expression changed. I sensed the spatial fluctuations, and with it, two Grimms have appeared. They have kept themselves hidden as we are, but I could see them, and so is Sarah as her eyes blazed. She might have been able to sense them, but I doubt she was able to sense their level and their aura, which they kept very tightly sealed. I sensed it all through my rule-bending power, and it couldn't help but make me excited. Those two are just like Sarah, an initial grandmaster with a powerful core. They would be a tough challenge if we fought against them, but it seems like that is likely to happen. Like us, they seem to have been ordered to take action when something dramatic happened. Otherwise, they would have acted already. It is really depressing, but there is nothing we could do against it. Another 20-some minutes passed, and people on both sides gave a few injuries to one another, but that is all. One time I had really thought I would need to take action to same a mid-class grandmaster, but she brought out a powerful defensive method to defend. Hun, in what seemed like days, the opportunity had finally arrived. Grandmaster Seha was finally able to bind the snow werewolf in her lightning chains, which I had not thought she would be able to do, but werewolf's idiocy has given her a chance, and now she has begun to electrocute to death. The werewolf is struggling hard, but the lightning has numbed its movements and burning it. If it continued, then it would burn to death within 10 seconds, and of course the Grimms wouldn't let that happen. Ceased, wretched human, stop. 4 Grimms shouted, including the 2 hiding, and moved, but it was not them that shocked me but the attack of Snow Werewolf, a high grandmaster who attacked from above with thousands of ice lances before the moving to defend against the attack of Lord Da. Lord Da moved to destroy the attack, but the other Grim High Grandmaster stopped it, while the other human High Grandmaster was too far to do anything. Freaking Grim bastards, Sarah cursed as we both moved toward the Grandmaster Seha, while watching thousands of huge ice lances coming down at her, the attack she was not able to bear. It is not just the attack of the High Grandmaster coming at her, but also from the Peak Grandmaster that is fighting not far from her and 2 hidden Grimms that arrived not long ago. Even if she somehow survives the attack of the High Grandmaster, she will have still difficulty surviving 3 powerful attacks. Even though we are too far to save her, by the time we reach her with our speed, she would have already suffered the 4 attacks. She seemed to know it as horror appeared on her face, but despite that, she did not let go of that smirking werewolf and kept electrocuting it with even more power. Still, it would not be enough to kill it before the ice lances come to skewer her. Bannng. It took little more than a second for ice lances to reach her, and when everyone thought they skewer her apart till nothing of her had remained, the attack hit the invisible shields, which became visible to all as the attack hit her. People watched in shock as thousands of lances began exploding as they crashed against my shields. Even Grandmaster Seha, who closed her eyes at the last moment, opened her eyes and watched in shock as ice lances exploded. You, Sarah said beside me, but I did not glance at her, and instead turned to the High Grandmaster Werewolf. Gadger, you are High Grandmaster, you should not interfere in a battle of Grandmasters, I said as I made myself visible. The eyes of Werewolf widened up, seeing others also shocked that they began to create the distance between them and me. Even 2 Grandmasters who were coming toward me had stopped in their tracks. Seeing such a reaction, a small smile appeared on my face. It seemed like I had become quite famous among the Grimms to react in such a way as I appeared. Michiel Zar, Snow Werewolf said with the gritted teeth as it defended against the attack of Grandmaster Da. Though seeing how you love attacking the Grandmasters, you can attack me. I want to see how my shields fare against your puny attacks, I teased. If earlier it had been angry, it is fuming mad, and if there hadn't been constant attacks from Grandmaster Da, it would have really come down to attack me. Well, how about you guys? I would be more than happy to entertain you too, I said to the 2 initial Grimms, and to my surprise, they did not move. I thought they would come at me raging, but not a single move. I would have a hard time killing one, much less 2 if they came together at me, but it seemed like they did not have the same confidence as I have in them. Fine, I will not come here. My friend Sarah will be more than enough to accompany you too, I said, and to which Sarah seemed surprised and glared at me before she flew toward the 2 Grimms with fire blazing in her eyes, while I have remained in my place with a bright smile hanging on my face. I may look confident, but I am not so much as some unexpected element has occurred. A truly powerful high grandsters have entered the field. These ones are at the level of council members. I have even sensed the aura of council members. It is the reason why I did not move toward those two Grims, especially that one with the bloodline core. It had been so long, and I have harvested tens of grandmasters, but yet did not get to harvest a grandmaster with a core. Forget the one with a bloodline core, I have not even harvested the one with an inheritance core, and I really wanted to do that. This is the thing that had been bugging me for quite a while, and I thought today would be the day I would be able to do that, but those bastards above have spoiled my plan. Now I am sitting like a duck while others fighting. Sarah had reached the two grandmasters and revealed her angel form, which had changed heavily after her breakthrough into the grandmaster class. Her armor has become even more elaborate, and her metal wings have become even longer. Each feather of her metal wings looked like a work of art. It did not pale in comparison to the claymore she was holding in her hand. The two Grims also revealed their forms with an excited smile on their ugly faces as they moved towards Sarah. A few seconds passed, and the snow werewolf in lightning chains had reached near the end of its life. It seemed like those from above will take action. Save it, and I promise you, not even half of your numbers will remain next second, I said slowly with a big smile hanging on my face. The smile did not collapse as three extremely powerful high grandmaster auras bore down on me very next moment. To be honest, I feel like I might get crushed to passe next second, and damn bastard council man is not even helping me. I had to bear it all with a bright smile on my face. 3 seconds passed, and the snow werewolf died. It died a horrible, painful death, and nobody had saved it. It seemed like they had taken my threats seriously, and they did the right thing otherwise. I would have killed the 9 grandmasters fighting in front of me as I had threatened. I even had permission. With it dead, Grandmaster Seha moved toward another grim grandmaster to fight while my shields disappeared. Even those high above would have a hard time finding them. I also disappeared from the view too. Since I am not fighting, there is no use for me to remain visible. It was quite a disappointment. I really wanted to fight. Retreat, the high grandmasters fighting both sides shouted, and with that the huge battle instantly stopped and people began to separate. I could see a look of disappointment on Sarah and the two grandmasters' faces as they separated. They had been fighting for more than an hour and still looked more disappointed than I should feel. I not only did not get to fight, but also been asked not to kill any grandmaster. I had the trigger in hand, and if I wished, I could have killed them all. All of them, including the 2 initial grandmasters that Sarah was fighting, but I was asked not to. You have grown very quickly. Last time I had seen you, you were not even a grandmaster, and now you're talking back to a high grandmaster, said Lord Da as he appeared beside me. It was just bravado, Lord Da, nothing more, I replied, and he smiled. You should be careful, especially with threatening, he advised. I will be careful, I replied, to which he nodded. Lord Da was one of the early grandmasters I had had when I was just an elite with master's strength. He was a peak grandmaster and made a breakthrough to high grandmaster within a month of waking up. He was planning to make a breakthrough, but Grims had attacked him, and he had been forced to sleep in the Hall of Sleep and woken up by Grandmaster Charline more than 5 decades later in me. I was talking with the Grandmaster when a woman who looked to be in her early 40s came flying toward me. Grandmaster Seha, I did what anyone in my position do, I said, and a complicated smile appeared on her face. Anna had brought you up well. If Rose had been alive today, she would have been very proud of you too, she said. Hearing that, a little awkward smile couldn't help but appear on my face. She was a very good friend of Rose, the wife of my mother who died 30 years ago, and one of few people my mother had remained in contact with after moving out of the central continent. You have injured yourself, Grandmaster Seha, give me your hand. I said she had not only injured, but also overexerted herself and would take time if she were to heal her on her own. She gave me her hand without hesitation. I took her hand, and hundreds of tiny strings pierced her through my hand. It was slightly painful, but nothing she could not bear. It took a few seconds for my strings to spread into her body before thick healing energy and herbal essence, which came directly from my core, began to spread inside her. Ever since the project began, I have nearly stopped healing. I only healed the emergency patients that others couldn't deal with and the people in the Hall of Sleep, where now only 3 people have remained. While I had stopped healing, my skills have improved tremendously. I now have hundreds of subjects on whom I could research to my heart's content and the data they provide on a daily basis. Not to mention my research and an immense amount of books I am reading, all of it has improved my healing by leaps and bounds. 26 seconds later, I took out my string, and now considerable change had occurred. Her pale brown skin had become ruddy, and her aura also had stabilities. Her serious injuries are also rapidly healing and should be finished healing within a few minutes. You should be recovered to your peak within half an hour, I said as I released her hand from mine while she looked at me in wonder. Anna is really lucky to have a son like you, she said after a moment. I am lucky to have her as my mother, and my father is no less amazing, I replied, to which she smiled. You do have scholarly like your father, she said. We talked as we entered the fort. I directly went to the infirmary where I healed those who were in serious danger, whether it was king or tyrant. I healed those who were in danger before I went to a conference room where the big meeting was happening. The whole projection of the council is that there are also 3 peak grandmaster, 2 high grandmaster, Sarah, and of course, Councilman Sai. Council, you should have given me permission. We have suffered a huge loss today, I said, and my tone was a little angry. I am angry. We have lost 2 grandmasters, and so is Grim Monsters, which is a huge loss seeing they have more than double the number of grandmasters. Grandmaster Mitchell, you killing all of them would have led to huge consequences. There was a huge chance that it might have erupted into something big, and we are not ready for it, at least yet, said Grand Commander. Still, I said a little softly. I understood their reason for restraint, but I really wanted to kill those bastards. The council understands what you are feeling, but have patience, Grand Commander said before she turned toward others who were hearing the conversation with shocked faces. Even high grandmasters like Lord Duh and Lord Fisher were shocked to hear it. The numbers in today's battle should not be surprising, said Grand Commander before stopping for a moment. For the past 4 months, the Grims are consistently increasing the number of grandmasters on the battlefield. The infusion is steady and likely to continue. So I hope you make preparation. Grandmaster Varga's coming days would not be easy. She gave the grim warning, which made expressions of the commander of Garda's fortress. She did not like what she heard. Nobody in her position would. I stepped out of teleportation formation as I appeared back in the pyramid. The meeting lasted for more than 1 hour and covered numerous aspects and hard truths which we have to face. The meeting had once again reinforced my view that given how steadily numbers of Grims are rising, 100 Grim monsters wouldn't be enough. If they continued to increase their numbers, they wouldn't even need a final battle at all. They would be able to overwhelm us with their general numbers. It had been months since the pyramid had begun drafting from its reserve, and within 2 to 3 months, that reserve was going to hit bottom, and Pyramid would have no choice but tap into the numbers I had created. I just hope when they do, I will have enough numbers that even if the tide of grandmasters came, we would be able to handle that. I shook my head after a few minutes of thinking about it. I should not worry about it too much. There are councilmen, and the Grand Lord is there for that. The only thing I should be focusing on is creating more grandmasters. It is going well. The King Project, which began not even 2 months ago, is showing great progress and has sent hundreds of great seeds into the little project that Grandmaster Salvador is handling. I have my eyes on a few people. I hope they do well and reach the Turnt class soon. Buzz, I appeared in my room and opened the door to the council room before walking inside. It is quite late and my parents and sister are sleeping while Marina is working. I am quite tired, but I want to see Marina before I take the rest. I have already sent her the message she will come. Till then I will see the progress all 3 projects have made in my absence. I began to read, and most of the things were going well, except for a few things which made me frown. One thing is the death rate in the little project, which spiked a little this month. The deaths are not due to the experiments. We will never do that. Until now, since the inception of the project, not a single subject has died due to experiments. A few have come quite close to it, but a group of experienced healers like Grandmaster Charline and I were able to save them on time. The deaths are due to the war once selected. We do not keep the subject cooped up in the facilities. No, we sent them out in war to fight. After their treatments, they return in a week or 2 again to go through various treatments and experiments before going back to the war. Though the projects have lost some very good seeds in the war, there is nothing we could do about it. War is one of the main reasons they are progressing so fast. Even with my miraculous methods, they wouldn't have improved this fast without the constant battles they fought, which forced them to bring out all their potential to survive. They looked fine, I said as I looked at the names of places we were sent to fight and the intensity of those battlefields, and I did not find any problem there. I will change the battlefields this month, but will do that next month if this trend continues. Buzz, I was reading through the material when I suddenly stopped and looked back when I saw the teleportation formation light up behind, and Marina appeared on it. I missed you, Marina said as she appeared beside me, and we began to kiss like the thirsty teenagers with tongues wrestling and hands moving around each other's bodies. There was hesitation in the movements of our hands as there had been a few months ago. Our relationship is maturing by day, and so are the boundaries. Though there is no haste in our movements, we are taking things slowly and naturally. Ola, my hands reached her bottom and pressed just as I did. A low moan escaped her lips. I loved the sound that I pressed them even harder, making her moan even louder. It took a while before we separated, but the desire in our eyes was still burning. This jacket looks good on you, Marina said as she touched it carefully. I think so too, and it is also quite useful, I replied, taking her in my lap as I sat down. I have missed you, I said as I nuzzled my nose in her hair, breathing her calm smell. In these stressful times, she is the anchor that keeps me sane. If it were not for her, I would have definitely been crushed under the pressure of expectations I am feeling. I tried to not let those things affect me, but what I am doing will directly affect the fate of the whole. Rare, it tends to make one feel quite a pressure. How was the mission? She asked as she leaned down on me. It was good I got man good things, including this fine jacket. I said to that. She smiled. I am glad. It always makes me feel worried when you go out on the mission, she said. Nothing will happen to me, I replied with more confidence than I was feeling. You should rest, you seemed quite tired. She said. I am not, I said and pressed her even closer to me, but she shook her head and moved out of my embrace. Rest, Mitchell, she said. Fine, I said tiredly, the first time showing how tired I was. I got up and kissed her temple before walking toward the door. A minute later, I was in my bed with my eyes closed. I was very tired. It had been 3 days since I hadn't slept in the battle I had participated in. While I did not join the battle for more than a few seconds, it was still stressful, and now I just want to take a long sleep as from tomorrow. I will not have even a second of rest. It had been 5 days since I had returned from the ruin, and I was swamped with work. Overseeing all 3 projects is not an easy thing, especially after a break when there are hundreds of things waiting for me to do. Currently, I am sitting on the floor, surrounded by 64 elite tyrants, all of whom have 9 tubes like strings attached to their bodies while they are being densely covered in a dark gray clay mixture, which is densely packed with runes. I have been at it for nearly 40 minutes and would be finished in 10 minutes at most. I have my eyes closed, but I can clearly see the great metaphysical changes that are occurring in them. The changes are similar to what the other 4 batches had gone through. I have been doing this since morning, and the result has been great, better than great. It is phenomenal. Well, I should not be surprising, considering I am using precious stainless blood soul lotus essence on them. Very few people get a chance to use the resource such at their life. Even grandmasters rarely come across such resources and use them, and now I am using that resource on these elites. Thankfully, the stainless blood soul lotus was an extremely high-level resource that I barely used 10 of single petals on these people. Still, despite that, the lotuses I wouldn't take long to disappear the number of people is part of the Grandmaster project. Currently, I am limiting its use only to the people who were chosen for the Grandmaster project and selecting a few people from the Little Project and King's project, which I am sure would be part of the Grandmaster project. I would have liked to use them on all the subjects, but 3 lotuses are not enough. I have only allotted 3 lotuses to the projects, while the other 2 are me and those close to me. I have already experienced the benefits of the stainless blood soul lotus, and it helped me tremendously. It is not only me but also Marina, my parents, my sister, and my mentee Neela. Danielle and others are out, but as soon as they return, I will wash their bodies with the stainless blood soul lotus. The stainless blood soul lotus is performing its magic on these elites. It is removing their impurities, consolidating their strength while strengthening their body and soul. When this process is over, they will feel fresh while their strength will boost by at least 20, and they will have an easier time making a breakthrough. These are just the immediate benefits, the real benefits they will experience over time. Tuck, tuck, tuck. 8 minutes passed, and finally my tube-like strings began to come out of their bodies, making a hard sound. As all my strings came out, a Kindle of Silver 4 appeared over my index finger, which I threw up. It instantly divided into 64 and crashed against the 64 elites. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. The thick dark gray layer covering them instantly burned to death, revealing 64 elites who have become significantly thinner. The purification of the stainless blood soul lotus is deep, and it is not just the lotus I used. I have used a special herbal mixture that increases the power of the stainless lotus. Most of the impurities are from them. You all can leave, I said as I got up. All of them got up, bowed, and left silently, and soon only I left in the hall, though not for much longer. A few seconds later, Grandmaster Salvador and Grandmaster Charline walked in. Both of them looked significantly thinner, but had a deep vibrancy in their skin and aura. I am really jealous of these young ones. If I had the same resources as these people have, this old man might be just a step away from becoming a Grand Lord, said Grandmaster Salvador, with a hint of jest. I don't know anything about Grand Lord, but I think both of your chances of reaching High Grandmaster class are pretty good, I said, and this is true. Both of them are extremely talented and have already completed the requisite in their inheritance, only held up by the limitation of their bodies. The subjects are not the only ones who are receiving the benefits. The administrators of the project too were also doing it. They are the first ones to receive any good benefits that have come. Grandmistress Charline had already made the breakthrough into the peak Grandmaster class, and as long as she continued improving, she can definably become a High Grandmaster. I really hope what you said is a true, young man. It had been more than 1,000 years since High Grandmaster has appeared in my family, he said. Don't worry, Grandmaster, as long as you die in a few years, you will definitely become a High Grandmaster, I said, and that made him glare at me. A few seconds later, my expressions turned serious as I looked at them. How many do you think are ready to make a breakthrough into the leader class? I asked. I had crafted special lenses that left them to see the meth scans of elites when they are going through the purification process. I have already had a number in mind, but I like to take their opinions. It has helped more times than I count. Grandmistress Charling quickly signed the gestures, answering my question. 53 from 325, two more than I had thought, I said, and without me asking, she forwarded the list of names to me. 51 are the same as I decided. While 2 is her addition, I quickly opened the meta scan of 2 and studied it quickly. We will go by your list, prepare for their breakthrough grandmistress, I said and hashed out a few details before walking out of the hall. Buzz. I had just taken a step into the conference room when my holowatch buzzed with the message, and when I read it, a big bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. So he is finally ready, I said and appeared over teleportation formation, and a second later I disappeared. Grandmaster, I am ready, said Leonard. I am not surprised to hear that he has been ready for months, but I was not. I have wanted him to be completely sure of his choice, as what we are going to do is extremely dangerous. He could die or worse, be a cripple, or something else entirely happen. It is completely uncharted territory for me. Are you really sure? A failure will ruin you forever, I asked. I have already explained the dangers of it clearly, as the chances of failure are greater than I like them to be. I am sure, he said firmly. Since you are, let's begin, I said and waved my hand. A small formation appeared on the floor with the resources neatly plated on it. If anyone sees these resources, their eyes will go wide, and even Leonard is a little surprised to see them. He quickly got over his surprise and took off most of his clothes before sitting in the center of the formation with a calm look, but I could see the hidden nervousness in his eyes. We will first purify your body. It will give us a greater chance of success, I said and took out a small crystal box. Inside the box is a single blood red lotus petal. Eat this, I said and handed him the petal of stainless blood soul lotus. Buzz. He ate the petal without question, and I activated the formation. Unlike the elites, Leonard did not need my help in purification. With Leonard going through the purification, I began to look through the preparation which I had spent months on, and everything looked perfect. I have done everything I could. Whether we succeed or not will depend on my preparations, his resilience, and a little bit of luck. Step. I was double-checking, triple-checking the preparations, triple-checking them when I heard steps behind me. I did not have to look behind to see who it was. Only one person beside Leonard, and I knew what I was doing and had access to come here. How are the preparations? Asked Marina softly. I have done everything I could, I replied, to which she nodded and sat beside me, weaving her hand into mine. D-Hub. Half an hour passed, and the formation died down like I did with elites in the morning. I summoned the kindle of silver fire and burned all the impurities piled up on Leonard's body, revealing the Leonard who had gone through the purification. The changes in him are very noticeable. His buffed-up body has become considerably thin, and now he looks like a normal person and not a mini-giant. There is also radiance to him, which couldn't help but people look at him. If he walked in the streets, people would turn to look at him. The important changes have happened inside him, unlike what happened with elites. Here most of the energy of petals had gone for the purification, as unlike them, Leonard's strength was already consolidated, and he had already reached the limit, so there was not much increase there. The result is better than I had expected. With such a pure body, the chances of success would increase a little. You are now ready to begin, I said and motioned toward the huge formation, which had covered the whole hall. With a huge amount of resources placed on it, they are not just for the process, but also for the breakthrough that will come later. If we succeed, then Leonard will definitely make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class and would need these resources. Leonard walked into the center of the huge formation and sat down and looked pink at the blue triangle in front of him. The triangle is the most important part, and it is an amalgamation of all the hard work I had put into realizing this ambitious project of mine. You can still back down. Leonard, it is not late, I said, giving him one last chance to back down from this dangerous endeavor. I have made my mind, mentor, he replied, and hearing his tone, I did not question him further. Activate the formation then, I said with excitement and nervousness burning in my eyes. Buzz. He activated the formation, and half of it had lit up like a burning. A second later, the pink-blue triangle began to float in the air slowly and stopped a few moments later when it reached the level of Leonard's chest and moved toward it. It took a few seconds for it to reach his heart before it began to seep inside him. There was no resistance from Leonard while it happened, only excitement for it. Soon it reached inside his heart, near his inheritance point and fusion point of his art and constitution. The pyramid had already lost its shape as it had seeped inside Leonard's heart now. It is just a blob of pink-blue which is now moving toward the inheritance point. I watched with the bated breaths as it had touched the inheritance point, and there was no reaction from it. Usually the inheritance points are very sensitive. They would react to anything that touched them, much less threaten their existence, which is what I am trying to achieve. I am going to destroy this inheritance and replace it with the one I had crafted for Leonard. If it works, then it will transform Leonard. The inheritance is crafted for Leonard's, taking his strength and weakness in mind. With it, he will be able to display the immense power his fusion of art and constitution provide, even though I don't know the kind of strength he will have. This is a very dangerous thing I am doing, and if it had been inheritance outside of the world, I would not have even thought about doing something like it. But this inheritance is created by someone in our world, a grandmaster. This inheritance has stunted Leonard's growth. If he had an apex inheritance in its place or one of the good inheritance, he would have been grandmaster, even without my help. In just a few seconds, it had completely covered the inheritance point, and now it is seeping inside it, covering every ruin that exists inside it and the runes of inheritance that spread throughout Leonard's body. I have a huge meta scan of Leonard in front of me, so Marina can see what is happening. Now she sees hundreds of runes becoming visible every second throughout Leonard's body as the pink-blue substance covers them. It is really amazing, Marina said, and before I could say anything, I found Marina's lips on mine in a passionate kiss that lit up fire across my body but ended up too soon. I really wanted to press her up against the wall and have my way with her, but I was doing a very important thing and couldn't afford to be distracted, and she knew it as she looked at me with a dare in her twinkling eyes. You will pay the price for it, I said in my mind as I took a deep break before focusing back on Leonard's metaphysical scan, which had now littered with runes, and hundreds were still appearing every second. Finally, the pink-blue substance has covered the whole inheritance of Leonard. There is not a single ruin that hadn't been covered by it. Now, it is the most important part, destroying the inheritance and replacing it with the new inheritance right after. Many things could go wrong during the process, from the explosion of runes to the shatter of veins and heart, which would cripple one immediately. I have made all the preparations, so something might like that not happen, but even with all the preparations, I do not have complete confidence. Leonard, I am pulling the trigger, I said, giving him the one final chance after this. There is no going back. Do it, Grandmaster, he said with his eyes full of conviction. Hearing that, I did not hold back anymore and began the deed. Khuch kuch kuch. The pink-blue substance pressured the runes with great pressure, not only on the runes but also on the inheritance point. The pressure was great, so great inheritance point, and all the runes got crushed in a single moment. Seeing that, I couldn't take a sigh of relief as this process needs to be quick as possible. The power contained in the body will be directionless and it will begin to mess around. If things go bad, then within a few minutes, Leonard will become a puddle of flesh and blood. A moment after the inheritance runes are destroyed, Leonard begins to scream. Leonard did not scream easily, but the pressure its directionless power putting on him was making him scream loud. I could already see the huge power inside its body and soul making begin to wreak the havoc. I had a minute at most before Leonard suffered unrecoverable damages. I acted immediately the moment the runes were destroyed. The pink-blue substance began to absorb all their energy rapidly. The speed of absorption is very high, but despite that, it takes a long, especially at the inheritance point. These runes contain massive energy, most of which they collected after Leonard became my mentee, but these runes were using the energy extremely inefficiently with the new inheritance I had created. I want to rectify that problem and hope I succeed. It took 16 seconds for the pink-blue substance to absorb the destroyed runes and recede back to a blob in the heart. Begin. I said in shining formation lit up even bright, and inside Leonard, change began to occur. Thousands of solid runes begin to transform out of the blob formations after formation appear and connect with each other, while Leonard's body begins the slow collapsing process. He had fallen down, still screaming, but if one looked at his eyes, they would find they were still sane. The majority of grandmasters would not bear what he was feeling. The pain he is feeling due to the collapse of body and soul is unimaginable. Even I did not know a thing I would be able to bear such pain. I could not do anything to elevate this pain. Healing energies or painkillers might disturb the process, and I could not have that. 30 seconds had passed since the old inheritance was destroyed, and now Leonard had begun bleeding from his orifices. His skin also began to slip and bleed. Inside him, half of the blob had turned into the runes, and the other had rapidly turned in 15 to 20 seconds. All the blob would turn into the ruins. Leonard just had to bear it till that. Each second feels like an hour as I watch his condition of the Leonard. I wish I could make it faster, but I cannot. I have tried everything I could to make it faster and safer and felt I had done a pretty good job, but now, looking at Leonard's condition, it did not feel that. Finally, at the 57th second since the destruction of the old inheritance, the blue-pink blob had turned into a pyramid of runes. The pyramid may look tiny, but 500,000 runes have been used. Half of the job of this stage had been finished. Now it is time to finish the other half. It is more dangerous than the other part, imprinting the inheritance on Leonard and hope his body and soul accept it. I don't know whether I will succeed, as I have destroyed the old inheritance and wiped away all its signs, just as bloodline fruit does before merging with the host. Still, sometimes even the body does not accept the perfect things like the bloodline fruit, so there is a high chance that it might not accept it. Still, I think I would not faint, and the reason for it is the rule-bending power. Nearly every treatment Leonard got and experiment I have done on him had rule-bending power, and the better part of these inheritance runes is made of the rule-bending power. So it will act as a bridge, I do hope it does. Buzz, the moment the whole blob transformed into the pyramid of runes, it shone brightly, and thousands and hundreds of runic chains have released from it and began to spread into every part of his body. It took only 9 seconds for the runes to spread through his whole body, making the implantation process finished. Now, it is time to activate the inheritance within a minute. I will know whether the inheritance will work or not. Buzz. The runes buzzed loudly before lighting up blindingly. They lit up so bright that Leonard's whole body began to shine from outside. I could see the runes merging with Leonard's body and soul, taking control of the energies. They are facing the resistance more than I thought, but this inheritance is having none of it. It crushed through the resistance and began to take control of every part of the body at amazing speed, much faster than I had expected given the resistance. Before I know it, 10 minutes have passed, and the inheritance has finally imprinted itself on Leonard. Leonard, activate the inheritance, I said as he stood up stumblingly. He nodded and activated the inheritance as he did. The gray, blue, and gray energies swirled around him, and the armor began to form around his body. The armor is blue-gray in color and looks like it is made of steel and stone and radiates pure might. I looked at his meta scan. There was no problem with the synchronization of his body and soul with his new inheritance. I could see how efficiently he would be able to use his power through this inheritance. You did it. You have changed his inheritance without making him lose a single level. Only the miracle fruits are capable of such fear, Marina said with wonder shining in her eyes. Destroying inheritance is not complicated. There are safe ways, but through these ways, one not only loses their levels, but it also affects their talents. People do not take that step unless they have no other choice. Tap. I tapped on the ground with my foot, and a single layer formation activated, and essences placed on it released the smoke, which began to move toward Leonard. There are things I have to do, but before I do that, I have to heal all the injuries on Leonard's body. If I begin with the injuries present, he will die within a minute. Tap. I once again tapped on the floor and deactivated the healing formation, and the same time, withdrew my strings as all the injuries on the Leonard have been healed. Leonard, pull the fusion point in your inheritance, I said. He nodded and closed his eyes, and the next moment, I saw the movement in his inheritance point and the center of constitution and art. Runic chains have come out of the runic triangle of inheritance point and now begin to wrap around the fusion of art and constitution, so it could pull it and fix it into the circular cavity that appeared in the center of the pyramid. It is necessary for the fusion point to come under the inheritance so Leonard could make a smooth breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. Usually one needs to have a comprehension of the inheritance, among other conditions, to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. Leonard has fulfilled all the conditions, except for having a comprehension of the inheritance. While I could make a forced breakthrough, doing that would not be wise and could have big repercussions. So I am taking a shortcut. I am taking aid in the fusion of constitution and art. The whole inheritance is based on it. Leonard will automatically have what Danielle is working hard to achieve, a fusion between her art and inheritance. With the fusion point in inheritance, Leonard will have all the comprehension needed to make a breakthrough in inheritance. After that, the fusion point goes back to its original place, with a runic link between them which will have fusion power of inheritance and art and the constitution. Just thinking about the kind of strength Leonard will have is making me excited. It will be different than any kind of power anyone has in our world. Finally, the runic chains have brought the constitution plus art point inside the inheritance. It is trying to get away, but the runic chains are binding it tightly. The measure is temporary. After the breakthrough is over, I will let it go back to its place as it wants to right now as the runic chains pull it. Buzz. Leonard, begin the breakthrough, I said, and the next moment the inheritance point lit up. Hundreds of thousands of runes in a pyramid and those spread into the body had lighted up, along with the rest of the formation outside. With the fusion point inside the inheritance, the breakthrough begins without a hitch, and within a minute, Leonard's body begins to accept the resources. I could see the breakthrough was like any other natural breakthrough without any problem, and that couldn't help but calm my mind. He is really breaking through the Grandmaster class, Marina said with a hint of surprise. Yes, but I would have liked it if we had waited. In a few months, Leonard would have gained enough comprehension to create a core, and breaking through after that would have given him far more benefits, I said with a regretful sigh. If I had any regret, then it would be Leonard not creating the core before his breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. We could have waited, but it was a great risk. There was a chance that soul and body would react and fight against the inheritance. If it had happened when Leonard was away, it would have been life-threatening for him. I could not that risk Leonard, and he also agreed, so we decided to go with a breakthrough with the aid of the fusion point. With the breakthrough of the Grandmaster class, the inheritance would be itched on his deepest level, thoroughly wiping out any resistance. There would be no problems in the future. Within a minute, a cloud of herbal energy has covered Leonard, and his body is sucking it all greedily. I could see the inheritance working smoothly. There is not a single problem that could be seen in its working. 20 minutes have passed, and nearly half of the resources had been sucked away by Leonard, and he is taking them at even greater speed. It won't be long before the worldly energy begins to gather, as these resources are far from enough to finish the breakthrough. Some more time passed before finally, the cloud of worldly energy began to gather above Leonard, and it is the most neutral worldly energy, which is an extremely rare sight, or it could be said that something which never happened. As the bloodlines have their bloodline source, the inheritances have their special worldly energies. Anyone with inheritance who make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster has special worldly energies. The inheritance created by the people of our world does not have the special worldly energies. We are not powerful enough to forge a connection with special energies and interpret it through the runic formation. The worldly are still powerful energy, and with the aid of constitution plus art, the energy of Leonard would not be any weaker than any shining stars. D-Hub, the cloud of worldly energy, had just begun gathering when suddenly it had popped and began to disperse. It had greatly surprised me, as I had not thought something like this to happen. It should not have happened, according to my calculation. I begin to search for the reason while also bringing out contingency, a huge amount of energy crystals. While I may have not thought something like to happen, I have prepared for it nonetheless. Not only it, but I have also prepared for all sorts of contingencies that might occur. Hun. It took me barely a second to know the reason for the disbursement of worldly energy. How could I not notice when it was shining so bright? It was a fusion of art and constitution that stopped it. As for why, I don't know. The fusion is something that I do not understand, even one of its mystery. It was created by people who were so powerful that I could not imagine, so not understanding its aspects is natural. A few seconds later, the energy of art began gathering, but pain appeared on Leonard's face. I immediately understood what was happening and waved my hand. Another formation appeared on the ground with the specific resources. It is the formation of the art, and the resources are the ones that are required to practice the second stage of it. Buzz, I activated the formation, and a few seconds later, the expressions on Leonard's face had eased up. Now both the inheritance and fusion are absorbing their own herbal energies, but the real question is the special universal energy that is accumulating over Leonard. Will only the fusion of art and constitution accept this energy, or inheritance would also accept it, or will it be suitable with the inheritance? My sane mind wanted to stop the whole process before it could go any further. While there would be damages, they would be healed with time and resources, but if it went any further, there was a chance the chaos would incur, and Leonard would suffer irreversible damages. So I turned to the only person I could ask. Leonard, what do you think? I presented Leonard all the facts usually. Leonard answers quickly, but this time seconds passed, and no answer came while the cloud of art energy became even bigger, and it won't be long before this energy began to enter inside him. So I need him to answer quickly. I feel it is dangerous, but I also feel there would be great rewards if I continue. He replied 7 seconds later, and his answer was not definite. I want to continue. He answered before I could scream at him for an answer. Fine, but if I see any mortal danger to you, I will stop, I replied, to which he nodded in acceptance. 4 seconds passed, and the first trickle of the art energy entered inside Leonard and entered inside the inheritance, but did not seep inside it instead. It went into the fusion of constitution and art, which greedily absorbed it. I thought it would spare some of it to Leonard, but did not. Several seconds passed, and no change occurred except that now, it was not a stream of energy that fusion is absorbing, but a torrent, and its amount increased as the volume of it outside, which had nearly filled the hall and still increasing continuously. Seeing it, I frowned a little before a smile appeared on my face. It was a good thing this was happening. It was much less dangerous. The special worldly energies are turned into art, and if it had been used on inheritance, God knows what would happen. Still, I could not let things continue like this. The fusion point is rapidly growing strong, and soon it will upend the balance between the inheritance. I have to do something before something like that happens, and thankfully, I am prepared. There are loads of energy crystals. I just have to move them into the formation, and they will provide a replacement for the worldly energy that the inheritance needs. Hun. I was about to piles of energy crystals when something happened. The fusion point began to release the energy, and it began to seep inside the inheritance. This energy is different, and is a little different from the torrent of art energy that fusion accepts. It is more concentrated and mellowed. I could see a great part of the power of the constitution inside it, which is likely why the inheritance is accepting it without any problem. I magnified the part in which inheritance is accepting the energy and spreading throughout the runes across the body. I did not see any problem as it accepts the modified art energy. It is behaving as it should if it had been accepting worldly energy. Still, I kept my sharp eyes on it for the slightest change that occurred. A few minutes passed, and the change did occur, but it was not something I had anticipated. It had shocked me to my soul. A core is forming, which I had never expected, but all signs are there. The formation, which should activate and aid in the formation of the core, is activating one after another as the process of core formation has begun. It is really shocking, considering the creation of core requires deep comprehension of inheritance. It seemed like I had underestimated many factors and would have to study the data I have got from it in great detail. It would benefit me greatly if I understood all the factors that are leading Leonard to form a core. 10 minutes passed, and the core formation was in full force. The art energies have concentrated on the whole hall. They have packed it jam that we have to get out in there and enter the viewing room. 1.5 hours had passed, and the energies of art had reached unprecedented concentration. It had reached such a high concentration that, if a regular grandmaster were to walk inside, they would get injured within a second. Though I have collected some of it for my research, I would need to research it and also the modified energy which I am already collecting. BOOM. Suddenly, a loud boom rang out, and concentrated art energy dispersed while at the same time, Grandmaster's class aura released from his body as every rune in his body began to pour energy inside him. It is not just the runes that are releasing the energy, but also the fusion. Both energies are working separately, strengthening Leonard in their own way. The speed his aura is strengthening is amazing. I had only seen once before in Ellie when she broke through the Grandmaster class, Marina said beside me, and I couldn't help but nod with a smile. Aura of Leonard has really been strengthening rapidly, and one could feel the power his aura contains. It is so oppressive that anyone below the Grandmaster would directly kneel. Even Grandmasters will have knees shaking in front of it, and the thing is the aura is still strengthening. It took 20 minutes before his aura stabilized into the initial Grandmaster class, and at the same time I got the first look at his core, and it couldn't help but shock me. His core had taken the shape of the pyramid, which is quite odd as most cores would take a circular shape. Even my core had taken a circular shape. It had gained its pyramid shape as it was before the inheritance point, but everything else about it had changed drastically. The pyramid is now a solid core, not something made out of the runes, and all of its 5 sides bore a different color. Its base is dark brown, while its 4 sides are pink, blue, red, and bone white. The most striking thing about the core is its circular hollow space in the center, inside which the fusion point of constitution and art is floating. It looks really amazing. It was the most unique core I had ever seen in my life. Though my own core is no less unique, it is a world of its own and has a satellite to it. Once again, you have achieved something impossible, Marina said beside me and gave me a kiss on the lips. The kiss lasted for a minute before we broke apart, and I walked out of the viewing room with slight, unwilling expressions on my face. Congratulations, Leonard. You are true Grandmaster, now a very powerful one at that, I said as I walked out. I did not say anything to that. Instead, my sword appeared in my hands, with my eyes burning in fighting spirit. Your breakthrough was very unique, and I was to test how powerful you have become, especially that very unique energy you have got now, I said, and my armor appeared on my body and all 3 boosts activated. I did not hide my aura and let it explode over me, showing him what was coming for him. A surprise appeared in his eyes, but the next moment his inheritance appeared. It is very different from one earlier now. It is all armor, ivory bones, and dark red crystals that had formed thick plates around him, making him look like a walking destruction. A moment after the armor appeared, a very powerful aura burst out of his body, so powerful that I had to become serious. A clear phantom mammoth had also appeared behind him for a moment. It has now become bigger and looked more menacing with his eyes filled with the raw, menacing power. Be careful, Grandmaster, I will not hold back, Leonard said as crystal and bone axe appeared in his hand as he came at me. Each step felt like a beat of a war drum that would create vast vibrations. It would shake enemies' spirits before they even clashed. Seeing that, an inspiration couldn't help but light up my mind. Earlier, I was quite confused about the name of inheritance that I had created for Leonard, but seeing the way he is coming, a perfect name came into my mind: Mighty Mammoth. The name of the inheritance would be Might Mammoth Inheritance. CLANNG, the dark red crystalline head of his axe clashed against my sword, and I shook. My whole body shook from head to toe as deep shock appeared in my eyes. I had expected his energy would be strong and strange, but did not expect this strange and strange. It seemed to be crushing as a mountain while having an evasiveness of star eel. It had passed through several of my defense without alerting them, which is quite unbelievable, seeing how comprehensive they are. They are designed to defend against all types of energies, but these energies were able to invade several layers of defenses before being finally stopped. He did not wait. Even for a fraction of a second after the attack, he immediately took his sword back and attacked me again. Clanng. Once again, his axe clashed against mine with even greater power, but this time there was no shaking in my body. Though I have still got surprised to see his strange energy pass through multiple layers of my defense, despite my preparation for it. His strange energy is really amazing. The defenses are not easily breached, especially after I prepared for them, but they still did. Clanng. Leonard is not one to stop after 2 attacks. He continued without stopping, trying to break my weakness, but I would always stop his axe, though not his energy. His energy continued to breach the layers with each attack, but the layers it could breach lessened with each attack as I began to understand the energy better and better. Still, I had to defend against nearly 100 attacks of his before I could stop this strange energy from breaching the defenses. His enemies are going to curse him a lot. While I am able to adapt my defenses to its strange energy, not everyone has that much freedom. They would explode by this mighty sneaky energy before they could do anything against it. I couldn't but feel the anticipation for that, and most importantly, the fight was not over. This is not Leonard's full strength, there is still quite more he is hiding. Suddenly a smile appeared on my face, and seeing that, an alarm couldn't help but grow in Leonard's eyes. He increased his strength to defend against what was coming, but unfortunately, it was not going to be enough. My sword, which was halfway to reaching him, suddenly increased its speed, and the aura of power around it grew denser. Clanng. It appeared beside its axe in an instant and struck against it in most casual fashion, showing, if I wanted to, I could have easily avoided his axe and went for his neck. Step, step, step. His body shook as our weapons clashed before he began to take the steps back. He was only able to stabilize when he took more than 10 steps and looked at me in surprise. Your energy is amazing, but the strength behind it is lacking to do anything against me, I said with a smile, which was filled with the dare. Mammoth charge, he said, and the powerful aura erupted from his body. This is his real move, the move from his art, which is aided by the power of his inheritance. I know this move better than even Leonard knows it. I have studied it in great detail. As most powerful moves of Leonard come from the art, and the power of inheritance would supplement it, making them even more powerful. These moves are now going to be even more powerful, as inheritance energy is also had the power of art energy being nearly similar. They aid each other and increase in power exponentially. The faint phantom of the mammoth appeared around Leonard as he came at me with great speed and appeared beside me in an instant before coming down on me with his axe. Roar. At the same time, the mammoth phantom enveloping him looked like it was attacking me with its huge tusk while letting out a soul-breaking roar. Seeing the attack, a big bright smile appeared on my face as I moved my sword. This time, I am not in any mood for passive defense. I want to see how powerful the attack fusion of inheritance and art is, and especially what this fused energy could do. Clanng. My sword clashed against its axe, and the next moment, the smile on my face became even bigger. The merged attack was more powerful than I had thought. The might and evasiveness of the energy were also amplified by many times, breaching many more layers than what the energy did in the first attack. Step. His attack was strong, mine was stronger. It shook him again and forced him to take a step back, and while he was doing that, I attacked him again with an even more powerful attack. Mammoth's clash. He shouted. He responded immediately as an even more powerful aura burst out of his body as his axe moved towards me. Clanng. Our attacks clashed again, and this time too, I had forced him to take a step back, but Leonard had once again shown his great experience and skills and reacted immensely with an even more powerful attack. His years of service in the pyramid had given him the experience which helped him polish his skills to a very high level. He did not look like he had advanced just a few minutes ago. He is doing that even better than Sarah. While Sarah had born with great talent and zeal, Leonard only had his experience and skills, which he earned after fighting thousands of dangerous battles, far more than Sarah. A few minutes passed, and I pressed him harder and harder, forcing him to reveal every move, bring out every ounce of his energy, till only one move of his remained, the most powerful one. Burst. Leonard shouted, and a truly horrifying aura burst out of him. His armor also changed a little, while the clearest phantom of Mammoth appeared behind him, as he activated his Constitution ability, which now had merged with art, and aided by the power of inheritance. He took a step and directly appeared in front of me before I could realize what was happening. His axe was already halfway toward me. The power had greatly surprised me, but also excited me. I stopped holding back and harnessed all the power of my boosts, and swung my sword at me with a huge smile on my face. Clanng. My sword moved with a speed that I was barely able to track and clashed against Leonard's axe, creating a shockwave that would have heavily injured even grandmasters if they were present in this hall. Clanng. The attack had shaken us and nearly forced us to take a step back, but we stabilized ourselves and attacked each other again. The burst had really amplified the power of the attack. The energy has really come close to breaching my defenses. The burst brought a very concentrated power. If it had breached my defenses, it would have definitely heavily injured me. It did not, and I will not let it happen. For the first time, I have come really close to defeating you, mentor, Leonard said breathlessly as we finally stopped fighting. We had fought for nearly an hour, and I have to say, he is really good. If it had anyone else with such strength, I would have defeated them half of the time. No, you have not. Leonard, you have been defeated in the first minute we have begun fighting, I said with a smile. He frowned, hearing that. He clearly did not believe me, seeing how close he was to defeating me, but when he tried to say that, he realized he could not open his mouth at all. Not only he could not open his mouth, but he could not even twitch. He felt like he was encased in iron crafted perfectly to his size, which restricted even the slightest movement of his body. My sword is secondary, Leonard, my strings are my real weapon, I said, and I showed him what very few are able to see and are alive. Those who see are already underworld. I revealed my strings, thousands of unfurling across his body. These strings are tens of times thinner than hair and have a faint green color. The strings are colorless, but I made them green, so he could see them, only see them. He will not be able to sense them. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face when I saw him trying to scan the strings with the soul sense. Even he tried concentrating his soul sense on a single string, and even then could not sense them. This is my real weapon. These have killed all the enemies they have bound. Ian looked him in the eyes. There is a reason I showed him my real weapon, which I only showed to a few people like my parents in Marina. You have been blessed with great power. The evasive ability of your energy is beyond amazing. Try to control it and use it in the final moment to blast the enemy apart after you get the idea of their defenses, I advised. That evasive factor of his energy is a great weapon and would only get strong. He should not use it as a blast weapon, but as a sharp weapon with surgical precision that will get a job done every time it is used. This had as much potential as my strings, as no one would expect a sneaky ability from destructive mammoth power. Oh, and remember, only use the blood burst. Only when your life is at risk it will leave you completely weakened that even King would be able to kill you easily, I cautioned. I will not use it unless there is a threat to my life, he replied before walking out of the hall. His blood burst is a copy of my fourth boost. It will burn his essence for great power. While it may be a copy, it provides a stronger boost than my own first boost. As it would not be a direct blood burning, but blood burning through his constitution's burst ability, even I don't know the limit of the power it will provide him, but I am sure it will horrifying. It will also leave him completely weakened, far more than I left when I burn my blood. I usually did not weaken much if I burn a moderate amount of blood for less than a minute. I have left a recorder seed inside him. I will read the data I got from him, and will adjust inheritance that way. I could do it since I am the one who had created the inheritance. His power is really horrifying. Will Ellie would able to beat him if they fought? Marina asked as she appeared behind me. Her question made me think for a while. It will be hard for her to defeat him, but Leonard would also find it hard to defeat her, I replied. Elena had created Core very early in Tyrant class, and it came with my benefits, like numerous abilities, and most importantly, the impartation. That damning impartation is equal to the hard-won experience of years, and she received it many times due to her advantage in creating the Core early, which made her a very tough enemy with numerous powerful abilities, including Death Phoenix in her arsenal. All of it makes her a very tough opponent to deal with. So, what were you saying earlier? I asked Marina as I turned to her. She opened her mouth, but closed it. She shuddered to see the burning fire in my eyes. I did not forget what she did to me earlier. She enticed me with that passion before leaving me high and dry. I had promised to take revenge for that, and I will take it. I did not say anything. You must have been hallucinating, she said defensively as she took a step and was trying to take another when I appeared directly in front of her and grabbed her wrist and moved my face toward her. What are you planning to do? Marina asked breathlessly as our lips were just a finger apart. I could feel her breathing and see the passion burning in her eyes, which was just as hotter as the one burning in my heart. Tring, tring, tring. I moved my lips closer to whisper something when I suddenly stopped. Her holowatch began ringing with a call. I moved my hand to cut the call. I am not going to let anyone disturb. Marina deserves to be punished for what she did, and I will do that, and nobody will be able to stop me. I had just that thought that when my hand stopped, I saw who it was, and it instantly froze my hand. It is old woman Marla. Even after so much time, and gaining such strength that I could crush her with my breath, the old woman still scares me. Grand Commander, you have once again promised us reinforcements, but that is just a balm to our wounds. It will only make the pain disappear for a while, and not cure the disease, said Carla Redhorn, commander of one of the most important northern fortresses and loudest voice in nearly all the war meetings I had attended. Commander Redhorn is right. The number of Grim Grandmaster on TH battlefield had reached 332, We have barely 190 to deal against them, said middle-aged Doral, a Western commander. The number man stated is a little small. There are recorded 443 Grim Grandmasters that are still alive. It is a huge number, and not many people are aware of it. I was only able to know due to my access, which is very high. It is right below that of the councilmen. Even most high grandmasters, and some half-step grand lords did not have such high access. I have got it before of trust and the work I am doing, which is known to very few people. The council and the grand lord are being very strict about it. 2 people had let out a small hint about it, and they were imprisoned for a day and still in prison, though nearly everybody is aware that a pyramid is conducting a huge project, dedicating colossal resources. It is impossible to hide it when you have thousands of subjects who are training on the battlefields. Thankfully, the pyramid is able to hide the true result of the project, though they won't be for long. Still, with the pyramid's careful managing of whispers, it would take a few months, even a year if lucky, for our enemies to get some real idea about the project. As these commanders say, the number of Grim Grandmasters is rapidly expanding, and to counter that, Pyramid also released Grandmaster from the reserve, but it won't continue for long. These commanders understand that and want to make a big move to gain the edge over the Grims. If I did not have a complete idea of the things, I would have to agree with them. Grand Commander, 97 of us commanders agreed that we should make a big move and will pass the ordinance in favor of our decision, said Lady Rahorn, which immediately changed the expressions of council members, except for the Grand Commander. I am quite surprised to see them getting such a high consensus. Grand Commander has far-reaching powers, but it can be countered if the fort commanders have 80 or above consensus, which is extremely rare and has happened very few times. With such consensus, they have the power to execute their action. Lady Redhorn seemed a little unwilling to bring out consensus, but she and other commanders fighting on the front thought it was the right way. Carla, Grand Commander, and the council are right in their decision. Have faith in them, said the voice, and one dark window lit up, revealing the most powerful human in the world. Her interference seemed to have surprised the commanders, though the council and I were not. Given the facts, the Grand Lords would not let commanders do something this rash. They have stopped them before they could do something stupid. Since Matron says the council has a plan, I will believe it, but I hope the council would act quickly before it is too late, she said, and let the subject rest. The meeting ended a minute later, but I did not get to leave. Instead, I appeared in front of the council, and 3 Grand Lords have also revealed themselves. I am doing my best, my lords, even going as far as using resources like the stainless blood soul lotus and pure soul water, among others, I said before they could say anything. It had been only 7 months since the project began, and I had done much better than I had thought anyone had, especially after yesterday's breakthroughs. I am very sure in 2 months I will be able to achieve the target, which had seemed impossible 7 months ago. We do not want to pressure you. Grandmaster Czar, the number we had planned for would not be enough. We would need at least double if we want to defend against the coming attack or launch our own, said Matron Mavis. Hearing that, a laugh couldn't help but escape from my mouth. 100 Grandmasters were already too much, but now they are asking for 200. That is an insane number. Though I could achieve with the way the project is going, I would need a lot more time than just a measly 2 months. Try Grandmaster. If anyone could do it, then it would be you. While we will try our everything to provide you with every resource we need, she requested with a sigh before her and other Grand Lords' windows went dark. Council, what is the situation of the specific resources I have asked for? I asked after the Grand Lords disappeared. We have sent treasure hunting teams for it. You will get them on time, informed Lord Samuel. Try to get them fast. We need them soon, I said. The resources I had asked for are not rare, but they are only found in ruins, and anything related to the ruins is not easy. I talked to the council for a few more minutes and forwarded a few more requests for the resources before opening my eyes in my room. The first thing I did was looked at the time. Today was a pretty important day. I have found all the resources needed for that thing. It was quite hard, and I needed months for me to get those things, especially that last thing. It was Lady Angela who helped me in getting it. It is not just her, but other Grand Lords have also helped a lot. I had replaced more than half of the resources that Grimm had collected, including the blood, as Jim and Grandmaster Salvador had suggested. I have to say, young man, this artifact of yours really makes this old man jealous, Grandmaster Salvador said to Jim as we walked into his artifact. It is not a simple artifact, but special works artifact of alchemy. Its grade seemed even higher than the winery artifact I have. It is not my first time coming here. This place has become an unofficial place of the alchemical division of the project. Nearly all the alchemical products required by the project are crafted in one of many rooms of this artifact. Little Jim, it is really quite an impressive artifact, said the old woman walking beside Grandmaster Salvador with a glint in her eyes. The woman is very old, so old that it looked like she might die any second, and she might, considering she is over 400 years old. You old hoarder, don't even think about it. You should think about your own treasures. I am going to have them all once you are dead, said Grandmaster Salvador, but the very next moment, he shuddered as she looked at him sharply as he mentioned taking her treasures. This old woman is Grandmaster Katerina, the oldest and most experienced alchemist. People called her Old Hoarder or Shiny Dragon. She had a habit of hoarding things. It is said her storage contains the treasure comparable to the Grand Lord's. Lord Hunt had to go to her for some very precious resources that the project required. Soon, we reached the hall, which had 9 huge vats and numerous alchemical instruments. All of them would be required for the thing we were going to craft. As we appeared, the old woman began to move the vats. Checking each one of them, she even dipped her finger in the blood and tasted it. She even tasted the blood of Grand Lord class monster and did not even shudder. While most of them might explode, we do that. The old woman might look feeble, but she could kill all of us. Even Lord Hunt beside me would not be her match. She is Quays at Grand Lord, after all. 9 blood-burning essence. It is really a great thing you have found, young man. Even this old woman feeling exciting at the thought of crafting it, she said while shuddering excitedly before her eyes became serious. Little Jim, little Sal, let's craft this wonderful thing, she said as she appeared center of the hall, her speed so fast that she wasn't even able to see it. I felt like she had teleported. Hearing that, Jim, Grandmaster Salvador, and 12 master alchemists behind them moved. They began to lay out formation and move the alchemical artifacts. 9 blood-burning essence is an extremely complicated alchemical formula, and it became even harder when I replaced some ingredients, which made it even harder. For Grandmaster Salvador has suggested that we ask the help of this old woman, and thank God, she found the recipe a challenge. Grandmaster Katerina did not craft things unless it was a request from the council or Grand Lords. She usually spent her time teaching and scouring the marketplaces for things to enrich her collection. When I had first found the formula, I had thought Jim, along with some help from me, would be more than enough to craft it, but I was so wrong. It is far more complicated than I thought and requires a skill that even Jim barely has. It also requires a lot of people. There are several things one has to do during a crafting process, and one Grandmaster is far from enough. Begin. The old woman said an hour loudly later. It took them an hour to make the preparation and double and triple check them. Tuck, tuck, tuck. As they begin, the vats open one another in a rhythmic fashion, and the heavy smell of blood clouded the hall. The 9 vats of blood were from the 9 Grandmaster's monsters, while one was from the Grand Lord level monster. It is a good thing the Master Alchemist is under protection, otherwise this blood would have killed them. Even I begin to feel hot, as the smell of Grand Lord level monster's blood filled my nostrils. 9 types of blood flew out of the vats and began to fill various artifacts while some swirled around them. A few seconds later, the resources have also come out and begin to go through the different processes by the 15 Grandmasters. This 9 blood-burning essence is something the council is very much looking forward to it, said Lord Hunt with desire in his eyes as he looked at the process. If it worked as the recipe says, then I am sure the council would be the only one to benefit from it, I said with a smile and nodded with anticipation. The project has not reached the height that its methods and resources of it would be useful to council members, though they have enjoyed some things like the wine I had crafted, the pure soul waters, and petals of stainless blood soul lotus. This 9 blood-burning essence would also be extremely helpful, not only to them but to all the Grandmaster. The council had already decided that they would send some to all Grandmasters and select a few masters as a reward for their unceasing efforts in the war. I think, with the number of resources we are using, we would not have a problem doing that. I would also not require much of it, as I work with kings to master tyrants with a few Grandmasters, and all of them would require a diluted version of it. Even I don't know if I will be able to take it in its purest form, considering we are using the blood of Grand Lord class monster. Still, I am excited about it, as this resource is going to help the project tremendously. With its help, I might be able to make more masters practice art. Till now, I had succeeded with only 3, and that is when I count Leonard in them. How long do you think the process will last? Lady May asked. Lord Hunt had stayed for only an hour before he left, and Lady May appeared not long ago, though she had only appeared in her projection and not in a real body like Lord Hunt. Grandmaster Katerina said it might take more than 12 hours. I replied it had already been 4 hours, and they were still in the process of refining the blood. They were using their methods, formations, and various artifacts for that. It is a long, complicated process. My alchemical skills, which barely touch master level, would not have been enough to craft something this complicated. The skills of these alchemists are quite good. Grandmaster Salvador said that we might get 1 or 2 Grandmaster alchemists if we are lucky by year's end, said Lady May, and she seemed quite happy about it. The constant crafting of resources is helping alchemists advance rapidly at all levels. There is really a high chance that we will get a Grandmaster alchemist in a few months, I said. Both Jim and Grandmaster Salvador had given me the list of people who could make an advancement. The people on the list have already capable of crafting Grandmaster class alchemical products, but their accuracy is low, and for one declared Grandmaster alchemist, they need high accuracy. Thankfully, they could practice to their heart's content due to constant orders. It is not just Master Alchemist, but also every grade of alchemist from the King grade that is experiencing rapid advancement in their craft. The constant orders helping everyone is refining and advancing their arts. Grandmaster Salvador said he was shocked at the pace they were advancing even in wartime. Such advancement is extremely rare. Though I am not surprised we are emptying the vaults of the pyramid at a visible pace, and every day there would be fewer resources on the wall, and even after 100 hunting teams fill those vaults, they are not replacing the resources at speed it is emptying. Currently, we are not having many problems, but in a few months, the resources of the pyramid will run dry, and we will be in real trouble. I did not trouble myself about it. The pyramid's job is to provide me the resources if they want the project to continue. 2 more hours had passed by, and Lady May had also disappeared, and now I was the only one who was watching the alchemist's craft, which I am not only watching but also recording. There is so much to learn here. Especially Grandmaster Katarina. She is extremely skilled, far more than Grandmaster Salvador, whom I had considered to be the greatest alchemist we had. I had taken some lessons from him, but did not get to practice what I learned as much as I liked. I hope I will get that time when I practice the method in the scroll. If I am able to successfully practice it, it will make a lot of things very easy. It should also help me against the challenge of the Hermes Library, which I had failed so spectacularly a few days ago, and now there is only one chance had remained, and I don't want to try it before I become completely sure. 5 more hours passed, making it half a day since they had begun, but I did not see they would be finishing in a minute or two. It will take hours, seeing the most dangerous process has just begun, the refinement of the monster core. There is not one but 9 of them, with one from the Grand Lord class monster. The process seemed simple enough, but it is not. It is immensely complicated and dangerous. If that Grand Lord class core exploded, then anyone could forget about surviving. The monster cores have entered 9 transparent furnaces, which are carved with dense runic glyphs. These furnaces were not made of glass but a special metal, and Jim had said they were specially made to refine the monster cores. As the core entered the furnaces, the runic glyphs on the formation lit up, and they began the process of refinement. I could see the gazes of all alchemists become concentrated as they followed the rapid orders from 2 grandmasters. Jim and Grandmaster Salvador had taken 6 master-class alchemists and focused on refining the 4 grandmaster-class cores each, while Grandmaster Katarina was alone focused on refining the core of the Grand Lord. The process is slow, but one could not be hasty with it. A single mistake might explode, and that would be a colossal loss of the resources. 3 hours passed when finally, the refined essence of scaled Tegosaurus core began to pile up at the bottom of the furnace. The core of scaled Tegosaurus was bigger than my palm, but the refined essence of its core was not even the size of my thumb. A few minutes after, the essence of the scaled Tegosaurus core is refined, and the essences of the other cores have also begun to come out one after another. Within 40 minutes, the essences of all Grandmaster class cores have come out of the bottom of the furnaces. Now, only the essence of the Grand Lord class monster remained to be refined. Grandmaster Katarina is completely focused, but seeing the progress will take time. Alchemists rested for a few minutes before they started on the other preparation. The process had reached its final stage. The moment Grandmaster Katarina is finished, the real process will begin, in which I will participate. I may not have the alchemical skills required for most of these processes, but I do have the skills that require for the final stages. Even Jim pales slightly compared to me in that department. It took 1.5 hours after the rest finished with the core refinement for Grandmaster Katarina to finish refining the core of the Grand Lord class monster. It was magnificent the moment she took out its refined essence. It suppressed all of us, with half of the Master Alchemist fainting instantly under its mighty suppression. Grandmaster Katarina, please, shouted Grandmaster Salvador, feeling the suppression of the refined essence of Grand Lord class monster. He is angry, not at the suppression, but at what it is doing to Master Alchemist. They should be getting used to such things if they want to reach the true heights of the alchemy, she said without any guilt as she looked at the fainted masters, but acceded to his request as she sealed the suppressions. These 12 master-class alchemists had been mentored by him, so obviously he would be worried, as I would be if Ida or Leonard suffered something like it. They are fine, just unconscious. They would wake in a few minutes. I replied and moved them away from their spots. I had my seeds inside them. I did not want anything to go wrong with the crafting, and made the preparation in my own way. I placed all 12 of them in the corner, and released a gentle breath of healing energy into them through my seeds. They have worked hard, but now their work is finished. The final step will be done by the 4 of us. Little Mitchell, are you ready? I hope you're good as your reputation said to be, asked Grandmaster Katarina as I walked toward them. "You will not have any complaint from me, Grand Mistress," I replied with a smile. "I hope so, or we will be wasting the resources of huge value," she said before turning to Jim. "Thud, little Jim, bring out the pot." She said. Jim nodded and moved his hand, and next second, a huge, thick bronze pot, covered thickly with runes, flew toward us before landing in front of us loudly. "This is the most important step, also extremely delicate and dangerous, so be careful," cautioned Grandmaster Katarina and began. I also started right after her. I had studied the process in great detail and discussed it with them, but when I began, I realized how much I had underestimated the process. It did not shake me. Instead, I was excited by it. I am considering it a challenge that I will beat. Buzz. As we begin, the first thing was to activate the pot with desired settings before adding the refined blood of the Grand Lord class monster, and quickly adding the 7 Grand Lord herbal essence in rapid succession, while keeping the essences in balance. It is a very hard job. The Grand Lord class essences are powerful. Even herbal essences become violet the moment they are added to the refined blood. Sadly, it was just the beginning. The things would get harder with each ingredient we put inside, especially the powerful ones, the refined essences of the core. 12 minutes later, we were able to mix the refined with 7 herbal essences without getting them to explode, and now it is time to add a truly violent ingredient, the essence of 3 Grandmaster class cores. Rumble. We did that, and the moment we did, the rumble rang through the solution. It was very powerful that the 4 of us had to try our hardest to control the energies. Perspiration begins to build on our bodies, and within a few minutes we are drenched in it, but nobody cares about it since losing focus even for a second could make the whole thing explode. Bang, that even the bronze pot might not be able to contain. A few more minutes passed, and we were able to contain the violet energy and finally got some rest, but that rest was short-lived. Soon we added the refined blood of Grandmaster along with the refined essence of the monster core, which again rumbled the solution, and we had to try our hardest to control it. An hour passed, and we were more tired than before, but the process was far from over. Hell, it was becoming even more difficult. As we worked together, these alchemists couldn't help but impress me. They continued for more than 15 hours, but they did not seem much tired or see as much tired as I. It's like we began at the same time. The most impressive among all is the old woman. Her eyes are just as focused as before, and her hands are moving in precise movements. One could not see any shaking that was before when we were walking into this artifact, which made me think that the old woman might be faking her tiny shakes, but that seemed unlikely, and I didn't spend my brainpower on it, seeing I have more important things to do with it. One of the most important moments of the process has arrived. If managed without any problem, then succeeding in crafting a solution would not be a problem. We are finally adding the most powerful ingredient into the pot, the refined essence of Grand Lord Monster Core. "This will be our biggest challenge, and I would need all your help for it," said Grandmaster Katarina, and I felt her mobilizing the first energy around the pot. It is far more diluted than I had sensed in the final sanctum, but I could feel its power. It could crush into the paste, and I will not be able to do anything against it. Thankfully, she is not using this power against anyone here. She had enveloped the pot with this power, before dropping the refined essence of the Grand Lord level monster core inside it. Rumble. As we added it, the whole solution rumbled. I did not hesitate to use the power of my avatar in my core, which I hadn't done before. I could feel the soul power of all alchemists reaching the peak, as all of us focused on controlling the mind-blogging violet power in the pot. It is immensely powerful, and would wipe us out without giving us a chance to scream if it exploded. All of us trying our hardest to control this violet energy and merge it with the solution, but it is hard. The energy did not want to be controlled. It wanted to run like a stallion and explode, taking all of us with it, which we could not let happen. So we went all out, and finally, after more than 30 minutes later, we were able to control that violent energy and mix it with the rest of the solution. The solution calmed down, but our work had been far from over, though we were able to accomplish the most difficult task. Still, we could not give in to this tiredness, as we have not finished crafting the 9 blood-burning essences, and we will stop until we do that. Time passed as we added one ingredient after another. There were over 100 of them, and each one would incite a reaction. It was quite long before we finally finished adding the last of the ingredient, and now the only thing had remained was the dense simmering solution in the pot, which was giving off a cold feeling. "With this one we will be finished," I said, and took out a wooden box and handed it to the old woman. The old woman did not open the box and instead looked at me. "Whatever this you want to add will spoil the solution and the hard work we had just put in," she said while motioning to the box. "It will not mess up with the solution, it will just make little more special than it already is," I replied, to which she looked at me intently and continued for more than a minute. "I don't recommend it, but since Bradford had told me to believe in you, I will," she said, and opened the box. Inside it, the box's finger-sized pink diamond. Seeing the diamond, both Jim and Grandmaster Salvador's eyes became wide, and I could see the desire in their eye. They immediately understood that it was a secret to special solutions, and they wanted to get their hands on it badly. "What is it?" the old woman asked me with a frown as she investigated it, and I couldn't help but laugh in my mind thinking about what she had found. "Dub. Just something special," I replied, and I could tell the response had made her a little angry, but seeing she would not get any answer from me, she just threw the diamond into the pot and densely covered the pot with her soul energy like Jim and Grandmaster Salvador. They expected a big reaction from the pot, but they had got none. The pot just kept simmering like before as the pink diamond got melted in it without creating even the smallest ruckus. "Finished," Grandmaster Katarina declared 2 hours later after we added the pink diamond inside it. Now, in front of us is a solution that looked like it was made of melted rubies. Everything looked perfect. It seemed like we have really able to accomplish it, Jim said excitedly while his eyes were filled with pure joy. It is not just Jim that is happy, but also the Grandmaster Salvador. They have accomplished something that very few of their level could accomplish. They had crafted a recipe that of the Grand Lord level, even for a Grandmaster Katarina, it a great deal, especially when she succeeded at the first attempt. "Now, we just need to test it for confirmation," said Grandmaster Salvador before his expressions became a little awkward. The recipe had mellowed the energy of violent ingredients, but one should not forget that it still contains a lot of Grand Lord class resources, especially the refined essence of monster blood and core, which contain an immense amount of powerful energy. Grandmasters could forget about consuming it. No matter how strong their bodies are, only some high grandmasters would have a chance to consume it in its purest form, but they would need a strong body and soul to absorb its effect. "You are right, little Sal, we need to test out its effect," said Grandmaster Katarina before craning her neck back. "How about it, girls? Is one of you willing to test the effect of little something we have created?" asked Grandmaster Katarina. I was surprised when she asked behind me as I did not notice anyone coming, but when I looked back, I saw two women standing at the end of two halls. Seeing them, I couldn't help but get surprised, and even more surprised seeing utter disregard for etiquette by this old woman. "Grand Commander," all three of us called out in unison and bowed as etiquette required. She was not the only one present. Besides her is her elder sister, Lady Vivian, whom I hadn't seen in quite long. I was quite surprised to see them appear without me noticing with my current power. Even high grandmasters would find it difficult to evade my notice, but these two did, and they did flawlessly. Even now, I could see them visually but having a difficulty sensing them. "Let me, Grandmistress, it had been a while since I tried something this strong," said Lady Vivian and appeared beside us before her sound had reached us behind her. Grand Commander silently followed. "Since you agreed, then drink it," said Grandmistress Katarina as she took out a single gem-like drop from the pot and put it in the small crystal bottle before giving it to Lady Vivian. The moment she drank, the powerful aura of that drop of 9 blood-burning essence burst out of her, but she seemed unfazed. There was barely any change on her face as she closed her eyes. I made use of this opportunity and sent my sneakiest seed at her. I would be in big trouble if she found out she is a very powerful powerhouse. It is said she is more powerful than her sister. She is at least a high grandmaster, might even be a quasi grand lord, but I could not afford to miss this wonderful opportunity. I would not take the risk if there weren't a powerful around drop to cloud the seed, and most importantly, there is a very low chance she might discover the seed as it entered her. The 9 blood-burning solutions contain rule-bending power, and the seed will meld in it once it happens. Even Grand Lord will not discover it. Soon, my seed entered inside Lady Vivian, and I received it. I was barely able to control the shock showing on my face. The thing I saw was really shocking, but it should shock me, considering she is a student of Lord of Glass. It also answers some puzzling questions about the mirror that he had given me. My seed quickly melded itself into the power of the 9 blood-burning essences, and the metaphysical scan of Lady Vivian appeared in front of me, which would become more detailed with every passing second. She is a high grandmaster, all right, and an extremely powerful one at that. There is a very high chance that she might be a quasi-grand lord, as all quasi-grand lords are high grandmasters who have comprehended the first energy. I had looked into the bodies of high grandmasters before, and had been fortunate enough to be invited into a breakthrough of one high grandmaster a few months ago, and I have never body and soul as strong as her. It is clear that she practices a hybrid art like me. It took a couple of seconds for the immense power of 9 blood-burning solutions to spread into the body of Lady Vivian before it burned. The energy begins burning, and with it, it starts to burn the body and soul. Lady Vivian is feeling torturous pain that would make even high grandmasters scream with their mouth open, but all she did was grit her teeth to bear the pain. The sweat began to pour out of the body like rain, and within a few seconds, the white blouse and pants she was in were fully drenched. The 9 blood-burning essence is burning inside her, but it not harming her in any sense as long as one has a powerful enough body and soul to bear its energy. It would not harm you when it burned, though one will experience the torturous pain that will make them want to die than experience this pain. I could see the changes the burning of essence was bringing, and it was shocking. If it had been any High Grandmaster, I would not have been shocked, but it is Lady Vivian, who is at the limit of peak High Grandmaster class, and it is still affecting her to such a degree. It is simply miraculous and likely due to the diamond I had added. I am rapidly collecting the data on everything about Lady Vivian, not only on the effect of the 9 blood burning solution, but also on the other things. She is a treasure trove of data. It would help me a lot, especially in understanding the vast formation that the mirror has. Time passed, and the 9 blood-burning essences continued to burn Lady Vivian, bringing both internal and external changes into her. I could see the people are surprised seeing the changes, but would be shocked if they realized the real extent of them. It was 35 minutes before the energy of the 9 blood-burning essences began to diminish, but took nearly 15 minutes to completely expend. I did not bring out my seed and instead destroyed it and let Lady Vivian absorb the rule-bending power. This will help me integrate my seed inside her quickly next time. It still took Lady Vivian another 10 minutes before she opened her eyes, and when she did, her eyes were shining with joy. It is clear that she is happy, and she should be, considering the huge benefits she has received. How is it, girl? Is it any good? The old woman asked. She already had an idea of seeing the external changes, but asked her for greater detail. It is great, Grand Mistress, much better than I had imagined it to be, she replied before stating the changes she had gone through internally, which truly had shocked them. Even Grand Commander wasn't able to control her emotions. It seemed to have working even better than what the recipe had said Grandmaster Salvador before the eyes of all 3 of them had turned to me. Now that we have an idea about its effect, let's begin its dilution, said Grandmaster Katerina, and they began the dilution process. Not all of it will be diluted, 40 will be kept untouched, while 60 will be diluted so the people's selected level could use it. Will be used only by the tyrants. Even if I diluted it maximum, it would still not be suitable for those below the tyrant stage. Currently, it is being diluted into 6 categories, from regular tyrants to high grandmasters. Even most high grandmasters wouldn't be able to take it in its purest form. Not every high grandmaster had the abilities of the Lady Vivian. Mitchell, it is nice to see you again, said Lady Vivian. It is nice to see you too, Lady Vivian, I replied. How is Ellen? It had been a long while since I had seen her, I asked. I haven't seen Ellen in years. I did not even have regular contact with her. If I sent her mail now, I would likely get a reply a month later. It is quite hard to get in contact with her for a regular call. It's been a year since I had spoken to her. She's doing good, and don't worry, you will be able to meet with her soon, she said to that. I nodded. Suddenly she sighed, and her eyes have turned a little regretful. I have made many mistakes in life, but the biggest one is still not accepting you when Alina had asked me to, she said before shaking her head. I did not do anything to that and just smiled. It was not the first time she had said those words to me. They left a few minutes later. Before leaving, they had taken crystalline bottles filled with undiluted drops of 9 blood-burning essences. I have cautioned them about its uses. It could be used once a month, and in a few uses, it begins to lose its effectiveness. This is huge news, considering most of the resources of this stage could only be used once, and they did not provide such tremendous benefits. For some people, it would be hard to believe that such an amazing alchemical solution would exist. 9 blood-burning solution is diluted into the 6 categories, and I will be taking some of each category, including some of undiluted one, said Grandmaster Katerina as she began to fill the bottles. I did not stop her. It was the condition of the old hoarder to craft this solution. She wanted some for herself. She might use some for herself, but I am sure most of it would end up in her fabled collection. It is said she had started collecting things before even she started practicing, and the things she has in her collection would be comparable to the vaults of the pyramid. Jim and Grandmaster Salvador had also taken some for their own use and some to run their own experiments. Here, take this little Mitchell, the whole 9 blood-burning solution, said Grandmaster Katerina, and sent 7 crystalline bottles at me. These crystal bottles are delicate and smaller than my palm. All of them are similar but have different colors and have a huge space inside them. 6 of the bottles contain diluted 9 blood-burning essences, while the transparent bottle contains the pure alchemical solution. A few minutes later, I walked out of Jim's Special Works formation and entered the teleportation formation. A moment later, I was in my room. The first thing I did was take off my clothes. I did not forget how drenched I was earlier, and even though I had burned that sweat apart that no sign of it had remained, I still wanted to take a shower. I walked into the shower naked and let the cold water cascade over me. I felt amazing that, for a minute, I did not move. I let the spray of water hit me from all directions. I stayed in the shower for nearly half an hour before I walked out and wore a new set of clothes. After that, I brought out the delicious smelling dinner that my avatar had cooked. It had been nearly a day since I had eaten anything, and I was feeling quite hungry, so I dug in without waiting, and it was delicious. The noodles, the soup, and stuffed meat, everything was delicious, and I ate till I felt full. Now that I had eaten, I lay on the bed as tiredness came crashing down on me. I hadn't slept in a day, and after what I had gone through, I was feeling very tired. Before sleeping, I quickly replied to messages, including Mariana's, and sent some directions. Now that I have got the 9 blood-burning essence, I would not wait around to use it on my subjects, and also on me. The sooner I use it, the greater benefits I will receive. I fell asleep instantly, and when I woke up, it was midnight. I had slept for more than 9 hours, but now I am feeling refreshed, ready to take on hundreds of tasks that are waiting for me. I did not immediately get out of my bed. Instead, sort out the things I had to do for the rest of the day. It took me a minute to do that, and the first thing I did, of course, was to freshen up. After I fished with that, I sat on my bed and closed my eyes. A moment later, I appeared in my core, which filled with greenery and felt like a paradise. Though there is a dark corner in the paradise, the pool of corruption, guarded by the runes of fire. But to my exasperation, it did not stop Nero from going to that pool and swimming in it, as he is doing right now. I shuddered at the thought of that, and if I tried to do something like it, I would die. It might not take even 10 seconds for my body and soul to melt under the corruption. It had been more than 3 months inside the core, but there was no sign of lotus. Forget lotuses. I did not even see their buds out of the water. It is not surprising, as the stainless lotuses grow very slowly, and the lotus trees are growing. I am keeping track of them. Though with speed they are growing, it would take them decades or even a century before I see a complete lotus on the pool, and it would not be of the Grandmaster class, as I had found them in the sanctum. As I had said before, their speed of growth is very slow, and if I want to grow them fast, then there is only one option: hunt the Grims with bloodline. I am sure that with the growing energy of the mysterious trees, it will grow fast, and I need to grow fast. The purification by stainless blood soul lotuses has helped me tremendously. One of the reasons subjects are improving so fast is the purification they had gone through. I looked around my paradise before I walked into a den of sin, the winery. There is one important thing that had to do it here. Soon, I reached the place, a room filled with wine bottles. There were 5,000 bottles of wine around me. All the wine inside them had been crafted by me. In my first attempt, I had been a little conservative and only crafted wine of around 1,400 bottles worth, but seeing how amazing the wine turned out to be, I did not hold back on my second attempt. I had used nearly 10 times my worth of ingredients in making the wine, and these ingredients were of a higher level than the one I had used in the first attempts. At that time, the Arala's grapes were barely of the Grandmaster class. This time, majority of the main ingredients of the peak Grandmaster class included the grapes. This time, the wine would be even more amazing, and I planned to create a variation. I moved my hand, and 7 crystalline bottles appeared in front of me. The crystalline bottle contained 9 blood-burning essences, and through it, I was going to create the blood wine. The 9 blood-burning essence is extremely compatible with wines, and its effects could be multiplied when added with good alcohol. My wines are good alcohol, which provides a lot of benefits to the drinker. The benefits that 9 blood-burning essence provide would also increase as they merge with wine, and they would continue as the wine ages. I put 7 bottles into the slot of the artifact that had a shape similar to the boat before placing 700 wines inside. Like the 7 bottles of 9 blood-burning essences, more than half of these bottles have also been diluted to various degrees, so people of every tyrant class could drink them without directly getting an unconscious one with a sip. Zing! I configured the settings in the artifact before activating it. As I did, the rows of wine bottles began to move. Soon they appeared right below the crystal bottle, whose cap opened at the same time as the wine bottle, and a single drop fell off from the 7 bottles and entered the 7 wine bottles before they once again closed with the cap and moved away while other 7 bottles took their place. Within a few minutes, all 700 bottles had a drop of 9 blood-burning essences. They would be ready to be drunk within a month, when 9 blood-burning essences successfully integrated themselves with the wine. With that done, I began to move more bottles in the artifact, 3,000 to be exact. The 700 bottles were of the first crafted. I have limited bottles of that. These 3,000 bottles were of the second crafting. I have over 10,000 bottles stock. Till now, I haven't drank even a single sip of it, as there are still 6 months before they mature. Zing. I once again activated the artifact, and it again began to fill the bottles with a drop of 9 blood-burning essences, but unlike before, only the undiluted drops were being used in the wines, as the wine is undiluted. It took around 12 minutes before all 3,000 bottles added the drop of 9 blood-burning essences. It is quite a risk I took packaging the bottle before the wine matured, and even added a drop of 9 blood-burning essences. There is a chance that the whole wine might spoil, and that would be a great loss to me, considering the number of resources and effort I had put into crafting. though I wonder if 9 blood-burning essences drops will affect the maturity period of wine. It would be great if it would short. If the wine worked as the 9 blood-burning essences had worked, then I am going to need a lot of it, and it would not just project subjects would need it. Some pretty powerful people are also going to demand it. I walked out of my core as I finished examining the wines. Everything seemed fine now, even with the unmatured wine. The 9 blood-burning essences were merging without any problem. Still, I would have to keep a constant eye on it. I stepped out of my room and entered the practice hall, and sat in the center of it. As I did, I burned off all my clothes. I have seen what sweat did to Lady Vivian, and I did not want to suffer that. A moment later, a crystal bottle appeared in my hand, containing a scarlet drop which seemed to have the dust of ruby speckles on it. It is not a pure 9 blood-burning essence, it is level below it, made for the high grandmasters. It might kill the most other peak grandmaster, but I will survive it. My avatar studied the data I got from Lady Vivian, and according to the calculations, there is an 89 chance I will be fine. 10.4 that I will be seriously injured, and 0.6 chances that I will die. I think those are pretty good chances. The drawback it has is that I will suffer the inhuman pain, but for the greatest benefits I will do it. Drip. I did not waste any time and opened the small bottle and dropped the scarlet drop on my tongue. Strangely, it felt cold and became even colder when it transformed into energy and began to spread inside me. The amount of energy was so huge that, for a second, I felt like I had chewed more than I swallowed. There is no crying over spilled milk now, and it is a pain I will be feeling, a torturous, inhuman pain. My life is not in danger. D-Hub. It took around 6 seconds for the energy of 9 blood-burning essences to spread into every corner of my body. When it burned, it felt like someone had lit a match on a highly flammable filled in a swimming pool. A huge fire appeared in an instant. Ah. In the next second, an inhuman scream rang out of my mouth. The energy was burning me. It is burning my body and soul with such a temperature that it makes me feel like I am in hell. Even hell might not have such a powerful fire that is burning me. I am screaming while protecting my mind with everything I have. I fear that under such pain, it might break. I have experienced many types of pain and even literally burned and felt my soul tear apart, but even then I had never felt such pain as I am feeling right now. In just a few seconds, I understood I could not continue like this. I had underestimated the pain. My body might survive it, but my mind will not. I will have to do something for this pain, or I will pay a high price, and for it, I already have a way I have used thousands of times to manage the pain. Though I am not sure it is right away, considering how the fire is refining my body and soul. If I take such a dense amount of fire through my veins, I don't know if they will survive. Even the slightest damage would cost me huge, a price I am not willing to pay. A few seconds passed, and the pain seemed to have increased even more, and it started to affect the stability of my mind. If this continues, I don't know whether my mind will survive or not. Damn it. I cursed and took the energy, and moved toward my veins. These veins of mine are much stronger than the veins of normal peak grandmaster. They will be able to bear fire without suffering any damage. If I see them doing the damage, I will stop immediately. Through the screams, I gathered the fire and forced it into my veins. Ahhhhhhhhhh. My scream, which I had thought already loudest, has reached an octave higher as the fire began to burn through my veins. I was using this method to control the pain, but it had increased its manifold in an instant. I stopped immediately as it became beyond unbearable. It was too much, and I could not bear it. 10 seconds passed when I forced the fire into my veins again and screamed even more loudly, but this time I did not stop. I had stopped earlier due to the pain, but now I will not stop. I had decided to focus on the process and not on the pain. I began to circulate the burning fire through my veins, and I wanted to stop every moment, but I did not. I did focus on my pain. I focused on finishing the circulation of supreme combat exercise. It is the only thing I could do in my current state, and the only thing that could provide me with solace. It is like a dingy in a sea of pain that is violent in its waves. For the first few minutes, I was able to think nothing but the pain and wanted to stop, and nearly did a couple of times. But as time passed, I was able to focus more and more on the process and ended up creating an amethyst seal. The pain did not give me solace to celebrate, and I continued circulating at an even faster speed than before. As I did, I found my concentration deviating more and more toward the process of the pain. The pain now is just as sharp, but I was able to manage it by concentrating on the process. In just a few minutes, I have ended up creating 7 amethyst seals, and with the 3 seals I had created before, a ruby seal began forming, but I did not even stop for that and continued circulating the fire in my veins. As time passed, I noticed there was no damage even after contact with such dense fire, even though this was not a literal fire, and did not harm the body, but things changed when I took a large amount of it and focused on a single thing. The fire is not only not damaging the veins instead, it is refining them to become even stronger and wider. I couldn't help but feel a wild joy seeing that the strong and wide veins are extremely important. With it, I will be able to draw out more power and employ stronger attacks. I can already see the tremendous benefits I will receive through it. Seeing that, I became crazy, taking an even greater amount of fire in my veins and circulating at an even faster speed. Before I knew it, I created a second ruby seal and then a third and fourth, and so on. I am creating an amethyst seal at such a speed that I am not taking even a minute to create them, and it couldn't help but make me happy. I was rapidly circulating the dense fire through my veins when suddenly, I felt the power of fire reduce, and it was reducing at a much faster rate than it had happened with Lady Vivian. It was likely due to the purity of 9 blood-burning essence I had consumed, and my crazy circulation of supreme combat exercise. Still, I kept circulating till every last bit of fire had expanded, and when I saw the ruby seal I had created, I was shocked, and even more shocking was the state of my veins. They seemed to be metamorph after going through the trial by fire. They are shining glisteringly like a newly magical metal. The veins have a glow around them, and they are also have become 16 wider, which mind-breakingly huge. It is a shocking discovery, far more than me, creating 6 ruby seals in a single session. It will shock the people if they come to find it, and I plan to tell them, but not all of them. It is a dangerous method. I was only able to bear the power of dense fire because my veins were stronger. To begin with, not everyone has such strong veins. Still, they would be able to gain the benefits if they chose the more diluted 9 blood-burning essences. Even with that, only a select few would be able to do it. Not all people have the capacity to bear such soul-burning pain. So how many do you think will fall unconscious this time? Erica asked beside me. 10, Hazel replied. 12, said Ryan. I say 7, said Erica. Grandmaster Charline and I did not focus on what the assistants were saying and instead focused on the 37 screaming people who had taken 9 blood-burning essences. It had been 3 weeks since we crafted 9 blood-burning essences, and this is the last badge that is going through its baptism. All the people have gone through it. These were the last ones till the new badge of Tyrant got admitted into the project. It is a good thing we have bound their bodies, otherwise we would see them flailing like fishes like had happened with the first badge. Nobody had expected it, and thankfully, Grandmasters Charline and I were present and were quickly able to control those flailing masters. Still, it was quite surprising to see them behave like that. With 9 blood-burning essences, we have also found quite talents in around 1,209 people in the project who had gone through the baptism of 9 blood-burning essences. We have found 23 people who barely made any sound. They bore the pain with gritted teeth. There were 59 who were able to circulate the fire through their veins with supreme combat exercise, including the 23 who barely made any sound. 81 of people who were able to accomplish that were a century and above old, which is not surprising. Those people have huge experiences and have gone through many things, has sharpened their will so that they could bear the tremendous pain. First, said Ryan beside me, he did not even dare to lower his voice, clearly mocking the one that had felt unconscious. Don't mock, Ryan, you were also screaming and flailing when you consumed the burning essence. Erica admonished. Yes, but I did not fall unconscious and was even able to circulate burning essence through my veins for a few minutes, he said, clearly feeling proud. Ryan Whedon, he is from alchemy like Hazel, while Erica Maxwell is from healing. She is a student of Grandmaster Charline. All 3 of them did very well when they consumed the 9 blood-burning essences a few days ago, especially Hazel and Erica. Both of them were able to create 2 ruby seals while widening their veins by 7, which is a huge accomplishment. All 3 of them are masters and very talented in their respective fields with speed. They are learning, and in a max of 3 years, all 3 of them will be able to get the distinction of Grandmaster in their respective fields. While in a 2 years max, they will advance to Grandmaster class. They might be able to do it in a year. Second, Ryan said with the same mocking tone, but this time, nobody admonished him. Unless Grandmaster Charline or I am admonishing him, he will not listen. A few more minutes passed, and 2 more became unconscious. It is my seed that made them fall unconscious as the pain began to break their mind. I do not want any damage to happen to them. Every single of them hold the potential to become a Grandmaster. Losing a single one of them would be a great loss, considering the resources and efforts I have put into them. This one had begun circulating the method, said Ryan with shock. He is not the only one who is shocked. Even I and Grandmaster Charline were also quite surprised seeing. This batch of people is very young. All of them are elite and below 30 years of age. The one that had just begun circulating the supreme combat exercise is even younger. She is just 23 years old, just about my age. Name Priya Welsh, talent average. Inheritance average. Her psych shows above average resilience, but nothing of what is happening right now. The only reason she was able to admit in the project, due to her suitability with director's method, stated Erica, as she pulled out her info. A few minutes passed and a few others fainted, but nobody had glanced at them as all of us focused on this young woman who was doing surprisingly good. She did not stop or even slow down. Instead, her circulation speed increased threefold, and it is increasing. Grandmistress Charline quickly signed off a few gestures, and I couldn't help but agree with her. Yes, Grandmistress, we have truly found a gem, I said, and I added her name to my special list. One could get talent with resources and even inheritance or bloodline with enough luck, but luck is useless when it comes to will. It is forged in blood and fire. This young woman has forged her to be unbreakable. Since she has such will, I will help her get power so she will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with apex inheritance and powerful bloodline. If she keeps her will as sharp as it is right now, she will have the power to even surpass them. Half an hour passed, and the power of the fire began declining, and in the next 15 minutes, it had disappeared from them while giving them huge benefits, especially to Priya Welsh, whose mana veins had not strengthened and widened by 11. She had also ended up creating a diamond seal. Congratulations, everyone, for surviving the baptism, and as always, not a single word of it spread outside when you joined the battlefield the next day, I said while Grandmaster Charline and I pressed them with our aura. They have received the benefits, but they also need to understand the rules of it, and first and foremost is not to talk with anyone about it, not even with your spouses or parents. There have been some idiots who have spilled about the project. Thankfully, the secret agents have caught them before they could do any damage. All of you follow Miss Erica out and let her check you. I said we have all the data we need, but do these things for psychological reasons. Miss Welsh, stay, we have some things to talk about, I said when she was leaving with the rest of the people. We will see you soon, Miss Welsh, I said and walked out of the hall with Grandmaster Charline, leaving stumped Miss Welsh on her spot. I would be stumped too if I had been in her spot. She had received two big news in a too short time, but she will be fine. The opportunities she will get right now would be envious even by the subject of the project who are getting the best possible opportunities. Soon, I reached the conference room and began working on the details of the project. My work had increased many-fold since the appearance of the 9 blood-burning essences, and I also had to leave on the mission. I had put out the request for the mission 10 days ago, which they should be accepting soon. I need to go out and hunt some Grims. I am very close to the absolute peak of the leader class, and would have to kill 1 or 2 Grims before I reach that stage, and I want to reach there as soon as possible, so I could start making the preparation to break through into the master class. I am already very close to it, and aside from a single part where I am trying to create the formation which would help better utilize the method in the scroll, my inheritance is ready. I am confident that, if I wanted to, I could make a breakthrough here at this very moment and will succeed without any problem. It had debuted 10 days ago and instantly exploded into the popularity everyone wanted it, including the Grand Lords. Thankfully, in a fit of inspiration, I had made a special version of Grand Lords, adding 9 drops into the wine instead of the one I do. They loved it so much that I had to give each Grand Lord 10 bottles, and they wanted more. Though they are willing to wait, they understand who needs the wine the most and are willing to make some sacrifices. Is the bidding for a wine still going up? I asked. You can take a look yourself, said Hazel, and showed me the bidding under 7 bottles of salamander blood wine, and the price people are bidding is insane, especially the wine for the Grandmasters. We are auctioning 7 wines every 3 days to raise funds for the project, and this initiative seems to be working as people are ready to pay the insane price for it. Unfortunately, we don't have enough stocks to continue otherwise. Amassing a fortune would not be a problem. The craze for blood wine is not only due to its amazing taste and fire it lights up in the body, but mostly due to the benefits one receives after drinking it. One could feel themselves improving in every sit. Even those who were stuck in their strength for decades found themselves improving it. Those people just need to wait for 2 months at most before the second badge matures. I already have 3,000 bottles ready, half of which will be diluted to various levels, bringing their number to over 10,000. Also, I am planning to brew another badge of wine, but it will take time. Those resources are not easy to find. Especially the grapes, I want to mature them for the high Grandmaster class before using them to brew the 3rd badge of the wine, and this badge will be huge. The council had informed me that they sent out a request for the resources needed to collect the craft of another badge of 9 blood-burning essence. Its resources are extremely rare that Grimm had taken more than a century to collect, and even then, it hadn't collected it all. Though it did not have the help from the Grand Lord like we do, and with their help, it wouldn't be impossible to collect the resources needed for a second badge within a year. I only have rationed the 9 blood-burning essence till then. A few days ago, it was possible, but seeing the craze about it and its benefits, we will have to be extremely strict if we want it to happen. I worked for a few hours and once again went for the rounds and treated several groups of people with my special treatment, and before I knew it was a late night. I am Miss Marina, but she was busy for more than a week and barred me from coming to meet with her. 2 weeks ago, one of the treasure hunting parties, led by a grandmaster, found a huge collection of books, all of them of healing arts. There is scripture she had found it was of great interest to her, and thus she sealed herself in her home to study it. Those people just wanted to eat my food. Tring, 4 days had passed, and I was able to get the mail. I was waiting for a summon to the office of one of the people I hate the most. Come in, said the voice from the office. Hearing that, I pushed the door and went inside. Lord Bishop, I said as I walked into the office of Silas Bishop, the man responsible for the missions. To be honest, I am very against letting you go for a mission, seeing how we are near the final stage of achieving our first objective, but others disagree, he said with a sigh. It is not other disagree, but Grand Commander. He could overrule others since it was his department, but he had to listen to Grand Commander. She is the leader. So where I am going, I asked directly. I didn't care whether he wanted to send me out or not. I would have cared if he was feeling due to care for me rather than being driven by self-interest. You are going to Navar Ruin, he replied, controlling the anger that appeared in its eyes of lack of respect. I don't understand why he gets angry in the first place. Does he think I will be respectful to him after what he did to me? Navar Ruin, I said in my mind while my avatar began to scan the directory of the ruins, and soon the information appeared in front of my avatar. Reading it, a frown couldn't help but appear on my face, as it was not something I had expected. This is a pretty important ruin. That grim, it had been in their hands since it appeared 7 centuries ago, he said. The traffic to the ruin had increased since the war began, and we have been sensing the powerful fluctuation in this ruin for the past 4 years, including of high grandmasters, he said. Isn't this the resource site? I asked. Though I have nothing against the resources sites and I want to hunt powerful grandmasters, I was hoping to get something more exciting like stopping the Grimms from doing something dangerous and killing them on the way. The resource site, compared to that, is a little dull. Yes, according to the movement we have observed, it is a resource site, he said, and I could see the crafty glint appearing on its eyes for a second before it had disappeared. I really missed Lord Whitmore. If it had been him right now, I would have requested him to give me an exciting mission, but with him, I have no chance. Saying something against it will be giving him the pleasure of rejecting me, which I will not do. You will be leaving through the silent gate. All the preparations have already finished, he said, and sent me the mission order. There is not much data about the ruin. We have never sent any part to investigate. We rarely do when it comes to resource sites, as they are very highly protected, and the cost of using a silent gate is too high for that. So unless we are prepared for a full-blown attack, we rarely attack them. It is the same with the grim monsters. They too rarely attack our resource sites. I will see you then, Lord Bishop, I said, and walked out of his office with a smile on my face, which disappeared the moment his office doors closed behind me. I do not like this mission, but I will finish it as quickly as I can and return. The objective of the mission is simple. It is to destroy the defenses of the ruins that Grimms have put in place and return without alerting any Grimms. Of course I will do that, but before that I will accomplish my own mission, which is to kill the Grimms and harvest their bloodline. I want to reach the absolute peak of leader class in this mission, as only after accomplishing that will I be able to level up to the master class. I would not have been this hasty, but luckily, I was able to study the method in the scroll that a small being has provided me. It will help me tremendously if I am able to practice it. Soon I reached the hall where the silent gate is. The silent gate is like a normal ruin-breaking teleportation gate, but it is a slightly bigger and deep amber color, and using it is hundreds of times more costly than a regular rule-breaking teleportation gate. The cost is worth it when considering it could breach through the enemy's fortified ruins silently without alerting them. It is ready for you, Grandmaster Czar, said the middle-aged woman and saluted. She is surprisingly a peak master-class powerhouse, and one that is quite powerful. Activate it, I said, and she did. A few seconds later, a watery screen appeared in the teleportation gate. I looked at it for a moment before stepping into it. The moment I did, I entered the space tunnel and was instantly surprised to find it covered in the runes. I have first time found something like this, and I shouldn't be surprised to see something like this, considering how much energy this ruin-breaking gate consumes. It was not just the runes covering the tunnel, but I also found myself moving faster than usual through the tunnel. I reached the entrance of the ruin in just 6 seconds. The boundary ruin opened. As I reached near it, it did not tear as it usually but opened like a gate, and I passed through it in an instant before the gate closed behind me, barely producing any spatial fluctuations. It is not like there are no spatial fluctuations, but these fluctuations are very minute. They could not be sensed by the sensors Grimms have placed around the ruin. I only glanced at it for a moment before I stabilized myself in the air as I was falling before a clear surprise appeared in my eyes. The energy of this ruin is very pure, far purer than that of the central continent. If I am not wrong, then it is at least 21 times purer than the central continent, and this energy had an elemental feel to it, water elemental. The runes with such pure and natural elemental energies are exceedingly rare, and if the pyramid knew about it, they would have sent people to attack this place long ago. Such places are not only useful for growing water elemental plants, but water elemental powerhouses would also progress in this place faster. I took a deep breath to feel the dense water elemental energy before looking around and seeing beautiful land filled with lakes. Even in the dark night, when there was barely any light, this place looked beautiful. I wondered how beautiful it would look in the light. I looked around when suddenly I noticed something at a far distance at first. I did not dare to believe it and activated my ocular ability, and they became clear, shaking me to my core. When I came to this ruin, I had expected everything but not this. There are humans in these ruins. There are humans in this ruin, and it couldn't help but shock me the intelligence did not mention anything about this ruin having a human stock. Though it shouldn't be surprising considering this is a resource site, and sometimes Grims use humans, there are some things that only we could do, or it is easier to use the human stock rather than their own people, and they also eat them if they felt too hungry. The Grims have cities of humans deep in their territory. Most of the humans are used as livestock, but some are trained to infiltrate. There are even some that Grims treat equally as a human tribe. It is one of their newest experiment that started a few millennia ago. They treat humans of few cities are equal as to human tribes, whose ancestors have redeemed themselves. Though these Grims are inwardly distrustful after the tragic fate they have suffered 3.5 millennia ago, that now they did not let humans reach above emperor class. There are some exceptions, but they are very rare. It seemed like something rare was happening in this ruin as hundreds of humans. I saw all of them have the aura of the king, and the leaders of the groups were the tyrants. There are also 3 grim monsters seem to be overseen by the humans. All 3 of them are elites. Usually when finding oneself in such conditions, the orders are to ignore do not see humans as humans and focus on the objective of the mission. We will not forsake them, but we will not be too hurried to save them. We have learned to be careful in such matters over 10,000 years. Many humans are indoctrinated from birth. Those cannot be saved. When we same such people, we just sterilize them and put them in the isolated cities, having no contact with the rest of the race. Still, I couldn't help but become curious about them and fly toward them. I appeared over the lake where humans were. They were harvesting the blue stream aquatic lotuses, a very delicate flower. Even if I were to harvest it, I would need at least 40 to 50 seconds to harvest each lily. These humans have seemed to be specially trained to harvest these lotuses. The skillful movements of their fingers and that complex weaving of energy around the lotus are more than enough to tell they are trained for it and have been doing that for years. Hurry up, you maggots. If I did not get 1,000 lilies, I would flay your skins. The bullman shouted and swung a red energy whip in the air. All the humans shuddered, visibly hearing the whip. The whip is really dangerous. Not only fiery energy would burn their skin, but there is also an element in it that will give them the torturous pain, and the wound will also not heal quick. Tens of seeds came out of my body and seeped into the humans and 3 Grims, and soon their metaphysical scans were in front of me. I couldn't help but become surprised seeing the scans of humans, especially the slave seals inside them. They are very tough, and the things the Grims could do through them are shocking. Even that energy whip looked like a child's toy in front of it. The seals not only could cause immense pain, but also could crush the soul and restrict the level. Currently, all of these humans could not level up above regular tyrant. Even if an emperor has the potential to level up to the elite, the seals will force them to level up to regular tyrant. I also noticed the natural water affinity in their bodies. All of them have it, which is not surprising considering that they and their ancestors have been born in this world, where there is such a dense water elemental energy. I am pretty sure a few micro% of people have developed the water constitution. The environment plays a big part in it. Usually, only 1 in 100,000 develop a constitution, but I am sure here the changes are better, 5 to 10 times better. I took away my seeds and turned toward the storage of Grims. I sneakily broke into their storages. The formations inside were not tough. It took me a couple of minutes to break them before I was inside, scanning through their contents. I have no interest in what I am inside their storage. What I am looking for is a map. We did not have any intel on this ruin, so there is no question about the map. Having a map would make things quite easier in exploring the mission and finding strong Grim monsters for me to fight. The first Grim was a disappointment. The second also did not have a map, though it did have something interesting that I wanted to take, but I did not want to raise any suspicion. Till I find my target, I want to remain as invisible as possible. Aha. I said loudly as I had finally found the map in the Bullman's storage. I had quickly copied it before withdrawing my senses. The map seemed to be complete, but not as detailed as I like. The Navarre ruin is divided into 5 regions, and I am in the Clear Lakes region. There are 3 regions surrounding the Clear Lakes region: the Dribble Mist region, the Poison River region, and the Radiant Sea region. There is also the Last Earth Vapor region, but it did not share the boundary with the Clear Lakes region I am in. After looking at the map, I have a pretty good idea of where I am, but that is all. I did not know where the strongest powerhouses were, and it seemed like I had to do some searching. Ashlyn, come out, I said as I flew up in the sky, and a moment later, a finger-sized bird has appeared in front of me. Choo-choo. She chirped and flew away. I did not even have to tell her what to do. She already knows what I want, so there is no need to tell her anything further. Father, please let me out. I promise not to be naughty, and will listen to your every word. Nero once again screamed from the core. He had been doing that quite often, especially Ashlyn played with my sister. She even teased him about it. I wanted to reject him, but couldn't any longer see his pitiful face, though only about 9 months had passed since punishment had begun, and he is good, very good, giving me no chance to complain, other than him swimming in a corrupted pool. Fine, but remember you are not on probation. You have to listen to everything I say. One simple mistake, and I not let out for months. I warned him I have to say these words. The risk he took last time was too big. I wouldn't let him take such big risk again. Don't worry, father, I will not disobey you, he said as he came off the core and streaked up as if fearing I would put him back into the core. After both Nero and Ashlyn left, I also didn't stay there for long and moved. I want to find a grandmaster. The stronger it would be, the better. Though I think even a mid-grandmaster might do the job. A 2 initial grandmaster would be enough to take me to the absolute peak, but I would prefer a peak grandmaster. There is no challenge in killing a useless being. An hour passed, and Ashlyn and Nero had found many Grims, but not a single one of them was a grandmaster. Most of them were either elites or leaders. There was only a single master present among them, and it was just at the initial stage. I continued to search, but even after a few years, I did not find what I was looking for. It couldn't help but frustrate me a little, but I continued searching for a target with Ashlyn and Nero. Soon, the dawn came. Until now, the highest Grim monster I was able to find was. It was in a protect which had around 200,000 humans and just 1,000 Grim monsters, but they could control the city without any problem. I had spent half a day searching for the high-level Grims, but did not find even a sign of them. Seeing that, I decided to take the approach which I was quite unwilling before. I released my seeds into the Grandmasters, and humans searching around might not bear some fruit given how big the ruin is. It would be better if I listened to some conversation. I might be able to find some hint about where those powerful Grims are. So after spreading the seeds, I sat in one of the empty rooms in the city while Ashlyn and Nero continued to search for the Grims. They wouldn't be able to help me in listening to the conversation, so they kept searching. Who knows, they might be able to find something. So I sat down and began to listen to the conversation of the hundreds of Grims and few humans. Most of the chatter was general, but some of it is quite interesting. One of the interesting tidbits I was able to find is that Grims here are forbidden to kill humans. The human meat they eat comes outside from the world. Here every human is considered an asset. Seeing Grim monsters have spent centuries of efforts and even resources which gave them affinity to the water element, which is very important to grow and harvest the resources here. It is not like they did not eat the humans. They did, but only the ones that committed the crime or rebelled. It happens every month in the square of the city, where they cook and eat the humans while the humans watch. The day is called the feast day, and every human has to come out and watch Grims eat their kin. The humans here are in bad condition. They live in constant fear, and every decision about their life is made by the Grims. From where they work to who should they marry, everything is handled by the Grims. My heart couldn't help but feel the pain seeing their condition, and I wanted to kill these Grim bastards in the most painful way, but I knew it was not the time to do that. I have sent the message back to the pyramid about this ruin and will be receiving the answer in a few hours. Whether the pyramid provides help or not, before I leave, I will leave behind an unforgettable lesson to these bastards and would return to free these people when I have gained enough strength. A few more hours passed, and I heard many things. Some of them were extremely important. I wanted to leave right then, but waited as I began to manipulate some weaker Grims with the limited soul abilities I had, but it was more than enough. I finally knew where I wanted to go and where those Grandmaster bastards were hiding. According to the information, there are 5 Grandmasters in the Clearwater region. 3 of them are spread into different parts while 2 are together, and one of the 2 has a bloodline. It had the power of the peak Grandmaster. If it did not have the bloodline, I would have gone for a second biggest target, an initial Grandmaster. This one also had a bloodline. I tried to find out about the High Grandmaster, as those are the ones that truly pose a threat to me, but nobody seemed to have any idea about their whereabouts. They know there is a High Grandmaster, but do not know where it is. Though I have a pretty good idea where it might be. 5 days later, there is a pilgrimage gathering at the Redwater Fountain. This gathering happens every 12 years, and each city sends a group of humans with a constitution. Those groups of people never return to their city after the pilgrimage. The group had already left 10 days ago, and I plan to go there after I harvested the Grandmaster. I don't know what I will do there or want to find, but I want to go there. Thankfully, the turquoise lake is on the way. I won't have to circumvent it to reach the Redwater Fountain. After getting all the information, I flew toward the turquoise lake. The distance to it is huge as it is near the edge of the Clear Lake region. I would need 1.5 to 2 days to reach here, and that is because I am taking Ashland's help. If I were on my own, I would have needed at least 3 to 4 days, and that is when I used my full speed without caring about the stealth. Choo-choo. I flew for about an hour before Ashland came, and when she did, she was quite big, 3 meters large. I landed above her. A second later, the fire covered her and me, which made us completely invisible before Ashland streamed into the high skies. It's really beautiful, I said as I looked at the crystalline lake below me. The Grimms had said the turquoise lake is the most beautiful lake in the Clear Lakes region, but I did not believe it, considering that nearly all the lakes in this region are beautiful, but it is several levels above it. It is a completely turquoise color, and the waters shimmer like a crystal, which shouldn't be surprising considering the energy density here. The energy density here is at least 50 times higher than that of the central continent. Regular people wouldn't be able to stay here. Only the Emperor's stage and above them would be able to survive here in this place. This energy is very gentle, just like water, whose element it possesses. If it had slightly harsher qualities, then even elite tyrants would have found it hard to live in such energy for longer, much less the lower-level powerhouses. The lake is huge, even thousands of humans, and a few Grimms on it look like a speck of dust from above. The whole lake is a treasure trove. No, it would be wrong to say that. I should be saying the whole ruin is a treasure trove. It's grades above what we designated it, and most amazingly, it is not just a look and discards ruin, but a farm ruin. As long one carefully manages it, like the Grimms are doing, then one would have a constant supply of elemental water resources. The information says the Grimms have huge numbers of far-type ruins, they have a huge population of the powerhouses, and they need a colossal amount of resources constantly, and those could be managed by having constant and stable supply chains of resources. Thankfully, the message I had sent would be enough for the pyramid to send the force here. I would really like it if we were able to get our hands on this ruin. It is really precious. All right, let's find where that bastard is, I said to Nero and Ashland, who had turned back to a smaller size. Don't worry, father, I will find it in a jiffy, said Nero excitedly and dived down fast as he became invisible while Ashland followed behind. There are no emotions in her eyes like always. She is cool and composed, like nothing could affect her. I also dived down behind them. The lake is huge, and there are many structures on it and around it and even under it. While Nero and Ashland searched above the lake, I went below it. The small structure I sensed below the lake had made me quite curious. Dip, I bore down on the lake without making any loud noise, and soon I began to swim down, and as I did, I began to notice the energy purity of elemental water energy was rapidly increasing. Before I knew it, it had reached 60 times of the central continent and continually increasing. Hun. A few more minutes passed, and I have finally seen the structure underground, and I couldn't help but surprise. It seemed like an open temple. There was a huge circular disc on the ground, bigger than that of the arena, and on it 181 pillars with no roof above them. The whole structure is carved with dark blue runes from disc to pillars. These runes look like streams of water that formed a lake at the center. That is where the Grimm I have been searching for is sitting in meditating position. There are also other Grimm monsters. Some are patrolling around the structure, while some others are meditating like Grimm monsters. Though I did not see the other Grimm that was supposed to be here, the initial Grandmaster. It did not matter, I had found what I was looking for, and now I couldn't wait to hunt down this bastard and harvest its bloodline. I did not immediately go down toward it immediately, and instead, 9 pink white balls appeared in my hand, and I threw them down. Some of these moved past and landed near the Grimms patrolling, but not a single one of them was able to notice them, not even when they had activated and formed a layer of energy that surrounded the whole structure. These balls wouldn't do anything other than block communication. I did not want my fight to get disturbed by anything, especially a high Grandmaster. They are the only ones in this ruin that have the power to stop me. Thud. With that done, I did not waste any time and moved toward the temple, and a minute later landed on its floor with noise, where the energy purity had reached 100 times that of the central continent in an instant. Human. I did not hide as I landed, and thus eyes of every Grimm monster landed on me except for the blue water ape man, who still had its eyes closed. I looked at the Grimm monsters with a smile hanging on my face. Half of them opened their mouth and moved their legs, but a moment later stopped and just looked at me angrily while bringing out their weapons and releasing their auras. Which is, of course, is futile. I have a power of a Grandmaster, while these are just master and below. If I wished to, I could kill them in an instant with a single attack, but instead focused on the blue water ape man, who had yet to open its eyes. It took him 23 seconds to open its eyes, and it did very slowly, as if it was meeting a friend and not a mortal enemy. You have found yourself quite a nifty place, Kagha, I said to it. This ape man is quite famous. We have a huge binder worth of information on it. It was very active in the Precious War and had killed armies of humans and also many of our Grandmaster. So you humans came, it said, and got up. I had thought, given the situation in the war, you would not have the manpower to come here, but it seemed like I had been wrong. It is good you have come. You will be great to relieve the boredom I am feeling, it added languidly without any hurry. You are not wrong, we are really short on manpower considering how you bastards are popping out grandmasters like they are eggs, I complained, which had brought a smile to its face. And what's up with golden fire werewolves? Those bastards are everywhere, I asked. The languid smile on its face stiffened up hearing that, and I could see the flash of anger appearing in its eyes for a moment before it had disappeared. You have made the biggest mistake of your life coming here. Human, this is my domain, and you are now a prisoner, which I am going to enjoy very much, it declared grandly, and with hands to drive the point, it had to manipulate the water around the structure to create a dome enveloping it. Nice elemental control, I replied unfazed, which seemed to irk it but quickly smoothened its expressions and summoned out its weapon, a gray trident made of stone. I do not like to fight the unnamed enemy. Tell me your name, human, it asked, to which a bright smile appeared on my face. You will know it soon enough, I said with a toothy killing smile and moved toward it. It moved its trident and hundreds of thick water tentacles formed around it before they came at me. I couldn't help but be surprised to see his quick water manipulation skills. I have only seen such skills in the commander of the Bistan archipelago. She was easily able to deal with 3 enemies of the same level and did not show fear to those levels above her. This blue water ape-man has similar confidence with this pure water elemental energy and water around. It would even be able to run away from the High Grandmaster. It is the reason why I did not reveal my identity to it. If it tried to run away, I don't know whether I would be able to catch it, and even defeating it with raw strength would be difficult. Though I am going to try my hardest, it is not very often one comes across such an opponent, and I want to fight it to test my limits. I couldn't always rely on my strings to finish off the enemies. First boost, I activated, and long a black saber appeared in my hand. For a month, I had experimented on weapons aside from the classical swords. I want to improve my weapon skills, and learning new weapons helps a lot in that. I begin with the saber. As the power of the first boost filled me, my speed increased suddenly, and I directly jumped on the tentacles. They tried to wrap around me, but I was too fast. I have avoided all the watery tentacles and appeared in front of it. I was about to attack it when I saw the huge watery fist coming down at it. I will be able to take it without using the shields, but I am sure it will not be the only thing it will be capable of, and I need to guard against it all. If I get caught, all my advantages will vanish, and even blood burn would turn obsolete. So being cautious in dealing with such an enemy is a must. You're quite a quick human, it said, but it was no praise, and nor did I have time to think about it as next second. All the tentacles had morphed into the hands, and all of them were now coming to capture me with more power and speed. I could tell it had begun releasing its own power into the water to strengthen its manipulation of the water. I harnessed all the power of the first boost and also created the field of disruption around me. It is not big, just covering a meter area around me, but it will be enough to not die before knowing how with it. I will at least have a chance to defend. There is water everywhere, it is its domain. Without a field of disruption, it could create a dagger right behind my head and pierce me through it. I did not want that to happen. With all the power of the first boost, I immediately increased my speed and avoided the hands coming at me before appearing above it and slashed down the saber with all my strength. Slush, out of a sudden, a disk of extremely concentrated water appeared above its head, and my saber pierced through it before I started moving toward it. In less than a second, I saw my saber rapidly losing its momentum and a tentacle appearing in the disc and gripping my sword, making it lose the momentum even faster while it was happening. The hands were coming at me with even greater momentum. The Grim watching it all with a mild smile on its face. Since the fight began, it had not moved even an inch from its place. The only thing it is doing is moving its stone trident to manipulate the water. Damn, I cursed, and without wasting any moment, I activated the second boost and ripped my saber out of the disc and disappeared from my spot while the hundreds of hands followed behind me. There is no running away, human. You were doomed the moment you dared to step into the lake, said the blue water ape-man, and a powerful aura released from its body like a raging river, and it pointed its trident at me. Give up your struggles, human, they are futile, it said, and I found thousands of hands materialized around me. Some were extremely close to me. I could see a surprised frown appear on its face, and I knew the reason. It had tried to manipulate water in the disruption field. It is still trying, but unable to shake the water inside. Frustrated, I asked with a smile, and it had instantly made it angry. I could see the fire of anger lighting in its eyes, but it had controlled it. It seemed like you have skills, human, but these little tricks will not save you, it said, and thousands of hands came at me. The full power of the second boost rumbled through me like a storm, and I disappeared from my spot and appeared directly behind and attacked. It had surprised it, but it had reacted instantly, and another disk of water materialized in front of me. SLUSSH, this disk is much thicker. It felt like a very strong, flexible metal as my sword crashed against it. Seeing the disc, I did not waste any time and quickly retrieved the sword and disappeared from my place, as the hands were not far away from reaching me. SLUSSH, SLUSSH, SLUSSH. I appeared in front of it and attacked, but once again my attack was blocked by it. It happened when I appeared to its right and left. Up and down these thick water discs seemed everywhere, creating an impenetrable defense. It is quite frustrating to deal with such defense with the raw power when the enemy has all the advantages, but I am not out of the options yet. Third boost. I activated the third boost, and at the same time, the blade of my saber had turned searing red. One could feel the searing heat from the blade, but this heat did not seem to affect the surrounding water at all. The temperature of the water around the blade remained the same. The power of the third boost coursed through me, and I disappeared from my spot. I moved while avoiding the hundreds of hands coming in my direction, and appeared directly in front of the blue water ape-man. Die, Grim. I said and swung down my saber with a speed that alarmed it for a moment before that confident gaze returned as the water disc formed in front of it to defend, while hundreds of hands came from behind to crush me. Sizzle. My saber instantly reached the disc and touched it just as it did. A sizzling sound rang out as the water evaporated, and the blade began to cut through the disc without losing any momentum. I could see its expression stiffened, seeing that the water disc is very powerful and could be considered one best defense I had ever seen, but is it not without weakness? The classing one is of course fire, but I am not using only fire. There is also the sharpness and weight of enchantment, which I am using first time in this battle. The one putting it all together is the power of boost without a raw power behind it. All the head, sharpness, and weight would be useless in front of it. Humph. It did not take even a second before my saber pierced through the water disc and moved toward its chest, but the ape-man had been ready, and it quickly moved its stone trident to defend against my sword. CLANNG, our weapons clashed, and a huge shockwave was created. It was like a tsunami, repelling even hundreds of hands coming at me. So you do know how to use that trident of yours. I thought you only use it as a stick to manipulate the water, I said and took back my saber and attacked again now that I had got a chance to attack it directly. I will not leave it. As for the hands, they can't be dealt by the shockwaves. Though I was a little surprised earlier, I had thought its water manipulation rivaled that of the commander of the Benton archipelago, but I had given a too high opinion to it. Its elemental manipulation is good, but not that good. It is not as skilled as I had thought it to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to avoid those hands. If I had been fighting against the commander of the Bistan archipelago, then I would have been busy fighting the thousands of water tentacles right now. She wouldn't have let me reach so close to her. Once again, the water disc had appeared in front of me, but my saber once again cut through it like butter and moved to strike against its stone trident. CLANNG. Its trident clashed against my saber and created a shockwave that repelled the hands coming at me even further. As I fished the attack, I did not wait even for a moment and launched another attack. I wanted to keep pressing the bastard till it revealed its full power. While it may seem like it is using all of its strength, it is not. There is still quite much it is hiding, and I have to bring it all out. As I was launching the third strike of my saber, I noticed one thing that surprised me. The first shockwave in which I had reached the boundary of the disc had suddenly disappeared. The huge power of the shockwaves is instantly absorbed by the last line of the runes covering the disc. While it had surprised me and even made me happy thinking the resources growing the lake wouldn't be damaged by it, I did not focus on it. My real focus is the ape-man in front of me, and it is all that matters. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Attack after attack rained down on it, and the more I fought, the more I saw flaws in underwater fighting style and water manipulation. It did not have much fighting experience fighting underwater or experience in fighting underwater with enemies that had lots of tricks up in their sleeve. It is also the same with its water manipulation. It is weak compared to the commander of the Bistan archipelago. It is the only one able to control water in such a way because of the brimming water elemental energy inside the lake, which is giving it a huge aid. If it had been a regular lake, it could forget about manipulating water in such a way. If the commander of the Bistan archipelago had been here, she would have been an absolute terror with her skills. She would have even been able to fight against a high grandmaster. As I understood it, I began to change my fighting style according to it, and the result showed almost instantly. I begin to pressure, its relaxing movements become strained, and it is moving its trident without stopping. Still, despite its glaring weaknesses, the water manipulation is still a huge weapon, and it is also not an idiot but someone with tremendous battle experience. It also changed its strategy. It did away with hands and began to focus on more watery discs. It also thickened the water around me, creating more pressure to restrict my movements. If an initial grandmaster standing in a place I am right and feeling this pressure, They wouldn't have taken even a minute crushed into the pulp. Even regular peak Grandmaster would feel a considerable pressure, and the only reason I could bear this pressure was because of the strength of my body and the great armor I had designed. Thud! Suddenly, the ape-man struck its trident on the ground, and the thick wall sphere of concentrated water enveloped it. I was surprised and stopped by my saber from crashing against it. What it did was quite sudden, and even if I continued, it wouldn't have killed it. So I decided to stop and see what it is doing. I could not have taken such a relaxed approach a few minutes ago, but now I afford to do so. A second after it had enveloped itself into the sphere, I sensed a powerful energies burst out of it, and soon, a huge bloodline phantom of blue water ape-man formed above the sphere. It was huge and very clear, and like a rookie, I did not dare to look directly into its eyes. The phantom stayed for a second before it went back to the ape-man, and I could feel its power strengthening further. I thought it would burst out of the sphere as its bloodline phantom merged into it, but it did not. Instead, it begins to crazily pour its energy into the sphere, hundreds of times more than it used to manipulate the water. Seeing that, I became cautious and created a distance between myself and the water sphere.